In his youth, Fang Chun had his Dao bone cruelly stripped away, enduring the anguish of betrayal and the torment of humiliation. Fortunately, he encountered a mysterious little tower, which allowed him to inherit a supreme legacy. He assimilated the bloodline of the Sword Demon, comprehending the profound truths of the universe. With a single stroke of his sword, chaos was unraveled, showcasing boundless power. With another slash, celestial beings fell, revealing unparalleled brilliance. Armed with his sword, he traversed the path, ultimately becoming a formidable figure in the demonic realm, compelling countless celestial beings to bow in submission. In the Eastern Divine Domain, 20 miles from the Heavenly Feather Divine Sect, atop a mountain peak, stood a humble wooden cabin. Before it, a stone table bore witness to a pair of youthful lovers nestled closely together. The young man was strikingly handsome, while the young woman was exquisitely beautiful, a match made in heaven. "Fang Gij, do I look beautiful?" Su Weiner inquired, her sparkling eyes gazing into Fang Chen's, brimming with affection as her delicate hand playfully roamed over his chest. Fang Chen smiled blissfully in response. "Weiner will always be the most beautiful." 5 years prior, Fang Chen's master, the Seventh Peak's lord, Tian Yangzi, had returned gravely injured. In his dying moments, he disregarded Fang Chen's inquiries and urged him to cripple his own Dantian, vowing to guard his grave for 5 years. After this period, all would be revealed. Deeply indebted to his master, Fang Chun, despite his confusion, consented without hesitation and, before his master's eyes, self-destructed his Dantian. Only then did Tian Yangzi depart from this realm. Fang Chun interred his master 20 miles southwest of the Seventh Peak and had since devoted himself to guarding the grave for 5 long years. During this time, his status diminished from a celebrated prodigy of the Seventh Peak to an outer disciple of the lower peaks, becoming a target of ridicule as a perceived fool. Yet his companion, Su Weiner, remained steadfast, accompanying him throughout these 5 years. With a sweet smile, Su Weiner curiously asked, "Fang Gij, has your Dao bone not yet matured? If it has, perhaps your Dantian could be restored." The Dao bone, a rare emblem of genius, was a natural phenomenon, and its possessors held the potential to become the continent's elite. It was the ultimate divine bone coveted by all cultivators. Fang Chun smiled gently, revealing this secret only to Su Weiner and his master. He replied, "It has taken form last night. Today marks the final day of guarding my master's grave. Once I return and activate the Dao bone, I shall surely be able to reconstruct my Dantian. Once my Dantian is restored, I will undoubtedly pass the 7 Peaks assessment and return to the 7th Peak. Has it truly taken form?" Hearing this, Su Weiner displayed a glimmer of joy, but soon her eyes flashed with malice. "Then I need not continue this charade." Her tone suddenly turned icy. Bang! In the next moment, Su Weiner struck out fiercely, her palm colliding with Fang Chen's chest. Caught off guard, Fang Chun was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he crashed to the ground. "Huh!" Before Fang Chun could recover from the pain, a raucous laugh echoed as a young man approached, his eyes gleaming with mockery and excitement. "Fang Chun, Weiner has been with you for 5 years. Did you truly think she cared for a useless wretch like you? She was merely waiting for your Dao bone to mature." Fang Chun felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him as he looked at Su Weiner. "Su Weiner, tell me, this is all a lie," he shouted, desperate to hear her deny the accusations. But Su Weiner merely regarded him with disdain and mockery, stepping closer to the young man, linking arms with him, and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Fool, do you know who this is? This is Luo Yun, a genius of the Second Peak. He cultivated at 6, reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering at 15, and now stands at the 6th level of the postnatal realm. He surpasses you by leaps and bounds. The cultivator's levels are categorized as Spirit Gathering, Postnatal, Innate, Zhou Yuan, Dao Inquiry, Spirit See, and God Perception. Reaching the pinnacle of Spirit Gathering at 15 is indeed impressive. Were it not for your Dao bone, I would never have wasted my time on you," she scoffed. Luo Yun erupted in laughter. "Fang Chun, did you know? After you became a waste, Weiner was already mine, and I took her virtue. Watching you grovel like a lapdog for the woman I've bedded countless times brings me endless amusement. Especially just now, I could hardly contain my laughter. You truly live up to your reputation. Not only a waste, but a fool." Why? I love you so much. Why treat me this way? Fong Chun screamed, charging at the pair. But as a useless wretch, how could he possibly contend with them? As he drew near, Luo Yun swiftly pinned him down with a kick. Luo Yun produced a dagger from behind, its blade glinting ominously. Fong Chen's limbs were severed in an instant. Ah! Fong Chen's agonized cries echoed across the mountain peak. Enough, it's time to extract the bone. Your screams will be truly melodious. Luo Yun sneered as the dagger descended, peeling away Fong Chen's flesh layer by layer. Ah! The excruciating pain coursed through Fong Chen's body, filling him with despair, rage, and hatred. Ultimately, he was engulfed by an unbearable darkness. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a flash of golden light erupted from Tian Yangzi's grave, swiftly entering Fong Chen's body. Neither Su Weiner nor Luo Yun noticed this occurrence. Weiner, I cherished you like a beloved. How could you betray me so? Fong Chun bellowed, suddenly sitting upright. Realizing he lay in a pool of blood, he found that Luo Yun and Su Weiner had long departed. My injuries, they are healed? Fong Chun stared in bewilderment at his bloodied hands. The meridians that Luo Yun had severed were restored, and though there was still some pain in his back, he felt as good as new. Were it not for the bloodstains surrounding him and the emptiness of the Dao bone within, he would have believed it all to be a dream. What is happening? He stood up perplexed. No matter how he examined the situation, he could not discern the cause. Just then, two figures appeared in the distance. Fong Chen's instincts heightened, and he set aside his thoughts about his recovery. As the figures drew closer, he finally discerned their identities. An elderly man and a young girl approached him. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her eyes resembling deep pools of onyx, her skin as delicate and flawless as sculpted jade. The old man exuded an ethereal aura, his slender frame suggesting an inscrutable depth. They arrived before Fong Chun, with the elder speaking first. Are you Fong Chun? Fong Chun, taken aback, replied, I am Fong Chun. Upon his confirmation, the elder turned to the girl and stepped back. The young girl spoke, her voice melodious yet cold, I am Lin Shuyan. 10 years ago, the Lord of the Seventh Peak made a marriage pact with my grandfather. I am here today to annul the engagement. Annul the engagement? 10 years ago? Fong Chun was momentarily stunned, recollecting the events. Back then, he had displayed remarkable talent as a child, prompting Lin Zuyan's grandfather to take note and arrange a betrothal with Tian Yangzi. Initially, Tian Yangzi was reluctant, but upon witnessing Lin Zuyan's grandfather's sincerity and his promise to never regret the marriage in the future, he acquiesced. However, it now appeared that they had no intention of honoring that promise. At the time, Fong Chun was merely 6 years old, and he had only heard his master mention it casually, never considering it significant until now, when the principal party had come to confront him. Seeing Fong Chun silent, Lin Xian assumed he was unwilling, her tone turning even frostier. I am the current saintess of the First Peak. The disparity between us is insurmountable hand over the marriage certificate. The saintess of the First Peak? Fong Chen's heart jolted. The First Peak and the Seventh Peak both belong to the Heavenly Feather Divine sect, with the First Peak consistently ranked at the top. The title of Saintess is reserved for the direct disciples of the sect's master. This meant that the young girl before him was not only the favored daughter of the First Peak, but also the sect master's direct disciple. Her future was boundless. Yet, after a moment of surprise, he regained his composure. Such matters were of little concern to him now. Come with me, he said, rising and walking into the wooden cabin. Lin Xian followed him inside, noticing the dilapidated state of the cabin, her brows furrowing slightly, but she said nothing further. Her purpose was to annul the engagement, to resolve the matter. As for anything else, she held no interest whatsoever. Yet simultaneously, she felt a twinge of worry. The marriage certificate was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for Fong Chun. If he refused to annul the engagement, what would she do? Before long, Fong Chun emerged holding an ancient wooden box, stating, the marriage certificate you seek should be inside. Lin Zuyan's eyes brightened, but she understood that Fong Chun would not easily part with it. So she proposed, if you give it to me, I can offer you a second-tier spirit origin pill. Fong Chun frowned, unceremoniously handing her the marriage certificate from the box, coldly stating, take it. I need nothing from you. Lin Shuyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Fong Chun would so readily relinquish the marriage certificate to her. This left her recent calculations in vain, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Is there anything else? If not, please feel free to leave without ceremony, Fang Chen remarked, wishing only to honor his master on this final day and disinclined to engage further with Lin Shuyan. You take care of yourself. Lin Shuyan furrowed her brows slightly, casting a lingering gaze at Fang Chun before gracefully departing with the elder. Fang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, yet his heart was engulfed in profound anguish. This pain was not due to Lin Shuyan, but rather the betrayal of Su Weiner. Enough. Today marks the last day of my 5-year vigil. After today, I shall speak no more. His expression dimmed, replete with sorrow. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly felt a warmth surge within his chest. Instantly, a golden light appeared before him. In the realm of youth, Fang Chen's celestial essence was cruelly stripped away, enduring the anguish of betrayal and the torment of humiliation. Fortunately, he encountered a mysterious small tower, through which he inherited an unparalleled legacy. He embraced the bloodline of the Sword Demon, comprehending the profound truths of the universe. With a single swing of his sword, chaos unfolded. Revealing boundless might with another stroke, celestial beings fell, showcasing his unmatched brilliance. Armed with his sword, he traversed the path of darkness, ultimately becoming a formidable figure in the demonic realm, compelling countless celestial beings to bow in submission. In the Eastern Divine Domain, 20 miles from the Tianyu Divine Sect, upon a mountain peak stood a humble wooden cabin. Before it, a stone table hosted a pair of youthful lovers nestled together. The young man was strikingly handsome, while the maiden was a vision of exquisite beauty, truly a match made in heaven. Brother Fang, do I appear beautiful? Su Weiner gazed at Fang Chun with her watery eyes, filled with adoration, her delicate hand playfully gliding across his chest. Fang Chun smiled blissfully. Weiner will always be the most beautiful. 5 years prior, Fang Chen's master, the esteemed Tian Yangzi, the lord of the Seventh Peak, returned grievously injured. In his dying breaths, he implored Fang Chun to forfeit his Dantian, vowing to guard his grave for 5 years. Only after this duration would all answers be revealed. Deeply indebted to his master, Fang Chun complied without hesitation, even before his master's eyes, sacrificing his Dantian. It was then that Tian Yangzi passed into eternal rest. Fang Chun interred his master on a mountain 20 miles southwest of the Seventh Peak and has since vigilantly guarded the grave for 5 long years. During this time, his status plummeted from a core prodigy of the Seventh Peak to a mere outer disciple, labeled a waste and a fool by others. Yet, as his Tao companion, Su Weiner remained steadfast by his side, often accompanying him throughout these years. With a sweet smile, she curiously inquired, Brother Fang, has your heavenly Tao bone not yet taken shape? If it has, perhaps your Dantian could be restored. The heavenly Tao bone, a mark of prodigies, is exceedingly rare. Naturally generated, its possessor holds the potential to become a pinnacle powerhouse on the continent, an ultimate, divine bone coveted by all cultivators. Fang Chen smiled faintly. This secret he had only shared with Su Weiner and his master. It took form last night. Today marks the final day of guarding my master's grave. Once I return to awaken the heavenly Tao bone, I will undoubtedly be able to reconstruct my Dantian. Once my Dantian is rebuilt, I shall surely pass the 7 Peaks assessment and return to the 7th Peak. Has it truly taken form? Upon hearing this, Su Weiner revealed a glimmer of joy, but her gaze quickly darkened with malice. Then there's no need for me to continue pretending. Her tone turned icy in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, Su Weiner struck decisively, her palm crashing into Fang Chen's chest. Taken by surprise, he was sent flying, spitting blood mid-flight, crashing hard to the ground. Huh? Before Fang Chun could recover from the agony, a mocking laughter echoed as a young man approached from a distance, his eyes glinting with derision and excitement. Fang Chun, Weiner has been with you for 5 whole years, and you truly believe she harbored affection for you. A waste? She was merely waiting for your heavenly Tao bone to mature. Fang Chun felt as though struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him as he turned to Su Weiner. Su Weiner, tell me, this is all a lie, he screamed, desperate for her to deny it. Yet Su Weiner wore an expression of disdain and mockery, stepping beside the young man, taking his arm, and planting a kiss on his cheek. Waste, do you know who this is? This is Brother Luo Yun, a genius of the second peak. He cultivated at 6, reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering by 15, and is now at the 6th level of the postnatal realm. He surpasses you by leaps and bounds. The realms of cultivators are categorized as follows: spirit gathering, postnatal, innate, Zhou Yuan, Tao inquiry, spirit C, and divine comprehension. Achieving the pinnacle of spirit gathering by 15 is indeed remarkable. Were it not for your heavenly Tao bone, I would never have wasted time on you, she scoffed. Luo Yun laughed heartily. Fang Chen, do you know? After you became a waste, Weiner has long been mine, and I took her first. For 5 years, I watched you, like a dog, fawning over a woman I have possessed countless times. Just now, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. You truly are, as the rumors say, a waste and a fool. Why? I love you so much. Why treat me this way? Fang Chen roared, charging at the pair. Yet, as a mere cripple, he stood no chance against them. As he approached, Luo Yun swiftly pinned him down with a single foot. Luo Yun drew a dagger from behind, its blade gleaming ominously. Fang Chen's limbs were brutally severed. Ah! Fang Chen's anguished cries reverberated across the mountain peak. Enough, it's time to collect the bone. Your screams will surely be music to my ears. Luo Yun sneered as the dagger descended, peeling away Fang Chen's flesh layer by layer. Ah! The excruciating pain coursed through Fang Chen's body. His cries were filled with despair, rage, and hatred. Ultimately, the unbearable agony dragged him into darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flash of golden light emanated from Tianyang's grave, fleetingly entering Fang Chen's body. Yet neither Su Weiner nor Luo Yun noticed. Weiner, I cherished you as my beloved. How could you betray me like this? Fang Chen bellowed, abruptly sitting up. He found himself lying in a pool of blood, with Luo Yun and Su Weiner long gone. My injuries, they have healed? Fang Chen stared in astonishment at his bloodied hands. The severed meridians had been restored, and though his back still ached, it was nearly back to normal. If not for the blood-soaked ground and the emptiness of the heavenly Tao bone within him, he would have thought it all a mere dream. What in the world is happening? He rose, bewildered. Just then 2 figures appeared in the distance. Fang Chen instantly grew vigilant, disregarding the mystery of his recovery. As the figures drew closer, he could finally discern their identities. An elder and a young girl approached. The girl was stunningly beautiful, with eyes as deep as black jade, her skin flawless and delicate like finely carved ivory. The elder exuded an ethereal aura, his slender frame giving off an impression of profound depth. They halted before Fang Chen, and the elder spoke first. Are you Fang Chen? Though puzzled, Fang Chen replied, I am Fang Chen. Upon his confirmation, the elder glanced at the girl and took a step back. The girl spoke, her voice melodious yet cold. I am Lin Shuyan. 10 years ago, the Lord of the 7th Peak made a marriage pact with my grandfather. I am here today to annul that engagement. Annul the engagement? 10 years ago? Fang Chen was taken aback, pondering for a moment before recalling. At that time, he was just a child, displaying astonishing talent which drew Lin Zuyan's grandfather's attention, leading to the engagement with Tianyangzi. Initially reluctant, Tianyangzi agreed after Lin Zuyan's grandfather assured him of his commitment to never retract the promise. However, it seemed they no longer intended to uphold that vow. Fang Chen was only 6 at the time, and he had not paid much attention to his master's casual remarks, never expecting that the principal would come seeking him today. Seeing Fang Chen silent, Lin Xian assumed his reluctance, her tone growing even frostier. I am the current saintess of the 1st Peak. The disparity between our worlds renders this engagement unsuitable. Hand over the marriage certificate. The 1st Peak saintess? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The 1st Peak and 7th Peak both belong to the Tianyu divine sect, with the 1st Peak always holding the top position among the 7. The title of saintess is reserved for the direct disciples of the sect's master. Thus, the girl before him was not only the most cherished of the 1st Peak, but also a direct disciple of the sect's master, with a limitless future ahead. Yet after a moment of surprise, he regained his composure. These matters were of little relevance to him now. You may follow me, he said, rising and stepping into the wooden cabin. Lin Shuyan followed him inside, her brows furrowing slightly at the dilapidated state of the cabin, though she refrained from commenting. She had come solely to annul the engagement and resolve the matter. Any other concerns were of no interest to her. However, She began to worry the marriage certificate represented a significant opportunity for Fang Chun. If he refused to annul the engagement, what would she do? Before long, Fang Chun emerged holding a quaint, ancient wooden box. The marriage certificate you seek should be inside. Lin Ziyin's eyes brightened, but she understood Fang Chun would not easily part with it. Thus, she said, if you hand it over, I can offer you a second-grade spirit essence pill. Fang Chun furrowed his brow, unceremoniously handing her the marriage certificate from the box, coldly stating, take it. I require nothing from you. Lin Shuyin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Fang Chun would so readily surrender the marriage certificate to her. This rendered her recent calculations futile, evoking a sensation akin to striking a punch into cotton. Is there anything else? If not, please feel free to leave without further ado, Fang Chun remarked. His desires solely focused on safeguarding his master during this final day, wishing to avoid any prolonged conversation with Lin Shuyin. You take care of yourself. Lin Shuyin furrowed her brow slightly, casting a deep glance at Fang Chun before effortlessly departing with the elder. Fang Chun's expression remained serene, yet his heart throbbed with immense anguish. This pain was not due to Lin Shuyin, but rather the betrayal of Su Weiner. Enough of this. Today marks the last day of my 5-year vigil at the grave. After today, we shall speak no more. His demeanor grew somber, laden with sorrow. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly felt a warmth surge through his chest. Instantly, a beam of golden light materialized before him. Chapter 2. The Blood of the Sword Demon. The ancient sword demon. The golden light dimmed slightly, revealing the object beneath its glowed. It was a small tower, made of brass and copper, rusted in places, standing at 9 peculiar and oddly shaped layers, exuding an aura steeped in the passage of time. What could this be? Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the small tower with confusion, before he could fully comprehend the situation. The surrounding space suddenly warped. A jolt of dizziness overwhelmed him. As he regained his senses, he found himself within the tower. The interior bore no distinction from an ordinary circular pagoda, lacking in significant furnishings, only a sealed stone staircase and a table with a box at its center. Before Fang Chun could process the situation further, a voice resonated within his mind, and moments later, he understood the purpose of this place. It was, in fact, the opportunity left to him by his master. He stared at the box on the table, muttering to himself. The voice he heard was a transmission from his master, revealing that this tower was a treasure of the heavens and earth, and it was indeed this treasure that had inflicted grave injuries upon him. His master had entrusted him with guarding the tomb, using his own essence to nurture the tower. The decision to shatter his dantian was made in order to utilize the remnants as a medium for rebirth. It could be said that his master, Tian Yangzi, had put forth immense effort to grant Fang Chun this chance. Rest assured, master, I shall strive diligently. I will not disappoint your earnest intentions, he declared resolutely. Then approached the table. According to his master's words, the tower comprised 99 layers, each layer holding its own fortuity, yet he wondered what the first layer would offer. As he spoke, he opened the box. And to his astonishment, a drop of black blood floated within. The moment it was uncovered, a surge of demonic energy burst forth, accompanied by a sharp sword intent. Demonic energy? Sword intent? In the next instant, the drop of blood seemed to perceive a delectable morsel, rushing towards Fang Chun, entering his body through his forehead. He felt as though his head had been struck violently with a blade. The intense pain coursed from his skin to his bones, reaching his very brain. The excruciating agony caused him to tumble from the high platform, collapsing to the ground and howling in torment. It felt as though the blood aimed to devour his very being, the tearing pain nearly driving him to the brink of madness. He screamed in agony, rolling back and forth upon the ground, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. This torment surpassed even the pain of having one's heavenly bones scraped. He yearned for a swift death to escape it all, yet he sensed that if he succumbed to unconsciousness, he might never awaken again. Clenching his teeth, he balled his fists and knelt on the ground, resisting the onslaught. Thoughts of his master flooded his mind, along with memories of his junior sister's betrayal and Luo Yun's humiliation. I cannot perish here. There are still many things I must accomplish. I have yet to avenge my grievances. Thus, fueled by sheer will, Fang Chun endured for a full half-hour. His fingers had deeply embedded into the flesh of his palms. blood flowing freely from his mouth, his eyes a terrifying crimson. Yet, the moment the pain subsided, Fang Chen's body felt as if it had emerged from a cocoon. Ancient patterns appeared on his arms. And in that instant, he felt an inexhaustible surge of power. My Dantian has returned? To Fang Chen's astonishment, his shattered Dantian had indeed been restored, now several times larger than before, approximately the size of a basketball. I have my Dantian back. I can cultivate once more. Wait. I have returned to the spirit gathering realm, directly to the 4th level of spirit gathering. Moreover, it seemed that his heavenly bones had also returned. But wait. Why do my heavenly bones appear pitch black? And why do they emanate a demonic aura? Just as Fang Chen pondered, the drop of demonic blood appeared within his Dantian, now reduced by a quarter in size. The demonic blood ignited like a flame, a faint demonic energy circulating through his meridians. When this energy reached his sea of consciousness, a wave of memories belonging to the demonic blood surged forth. Memories of the ancient sword demon, a formidable race from antiquity. One sword could cleave heaven and earth. One sword could extinguish all spirits. Fang Chen was astounded. This was the most powerful race from ancient times, and he had just absorbed a drop of their fragmented blood. Furthermore, he had only taken in a mere quarter of it. The heavenly bones within him had also been reborn due to the demonic blood, transforming into the demonic bones of the ancient sword demon. With this bone, his comprehension of all matters related to the demonic path would surpass that of others by several folds. He could even channel the energy from the blood of the sword demon into the demonic bones, strengthening them further and awakening more innate talents. He gently closed his eyes. In the next moment, a realization dawned upon him. A white sword character, no larger than a fist, materialized before him. Staring at the character, Fang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. The Tao text. I have actually comprehended the Tao text in this manner? This demonic bone truly defies the heavens. It is immeasurably stronger than my previous heavenly bones. To traverse the path of cultivation further, one must comprehend the Tao text. For to reach the questioning Tao realm, one must possess a Tao text to break through. The Tao text not only signifies entry into the questioning Tao realm but also represents personal combat prowess. When cultivators with no Tao text clash with those who possess one, the latter is 9 times more likely to emerge victorious. However, comprehending the Tao text is no simple feat. Most cultivators struggle their entire lives to grasp even a single text, remaining stagnant at the Zhou Yuan realm. Most importantly, only cultivators who reach the Zhou Yuan realm can hope to comprehend the Tao text. Those who grasp the Tao text while still in the spirit gathering realm are exceedingly rare, often hailed as the pinnacle of genius in the Qitian continent. Yet, he had merely absorbed a quarter of the sword demon's blood and had comprehended the sword character Tao text. How could this not excite him? This must be the opportunity bestowed upon me by my master. My master certainly did not deceive me. Dantian, Tao text, physical body, demonic bone. Although I am only at the 4th level of spirit gathering, I possess the combat strength of a 9th level spirit gathering cultivator. A Dantian the size of a basketball should only be achievable upon reaching the postnatal realm, yet now I possess it. This proves that I possess spiritual energy comparable to that of early postnatal realm cultivators while still in the spirit gathering realm. Coupled with the transformation of my body due to the sword demon's blood and the enhancement of my talents from the demonic bone, attaining the strength of a 9th level spirit gathering cultivator is indeed within reach. Tears streamed down Fang Chen's face. One knew how he had endured these past 5 years. A young prodigy, the pride of the heavens, personally taught by the peak master, the center of attention. But in an instant, his master had passed away, and he had been reduced to a mere waste, subjected to ridicule and betrayal. After a long while, he finally began to calm down. Master, your disciple understands your painstaking efforts. I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will carve out a realm of my own on this path of cultivation. Su Wan'er, Luo Yun, wait for me. I, Fang Chen, have returned. The last few words he uttered were nearly ground out between clenched teeth. Then he turned his gaze toward the stone staircase leading to the 2nd floor. According to his master, the 2nd level would unlock once he reached a certain level of strength. Thus, Fang Chen lingered no longer, and with a thought, he left the small tower, experiencing a moment of dizziness before returning to his small room. Upon returning, Fang Chen immediately examined his Dantian, at that moment, The golden small tower floated within, radiating a gentle light. It was indeed the small tower. In addition, there remained a quarter of the sword demon's blood, which he could not absorb due to his low cultivation level. He could either wait for his cultivation to improve or find purine energy to counteract the yang energy within the demonic blood. Fang Chun smiled faintly, then returned once more to kneel before his master's tomb, bowing 3 times. Master, 5 years have passed. Your disciple must ascend the mountain now. I shall return to visit you another day. His master's wife was also aware of his impending departure, and no doubt had prepared meals awaiting him. Rest assured, master. Your wife treats me as her own son, and I shall care for her as a mother. Cherishing the joys of family, he bowed 3 more times. After his master's death, his master's wife had moved from the 7th peak to settle in Yuqing at the foot of the Sex Mountain. It is indeed intriguing. His master was an extraordinary talent, becoming the peak master at a young age, yet his wife was a mere mortal with no cultivation. Fang Chun had once inquired about this from his master, but his master only smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation. Yet, Fang Chun could tell that his master held deep affection for his wife, completely devoid of any pretense. Moreover, Fang Chun had grown up alongside Su Wan'er at the 7th peak, and since his master often focused on his cultivation, it was his wife who had raised them both. She had shown great affection and care for Fang Chun and Su Wan'er, providing him with a carefree and radiant childhood. Thinking of soon reuniting with his wife, who was like a second mother to him, Fang Chun smiled. But just then, the jade talisman he had kept at his waist suddenly trembled. Fang Chun froze. Grasping the talisman in his hand, in the next moment, it shattered unexpectedly, causing Fang Chun's expression to change. This talisman carried a trace of his wife's aura. It would react if she were in danger. The shattering of the talisman indicated that she was in grave peril. You scoundrels! Whoever dares to harm my master's wife shall face utter annihilation. Fang Chun's eyes turned blood-red in an instant. He dashed down the mountain with reckless abandon. Fortunately, Yuqing lay just below the mountain. In no time, Fang Chun entered the city. Arriving outside his wife's residence, he heard the sound of porcelain shattering from within. He kicked open the door, only to witness a scene that filled him with rage. His aged wife was being sent flying by a slap from Su Wan'er. His wife's cheeks were already swollen and bruised, clearly having endured several blows prior. You old hag! Tell me where the treasures left by the master are. Hand them over. Su Wan'er screeched arrogantly, pointing a finger at Xiaomei. Xiaomei, her expression filled with sorrow, shook her head and replied, There are none left. I have given you all the treasures your master left behind over the years. Su Wan'er sneered. Old hag, do you think I would believe your words? Your master was the peak master. How could it only be that little? Hand it over now. You, a mere mortal, even if I kill you, there will be no consequence for me. As her words fell, a dagger appeared in her hand. Stop right there. Fang Chun's eyes widened in fury as he charged towards Su Wan'er. Chapter 3. Indulgence of the Body. Encountering the master's wife. The master's wife, who had always been most affectionate towards her beloved Su Wan'er since childhood, would always share her treats with her first tea that time. Fang Chun felt quite jealous, while the master's wife would chuckle and say that Su Wan'er was like a sister, and as an elder brother, he ought to cherish her even more. But now, Su Wan'er raised her dagger high, targeting the very one who had adored her the most, the master's wife. Just as it was about to descend, Fang Chun swiftly seized her hand. With a forceful grip, the power bestowed upon him by the blood of the sword demon caused Su Wan'er to wince in pain, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Immediately, Fang Chun forcefully pushed her back several steps. Master's wife, are you all right? Fang Chun half squatted on the ground, his gaze filled with concern for the master's wife. Meanwhile, an elder following Lin Shuiyan atop a nearby rooftop observed this scene with clarity. After Lin Shuiyan descended the mountain, Fang Chun piqued his curiosity, prompting the elder to remain behind and discern what was peculiar about this Fang Chun. The elder held Fang Chun in contempt. Yet, obeying the command of the saintess, he waited at the foot of the mountain. Upon witnessing Fang Chun dash from the mountain to the city, he naturally followed. Observing the recent events, he shook his head slightly, a look of disdain upon his face. This Fang Chun truly is a coward. Though be humiliated in such a manner by the master's wife, yet show mercy to this traitorous sister is simply deserving of disgrace. Ending the engagement with such a worthless coward is a clear choice. Subsequently, he lost interest, thinking to himself, "There's nothing worth watching next. I shall return and report to the young lady." With that, his figure vanished from sight. "Fang Chun, you're still alive!" Su Wanner exclaimed in astonishment upon realizing Fang Chun had not perished. Yet, she quickly sneered, "What does it matter? A waste is still a waste. You shall forever remain a lowly bastard." Fang Chun paid no heed to Su Wanner. His foremost concern was the well-being of the master's wife. "Master's wife, are you unharmed?" Chiomei, seeing Fang Chun return, had reddened eyes as she shook her head, saying, "I'm fine. The master's wife is unhurt." However, Fang Chun remained uneasy, and as he helped Chiomei up, he extended his consciousness to probe, relieved to ascertain it was merely a superficial injury. "Master's wife, little Fang has returned late. It is my fault," Fang Chun expressed, his face filled with remorse. Chiomei smiled gently. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." Su Wanner, feeling ignored, was instantly filled with rage. "Waste. I am speaking to you. Didn't you hear me? How dare you disregard me, you worthless coward? Go die." As she spoke, she charged forward, striking at Fang Chun's chest, intending to kill him with a single blow. In her eyes, Fang Chun was still that waste whose Dantian had been destroyed. Taking his life would be effortless, especially since she was at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Yet, just as she launched her attack, Fang Chun's gaze turned icy, fixing upon her. The sharpness in his eyes caused Su Wanner's heart to tremble. In the next moment, Fang Chun transformed his hand into a palm. Countering her strike with one of his own, Su Wanner felt a tremendous force strike her palm, sending pain coursing through her body. Meanwhile, Fang Chun remained unaffected, stepping forward again and delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The blow left half of Su Wanner's face swollen and red. You worthless scoundrel, how dare you strike me?" Su Wanner exclaimed in disbelief, touching her now swollen cheek, her anger igniting. "You lowly bastard! I will kill you!" she roared, her palm transforming into claws as she lunged at Fang Chun. "Today, I will punish you for your disloyalty and unfilial behavior." Fang Chun's gaze remained frigid as he advanced swiftly. He effortlessly countered Su Wanner's claw strike with a single palm. "How is this possible?" Su Wanner gasped in disbelief. Fang Chun, however, was not surprised. He knew Su Wanner had never dedicated herself to cultivation. Her only desire was to find someone to rely on. Otherwise, after years, she would not have remained at the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He declared angrily, "The master's wife raised you, showered you with affection. How could you inflict harm upon your own parents today, even attempting to kill your mother? These slaps are punishment for your unfilial, disloyal, and inhumane actions." Smack, smack, smack. Several slaps landed, leaving Su Wanner's cheeks swollen and bruised. Her vision blurred with stars, 2 of her teeth knocked loose. She fell heavily to the ground, enveloped in pain and fear. She could not comprehend how Fang Chun, who had been on the brink of death not long ago, had recovered so swiftly and grown so powerful. Fang Chun, unwilling to let Su Wanner off the hook, was about to strike again when he was stopped by Chiomei. "Little Fang, enough. If she dies, you will suffer too." She could not bear to witness any further. Despite Su Wanner's shamelessness, she had watched her grow. Plus, harming a fellow disciple was a grave offense. Should Su Wanner perish, it would ruin Fang Chun's future. However, she felt utterly disappointed in Su Wanner. Today marked her final plea on Su Wanner's behalf, and from now on, their bond was irrevocably severed. Fang Chun gazed at the master's wife. Her cheeks swollen and bruised, his heart filled with sorrow. He glared at Su Wanner, sternly commanding, "Get out! If you dare lay another hand on the master's wife, I will personally slay you and your accomplice." "I, Fang Chun, vow it." Su Wanner dared not linger, not even to utter a parting threat. She could only cast a resentful glance at Fang Chun, etching this grudge in her heart before fleeing in disgrace. Fang Chun assisted the master's wife in sitting on a chair, saying, "Master's wife, let me tend to your wounds." He placed his hand on her wrist, infusing her with gentle spiritual energy that swiftly reached her cheeks. Chiomei felt a warm sensation on her cheeks, and after a short while, the pain subsided significantly, and the swelling diminished. Yet, her immediate concern was not her own injuries, but rather, she asked with surprise, "Little Fang, Has your Dantian recovered? Fang Chen nodded. Yes, Master S wife. It has fully recovered. Do not worry. In another month, the 7 Peaks assessment will take place. I will give it my all, and we shall return together to the 7th peak. Chime's eyes glistened with joy. As long as little Fang is safe, that is all I wish for. She cared little for anything else. Fang Chen's well-being was enough to satisfy her. On a 3-zhang-sized spirit ship, the elder returned to Lin Shuyan's side, embellishing the events he had witnessed, painting Fang Qian in a thoroughly unfavorable light. Lin Shuyan furrowed her brows slightly, then shook her head in dismay. Once a prodigy of unparalleled talent, now reduced to a cowardly waste, lacking even the courage to defend his master's wife. How lamentable, pitiful, and laughable. Yet, such is the nature of a waste. Beyond lamenting the unfairness of fate, what more could one do? She grasped the jade cup with her delicate hand, her enticing lips sipping a mouthful of fragrant spiritual tea. Then she spoke. Let us depart. We must head to the 2nd peak, since Meng Yao is also betrothed to him. We should have her annul the engagement as well. If he attempts to cling to her, it would indeed become a troublesome affair. The spirit ship transformed into a beam of light, swiftly making its way to the 2nd peak. Upon arriving at a grand estate on the 2nd peak, Lin Shuyan's spirit ship descended and entered the premises. A maid approached to welcome her, bowing and greeting. Your Highness, the Saintess, the young lady has yet to rise. Lin Shuyan's brows knitted slightly. Has she relapsed again? The maid shook her head. No, she has merely been rather drowsy lately. Lin Shuyan nodded slightly. Very well, I shall check on her. Meng Yao, the direct disciple of the 2nd Peak's master, had entered the acquired realm at the tender age of 10, and alongside Lin Shuyan, they were celebrated as the ice and fire beauties of the Tianyu divine sect. The ice and fire referred to their contrasting personalities. Lin Shuyan was known for her icy demeanor, earning her the title of the Ice Mountain Beauty, while Meng Yao, with her alluring figure and captivating beauty, was called the Flame Beauty, her smile enchanting beyond compare. Yet few knew that the two had grown up together, their bond so close that they were inseparable. Lin Shuyan entered the bedroom alone and pulled back the curtain, revealing Meng Yao curled up in a lazy cat-like pose. What made one's blood rush was the fact that Meng Yao was entirely unclothed, her flawless skin and voluptuous figure laid bare before Lin Shuyan's eyes. Accompanying her was a subtle fragrance that was irresistibly enticing. Lin Shuyan had long grown accustomed to such sights. She declared, Meng Yao, it is time to wake up. Meng Yao lazily opened her alluring eyes, stretching her body and revealing her perfect form as though she were a work of art. Is this not my little darling? You have time today to come and serve me. As she spoke, Meng Yao's hand reached toward Lin Shuyan's slender waist, gradually moving upward toward her bosom. Yet, before she could ascend, Lin Shuyan ruthlessly swatted her hand away. She shot Meng Yao a glare. But Meng Yao responded with a sultry glance that could weaken even the most resilient of women. Lin Shuyan found herself at a loss. Meng Yao was perfect in every way, save for her penchant for being touchy-feely. Yet, she did not hold it against her, understanding that it was a consequence of her indulgent physique. The indulgent physique is a special spiritual body characterized by its enchanting allure, innate beauty, and intense desires. This body harbors fiercine flames, yet one cannot casually release these desires. Otherwise, the flames may spill forth, leading to certain demise. Moreover, a man who succumbs to the allure of the indulgent physique may find himself drained of life by the backlash of the flames. Due to the inability to vent these flames, the owner often suffers from their repercussions, akin to being scorched by flames or gnawed at by ants, an unbearable torment. Even the master of the 2nd peak finds himself powerless against it. Lin Shuyan said, Get up. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? We can talk while I sleep. Meng Yao replied with a seductive tone, brimming with temptation. Lin Shuyan stated directly, It concerns the engagement you have set. Chapter 4. A girl whose charm penetrates to the bone. My engagement? Meng Yao's eyes sparkled with confusion. Lin Shuyan, seeing her puzzlement, sighed. I mentioned it to you before, but you paid no heed. You must hurry and annul the engagement. That Fang Chen is nothing but a cowardly waste. If you are late in entangling yourself with me, you shall have no regrets. Fang Chen. When this name is mentioned, Meng Yao recalls it with a hint of familiarity. They had crossed paths once in their youth. At that time, Fang Chen was merely 7 years old. yet he exhibited a maturity akin to that of an adult, leaving a profound impression on her. Quite intriguing. Meng Yao smiled seductively. I am quite eager to meet this fiancé of mine. She slightly propped herself up, allowing the bedding to slip away from her fair skin. Unfazed by her exposed allure, she directly wrapped her arms around Lin Shuiyan's slender waist, whispering sweetly and enticingly in her ear. My dear consort, accompany me to take a look. Lin Shuiyan could sense Meng Yao's gentle fragrance wafting towards her. Yet she plainly shook her head. No, I have no desire to see him again. She was utterly disappointed in Fang Qian. Oh, come on. Accompany me, will you? I happen to need to retrieve some elixirs. Are you not afraid I might succumb halfway? Meng Yao pouted playfully. Lin Shuiyan, feeling exasperated, naturally did not believe that Meng Yao would so easily lose her virtue. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold out until now. Very well, I shall accompany you. Only then did Meng Yao beam with delight. Now that's more like it. Even if I were to lose my virtue, it could only be to you. No one else is worthy. Perfectly, I can also meet my fiancé. On the other side, at the inner gate's second peak, Su Wanner, having been cast aside by Fang Chun, ran over to Luo Yun to complain. Upon seeing Su Wanner's swollen face, Luo Yun's expression turned icy in an instant. That useless fellow is still alive. If he hasn't died, he ought to behave like a coward and keep to himself. Yet he dares to lay a hand on my woman, truly seeking death. His expression darkened as he shouted outside. He Xiao. A lean man hurriedly rushed in. Boss, what is your command? Luo Yun coldly replied. There's a fellow named Fang Qian in the outer gate. I want him dead. He Xiao smiled faintly upon hearing this. Rest assured, boss. I will take care of it thoroughly. Meanwhile, after settling his master, Fang Qian departed the estate and headed towards the outer gate's Wuzi Peak. Wuzi Peak spans over a dozen mountain ranges. Though it does not rival the 7 peaks of the inner gate, it is still grand and imposing. Furthermore, Wuzi Peak is the most frequented peak by the Outer Gate disciples, for it houses the Outer Gate's Library Pavilion, Spirit Tool Pavilion, and Divine Elixir Pavilion, resources indispensable for the Outer Gate disciples. Fang Chun had yet to receive his stipend for the month. Though it amounted to only 2 spirit stones and a first-tier spirit-nourishing elixir, it was of utmost importance to Fang Chun, who was currently without a single coin. Upon arriving at the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Fang Chun announced his name. The disciple responsible for the stipends lazily glanced at Fang Chun, uttering no further words as he tossed 2 spirit stones and an elixir to him. Fang Chun carefully accepted them. Stowing them securely in his waist pouch, he raised his head to express his gratitude, only to find the disciple staring blankly behind him. Fang Chun paused and turned around, only to see a young girl approaching with a smile. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, her smile radiant like a blooming flower, with a stunningly beautiful and alluring appearance, her skin fair and smooth. Dressed in a vibrant pink gown that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure, she outshone even the most brilliant brocade. This girl was undeniably enchanting, leaving Fang Chun awestruck. Only Lin Shuiyan, whom he had previously encountered, could rival her beauty. Assuming the girl was also there to collect her stipend, he stepped aside. However, she walked straight towards him, hands clasped behind her back, slightly on tiptoe, leaning closer to Fang Chun, and with a playful laugh, she said, Senior brother, I have just entered the sect and am unfamiliar with Wuzi Peak. Could you accompany me on a tour? Fang Chun instinctively glanced at Meng Yao, his eyelids twitching slightly. This girl was truly beguiling to the core. Every movement of hers was effortless and enchanting. Devoid of any pretense, such innate charm could not be feigned. Outside the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Lin Shuiyan quietly observed the scene. The two had originally come to the pavilion to collect elixirs, but unexpectedly encountered Fang Chun, who was there to receive his stipend. Lin Shuiyan informed Meng Yao of Fang Chun's identity, and upon hearing his name, Meng Yao felt a stir in her heart. She sought to use her enchanting allure to captivate Fang Chun, hoping to reveal his lecherous nature. Then she would bring up the matter of the broken engagement, a splendid opportunity to humiliate Fang Chun. As for how miserable his expression would be, she hardly cared. Yet, when faced with Meng Yao's tempting proximity, Fang Chun instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance. After Su Wanner's betrayal, he found it hard to trust women easily again, especially those who were beautiful. Furthermore, he was not foolish. In his current state, He possessed nothing remarkable. How could she possibly be interested in him? He replied coolly. Apologies, I'm not familiar. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Having said that, he attempted to sidestep Su Wanner and leave the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Meng Yao was momentarily stunned, her adorable yet alluring demeanor leaving the disciple utterly mesmerized. He nearly exclaimed, I can show you around? But he dared not, for he knew who Fang Chun was. The last person who had dared to tease Meng Yao had long since become blind and crippled. Meng Yao was entirely unprepared for Fang Chun's indifference. This left her questioning whether her enticing figure was perhaps ineffective, or was Fang Chun simply not a man? Yet, even a woman could hardly resist her allure. What on earth was this Fang Chun? Meanwhile, Lin Xueyan outside could hardly believe her eyes, watching this unfold. Meng Yao's admirers could encircle the sect a dozen times over. This was her first time witnessing someone outright reject Meng Yao's advances so rudely. Meng Yao regained her composure, glaring at Fang Chun's retreating figure with a sense of defiance. Simultaneously, curiosity began to brew within her. With a sudden movement, she reappeared before Fang Chun. The speed at which she approached caught Fang Chun off guard. Nearly colliding with her, though he managed to halt, they stood alarmingly close, able to sense one another's scent. However, Fang Chun's physical form had been transformed by the blood of the sword demon, and the faint demonic aura he exuded, while subtle, still lingered. This aura, being extremely young in nature, posed no threat to others. Yet, for Meng Yao, with her extreme and indulgent body, it acted as a catalyst, in the next moment. Meng Yao's face flushed crimson, her eyes becoming dazed. Her delicate body weakened, her entire being suffused with a rosy hue. Her lips parted slightly, releasing breathy, fragrant sighs as if she had consumed an aphrodisiac. Yet, Meng Yao furrowed her brow, displaying a pained expression. Despite her willpower to resist, she was engulfed in a torment of desire. Fang Chun, noticing Meng Yao about to collapse, instinctively reached out to support her. However, the sword demon aura emanating from him only intensified Meng Yao's discomfort. Just as Fang Chun was about to inquire about Meng Yao's condition, a gentle breeze swept past him, and a woman in her 30s, clad in elder robes, appeared before them. Lin Xueyan, witnessing Meng Yao's sudden ailment, could no longer hold back and rushed in, yet she concealed her appearance with a secret method. So Fang Chun did not recognize her as the Lin Xueyan who had previously broken their engagement. Upon seeing the female elder, she hurriedly called out, Elder Hongyun, please, lend your healing powers. Elder Hongyun furrowed her brows, gazing at Meng Yao with confusion over her sudden affliction. Nevertheless, she instructed, you, support her inside. She was addressing Fang Chun, who was to assist Meng Yao. Chapter 5. I can heal. Fang Chun did not refuse. As Meng Yao had fainted before her, he helped her into the inner room, and just before entering, Lin Xueyan warned the disciple responsible for the stipends. If this matter gets out, I will kill you. The disciple, recognizing Lin Xueyan, turned pale with fear and hastily nodded in agreement. Only then did Lin Xueyan enter the room, witnessing Fang Chun gently placing Meng Yao onto a chair. Elder Hongyun took Meng Yao's pulse, her expression growing increasingly grave. After a moment, she sighed deeply and shook her head helplessly. The indulgent body has fully manifested. The Yin fire has flooded her system, rendering my elixirs ineffective. What? Elder Hongyun, you are the most accomplished in alchemy within the entire sect. Even you cannot save her. Then Meng Yao is truly doomed. Lin Xueyan panicked completely. If even Elder Hongyun was powerless, Meng Yao was indeed finished. At this moment, Meng Yao appeared even worse, her entire body flushed, releasing alluring gasps, though her face was contorted in agony. An indulgent body? Fang Chun's mind raced. He recalled having read about such a body type. Its Yin fire was excessively potent, and during an episode, it could result in a reversal of the Yin fire. Women with this body type, due to the accumulation of Yin fire, would perish before reaching the age of 20. He never expected Meng Yao to possess such a legendary constitution, but at the same time, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. The blood of the sword demon, due to its overwhelming yang energy, could not be fully refined. However, if he absorbed Meng Yao's pure Yin fire, it could alleviate the pain during the refining process. With this thought, he spoke up. I may be able to heal her. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueyan and Elder Hongyun immediately turned their attention to Fang Chun. You can heal her? Lin Shuiyan naturally did not believe him. Do you understand alchemy? Elder Hongyun also expressed skepticism, though she gently replied, young disciple, the indulgent body is no simple matter. It cannot be treated just by saying so. Fang Chun recognized their doubts but reiterated, although I am not an alchemist, I truly can heal her. If he can heal her, then let him try. Meng Yao interjected. At that moment, she curled up in the chair, fragrant sweat already soaking her garments, revealing her enchanting figure, utterly captivating. She was in excruciating pain and could no longer afford to be picky. She could only gamble on this desperate situation. Lin Shuiyan, seeing this, though reluctant, ultimately acquiesced. There was no other option. They had to let Fang Qian attempt a remedy. Then you must lift your clothes to expose your abdomen. I must place my hand upon your lower abdomen to activate the technique, Fang Qian said, somewhat embarrassed. It was not that he wished to take advantage. To absorb the Yin fire, a degree of physical intimacy was indispensable. As the Yin fire resided in the abdomen, this was the most appropriate area to begin. Meng Yao's expression instantly turned icy as she fixed a piercing gaze upon Fang Qian. Lin Shuiyan, both astonished and enraged, exclaimed, you merely wish to take advantage of her. She felt utterly disillusioned with Fang Qian. Although he was somewhat inept, she had previously held him in a regard of respect when he directly relinquished the marriage contract. Yet, at this moment, he still harbored intentions of exploitation. Was he truly so unworthy? Could he not even contain himself? Meng Yao remained silent for a moment before nodding, very well, though her outward expression seemed to acquiesce. Inwardly she thought, he must believe that I cannot resist such a situation. Humph, how typical of men. Fine, if he dares to lay a hand on me, I shall simply slap him away. Then, I will confront him about the annulment. At that point, he will surely be utterly ashamed and unable to refuse. Meng Yao. Lin Shuiyan gazed at Meng Yao in disbelief, astonished that she had actually consented. Meng Yao cast a knowing glance at Lin Shuiyan, who instantly comprehended Meng Yao's intentions. However, she still felt it was unjust for Meng Yao to bear such a significant cost merely to annul the marriage. Did he truly deserve it? Yet, she refrained from dissuading her. Anything was acceptable as long as the marriage could be dissolved. Subsequently, Meng Yao gritted her teeth and, with great effort, slightly pulled aside her garments, revealing her flawless, snowy white abdomen. Let us begin, she said, her tone laced with a hint of allure. Yet her gaze remained coldly fixed on Fang Qian. Should he display even the slightest hint of desire, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Fang Qian maintained a calm demeanor as he knelt before Meng Yao, gazing at her immaculate abdomen, and extended his hand within. The unprecedented softness sent a shiver through him, compounded by the heat radiating from Meng Yao's body, stirring something deep within his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. Focusing his thoughts on refining the blood of the sword demon within him, instantly, an excruciating, fiery sensation surged throughout his body. It seemed that the Yin fire within Meng Yao sensed the terrifying yang energy within Fang Qian. He required no further coaxing, as it flowed forth through the acupoint in Meng Yao's abdomen into his own being. At once, the Yin fire clashed with the yang fire. The pain vanished in an instant, replaced by the pure energy of the sword demon's blood merging into Fang Qian's body. The sword character's Dao pattern within him began to shimmer. A radiant halo gradually materialized. Second-level Dao pattern. Should anyone behold the Dao pattern within him, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Tianyu divine sect. To comprehend a Dao pattern before reaching the Dao inquiry realm was already a hallmark of genius. And a second-level Dao pattern marked one as a prodigy among prodigies. Even within the vast Tianyu divine sect, only a scant few could claim such a distinction. Simultaneously, Fang Qian's cultivation soared from the 4th level of spirit gathering directly to the pinnacle of the 5th. This exhilarating breakthrough filled Fang Qian with an overwhelming sense of elation. Meng Yao, however, was unaware of these developments. She merely awaited Fang Qian's hand to wander. Yet, Fang Qian's hand did not stray. Instead, she felt the Yin fire within her gradually dissipating. A warm current flowed from Fang Qian's palm into her abdomen, spreading throughout her entire being. An indescribable sensation of comfort enveloped her, compelling her to close her eyes and savor the experience. She felt an immense warmth coursing through her body, as if clouds were caressing her, imparting a blissful sensation akin to transcending mortality. However, Just as this delightful feeling was about to reach its zenith, Fang Chun withdrew his hand. Why did you stop? The sudden absence of that sensation left Meng Yao somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, when she turned to look at Fang Chun, she was taken aback by his appearance. Fang Chun's eyes were blood-red, and blood was faintly seeping from his 7 orifices. His complexion was pallid with a greenish hue, appearing exceedingly frail. "What has happened to you?" Meng Yao exclaimed in alarm. Fang Chun shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, merely an overwhelming expenditure of energy." He had absorbed half of the Sword Demon's blood, and just as he prepared to continue the absorption, he found that his physical form could not withstand the transformation induced by the Sword Demon's blood. Thus, he immediately abandoned the notion of further refining it. It seemed that he would need to await an enhancement in his cultivation to continue. However, he had already absorbed enough energy from the recently refined Sword Demon's blood. Breaking through to the 6th level of spirit gathering should pose no issue, he mused to himself. Meng Yao remained oblivious to all this. She mistakenly believed Fang Chun's current state was a consequence of his efforts to heal her. At that moment, she suddenly realized that the pain had indeed vanished. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes as she adjusted her garments and stood up. To her delight, she discovered she was indeed cured. Hong Yun and Lin Shuiyan exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the spectacle. Had she truly recovered? Yet, Lin Shuiyan quickly shook her head in disbelief, thinking to herself, "It must be mere luck. Perhaps the Yin fire within Meng Yao has receded on its own." Such a situation is not unprecedented. Hong Yun shared a similar sentiment. If the condition of indulgent desire were so easily resolved, it would not have been deemed an incurable affliction. It was not that they were unwilling to believe, but rather that their understanding of the nature of indulgent desire made them skeptical. Only Meng Yao, with her enchanting gaze, regarded Fang Chun with delight, knowing that it was indeed Fang Chun's intervention that had saved her. Fang Chun, having regained his composure, remarked, "This condition I cannot fully cure. To achieve complete healing, further treatment is necessary." Lin Shuiyan frowned slightly, incredulous that this fellow would actually credit himself with the accomplishment, still wishing to take advantage of Meng Yao. How audacious! But what astonished her further was Meng Yao's immediate agreement. Chapter 6. The lives of these individuals are in your hands. Lin Shuiyan gazed at Meng Yao in disbelief. Meng Yao approached Ling Fan with a radiant smile and said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Meng Yao." Fang Chun cupped his hands and replied, "Fang Chun, outer sect disciple." Meng Yao's alluring gaze sparkled as she charmingly said, "You may simply call me Meng Yao. Alternatively, Meng Er is also acceptable." When she mentioned Meng Er, she intentionally leaned closer to Fang Chun, her beguiling voice stirring his heartstrings. Fang Chun's face flushed immediately, and he hastily stepped back, saying, "Let us stick with Meng Yao." Seeing Fang Chun's flustered demeanor, Meng Yao chuckled, exuding irresistible charm. "Very well, I shall call you Brother Fang." Then with that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Chun. Fang Chun felt somewhat helpless. It was abundantly clear that Meng Yao was teasing him. Meng Yao continued, "By the way, Brother Fang, you mentioned I need further treatment. I shall come to find you in a few days for another session." The last few words, coupled with her playful and enticing tone, left little room for the imagination. At that time, "I will return to this place." Fang Chun, feeling overwhelmed, performed a courteous bow and fled the scene in a fluster. Meng Yao, witnessing his retreat, wore a captivating smile once more. Lin Shuiyan shot a disapproving glance at Meng Yao and said, "Meng Yao, why did you not mention the annulment?" Meng Yao gazed at Fang Chun disappearing through the entrance and, noticing Lin Shuiyan's angry expression, quickly replied, "Oh, that matter can be addressed any time. There is no need to rush. But that fellow is nothing but a lecher. Once he takes advantage of you, he seeks to continue doing so." Lin Shuiyan was utterly disillusioned with Fang Chun. All right, he is not as despicable as you claim. Come now." Seeing this, Lin Shuiyan could only sigh in resignation, saying, "You wait outside for me. I will retrieve some elixirs with Elder Hong Yun." "Very well." Meng Yao bowed in gratitude to Hong Yun before making her way to the entrance. Elder Hong Yun observed this scene, shaking her head with a smile. "Youth is indeed a blessing." Lin Shuiyan added, "Thank you, Elder Hong Yun." Elder Hong Yun replied, shaking her head, "This girl has grown up under my watch. To say thank you feels too formal. Come with me." Subsequently, Lin Shuiyan followed Elder Hong Yun to obtain elixirs, while Meng Yao refrained from accompanying them, fearing that the potent medicinal aromas within Elder Hong Yun's hall might trigger her indulgent desire once more. Upon reaching the entrance of the Divine Elixir Pavilion, Meng Yao found Fang Chun confronted by several outer sect disciples at the 7th level of Spirit Gathering. They glared at Fang Chun with fierce expressions, their intentions far from benevolent. The leader among them was He Xiao, sent by Luo Yun. "You are Fang Chun? You are the one who harmed senior sister Su?" He Xiao stared coldly at Fang Chun. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun instantly recognized their identities and replied nonchalantly, "If she dares to strike my master, she must be prepared for my retaliation." He Xiao scoffed, "What is your master to us? If senior sister Su wishes to kill her, so be it. But you have no right to touch senior sister Su." He continued, "Now, either cripple your Dantian and sever your limbs, or we shall kill you." He gazed at Fang Chun with derision. Fang Chun remained composed, responding, "This is the sect." He Xiao let out a hearty laugh. "That depends on who holds the power here. In this place, Brother Luo is akin to a deity. Whoever he wishes to eliminate shall meet their end." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged toward Ling Fan. A palm strike aimed directly at his heart. Should it connect, Fang Chun would undoubtedly face grave peril. Fang Chun snorted coldly. Although He Xiao was at the 7th level of Spirit Gathering, 2 levels above him, his own physical body had undergone transformation through the Sword Demon S-Blood, coupled with the sword character's Dao pattern. He possessed the strength to contend even against 9th level foes, let alone a mere 7th level disciple. He struck first. Both palms met in a collision. In the next moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed. He Xiao's hand was shattered. Yet Fang Chun remained unscathed. A scream of agony erupted. He Xiao was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. His hand, now resembling a limp rope, had become distorted and weak. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. And even Meng Yao, who had initially intended to intervene, was taken aback. They had not anticipated that He Xiao, who was several levels above Fang Chun, would be defeated in a single move. "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" He Xiao, gritting his teeth against the pain, glared fiercely at Fang Chun and shouted. It was only then that the others reacted, rushing towards Fang Chun in a frenzy, undaunted by the onslaught of several adversaries. Fang Chun remained resolute. The sword script within him erupted. His hand transformed into a sword-like finger. Each pointed gesture sent an opponent flying. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with writhing, moaning figures from a distance. Meng Yao stood in shock. Had it not been said that Fang Chun was a waste? In just a few moves, he had dispatched cultivators of higher cultivation than himself. Was this truly a waste? What was happening? While she was lost in thought, several more figures appeared. These individuals, clad in uniform attire, were disciples from the outer sect's law enforcement hall. The leader, Huang Yong, upon seeing the numerous bodies on the ground, furrowed his brow in concern. He Xiao, spotting Huang Yong, felt as though he had seen a savior. He quickly called out, "Brother Huang, it's me. I'm with Brother Luo Yun." Upon hearing Luo Yun's name, Huang Yong instantly recognized He Xiao, hastily inquiring, "He Shitty, what transpired? Who attacked you?" He Xiao immediately pointed at Fang Chun. "It was him. He suddenly ambushed us. He even threatened my life. Brother Huang, you must capture him. I'm here on Brother Luo's business." Huang Yong's gaze swiftly fell upon Fang Chun. "How audacious, to dare assault someone within the sect. You deserve 100 deaths," he bellowed. Fang Chun frowned slightly, responding, "They obstructed me and attempted to strike. I was merely acting in self-defense." Huang Yong sneered. "Self-defense? Nonsense. Clearly, you attacked from behind. How dare you argue here?" In truth, he had discerned that He Xiao was the one seeking trouble with Fang Chun, only to be thoroughly taught a lesson by him. But so what? He Xiao had Luo Yun backing him, a genius of the second peak. How could Huang Yong miss the opportunity to curry favor with Luo Yun? This man was vicious and ruthless. He could even turn against his fellow disciples, to cripple him and cast him out of Tianyu Shenzong. Huang Yong swiftly condemned Fang Chun. "Seize him," he commanded, and the others immediately prepared to strike. He Xiao sneered. "Aren't you strong? Go on, strike. You'll surely perish at the hands of the law enforcement hall. Once you're dead, I'll have your master's wife killed too." Fang Chun's gaze turned icy. Locking onto He Xiao, his master's wife was his Achilles heel. To touch her would mean death. Just as he was about to act, Meng Yao's voice rang out from behind him. "Luo Yun, hemph. Since when has the outer sect become Luo Yun's domain?" This time, Meng Yao's tone lacked allure. replaced instead by an overwhelming authority. As her words fell, she had already positioned herself in front of Fang Chun. Huang Yong had intended to admonish whoever dared to obstruct the law enforcement hall's duties. But upon seeing Meng Yao's stunningly bewitching visage, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Meng Yao's gaze remained frigid. Speak. When did the outer sect come under the dominion of that waste? Luo Yun, is it true that you dare to move against me as well? She advanced, her enchanting eyes glimmering with coldness. Sister Ming, I didn't know this brother was your friend. I was wrong. Spare me this once, Huang Yong pleaded, prostrating himself and repeatedly bowing. Yet Meng Yao displayed no mercy. You shall resign from the law enforcement hall and exit Tianyu Shenzong. Should I see you again? You shall die. She turned her gaze to the other disciples in the law enforcement hall, adding, You all are no exception. Huang Yong was engulfed in despair. His life was utterly ruined, at that moment. He loathed He Xiao to the core, wishing to tear him to pieces. It was all because of them that he had met such a fate. He Xiao cowered in fear, knowing that even Luo Yun would be respectful before Meng Yao. Let alone himself. When Meng Yao's eyes fell upon him, he hastily knelt and begged, Sister Ming, I was wrong. He struck his chest with his other hand, having lost the arrogance he once possessed. Meng Yao cast a disdainful glance at him before turning her gaze to Fang Chun, her expression softening in an instant. Their fates lie in your hands. Chapter 7. Soul Heaven Demon Eye Uncle Ling. I was wrong. Truly, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. He Xiao, showing a glimmer of cleverness, immediately begged for Fang Chen's mercy. Fang Chen's expression remained frigid, devoid of compassion. Self-harm your cultivation and leave Tianyu Shenzong. Had Fang Chen not been betrayed, he might not have been so ruthless, but now, infused with the blood of the sword demon, he would not grant his enemies any chance. Meng Yao looked at Fang Chen with approval. Compassion in the cultivation world was the most laughable notion. Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyan happened to exit the Divine Pill Pavilion, witnessing this scene unfold. Instantly, her brows knitted together, eye in her eyes. Fang Chun was merely leveraging Meng Yao's influence to bully others. To cripple someone's dantian. Was this not akin to murder? Perhaps even more cruel. He Xiao's body trembled, despair evident in his eyes. What are you waiting for? Meng Yao's voice cut through the air coldly. He Xiao understood the implication of her words. If he did not destroy his own cultivation, his fate would be even more tragic, and his family could suffer the consequences. Thank you, Sister Ming, for the mercy of not killing me. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck his palm against his chest. His dantian shattered. The others, too, dared not hesitate, all following suit in self-harming their dantians. In the second peak, Meng Yao was akin to a deity. Meng Yao, seeing this, scoffed. Aren't you all going to leave? He Xiao and his cohorts could only stifle their agonizing pain and despair as they fled in disarray. Fang Chun regarded Meng Yao with a complex expression. Feeling somewhat unsettled, Theo compel others to self-harm their dantians with just a few words indicated Meng Yao's significant standing within the sect. It seemed that during his 5 years of guarding the tomb, there had been numerous changes within Tianyu Shenzong that he was unaware of. What? Are you interested in me? I could offer you a chance to get to know me better, privately, in front of Fang Chen. Meng Yao reverted to her captivating, alluring demeanor, every movement captivating. No, Fang Chen resolutely shook his head, stating, Thank you for today. I will certainly help you completely resolve your insatiable desires. In gratitude, farewell. Having said that, he gave a slight bow and turned to leave. As he observed Fang Chen's upright and determined figure, Meng Yao began to doubt herself. Was my beauty no longer alluring? Or was this man simply dense? Perhaps he had a preference for men? Meng Yao, why do you still assist him in bullying others? Lin Shuiyan approached, reproaching her. Yet Meng Yao did not respond to that question. Instead, she asked, Shuiyan, am I no longer alluring? Lin Shuiyan paused, gazing at the enchanting Meng Yao before shaking her head. Not at all. But that guy didn't even glance at me. Meng Yao frowned. Lin Shuiyan pondered for a moment and then remarked, he was previously in a relationship with his junior sister. But after being betrayed, he might not have moved on from that shadow. A glimmer of realization flashed in Meng Yao's eyes. That must be it. She revealed a charming smile once more. Inwardly thinking, he can help me cure my insatiable desires, recognizes my extraordinary identity without seeking to curry favor. and resists my allure. Quite intriguing. She watched as Ling Fan departed, saying, I suddenly have no desire to end the engagement so soon. This fellow is far too interesting. After returning to his residence, Fang Chun went to visit his master's wife, relieved to find her fully recovered. He then returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. At this moment, there remained a considerable amount of sword demon blood energy yet to be absorbed. Such energy must not be wasted. As the energy continued to be absorbed by Fang Chen. Both his physique and cultivation levels steadily rose. The sword script within him experienced a similar boost, albeit at a significantly slower rate, nearly negligible. Fang Chen was not surprised by this. After all, his sword script was already at the second level. And further advancement would not be straightforward. Not only must his comprehension keep pace, but his cultivation level must also rise accordingly. To elevate the script again, he would need to reach the postnatal realm at the very least. This period of closed-door cultivation lasted 2 days, and as the morning sun poured into his room, Fang Chen's aura underwent a transformation, its sword breaking through from the 5th to the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm. Slowly, Fang Chen opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying sword pressure. Within it, a faint trace of demonic energy lingered. Simultaneously, his eyes turned crimson, exuding an aura of unyielding power. At that moment, the world around him seemed to subtly shift. Fang Chen noticed everything was strikingly clear. He could even see a cicada singing atop a tree 20 yards away. Its minute movements appeared to slow, as if time itself had decelerated. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that this absorption would lead to the fortunate awakening of the ancient sword demon's soul heaven demon eye. This eye possessed the ability to see through all things and bore an extremely fearsome soul attack. A single glance could turn everything into blood and bones, capable of piercing through the heavens and altering the laws of course. The soul heaven demon eye that Ling Fan had awakened was not yet that formidable, even lacking a fraction of its potential. However, in combat, it allowed him to perceive others' movements in advance, and his own actions would also slow dramatically. As for further strengthening it, he could only continue absorbing the sword demon blood. Fang Chen was quite satisfied with this eye, for it would significantly aid him in battle. Just as he intended to rise, he felt his aura slightly dissipating and becoming unsteady, but fortunately, he managed to stabilize it in the end. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes, letting out a long sigh. While the sword demon blood is indeed remarkable, my rapid advancement has rendered my foundation somewhat unstable. Seems I need to visit the library pavilion to seek out a cultivation method suited to me. Without a foundational cultivation technique, my realm is prone to instability. He did not linger in the room any longer and intended to head to the library. However, upon exiting, he noticed a figure in the courtyard, and his expression instantly turned. It was none other than Su Wana. At that moment, Su Wana was pouring tea for her master's wife, Chiu Mei. Appearing demure and obedient, Fang Chen did not soften at the sight of her seemingly innocent demeanor. Instead, his brows furrowed tightly. He entered the hall and interrupted Chiu Mei's plan to drink tea, immediately questioning Su Wana. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Fang Chen, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Wana's eyes, revealing a look of grievance. Brother Fang, I know I was wronged and I was coerced by Luo Yun. He threatened to kill me if I did not assist him. But Brother Fang, you know I have loved you since childhood, and I promise to cherish our life together from now on. After speaking, she displayed an utterly pitiful expression. Had it been before the heavenly Dao bone was excavated, Fang Chen might have believed her words. However, now every gesture and movement of Su Wana seemed insincere to him, filling him with disgust. He coldly retorted, Coerced? After I crippled my cultivation, you immediately sought refuge in another's embrace. You even divulged my secrets to secure a stronger ally. I fail to see how you were coerced. Su Wana's pitiable facade instantly stiffened. The reason for her visit was due to He Xiu's downfall. Upon learning that Fang Chen single-handedly subdued several 7th-layer spirit-gathering experts, both Luo Yun and she were greatly astonished. They clearly remembered Fang Chen was once a gravely injured man on the brink of death. To recover in such a short time undoubtedly implied the aid of a miraculous treasure. As for Meng Yao's involvement, while they were surprised, they did not pay much heed, merely assuming she was passing by in indignation. Yet Luo Yun was curious about how Fang Chen had recovered and speculated that it was likely due to some treasure left behind by the former 7th Peak Master. thus sending Su Wanner back to retrieve it. Hence, the current scene unfolded. Xiao Mei had intended to advise Fang Chen, but upon hearing this exchange, she chose to remain silent. If Su Wanner had merely hurt her, she could endure it for Fang Chen's sake. However, having harmed Fang Chen, she could not tolerate it under any circumstances. Su Wanner's lips twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled again, saying, "Brother Fang, I truly regret my actions." Fang Chen replied directly, "Speak plainly. What is your true purpose in coming here?" With a smile, Su Wanner responded, "I merely wish to visit my master's wife, and I am also curious about how Brother Fang recovered. Did Master truly leave behind some treasure? Master's wife, I am also Master's disciple, so you cannot be biased. I deserve a share too." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled. "So it was like this." Chapter 8. Reunion with Lin Shuyan. She had come to deduce that his recovery might be due to some treasure left by his master. In that case, if he were to reveal the treasure, she would return to his side, correct? Fang Chen said indifferently. "Indeed." Su Wanner nodded eagerly. "Fang Chen, as long as you hand over Master's treasure, I promise I will come back to you. I assure you I will never abandon you again." Fang Chen smiled once more, but his gaze turned frigid. "What if I refuse?" Su Wanner hastily replied, "Master's treasure is also my share. I too am Master's disciple. Master's wife. Isn't that right?" However, Xiao Mei's face was filled with disappointment as she turned her head away, refusing to answer Su Wanner's question. Fang Chen sneered, "Su Wanner, are you foolish, or am I the fool? Although Master accepted you, you were never officially recognized as a disciple. You do not qualify as one of Master's students." Previously, he had harbored some resentment towards his master for not accepting her, but now it seemed his master had truly seen through her true nature. Su Wanner's pitiful demeanor vanished without a trace. She realized that her usual tactics were ineffective against Fang Chen now. Thus, she ceased to feign innocence and pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting, "Fang Chen, do you think that just because you regained your strength, you can do anything? In my eyes, you are still a waste, nothing but a piece of trash. I am telling you today, you must hand over Master's treasure. Otherwise, this matter will not end here." Fang Chen looked at her coldly. "What, do you intend to resort to violence? To kill me?" Su Wanner naturally did not dare to do so. The Tianyang tomb was in a remote area, where killing Fang Chen would raise no issues. However, if discovered in Yu City, it would cause her significant trouble. Yet, she cast a scornful glance at Xiao Mei and said, "Fang Chen, I have no means to deal with you. But this old hag is merely a mortal. Killing her would be a piece of cake. I might even sell her to some rogue cultivators. Someone like her is quite sought after." Slap, before her words could fully escape her lips, Fang Chen struck her with a resounding slap. Although Su Wanner had anticipated it, she was still caught off guard and was sent flying. "You have insulted my master's wife, Su Wanner. You deserve to die." Fang Chen declared coldly, and in that moment, he truly harbored murderous intent. "It hurts." Su Wanner cried out in agony. Fang Chen's slap was delivered with considerable force, causing her cheek to swell grotesquely, turning a dark shade of purple. "You worthless piece of trash, how dare you hit me again? Fang Chen, this time, you are doomed." She glared at him fiercely, roaring, "Get in here. Cripple him." The door was suddenly kicked open. 10 8th-layer spirit-gathering experts burst in, each wielding a magical artifact. Clearly, Su Wanner had made extensive preparations and left a contingency plan in case of a fallout. Fang Chen gazed at the scene before him, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Just right, he would use them to test the Soul Heaven Demon in an instant. Fang Chen's gaze turned crimson. In the blink of an eye, the movements of the 10 intruders slowed, and he could discern their next moves. With a swift leap, he charged forward, unafraid of their encirclement. He transformed his finger into a sword, utilizing his powerful physical speed, and with a mere point, he struck, leaving them unable to react. He pierced through one's shoulder. Others attacked from Fang Chen's blind spot, yet he seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, easily evading them. Taking advantage of their residual force, he punctured another's shoulder. Within a mere 10 breaths, all 10 lay in the courtyard, wailing in agony, their shoulders rendered useless. Without half a year of recuperation, they could forget about recovery. How is this possible? Su Wanner looked on in horror, utterly astonished that the Feng Qian who had been a mere waste just days ago could now contend with 10 eighth-layer spirit-gathering experts simultaneously. Feng Qian coldly regarded Su Wan'er. Under the gaze of his crimson eyes, she felt as though she were being targeted by a madman, trembling in terror. Yet, Feng Qian did not strike again. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded. "Get out of here. If you return, it will not be so easy to leave." He spoke icily. It was not that he did not wish to kill, but rather that he could not afford to draw trouble upon himself by slaying Su Wan'er. Realizing she had no choice but to flee, she retreated in disgrace. The injured individuals on the ground did the same, dragging their wounds as they escaped the estate. However, as she left, Su Wan'er felt a surge of resentment. As she crossed through the gate, she glared at Feng Qian, declaring, "Feng Qian, I know you will participate in the Seven Peaks assessment to re-enter the inner sect. I guarantee here and now, no matter how hard you try, you will never pass the assessment. You will never return to the inner sect." She departed with a triumphant smile. Feng Qian remained unfazed. "Then let us see whether you can dominate the Tianyu divine sect or if I, Feng Qian, will trample over you on my way back to the seventh peak." Just as Su Wan'er exited, another figure appeared at the entrance. It was Meng Yao. Meng Yao looked in the direction Su Wan'er had gone. Puzzled, "Who was that girl with the birthmark? She seems familiar, almost like your former partner." Feng Qian was taken aback. "Have you seen her?" Meng Yao shook her head, a charming smile gracing her lips. "I did a little digging. She came here, didn't she? Is she perhaps seeking to reconcile with you?" Then she fixed her gaze on Feng Qian, asking, "Did you agree?" Feng Qian shook his head. "No, she returned to deceive me. But I will not be as gullible as before. Nor will I trust her again." Meng Yao praised, "That's the spirit. You have some backbone." "Miss Meng, what brings you here so suddenly?" Feng Qian inquired, puzzled. Meng Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she alluringly replied, "I have been feeling a bit unwell and uncomfortable lately, so I came to see you." She spoke while gazing at Feng Qian with deeply affectionate eyes, exuding charm. Feng Qian realized that it seemed her indulgent nature had flared up again, prompting her to seek his healing. "Come, let us go to my place. I will treat you privately." Her words dripped with seduction. Yet, Feng Qian hesitated. "But what about my master's wife?" He feared Su Wan'er might bring trouble to Chiu Mei. Meng Yao noticed Feng Qian's concern and smiled. "That's simple." She clapped her hands, and instantly two women appeared. "Your Highness," they greeted respectfully. Feng Qian was taken aback. He had not even sensed their swift arrival. Meng Yao instructed, "You must protect the elder inside. There must not be any mishaps." "Understood." The two women bowed respectfully and then vanished from sight. "Let us go. These two are innate realm experts, and with them around, nothing will happen," Meng Yao said with a seductive smile. Feng Qian felt reassured and nodded. "All right, I will inform my master's wife. Wait for me a moment." He then conveyed his intention to attend to Meng Yao's injuries to Chiu Mei. Chiu Mei looked at Meng Yao with curiosity, and Meng Yao returned the gesture with a smile and a respectful bow. Seeing this, Chiu Mei had no further comments and allowed Feng Qian and Meng Yao to depart after reminding him to be cautious. As the two departed from the mansion, Su Wan'er reappeared in the alley, casting a resentful gaze at Feng Qian and Meng Yao as they left. This worthless fool, how could he possibly know such an extraordinarily beautiful woman? Jealousy filled Su Wan'er's eyes. She had seen Meng Yao's stunning beauty when she left the mansion, and it had stirred a fierce envy within her. Upon witnessing Meng Yao enter the residence of Chiu Mei, she decided to linger and observe what the woman was up to now. Seeing her laughing and chatting with Feng Qian, her jealousy surged even further. She did not know Meng Yao personally, for her current status as an outer disciple limited her to occasional visits to the second peak, leaving her without the privilege to meet Meng Yao. Humph! That woman is undoubtedly using Feng Qian, that worthless one. Absolutely. She could not believe that Feng Qian, after parting ways with her, could find a beauty several times more stunning than herself. Meng Yao led Feng Qian onto her spirit ship, arriving at her residence on the second peak. As they disembarked, Feng Qian was taken aback by the mansion, which was infused with spiritual energy vastly more potent than that of the Wuji Peak. Clearly, anyone residing in such a place must hold a significant status. If Feng Qian's guess was correct, Meng Yao was likely the direct disciple of the second peak master. Entering the mansion with Meng Yao, he was once more stunned to find another breathtaking beauty within. Lin Shuiyan, Chapter 9. The Eruption of the Indulgent Body. Fang Chun was momentarily at a loss. He had not anticipated encountering Lin Xueyan here. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear friend, Lin Xueyan," Meng Yao said, linking her arm with Lin Xueyan's. Lin Xueyan shot Meng Yao a glare, exclaiming helplessly, "You actually want to fetch him?" Meng Yao playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "But he truly saved me last time." Lin Xueyan bluntly retorted, "Last time? He was merely trying to take advantage of you." The moment he attempted to do so, that sinister energy retreated. She continued, "Are you unaware of your own indulgent body? It's not something easily remedied." Then, turning her icy gaze to Fang Chun, she coldly stated, "I know your purpose for being here, but this time I absolutely will not allow you to take advantage of Meng Yao." Fang Chun felt a bit awkward and could only explain, "I can genuinely help." "And how do you intend to do that?" Lin Xueyan questioned. Fang Chun found himself at a loss for words. He could never disclose the blood of the sword demon, as the implications were far too significant. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Seeing Fang Chun's reticence, Lin Xueyan felt a sense of triumph, believing she had exposed him. She then ushered Meng Yao to the hall, saying, "Meng Yao, this time I have managed to secure the services of a fifth-tier alchemist. He will surely be able to treat your indulgent body." "A fifth-tier alchemist?" Meng Yao gasped in surprise. Fourth-tier alchemists were already considered elite in the Shandong region, and fifth-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare, found only among the top sects of the region. However, those alchemists were notoriously proud and preferred to seclude themselves in their alchemical chambers, making it more challenging to recruit them than to summon a deity. The fact that Lin Xueyan had managed to secure a fifth-tier alchemist indicated she must have expended considerable effort and resources. In the hall, an elderly man sat in the main seat, squinting slightly as he sipped tea, showing no reaction to the arrival of Meng Yao and the others. Lin Xueyan and Meng Yao respectfully bowed. And Lin Xueyan spoke up, "Elder Tian." Only then did the alchemist known as Elder Tian slightly open his eyes, directing his gaze towards Lin Xueyan before ultimately resting it on Meng Yao. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Little Lin, if I intervene this time, it will settle the last favor owed to your Lin family. Have you made your decision?" Without hesitation, Lin Xueyan nodded. "Elder Tian, I have made my decision. I implore you to take action." Upon hearing this, Elder Tian ceased to elaborate further. He turned to Meng Yao and stated, "I am aware of your condition. An indulgent body rarely survives past the age of 20. However, since you have encountered me, I shall assist you in resolving this issue." As his words fell, he flipped his hand, producing a vial. Inside is a fifth-tier pill, known as the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill. This pill, recently developed, counters the indulgent body by employing the principle of yang overcoming yin. With this pill, your indulgent body will surely be resolved. Fifth tier. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Meng Yao's eyes. Fifth-tier pills were exceedingly rare and worth their weight in gold. She turned her gaze towards Lin Xueyan with gratitude, realizing that this pill must have come at a great cost to her friend. Yet she hesitated, for she had invited Fang Chun precisely to aid her in healing. It seemed improper to set him aside for someone else's treatment. Lin Xueyan perceived Meng Yao's hesitation, realizing it stemmed from Fang Chun. "Meng Yao, what are you still hesitating for? Do you truly believe he can cure you?" Elder Tian also regarded Fang Chun, having heard of his exploits from Lin Xueyan, and found the notion of him healing Meng Yao utterly absurd. If the indulgent body could be so easily resolved, many gifted women would not have perished before reaching 20. Of course, as a renowned alchemist, he looked down upon Fang Chun. Meng Yao asserted, "Fang Chun can genuinely help me." Fang Chun interjected, "Miss Meng, you should take the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill first. If it can resolve the issue in one go, that would be splendid. As of now, I cannot resolve your physical issues all at once." He genuinely hoped Meng Yao would be healed, for had it not been for her assistance 2 days prior, he might still be in the enforcement hall. Meng Yao deliberated for a moment before finally conceding. All right. She did not distrust Fang Chun. It was simply that the torment of the indulgent body had plagued her for over a decade, each bout of suffering rendering her more miserable than death. Given the opportunity to resolve her condition at once, she was reluctant to let it slip away. She then accepted Elder Tian's vial, pouring a golden spirit pill into her palm before opening her cherry-like lips and swallowing it. A wave of intense warmth surged into her dantian, seemingly provoking a reaction from the indulgent body, which erupted forth. The two energies clashed violently, akin to armies engaged in a bloody battle. The power of the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pill was formidable. causing the dark energy of the indulgent body to retreat in disarray, as if being thoroughly suppressed. Meng Yao exclaimed, "It seems to be working." Hearing this, Lin Shuiyin felt a flicker of joy as well. She glanced at Fang Chun with a hint of pride in her eyes, as if to say, "You think you can still take advantage of Meng Yao? Dream on." But in the next moment, the indulgent body appeared to be fully awakened, unleashing an even more terrifying dark energy that began to consume the medicinal power with overwhelming force, growing stronger. In an instant, Meng Yao's face flushed with heat. Wisps of white smoke rising, her body turning red and hot, trembling in excruciating pain. "Meng Yao!" Lin Shuiyin exclaimed in alarm. "Elder Tian." "What's happening?" Elder Tian's expression changed as he hurried to Meng Yao's side to check her pulse. However, the moment his fingers brushed her wrist, a terrifying dark energy surged forth, invading his body. He grunted, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. What a terrifying energy! My pill's power has been devoured by that dark energy. It has completely awakened the indulgent body. Lin Shuiyin panicked. "What should we do?" "Elder Tian, didn't you say you could cure Meng Yao?" Elder Tian's expression grew awkward and grim. He had not anticipated the indulgent body to be so troublesome and dangerous. The only solution now was for someone to absorb the dark energy within her, but that energy was far too potent for even the strongest of physiques to withstand. He said, "I will do it." Lin Shuiyin declared, rushing towards Meng Yao, but was intercepted by Elder Tian. "Your physique is too weak. Even if you attempt to absorb it, you would only manage a fraction, which would not only be ineffective but could cost you your life. But I cannot bear to watch Meng Yao like this." Lin Shuiyin's eyes glistened with tears, realizing she might have inadvertently led Meng Yao to her demise. Just then, Fang Chun appeared at Meng Yao's side, directly grasping her hand. Seeing this, Lin Shuiyin erupted in fury. "What are you doing at a time like this? How dare you take advantage of Meng Yao?" She charged forward, intent on kicking Fang Chun away, but was once again stopped by Elder Tian. "Wait, he is absorbing the dark energy from within her." "What?" Lin Shuiyin froze in shock, and soon saw streams of red dark energy emerging from Meng Yao, entering Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen's face contorted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? At this rate, you will die," Lin Shuiyin shouted. Yet Fang Chun offered no response. At that moment, he activated the remaining half of the sword demon blood within him, refining and resisting the terrifying dark energy. Thankfully, the sword demon blood was powerful enough to withstand it. This? Elder Tian's eyes widened in awe. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have been slain by that dark energy, yet Fang Chun was managing to hold on. His physique was remarkably strong. Perhaps he could truly withstand this dark energy. But just then, an even more horrifying dark energy erupted from Meng Yao's body. Chapter 10. Huh? Why has it stopped? This is bad. Elder Tian's expression shifted as he quickly led Lin Shuiyin out of the hall. He then summoned several array flags, launching them around the hall. In an instant, the hall was sealed, preventing the dark energy from leaking out. However, this also confined Fang Chun and Meng Yao within, rendering the situation inside completely invisible from the outside. At this moment, Fang Chen's brow furrowed. The eruption of the indulgent body had exceeded his expectations. "I feel so uncomfortable. I yearn for it deeply." Suddenly, Meng Yao embraced Fang Chen, her delicate hands wandering across his back. At the same time, she pressed her lips against his neck, the fiery sensation stirring something within Fang Chun, igniting an impulse to pin Meng Yao beneath him. Yet, upon witnessing the pain etched across her enchanting face, he quelled the tumultuous feelings within. Sensing his lack of response, Meng Yao furrowed her brow slightly, releasing a fragrant breath as her hands began to unfasten her clothing, her heated body pressing ever closer to Fang Chen. When Fang Chen beheld that Meng Yao's upper body was now clad only in a pink undergarment that barely concealed her fullness, his face flushed crimson, gaze fixed upon her body, glistening with fragrant sweat. He could not suppress a swallow. Fortunately, his reason remained steadfast, preventing him from losing control. Aware that this could not continue, he gritted his teeth and grasped Meng Yao's waist. A sultry gasp, exquisite beyond measure, escaped her lips, sending ripples of excitement through Fang Chen's heart. "I apologize," he murmured through clenched teeth, no longer hesitating as he summoned the remnants of the sword demon blood within him. two forces collided instantaneously, consuming each other's pure yin and pure yang energies. Meng Yao, utterly drained, collapsed into Fang Qin's embrace, simultaneously feeling a wave of bliss emanating from her dantian, compelling her to emit a series of inappropriate gasps. Fang Qin's heart ached. Meng Yao's voice, inherently alluring, was utterly lethal in its current state. Fortunately, this process did not linger for long. After nearly half an hour, the yin fire Meng Yao had unleashed was once again subdued. Fang Qin exhaled a heavy breath, bitterly smiling to himself. The sword demon blood within him had been completely refined, yet he dared not allow his body to digest this energy, fearing he would be overwhelmed. So he channeled it all into the heavenly Dao demon bone. Now, the demonic energy from the heavenly Dao demon bone surged with immense potency, leaving Fang Qin with a faint sense of enlightenment regarding the Dao texts. Why has it stopped? Meng Yao gradually regained her consciousness, unsatisfied that the pleasurable sensation had only lasted half an hour. However, upon awakening to find herself nestled in Fang Qin's arms, her upper garment absent, leaving only her undergarment, the blush that had just faded returned with a vengeance. Believing Fang Qin to be the culprit, she raised her hand to strike him, but upon noticing his pale, weakened complexion, she realized that he had acted to heal her. Glancing at the faint red marks on Fang Qin's neck, she recognized that they were the result of her own actions. Instantly, her face turned an even deeper shade of red, her bashful demeanor brimming with charm and allure. Thank you for saving me once again. To repay your life-saving grace, I shall become your Dao partner. What do you say? Her sultry gaze locked onto Fang Qin. Capable of moving countless hearts, Fang Qin, too, felt his face warm under Meng Yao's captivating stare, unable to meet her gaze. Miss Meng, you are too kind and I promise to aid you in your healing. How could I possibly turn a blind eye to your plight? He replied hastily. Upon witnessing Fang Qin's flustered demeanor, Meng Yao chuckled softly. Yet, she soon pouted, feigning anger as she retorted, Did we not agree? I shall call you Brother Fang, and you must call me Meng Yao. Now, hurry up, Meng Yao, he stammered under her admonishing gaze, ultimately yielding. Satisfied, Meng Yao nodded before continuing. Let us make a deal. It is thanks to you that I am alive. I am willing to grant you any request you desire. Anything at all. Her voice dripped with temptation as she spoke, suggesting that any improper request would be met with acquiescence. Fang Qin's heart stirred at her words. He had been troubled by the inability to enter the library to select a cultivation method. If he had Meng Yao's assistance, it would surely become an effortless task. Thus, he stated, I wish to enter the library. The library? Meng Yao blinked her large, watery eyes, thinking she had misheard. Fang Qin nodded, Yes, I am currently just an outer sect disciple, without the qualifications to enter the library, so I wish to select a cultivation method there. Meng Yao's expression fell. How could Fang Qin, with a beautiful woman before him, choose the library instead? Very well. She relented, producing an ancient token that shimmered in her hand before handing it to Fang Qin. Present this token upon entering the library, and you will face no restrictions. Fang Qin accepted the token, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Once I acquire the cultivation method I seek, I shall return it. No need for that, Meng Yao replied, donning her clothing as she spoke. I have plenty of these tokens. Consider it a gift. But Fang Qin began to refuse, only to be silenced by Meng Yao's warning glare. Resigned, he acknowledged that some battles were not worth fighting. Once Meng Yao was fully dressed, they exited the array together. The formation sealed the outside but not the inside, a common formation used by alchemists, thus imposing no restrictions on them. Upon seeing Meng Yao emerge unscathed, even the typically icy Lin Shuiyin revealed a joyful expression. Meng Yao, are you all right? Meng Yao reassured her, I am fine, thanks to Fang Qin. I survived by sheer luck. Lin Shuiyin turned to Fang Qin, and even if she had previously doubted him, she could not deny that he had saved Meng Yao. Just as she prepared to express her gratitude, however, she noticed the kiss marks on his neck. Instantly furious, she exclaimed, So you were not behaving properly inside. You took advantage of Meng Yao. Fang Qin suddenly remembered the unaddressed lipstick on his neck. Meng Yao's face flushed crimson as she quickly pulled Lin Shuiyin aside, saying, Shuiyin, this was a result of my indulgence. He truly did nothing to me. Lin Shuiyin remained unconvinced, believing Fang Qin had approached Meng Yao out of desire for her beauty and status. However, Out of respect for Fang Qin's role in saving Meng Yao, she refrained from saying more, though her vigilance toward him intensified, resolute in her determination to retrieve the marriage certificate for Meng Yao. Elder Tian, approaching them, expressed his apologies. Miss Meng, I sincerely regret that the pill caused you harm. Meng Yao shook her head. Elder Tian, you are too kind. You acted to save me. Elder Tian sighed deeply, shaking his head as he addressed Lin Shuiyin. This debt of gratitude is not to be forgotten. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Then he turned to Fang Chun, saying, Young man, I misjudged you today. Thanks to you, my reputation remains intact. I owe you a favor. Should you find yourself at the Heavenly Pill Spirit Pavilion in the future, do come to see me, and I shall repay you handsomely. The Heavenly Pill Spirit Pavilion. Fang Qin's heart raced. This was the foremost alchemical force in the Divine East region. Even the Tianyu Divine sect held it in high esteem. He hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Elder, you are too gracious. It is my duty to assist. Elder Tian did not linger, retracting the formation before departing. I must take my leave as well, Fang Qin remarked, bowing in farewell, eager to head to the library and select a suitable cultivation method. Allow me to escort you, Meng Yao offered. But Lin Shuiyin interjected, I have something to discuss with you. Meng Yao replied, We can talk when I return. No, Lin Shuiyin insisted, grasping her hand. Fang Qin interjected, It's unnecessary. I can go alone. Meng Yao, you just recovered and need to rest. Hearing Fang Chun call her name, Lin Shuiyin's brows knitted together. Fang Chun, not wishing to linger, departed the residence. As he watched Fang Chun leave, Meng Yao felt a twinge of reluctance. Lin Shuiyin, on the other hand, pulled her back into the room, questioning sternly, Meng Yao, you must not act recklessly. He is here for you. Did you hear how he called you? Chapter 11. The fierce demon sword technique. Meng Yao's face flushed slightly. She dared not disclose to Lin Shuiyin that it was she who had insisted Fang Chun call her by name. What of it? He has saved me twice, she countered. That cannot be. I absolutely cannot allow him to succeed, Lin Shuiyin declared resolutely. She was convinced that Fang Chun was attempting to take advantage of Meng Yao and could not let her dear friend fall into peril. After Fang Qin's departure, he made his way directly to Wuji Peak, arriving at the library. The library boasted 9 levels, divided into 3 tiers. The lower 3 levels were open to all sect disciples. The middle 3 levels to inner sect disciples and above, while the upper 3 levels were reserved for core disciples. At that moment, the library was bustling with disciples, and Fang Chun approached the counter, where an elder sat in a high-backed chair, dozing. Fang Chun respectfully bowed. Elder, I wish to ascend to a higher tier. He then presented the token Meng Yao had given him. The elder lazily opened his eyes. But upon seeing the token in Fang Chen's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. The Tian grade token. This token was the highest rank among sect disciples, granting significant privileges. An outer sect disciple could easily enter and exit the library with it. However, very few possessed this token, typically reserved for core disciples and above, making it a rarity. The likelihood of someone impersonating another or finding it was virtually non-existent, as the token was exceptionally unique. Without the owner's consent, the user could not access it. The faint spiritual glow emanating from the token indicated Fang Chen's eligibility to wield it. The elder scrutinized Fang Chun for a moment before stating, You may enter. The library will impose no restrictions upon you. Fang Chun was aware that the token given to him by Meng Yao was extraordinary, yet he never anticipated its remarkable utility. He expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture and promptly ascended to the upper levels in the Qitian continent. Martial arts were categorized into 5 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Fan, with Fan being the weakest and Heaven the highest. Each grade was further divided into 9 tiers. The lower 3 tiers of the outer sect library of the Tianyu Divine Sect contained Fan grade techniques from the 1st to 5th tiers. The middle 3 tiers housed techniques from the 5th to 9th tiers, while the upper 3 tiers comprised the first 3 tiers of Huang grade techniques. Fang Chun was not in a rush to reach the upper 3 tiers. Instead, he ventured into the middle 3 tiers to select a technique. Upon arrival, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of individuals, for only inner sect disciples could access this area. He first scoured the 4th tier, where the majority of techniques were Fan grade. Tiers 5 and 6. However, most were rather mundane and failed to capture Fang Chen's interest. Fortunately, he proceeded directly to the 6th tier, which was filled with Fan grade techniques of the 9th tier, vastly superior to those in the lower levels. After a brief survey, He shook his head in disappointment. While there were some sword techniques, they primarily focused on the orthodox path, which did not suit his current state. After all, he was now the sword demon body, making the cultivation of demonic sword techniques far more appropriate. Regrettably, the amount of sword demon blood he had absorbed was insufficient. Were he to awaken the talent for a sword demon technique, he would not need to search for one so desperately. Seeing that the 6th tier yielded no results, Fang Qian ascended to the 7th tier. Here, he found himself nearly alone. The Tianyu Divine sect possessed more than one library. The inner sect had a more advanced one, but that was newly established, while the Winzi Peak was part of the older generation. Nevertheless, the techniques available here were quite comprehensive. New techniques would not be replicated and transported to this location. Thus, when Fang Qian examined the 7th tier, he discovered that the covers of the techniques were quite worn, with layers of dust indicating a lack of recent maintenance. As he continued his search, he indeed found several noteworthy demonic techniques. Alas, many of these techniques were also sword-related, leaving Fang Qian with no choice but to abandon them. After perusing the 7th tier, he proceeded to the 8th tier, where he approached a corner bookshelf. Here, he found a collection of demonic techniques, numbering around 7 or 8 volumes. As he scanned the titles, one particular technique caught his eye, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his gaze. He retrieved the book and opened it to read. Razor's Edge Demonic Sword Art, a Huang grade, 2nd tier technique, comprising a total of 9 levels. The sword strikes with ferocity. Ferocity delves into the demonic, cleaving through with a single blow. Note: this technique focuses on demonic attacks. While powerful, it poses a risk of demonic corruption, and practitioners must exercise caution. Fang Qian perused the contents, noting that this technique harnessed demonic energy into sword strikes, transforming the demonic sword into a fierce offensive force, each move characterized by a bold and sweeping nature. It essentially emphasized that every strike must maintain its ferocity. The more each sword strike was executed with intensity, the greater its power. However, should one become too absorbed, it was easy to succumb to demonic corruption during cultivation or battle, leading to death and annihilation. Yet, a spark of realization ignited within Fang Qian. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. As for succumbing to demonic corruption, he was, after all, a demon now. How could the notion of corruption apply to him? He resolved to take it. Fang Qian promptly made his decision, but thought it prudent to take a glance at the 9th tier. Unfortunately, the 9th tier contained only a few scattered techniques, with no demonic arts to be found. Thus, he returned to the counter, placing the technique on the table respectfully, saying, "Elder, I have selected my technique." He then produced 2 spirit stones. Borrowing a technique required the payment of spirit stones. 2 stones per month was considered reasonable. However, any damage incurred would require compensation at market value. The elder glanced at the spirit stones and replied nonchalantly, "With your Tian grade token, you need not pay spirit stones. Simply record how many months you wish to borrow it. Of course, you must return it within 3 years at most." Such privileges astonished Fang Qian. A wave of joy washed over him. Saving these 2 spirit stones was quite fortunate, as they constituted his entire wealth at present. "I would like to borrow it for half a year," he stated. The elder nodded, casting a curious glance at the technique. "A demonic technique? You intend to cultivate the demonic path?" Fang Qian did not deny it, responding with a nod. "Indeed." The elder scrutinized Fang Qian for a moment and cautioned, "I advise you to reconsider. While the demonic path offers rapid advancement, it often results in an unstable foundation, fraught with peril. Especially with this technique, it is exceedingly easy to succumb to demonic corruption during cultivation. This is why, over the past millennium, practitioners of the demonic path have dwindled, while those of the orthodox path have flourished. Although one might argue that the path does not distinguish between right and wrong, the heinous deeds committed by demonic practitioners have tarnished the reputation of demonic cultivation." Fang Qian understood that the elder was acting out of concern for his well-being. However, having already absorbed the sword demon blood, his future was destined to align with the demonic path. "Thank you for your advice, elder, but my decision is resolute," he expressed with gratitude. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed deeply and ceased his persuasion. "Since you have made your choice, I shall not press further. Take care of yourself." He proceeded to register Fang Qian's borrowing. Fang Qian did not return immediately. Grasping the token in his hand, he mused, "If I can utilize the library, surely the Spirit Artifact Pavilion is likewise accessible." Having acquired a technique, he realized that without a suitable sword-type treasure, his cultivation would be hindered. After all, wielding his fingers as a sword was hardly feasible. Thus, he made his way to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Treasures were similarly divided into 5 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, and Fan, with each grade further divided into 9 tiers. Upon entering the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, he found numerous disciples selecting treasures. This was quite normal, as the 7 Peaks assessment was imminent, and everyone hoped to procure a suitable treasure for the event. Naturally, most disciples could only rent treasures. Renting was not overly expensive, a decent fan grade. 3rd-tier treasure cost merely 2 spirit stones per month. However, as the grade of the treasure increased, so too did the price. If a treasure was damaged during the rental period, compensation at market value was required. Unlike the library, the Spirit Artifact Pavilion was not divided into 9 levels, but occupied a significantly larger area, with treasures ranging from fan grade, tiers 3 to 9. Feng Chun made a beeline for the sword-type treasures. However, after just a few steps, he heard a mocking voice. "Feng Chun, you dog of a bastard, you're still alive." A tall, lanky youth approached, sneering disdainfully at Feng Chun. "You fool, you really have a knack for survival. How does it feel to wear the green hat for years? Ha ha ha." The youth's derision only deepened Feng Chun's furrowed brow. He did not recognize this individual. "Oh, you no longer remember me?" The youth feigned surprise, then laughed. "That's understandable. Back then, you were lofty and untouchable, while I was merely a lowly servant. But now, things have changed. You are nothing but a joke, a fool, and I am now the underling of the outer sect's top genius. Luo Ao, in my eyes, you are worth less than nothing. Do you know who Luo Ao is? He is the cousin of Luo Yun, the genius of the inner sect's 2nd peak, and Luo Ao is also a genius in his own right. At just 17, he has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Remember my name, Si Qingya." Si Qingya boasted arrogantly in front of Feng Chun. Feng Chun's expression turned icy. So he was one of Luo Yun's people, no wonder. "What? You think you can strut around like this just because you're someone's dog? I've never seen a dog so proud," Feng Chun replied coolly. "You're seeking death," Si Qingya roared in fury. He was indeed someone else's dog. Yet, not just anyone could address him in such a manner. However, he dared not act out here. He understood Feng Chun's purpose for being here. With a chilling smile, he said, "What? Here to select a treasure? I can tell you, don't even think about taking anything from here. Not even the most inferior item will you be able to carry away." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, his brow furrowed in concern. "What's going on here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Si Qingya's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached to bow. "Elder Ning Yang, I am here on behalf of Luo Ao to retrieve treasures." The middle-aged man, Ning Yang, was the vice-master of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. He naturally recognized Luo Ao, who had gained fame as a genius in the inner sect. Upon hearing that Si Qingya was there for Luo Ao, a warm smile spread across his face. "So it's Luo Ao's nephew who sent you. Come, come, come. I have prepared 3 treasures for him. Tell him to choose freely and see which one suits him best. If he wants all 3, he is welcome to take them." A flicker of pride crossed Si Qingya's eyes. This was the advantage of being Luo Ao's lackey. Even the outer sect elders treated him with respect. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder Ning, but before that, I hope you can assist me with one matter though." "What is it?" "If it is within my power, I will certainly assist you." Ning Yang nodded with a smile. Si Qingya smirked maliciously, pointing a finger at Feng Chun's nose. "This person has offended Brother Luo. He has instructed that he should not be allowed to take any treasures from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion from now on." "Oh?" Ning Yang scrutinized Feng Chun with a puzzled expression. "Who is he?" Si Qingya contemptuously explained Feng Chun's identity. Upon hearing Feng Chun's background, Ning Yang chuckled. "Oh, so it's that fool who self-destructed his cultivation. He became quite a laughingstock back then, and he still dares to return to the Tianyu Divine Sect?" Years ago, Feng Chun's self-destruction of his cultivation, while guarding a tomb, had made him a target of ridicule. And he had indeed been branded a fool. Although most had forgotten this incident over time, Si Qingya's words brought it back to Ning Yang's mind. Upon learning of Feng Chun's true identity, Ning Yang felt a sense of relief. He regarded Feng Chun with a teasing glint in his eyes and calmly declared, "Esteemed disciple, I suspect you have pilfered treasures from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. I must now conduct a search of your person." These words, Si Chengye's eyes gleamed with delight, realizing that Ning Yang intended to cripple Fang Chun. Fang Qian furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "What right do you have to search me?" Luo Yun scoffed. "Ningbo is the deputy master of the Outer Sect's Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Do you dare question his authority? Stealing treasures from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion is a grave offense, punishable by caning at the least and at worst, the forfeiture of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. To be a useless thief is a disgrace to all disciples of the Tianyu Divine Sect." The unfolding drama had drawn the attention of many within the pavilion, and upon learning of Fang Qin's identity, they echoed, "Indeed, a thief. Get out of the Tianyu Divine Sect. We do not accept thieves among our ranks. This is a disgrace to our sect's honor." They were aware that Fang Chun was being framed, yet this was a prime opportunity to curry favor with Ning Yang. Gaining Ning Yang's approval could lead to a prosperous future within the outer sect. Si Chengye's satisfaction only grew. He sneered, "Fang Chun, hand over the item. If you refuse, I shall strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the sect." Fang Chun observed the scene with indifference. "I am curious to see how you intend to frame me." With his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. "Fool, even in your dire situation, you still feign bravado." Si Chengye derided. Turning to Ning Yang, he asked, "Ning Pavilion Master, may I take action on your behalf?" "Yes, but should he dare to resist, incapacitate him." Ning Yang replied haughtily. "Understood." Si Chengye revealed a sinister smile as he approached Fang Chun. While Ning Yang looked on with amusement, it was then that he noticed a token at Fang Chin's waist. Upon seeing the character for heaven inscribed on it, he froze in place. A heavenly token. This represented a symbol of noble status. The bearer of this token possessed immense power and authority within the Tianyu Divine Sect. Without a doubt, eliminating him would be effortless. Moreover, this token had a recognition feature. The faint spiritual light emanating from it confirmed that Fang Chen was indeed its master. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. If Fang Chen bore a grudge against him for this incident, it was uncertain whether he could retain his position, or even his life. As Si Chengye moved closer to Fang Chen, intent on striking, Ning Yang's heart raced. He delivered a powerful kick towards Luo Ao. Bang! Si Chengye, caught off guard, fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Ning Yang, however, would not allow Si Chengye the opportunity to speak, bellowing, "You dare to act violently within the Spirit Artifact Pavilion." Si Chengye was equally perplexed, having received a directive from Ning Yang to take action. Yet, Ning Yang was unperturbed by the potential offense to Luo Ao. The mere fact that Fang Chun possessed a heavenly token rendered him beyond Luo Ao's reach. Even if Luo Ao commanded Luo Yun to act against him, they could not touch his standing. But Fang Chun was another matter entirely. Thus, it was imperative not to offend Fang Chun, even at the risk of incurring Luo Yun's wrath. Coldly, he declared, "As the deputy master of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, I hereby announce that Si Chengye is forbidden from entering the Artifact Pavilion for life due to his actions here today. Furthermore, he shall forfeit 2 years' worth of salary." Ning Yang's gaze then fell upon those disciples who had previously insulted Fang Chun. "You lot, get out of here at once. From this day forth, the Spirit Artifact Pavilion shall no longer serve you." The faces of those disciples paled in an instant, filled with regret for their earlier mockery. If the pavilion closed its doors to them, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Although there were better artifacts available outside, their prices were exorbitantly high, making them unaffordable for low-ranking disciples, as for borrowing from others, who would be foolish enough to provide a guarantee. Should any artifact be damaged, it would be the borrower who bore the cost. "Leave the Spirit Artifact Pavilion immediately," Ning Yang shouted once more. Si Chengye, astonished, recalled Luo Ao's orders. If he failed to retrieve the artifact, Luo Ao might very well flay him alive. But Pavilion Master Ning, "Brother Luo," he began, but upon seeing the icy demeanor of Ning Yang, he trembled, realizing that if he did not depart, Ning Yang might indeed take action. Thus, he dared not mention the artifact further and hastily made his way towards the exit. Yet, leaving empty-handed left him feeling humiliated. He shot a venomous glare at Fang Chen and seethed, "Fang Chen, I will definitely inform Brother Luo of today's events. You can await your doom with that." He turned and left. Though the kick from Ning Yang had left him walking awkwardly, The remaining disciples, too, dared not linger and departed the artifact pavilion in disgrace. Fang Qian, feeling exasperated, thought, "It wasn't me who kicked you. Why do you hold a grudge against me? Such a coward, only brave against the weak." As for the upcoming 7 Peaks assessment, he coolly regarded Si Chengye's retreating figure, pondering, who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Chapter 13. Cultivation. Ning Yang turned to Fang Qian, his face filled with remorse. "I apologize, esteemed disciple Fang Qian, for allowing you to suffer such an injustice. This is my fault." Fang Qian noticed Ning Yang's gaze frequently drifting to the token at his waist. Realizing the token had indeed played a pivotal role, prompting him to reflect on how Dream Yao had saved him once more. Nevertheless, he did not respond, as he would not extend any courtesy to those who distort right and wrong for power and wealth. Sensing Fang Qian's cold demeanor, Ning Yang's heart tightened, recognizing that Fang Qian harbored resentment towards him. An idea struck him. As a gesture of my apology, you may select any artifact of yellow rank or below from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. And you need not return it. I shall cover the cost, he said with a beaming smile. The crowd gasped in shock. A 9th-grade mundane artifact is worth 500 spirit stones, 4 outer sect disciples. This was an astronomical sum, yet Ning Yang was offering it to Fang Qian without hesitation. In an instant, envious and jealous glances were cast upon Fang Qian. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he did not refuse and nodded. He indeed required a quality artifact, and he would not be rude to someone of Ning Yang's influence. Ning Yang's elation was palpable. Fang Qian's acceptance indicated that he had successfully navigated this crisis. Relieved, he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Ling Fan no longer concerned himself with Fang Qian and moved directly to select an artifact from the sword category. Soon, Fang Qian halted before a sword. Dragon Roar Sword. It measured 1.5 meters in length, with a dragon handle, slightly light. A 9th-grade mundane artifact. However, after touching it, Fang Qian shook his head. The sword was too light and not suited for him. He then approached another sword. Heaven's Peak Sword, 1.4 meters long, slightly thin and lightweight. Also a 9th-grade mundane artifact. After sensing it, Fang Qian shook his head once more, realizing that lightweight swords were not suitable for him either. He continued to examine several swords, but each was met with a shake of his head, none fitting his needs. Just as he was about to reach the end of the selection, a sword as dark as ink caught his attention. Black Roar Sword, 1.5 meters long, weighing 500 pounds. It was slender, with a glimmering cold light on both sides, exuding a sharpness, a 9th-grade mundane artifact. Most importantly, Fang Qian could sense a surge of demonic energy emanating from it. As he touched it, the demonic energy surged forth, attempting to invade him. Fang Qian snorted disdainfully. His aura erupted, instantly suppressing the demonic energy. The rebellious demonic force was quelled by the might of Fang Qian's devil sword body, ceasing any further resistance. This is the one, Fang Qian smiled faintly, having made his decision. Upon seeing the sword Fang Qian held, Ning Yang was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting this choice, he felt compelled to advise. Esteemed disciple Fang Qian, you might want to consider selecting another. This is a demonic sword. It harbors demonic energy within its blade. While the initial effects may be negligible, over time, the demonic energy will gradually erode you, leading you down a path of madness, several before you have perished due to this sword. Fang Qian, however, resolutely shook his head. This is the one. I have made my decision. Seeing Fang Qian's determination, Ning Yang ceased his attempts to dissuade him but added, if you ever feel the demonic energy invading your body, it would be wise to dispose of the sword promptly. Fang Qian clasped his hands in gratitude and prepared to depart. Ning Yang, eager to please, accompanied him to the door, saying, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. Fang Qian offered no more than a nod in response before leaving. Upon returning to his estate and greeting his master, he made his way to the courtyard. With artifacts and techniques in hand, all that remained was the right moment. It was time to commence his cultivation. He retrieved the fierce demonic sword technique. The first layer of the technique emphasized nurturing the sword with demonic energy, concentrating it in the blade, prioritizing offense over defense. After reviewing the introduction, he recited the first layer's incantation. Deeply contemplating its essence, to his astonishment, With the aid of the Heavenly Tao demonic bone, he gained some insight after just one reading of the intricate verses. This delighted Fang Chun. If he could cultivate this technique with such understanding, perhaps he could advance to the second or even third layer before the 7 peaks assessment. With that thought, he settled onto the ground, placing the sword across his legs, and began to channel the incantation. The Heavenly Tao demonic bone within him shimmered faintly, as streams of demonic energy began to coalesce within his dantian, subsequently coursing through his body's meridians. Unlike ordinary individuals, who could only circulate spiritual energy, those who practiced demonic arts converted their spiritual energy into demonic energy through specific techniques, thus the practice of demonic cultivation. However, those who lacked depth in their demonic arts often produced impure demonic energy, making it rare for practitioners to achieve pure demonic energy conversion. However, Fang Chun is different. He has absorbed the blood of the sword demon, and his physical form has transformed into that of the sword demon. He requires no spiritual energy to convert into demonic energy. With the assistance of the Heavenly Tao demon bone, he can effortlessly channel an exceptionally pure form of demonic energy. One could say he is a natural cultivator of demonic arts. Soon, with the aid of the Heavenly Tao demon bone, within merely half a stick of incense, demonic energy swirled around Fang Chun, intertwining with the Haiming sword. Boom. The moment Fang Chun opened his eyes, a surge of demonic energy swept violently around him. He then bellowed, gripping the Haiming sword, and started to wield it in the open space. Each swing of the sword was sharp and fierce, striking with great force, aiming directly at vital points. However, just as he executed his final strike, a purple-black sword light erupted, only to explode violently 2 zhang away, dissipating into nothingness. Fang Chun furrowed his brow. The last strike should have been the most powerful. Yet I was unable to merge the sword energy with the demonic energy seamlessly. It seems I still need to deepen my understanding and further my training. Otherwise, mastering the first layer of this fierce demon sword technique will not be an easy feat. Although the cultivation of demonic arts allows for rapid advancement, not everyone can quickly grasp it. For now, I can only persist in rigorous training to attain full mastery. Subsequently, Fang Chun sat down once more, continuing to contemplate this fierce demon sword technique. Time passed swiftly, and the 7 peaks assessment was approaching. Fang Chun sat cross-legged in the courtyard, which had become a scene of devastation and ruin. Suddenly, his aura surged explosively. He had directly broken through to the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm. He opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, and a hint of joy sparkled in his gaze. Not only had I broken through to the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm, but I have also advanced the fierce sword demon technique to the 2nd layer. Luo Yun, Suwaner. I shall see how you intend to stop me from passing the 7 peaks assessment. Just as Fang Chun gritted his teeth, a slight tremor emanated from the small tower within his dantian. But it quickly returned to normal. Fang Chun naturally sensed the change in the small tower and was instantly filled with joy. The 2nd layer of the small tower has been unlocked. He returned to his room, summoned the small tower, and with a thought, he entered once more. Arriving at the 1st layer of the small tower again, he noticed that there were no changes. The only difference was that the stone staircase leading to the 2nd layer had been opened. Without any hesitation, Fang Chun stepped inside. The 2nd layer remained unchanged, still featuring a table and a wooden box. He wondered if there was still sword demon blood in the 2nd layer. Fang Chun secretly hoped so, as the sword demon blood had brought him immense benefits. He then opened the wooden box. Upon seeing the contents inside, a glimmer of light flashed in Fang Chun's eyes. There were indeed 2 drops of sword demon blood inside. Truly! Fang Chun was overjoyed, but he soon noticed a faint light cluster in the corner of the wooden box. What could this be? He gazed at it in confusion, and at that moment, the 2 drops of sword demon blood had already entered his body, appearing within his dantian. However, unlike the previous excruciating sensation, the sword demon blood did not merge painfully into his body. It seems that after merging once, I no longer need to do so autonomously. Rather, I can choose to merge whenever I wish. Fang Chun mused inwardly, then turned his gaze towards the light cluster. What is this? He reached out, and upon contact, the light cluster entered his mind. Instantly, a stream of unfamiliar inherited memories surged forth in his consciousness. Chapter 14. The 7 peaks assessment begins. It was unclear how much time had passed before Fang Chun finally regained his composure. Yet at this moment, He was overwhelmed with excitement, for the light cluster turned out to be a legacy. Moreover, it was a legacy of alchemy. It was indeed the memory inheritance of a sixth-tier alchemist. It is worth noting that in the Divine East region, a fifth-tier alchemist is already considered a top-tier pill master, and a sixth-tier master is exceedingly rare. To stumble upon the complete legacy of a sixth-tier master is nothing short of exhilarating. After a moment, he managed to calm himself. Now is not the time to delve into this inheritance. The Seven Peaks assessment is about to commence, and it is time to set off. He exited the small tower and arrived in the hall, where he encountered his mentor, Xiao Mei. Mentor, Fang Chen greeted respectfully. Xiao Fang, have you completed your training? Xiao Mei smiled as she wove fabric. Although Tian Yangzi had prepared an abundance of mortal wealth for her that could last a lifetime, Xiao Mei was not one to remain idle. So she often occupied herself with weaving garments. From childhood to adulthood, all of Fang Chen's clothing had been crafted by her hands. Come, I have woven you a new outer garment. Try it on to see if it fits. Xiao Mei said with a smile. Yes, Fang Chen nodded. Accepting the outer garment, it was a long robe in shades of white and blue. And as Fang Chen donned it, it enhanced his already handsome visage, making him appear even more vibrant. Upon seeing him, Xiao Mei sighed. Ah, how time flies. That little Fang who was once half my height has grown so tall. Fang Chen understood that his mentor was reminiscing about their master and missing home. Their master was no longer present, yet their home still resided on the seventh peak. Fang Chen resolutely declared, Mentor, do not worry. Today is the Seven Peaks assessment, I assure you. I will bring you back to the seventh peak. Xiao Mei gazed at Fang Chen's determined expression and once again broke into a warm smile. Good. I believe you can do it. Afterward, Fang Chen took his leave from Xiao Mei and headed towards the nameless peak. The assessment venue for the Seven Peaks was situated in a vast open area behind the mountain, which was now teeming with people, with over 10,000 gathered, and of course, half of them were merely there to watch the spectacle, while those at the center of the square were the outer disciples participating in the assessment. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, as everyone knew that one had to be at least at the 7th level to have a chance of passing. Naturally, there were also many at the 9th level of Gathering Spirit, who deliberately waited until reaching the 9th level to participate, for a simple reason: the rewards. Each assessment offered prizes to the top 10, with the first place reward being particularly generous. Thus, even those who could have entered the inner sect preferred to remain among the outer disciples until they felt sufficiently prepared to compete. Among them, there were also some who were only at the 6th level of Gathering Spirit. Most of these individuals did not believe they could pass. Their participation was merely to gain experience for the next Seven Peaks assessment. Fang Chen was among them, though at this moment, he stood in the least conspicuous corner of the square, awaiting the start of the assessment. Look, isn't that Lin Luer? A voice exclaimed amidst the crowd. Wow, it really is her. She's only 15 and already at the 9th level of Gathering Spirit. She's the top favorite for this assessment. The appearance of a young girl drew considerable attention. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her brows were elegantly shaped, and a dimple appeared on her cheek, making her exceptionally beautiful. However, her expression was somewhat cold. She did not seem to relish the spotlight. Luo Ao is here too, another voice cried out. Once again capturing the crowd's attention, Luo Ao, the genius of the inner sect's second peak, Luo Yun's cousin. At just 17, he is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Gathering Spirit. He is also a top contender for the championship. I see it. The first place will undoubtedly be decided between those two. Indeed. Upon hearing these names, Fang Chen furrowed his brow and turned to look among the crowd. Luo Ao was basking in the admiration of those around him, wearing an expression of arrogance. Beside him were two familiar faces. One was naturally Su Wanner, and Fang Chen was not surprised to see her. She had previously stated that she would definitely participate in this assessment, knowing she would not pass. The other person was Si Chengye, whom he had encountered earlier at the Spirit Tool Pavilion. At that moment, Si Chengye was scanning the area, seemingly searching for someone. Upon spotting Fang Chen, he was overjoyed and quickly shot a venomous glare at him. He then whispered something to Luo Ao. Upon hearing this, Luo Ao turned his gaze towards Fang Chen, and his expression turned icy. He then approached Fang Chen with the two others. You are Fang Chen? Luo Ao sneered, looking down at him with a haughty demeanor, as if he were examining an insignificant insect. Su Wanner's expression darkened as she saw Fang Chen. So it's this bastard. I never expected this bastard to actually dare to show up. Are you tired of living? That's him, the one. After I mentioned your name, he insulted you in every possible way. Truly despicable, Si Chengye chimed in. Stoking the fire, he then shouted to those around. Everyone, take a look. This is the fool from 5 years ago. He abandoned his cultivation to guard his master's grave. Hilarious. With his words, many began to recall the events of that year. Is that the fool from back then? Laughable. He abandoned his cultivation for a grave. What filial piety? That is not filial. That is just foolishness. Ha ha ha. The crowd regarded Fang Chen with mocking eyes, as if he were the village idiot. Despite the ridicule and contempt from those around him, along with Si Chengye's provocations, Fang Chen felt little agitation. He could not be bothered to respond. There was no need. Luo Ao coldly stated, I'll give you a chance. Forfeit your cultivation and roll out of here. And perhaps I'll spare your life. His tone was commanding. Fang Chen looked at him indifferently and asked, Really? Luo Ao arrogantly replied, Of course. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen scoffed, You really think you're someone of importance? 17 and at the pinnacle of gathering spirit? I reached that level before I turned 10. Who do you think you are? Luo Ao's haughty expression vanished instantly, replaced by an icy glare. The surrounding crowd fell silent, realizing Fang Chen was openly provoking Luo Ao. All right, very well. After a moment of silence, Luo Ao coldly said, Don't let me see you during the 7 Peaks assessment. I will ensure you understand what it means to wish for death. Bastard, you are as good as dead. Su Wanner let out a sinister laugh, convinced that Fang Chen was doomed to perish. Beside her, Si Chengye also smirked coldly, gazing at Fang Chen with a sense of triumph. Scornful, pitying, and gloating glances from all around were cast upon Fang Chen. Offending Luo Ao in the outer sect was akin to courting death. Silence. A prominent figure approaches. Someone called out from a distance, immediately drawing the attention of everyone to the high platform at the front of the grand hall, where more than a dozen figures had mysteriously appeared. Most of these individuals were elderly, comprising both outer and inner sect elders. However, when their gazes fell upon the leader, everyone was momentarily stunned. Before them stood a young girl, clad in a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her enchanting curves. With her long, slender legs, exposed beneath the hem, appearing flawless, coupled with her extraordinarily beautiful and captivating features, she rendered all the men present utterly spellbound. This girl was none other than Meng Yao, one of the supervising elders for this event. Chapter 15. Cloud Immortal Pill. Meng Yao's face radiated a smile that rendered her already stunning visage even more bewitching. Upon learning that Fang Chen would partake in the 7 Peaks assessment, she had resolved to witness his performance and subsequently pull him into the 2nd peak. With Fang Chen by her side, even if indulgence led to physical outbursts, he would ensure her safety. It's senior sister Meng Yao. My heavens! It truly is senior sister Meng Yao. What brings her to the outer sect? It seems she has come to observe the 7 Peaks assessment, as the dual prodigy of the Tianyu divine sect. Meng Yao's reputation was immense. Nearly everyone knew of her. Her unparalleled beauty and figure drove countless individuals to madness, making her the dream girl of many. Meng Yao, however, did not carry the air of a lofty diva. She surveyed the crowd below, and those who caught her gaze were overcome with excitement, their hearts racing. They yearned for her enchanting eyes to finally rest upon them, believing it would fulfill their lives. Yet, her captivating gaze swept past their faces and ultimately settled on Fang Chen. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled, and she immediately cast him a flirtatious glance. However, Fang Chen was not alone in his vicinity. Many others were present as well. This flirtatious glance, rich in allure, instantly left everyone in Fang Chen's vicinity mesmerized, followed by waves of excitement and frenzy. That flirtatious glance from senior sister Meng Yao is undoubtedly meant for me. Nonsense. It was clearly directed at me. It must be me. With my handsome demeanor, senior sister Meng Yao has surely taken a liking to me. It is I. They argued fiercely over the ownership of a mere flirtatious glance, to the point of nearly coming to blows. Silence, all of you. Si Chengye glared at them, asserting, What are you all worth to even compete? That flirtatious glance was undoubtedly for the boss. You dare to contest? Luo Ao was also spellbound by Meng Yao's recent glance, his heart racing with excitement. Senior sister Meng Yao must have heard of me. she came specifically to witness the Seven Peaks assessment. He mused, determination flooding his heart. I must perform exceptionally well and not let senior sister Meng Yao down. As she observed the throng entranced by Meng Yao, Su Wan'er felt a surge of jealousy. She regarded Meng Yao with a sense of familiarity but could not quite place her. Although she had seen Meng Yao before, it had only been a glimpse of her profile and back. Moreover, to Su Wan'er, Fang Chun was merely a lowly wretch, making it impossible for her to associate the exalted Meng Yao with him. Elsewhere, Lin Shuyan was also present. However, she did not make an appearance, choosing instead to observe the scene from a high tower. Witnessing Meng Yao cast a flirtatious glance towards Fang Chen, her eyes filled with helplessness. In recent days, Meng Yao had persistently sought to meet Fang Chen, but Lin Shuyan had thwarted her efforts. She had thought Meng Yao would forget about this fellow, yet here she was, drawn to him once more. Fang Chen, I will never allow Meng Yao to fall for your tricks, she vowed fiercely in her heart. In another high tower, Luo Yun had also arrived. Upon seeing Meng Yao, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a glimmer of desire in his eyes. Who within the Tianyu divine sect would not wish to win the affections of such a stunning beauty? He certainly did as well. In fact, part of his decision to join the second peak had been influenced by Meng Yao. Why is she here? He pondered, casting a puzzled glance at Meng Yao's enchanting visage. Yet, no matter how he thought about it, he could not discern the reason, merely shaking his head and muttering, perhaps she is here to observe the outer sect assessment. His gaze then fixed upon Fang Chen. This wretch seems to have made some progress in his cultivation. Interesting, he must possess some secret. I'll let this wretch be eliminated first, then capture him. I am determined to extract his recovery secrets. With that thought, a sinister smile crept across his face. He had made numerous preparations for this Seven Peaks assessment, and he was fully confident that Fang Chen would not even pass the first hurdle. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he had already attracted the attention of many. Faced with Meng Yao's flirtatious glance, he could only let out a bitter laugh, pretending he had seen nothing. At that moment, the chief elder stepped forward and announced, "All right, everyone quiet down. The Seven Peaks assessment is about to commence." As these words were spoken, the commotion below fell silent. The chief elder continued, "The Seven Peaks assessment consists of 3 stages. The first is talent, the second is will, and the third is the arena. As long as you pass the first 2 stages, you will qualify for entry into the inner sect Seven Peaks. However, the third stage, the arena, offers substantial rewards, which will greatly benefit you once you enter the inner sect." A voice from below inquired, "Elder, what are the rewards?" The chief elder replied, "The top 8 participants will receive a second-tier Luo Linggrass to enhance their cultivation. The top 4 will receive 3, and the first-place winner will not only receive 5 Luo Lingrasses but also a special reward." At this point, he smiled mysteriously. The crowd instantly buzzed with curiosity. What could this special reward be? Perhaps a kiss from senior sister Meng, someone mused. The chief elder smiled slightly and said, "This special reward will be provided by senior sister Meng Yao. It is a 3rd-tier Cloud Immortal Pill." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Did I hear that correctly? The Cloud Immortal Pill. That is an essential elixir for stepping into the postnatal realm. Incredibly precious. Even inner sect disciples must pay a hefty price to obtain one. The Cloud Immortal Pill was exceedingly rare in the outside world. Only major sects like the Tianyu Divine Sect could afford to possess them. Of course, even within the sect, they were in short supply, and not every disciple could acquire one. This scarcity resulted in many cultivators spending their entire lives in the gathering spirit realm, unable to advance further. The crowd was filled with eagerness, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Perhaps this would be their opportunity to ascend to greatness. Among them, Luo Ao was the most ecstatic. Even though his family was powerful, obtaining a Cloud Immortal Pill was still a challenge. If he possessed this elixir, he might swiftly step into the postnatal realm. Senior sister Meng Yao truly came for me. I am indeed a favorite to win this time. Who else could possibly claim this elixir apart from me? He thought resolutely, believing that Meng Yao had come specifically for him. Beside him, Ling Fan's eyes also gleamed with excitement. The Cloud Immortal Pill was of great importance to him as well. Observing the disciples' rising spirits, the chief elder felt quite pleased. However, no one noticed as his gaze casually flickered towards Fang Chen in the distance before quickly returning. Unnoticed by all, he said nonchalantly, "All right, now step forward to register and receive your numbers in preparation for the first stage of the assessment." Soon after, 100 disciples each carried a wooden box to the front. Over 5,000 individuals were participating in the Seven Peaks assessment, yet the registration and drawing of lots proceeded at a swift pace. Fang Chun was among the later ones to register, and after some time, his turn finally arrived. Upon stating his name, he reached into the box to draw a lot, his hand brushing against a slip of paper. Fang Qian did not think much of it. He simply picked it up and stepped aside. Upon opening it, he saw the number 5320-1. It was a rather low number, indicating he would likely be among the last to participate. Fang Qian did not dwell on this, stowing the slip and finding a spot to wait. Once all the disciples had drawn their lots, the chief elder waved his hand, and a spirit orb, approximately the size of a basketball, materialized in front of the high platform. The orb was transparent, shimmering with flickering spiritual light. The chief elder announced, "Talent is divided into 9 ranks. To pass the first stage of the assessment is simple. You only need to reach the 4th rank to succeed." Curious, someone asked, "Elder, we were tested for talent when we entered the outer sect. Why must we test again?" The chief elder explained, "The reason is simple. Talent can change as you cultivate. If your foundation is unstable, or if you leave hidden dangers during your training, it may cause your talent to decline. Therefore, do not assume that passing in the outer sect guarantees success in the inner sect. A solid foundation is crucial." He continued, "Now, the first stage of the assessment officially begins. Contestant number 1, step forward." Chapter 16. What if tenfold? An 18-year-old youth emerged from the crowd, visibly nervous as he approached the spirit orb. He placed both hands upon it and summoned a thread of spiritual energy. The orb flickered gently, and soon, a series of light points began to illuminate. However, by the 3rd point, the orb ceased to glow, dimming once more. Witnessing this, despair filled the youth's eyes. The elder beside him declared, "3rd rank talent, not qualified." The crowd grew tense. The first contestant had failed, indicating that the first stage of the assessment would not be easy. Next, contestant number 2, the elder announced. One by one, disciples stepped onto the platform to test their talents. The results echoing continuously from the elder's lips. Most of the disciples who passed the test possessed talents of the 4th or 5th rank, and occasionally, there were those of the 6th rank. Primarily due to their age nearing 25, which solidified their foundational skills. Before long, half of the participants had completed their assessments. Suddenly, a young girl ascended the high platform, capturing the attention of many. It was Lin Luer. Curiosity swirled among the crowd regarding her talent rank. With bated breath, they watched as Lin Luer placed her hands upon the spirit orb. Moments later, the orb began to emit radiant specks of light. When all the lights had manifested, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers. "My heavens! A talent of the 7th rank? Truly, Lin Luer lives up to her reputation." The crowd marveled, and the elders on the platform regarded Lin Luer with evident admiration. Yet, Lin Luer maintained her composure, bowing gracefully before descending. After a succession of participants, it was soon Su Wanner's turn. With an air of arrogance, Su Wanner strode confidently to the platform, placing her hands upon the spirit orb. However, the crowd remained oblivious to the talisman concealed within her palm, skillfully hidden from view. This talisman had the power to alter the orb's sensitivity, thereby elevating her talent level. The presiding elder observed the scene, aware of her subterfuge yet choosing to remain silent, having received orders from Luo Yun to ensure Su Wanner's success at all costs. In no time, the orb flickered with an array of lights, astonishingly illuminating 7 orbs. 7. She, too, possesses a talent of the 7th rank. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Su Wanner. Swiftly, she concealed the talisman and basked in the adoration and awe reflected in the gazes of those around her. Her expression suffused with pride. "So, this is what it feels like to be regarded as a genius." She glanced at Fang Chun, hoping to read surprise or regret in his eyes. However, to her vexation, Fang Chen remained unfazed, not even granting her a second glance. "Humph. I shall see how long you can flaunt yourself. It will be amusing when your talent is revealed to be merely of the 1st rank during your own assessment." She smirked ominously, fully aware of Luo Yun's plans to deal with Fang Chun. After several hundred more participants, it was finally Luo Ao's turn. Just before ascending the platform, he cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen, declaring, "Waste. Let me show you what true talent looks like." He then stepped onto the high platform, both hands pressed against the spirit orb, channeling his spiritual energy. Instantly, the orb illuminated with a flurry of lights. 1 light, 2, 7, 8. A total of 8 lights. My goodness. Am I seeing this correctly? An 8th rank talent. Luo Ao truly is exceptional. The Luo family is terrifying. First, there was Luo Yun, and now another prodigy in Luo Ao. This is a sure sign of their rise to prominence. The crowd gasped in admiration, and several female disciples regarded Luo Ao with expressions of adoration. Luo Ao, satisfied with his accomplishment, held his head high, casting a scornful glance at Feng Chen, as though viewing an insignificant insect. As he passed by Feng Chen on his way down, he arrogantly remarked, "Did you see that? This is the chasm that separates us." "Is that so?" Feng Chen replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Let us see about that." As the number of participants dwindled, the final contender approached. Just as the elder was about to announce the next contestant, the presiding elder stepped forward to inspect the spirit orb, seemingly assessing its integrity. Unbeknownst to anyone, he possessed a piece of dark purple jade, which he discreetly melded into the spirit orb upon contact. Instantly, the orb dimmed slightly, yet no one noticed this detail, nor could they fathom that the presiding elder would resort to such underhanded tactics. At that moment, another elder called out, "The 5,321st participant. Please step forward." Feng Chen emerged from the crowd, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Overestimating oneself, Luo Ao scoffed. "Let us see how you embarrass yourself." Xu Waner also chuckled derisively. Tio have crippled his own cultivation and still show up. He cannot possibly believe he retains his former talent, can he? Self-infliction leaves significant repercussions. I doubt he can even reach the 3rd ranked. My bet is on 1st rank. Many in the crowd echoed similar sentiments, laughing amongst themselves. Let us see what your talent truly is. Only Ming Yao's enchanting eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ignoring the jeers, Feng Chen approached the spirit orb, placing his hand atop it and channeling his spiritual energy into it. However, after a brief moment, the orb remained completely unresponsive. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Could it be he doesn't even have a 1st rank? They mocked. What a waste among wastes. No wonder he is a fool who would self-harm his cultivation. He truly has some nerve. Their laughter echoed around him. The presiding elder, inwardly chuckling, mused, "The fallen star will cause the spirit orb's sensitivity to diminish tenfold. No matter how exceptional your talent, you can only achieve a 1st rank." From the high platform, Luo Yun sneered at Feng Chen. "This is the consequence of offending me." Meanwhile, Lin Shuiyan shook her head, knowing Feng Chen was lacking but not anticipating he would fall so far. Unable to even achieve a 1st rank, her resolve to prevent Feng Chen from bringing harm to Ming Yao grew stronger. However, soon, their laughter was abruptly silenced. The spirit orb suddenly blazed with brilliance. Then, with a resounding bang, it shattered into a fine powder. Silence enveloped the venue, as the audience stared in disbelief, utterly at a loss. What just transpired? How did the spirit orb explode? I have no idea. I merely saw a burst of light. And then it detonated. So does this mean Feng Chen has passed or not? After the initial shock, the crowd began to murmur. Yet, Feng Chen remained composed, showing no surprise at all. He was no longer the person he once was. Sword demon physique, heavenly demonic bones, soul-seeing demonic eyes, and sword demon bloodline. Each of these traits would surpass the spirit orb's detection limit of 9th rank, and combined, even with a tenfold reduction, they would still cause an explosion. Feng Chen's talent was beyond what any present could comprehend. Ming Yao's alluring eyes blinked in surprise. This outcome exceeded her expectations. The presiding elder gazed at the scene in astonishment, caught off guard. But soon, his expression turned cold as he stated, "The spirit orb's explosion indicates that you have not passed the assessment. You are eliminated." At this declaration, the crowd descended into further chaos. Does this count as failing? An explosion surely cannot be a pass. What if his talent was so extraordinary that it caused the orb to explode? What are you thinking? Such a thing is impossible. The audience erupted in debate, with some asserting Feng Chen should pass, while others insisted he deserved elimination. Even Luo Yun, from the lofty heights, felt a twinge of surprise at this outcome, yet he was ultimately satisfied with the presiding elder's verdict. But just then, Ming Yao spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. "Presiding elder, Since the spirit orb failed to ascertain his talent, how can you declare him eliminated? The presiding elder was taken aback by Meng Yao's defense of Fang Chun. Indeed, I believe he should be considered passed. Perhaps his talent was simply too remarkable to register. Exactly, chimed in the other elders in unison. Meng Yao's unparalleled status meant they knew precisely which side to support. Recognizing that it would be impossible to eliminate Fang Chun under these circumstances, the presiding elder conceded, "Very well, I have a spare spirit orb. Let this disciple retest." Meng Yao shot him a cold glare. "If you have a spare, why not present it initially instead of declaring elimination outright?" The presiding elder, sweating profusely, could only stammer, "I simply didn't think of it right away." He then retrieved another spirit orb, though this one was also infused with the dark jade. "Let us try again." The presiding elder addressed Fang Chun icily. Fang Chun glanced at him, suspecting that this individual was undoubtedly Luo Yun's pawn. He inwardly scoffed and placed his hand upon the orb once more. Bang! The orb shattered again, returning the venue to silence. What on earth is happening? As Meng Yao pondered, her heart raced. No one noticed the glimmering golden light in her eyes. She witnessed the explosion of the spirit orb in its entirety. In that fleeting moment, she saw the orb shimmer with countless lights. The intensity was so overwhelming that it burst apart. This indicated that Fang Chun's talent exceeded the orb's limit of detection, beyond 9th rank. Her beautiful eyes widened in curiosity as she regarded Fang Chun. "This man is becoming increasingly intriguing," she mused, her interest in him deepening. The presiding elder, bewildered by another explosion, was at a loss. "I refuse to believe this." He produced yet another spirit orb, this time embedding 10 pieces of dark jade within. Bang! The orb exploded once more. Now the presiding elder was utterly confounded, for he had exhausted all his spirit orbs. Meng Yao, observing the chaos, remarked coolly, "Why not continue?" The presiding elder could only awkwardly reply, "There are no more spirit orbs in light of this." Meng Yao declared, "Then let him pass directly. If he truly cannot perform, he will surely fail the second round." "Exactly? I believe Meng Yao is absolutely correct." The other elders echoed in agreement. Realizing he could not refute their claims, the presiding elder understood that eliminating Fang Chun in the first round was impossible. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and announced that Fang Chun had also passed the assessment. "This fellow has extraordinary luck, managing to succeed under such circumstances. Indeed, how could it be my turn just now without any explosion?" What does it matter if he was lucky? He will surely be eliminated in the second round." The crowd below cast envious glances at Fang Chun, especially those who had been eliminated, who were consumed by jealousy and hatred. Luo Ao wore a gloomy expression, yet his face was still filled with disdain. "Just a lucky bastard, he will undoubtedly fail the second round." "Exactly." Si Qingye nodded in agreement. Xu Waner also wore an extremely unpleasant expression. Just moments ago, she had confidently proclaimed that Fang Chun would not even pass the first round, yet now he had succeeded. "Useless, what does it matter if he passed the first round? Brother Luo has more tricks up his sleeve." However, her expression soon morphed into a cold smirk, maintaining an air of assured victory. Luo Yun was also taken aback that Fang Chun had managed to pass, his face showing signs of displeasure. "Nevertheless," he sneered, "in the second round, I shall ensure you do not take a single step forward." The second round of assessment was not conducted here. Under the guidance of the chief elder, everyone proceeded to another mountain of Wuji Peak. There lay a long jade staircase, comprising 1,000 steps. This had been crafted at great expense by the sect, employing the expertise of rune masters and toolsmiths. Upon stepping onto it, one would feel a tremendous force of suppression from the outside in. Those with wavering resolve would find themselves unable to ascend even 10 steps, the chief elder explained. This staircase is known as the Heavenly Ladder, and it serves as the second round of this assessment. The passage is straightforward. There is no need to conquer 1,000 steps, merely 100 will suffice. I advise you to act within your limits. Should you attempt to force your way up, you may suffer a backlash, with severe cases resulting in immediate death. As he mentioned the word death, he cast a meaningful glance at Fang Chun. He took out a token, which was used to control the Heavenly Ladder. The token flickered with light, and the staircase radiated a faint glow, signaling its official activation. "Go on. What are you waiting for?" A disciple was the first to rush up the Heavenly Ladder. However, as soon as he took a single step, a terrifying force of suppression enveloped him. Instantly, his stature shrank by half. Yet, he managed to endure the pressure of the first step, and after fully acclimating, he continued to ascend. Observing this, others also moved towards the heavenly ladder, beginning their climb. Over 3,000 individuals had passed the first round, but the vastness of the heavenly ladder meant that their collective presence did not create excessive congestion. Luo Ao approached Fang Chun, mocking him. "Bastard, don't tell me you can't even step onto the first step." Beside him, Su Wanner scoffed. "You will soon understand what despair truly means." Fang Chen furrowed his brow as he watched the two make their way to the heavenly ladder, occasionally distracted by the barking of dogs nearby, which irritated him as Luo Ao set foot on the heavenly ladder. It gave the impression that he was walking on level ground. He ascended effortlessly, casually reaching the 19th step, where he began to slow down. Even more astonishingly, Su Wanner closely followed behind him. Ling Fan frowned at this sight. He was not surprised by Luo Ao, as he was considered a genius. However, he was well aware of Su Wanner's capabilities. Both her talent and diligence were quite average, making it improbable for her to ascend so easily. He glanced towards the chief elder, who held the token beside the heavenly ladder, and suddenly understood it was clear that he could manipulate the individual pressures above, easing the burden on Su Wanner, allowing her to ascend with such ease. Fang Chun had guessed correctly. Not only was Su Wanner receiving this advantage, but so was Luo Ao. However, Luo Ao only lightened the pressure on others by 10%. While Su Wanner enjoyed a staggering 90% reduction, even if Su Wanner were utterly useless, she would still find it a breeze to follow closely behind Luo Ao under such circumstances. Seeing that the majority had begun their climb, Fang Chun also ceased to wait and stepped onto the heavenly ladder. However, he did not notice that the chief elder's eyes were fixed upon him. The moment he set foot on the first step, an overwhelming force of suppression descended upon him. It felt as heavy as a mountain. The chief elder chuckled coldly. "Your suppression is 10 times that of others. Even a practitioner at the early stage of the acquired realm would struggle to withstand it. I am quite curious to see how you intend to pass this round." Fang Chen's brow furrowed. This pressure felt abnormal. Had he not undergone the transformation of the blood of the sword demon and endured inhumane torment, he would likely find it difficult to cope. He cast a cold gaze at the chief elder, who returned the look with a mocking expression. Fang Chun was certain that this was the elder's scheme. Luo Ao and Su Wanner, witnessing Fang Chun remain motionless on the first step, could not contain their derisive laughter. "You think you can contend with us? It would be effortless to eliminate you." But then, their expressions froze in disbelief. Chapter 18. What if it were 20 times? After lingering on the first step for merely 2 breaths, Fang Chun directly stepped onto the second, then the third and fourth. It was as if the 10-fold pressure posed no harm to him whatsoever. They were unaware of how Fang Chun had endured over the past 5 years. The residual effects of self-dismantling his dantian had tormented him endlessly. The most challenging aspect was his fear of the future, feeling lost and unable to see a path forward. That sense of confusion could drive a person to the brink of collapse. One could stand atop the peak of heroes, only to plummet into the depths of despair, even into the abyss of hell. Such trials are not something everyone can bear, coupled with the agonizing pain of having his bones extracted. Su Wanner's betrayal, and the suffering endured during the transformation by the sword demon. Fang Chen's will was not only fortified by the blood of the sword demon, he was inherently strong. Otherwise, how could he have endured the initial transformation? What if the pressure he faced was 10 times greater, even 20 times, or 30 times, and Fang Chun would still withstand it? Step by step, Fang Chun ascended. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps. Gradually, he caught up to the 3 individuals at the forefront. Although his pace began to slow, his gaze remained unwavering, showing no signs of faltering. In contrast, Su Wanner, who was merely enduring 10% of the pressure, was already sweating profusely. Indeed, even with just 10% of the burden, she struggled to move. As she looked back at the rapidly approaching Fang Chen, her expression twisted in disbelief. Impossible. How could this waste be so strong? Luo Ao's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Fang Chun, harboring doubts. Could it be that the chief elder did not impose the 10-fold pressure on him? The chief elder was also bewildered. He could distinctly sense the 10-fold suppression emanating from Fang Chun. Yet, He was moving so quickly. He even began to catch up with the first batch of climbers. I refused to believe this. The chief elder's expression turned grim, his hand tightening around the token as it flickered with light. In an instant, the pressure on Feng Qian surged to 20 times. Feng Qian felt his body slightly sink. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. The sword demon body erupted. The soul sky demon eye unfurled. He straightened his back and continued forward. How is this possible? What on earth is happening with this guy? The chief elder could no longer conceal his astonishment. His eyes widening at the spectacle. I refuse to believe this. He gritted his teeth and intensified the pressure. 30 times, 40 times, 50 times. As the pressure reached 50 times, Feng Qian finally found himself unable to move forward. Half kneeling on the 78th step, the chief elder rejoiced, but his expression soon changed. He had forgotten. Once the heavenly ladder's pressure reached 50 times, it would become tangible. In the next moment, everyone witnessed visible waves of suppressive force enveloping Feng Qian. They pinned him down, making it exceedingly difficult for him to move. Meng Yao had been closely monitoring Feng Qian. Initially, she believed that willpower was his weak point. However, upon observing Feng Qian's form occasionally sinking as if heavy weights were suddenly pressing down upon him, she sensed something was amiss. Now, witnessing the tangible suppressive force enveloping Feng Qian, she immediately understood that this had to be the chief elder's manipulation. The materialized pressure could only manifest at 50 times. Such a force would be challenging for even a practitioner at the acquired realm to endure. Anger surged through her enchanting visage, her icy gaze fixated on the chief elder. Chief elder? What is the meaning of this? The chief elder, meeting Meng Yao's chilling gaze, was at a loss for words. The crowd also noticed the anomaly. The pressure on Feng Qian was incomparably greater than that on anyone else. Yet, despite this, Feng Qian continued to climb. What remarkable willpower must one possess to achieve such a feat? The chief elder broke into a cold sweat, stammering and unsure of how to respond. Meng Shiji? Why bother with this? Just then, Luo Yun approached. His appearance immediately drew gasps from many. Its brother Luo Yun. Heaven! So handsome! Brother Luo Yun. Luo Yun held considerable renown within the Tianyu divine sect, not only for his talent, but also due to his status as the eldest son of the Luo family. Meng Yao recognized Luo Yun, but her expression remained icy. What? Did you orchestrate this? Luo Yun maintained his smile, responding, naturally not, but I do understand why the chief elder is acting this way. Meng Yao's expression remained cold. Speak? Luo Yun, still smiling, said, I presume Meng Shiji is unaware that Feng Qian is an exceedingly lecherous individual. After he dismantled his own cultivation, Sister Su tended to him with utmost care for 5 long years, hoping to help him regain his confidence. Unexpectedly, he repaid her kindness with malice, attempting to take advantage of her. Truly despicable. Had I not happened to pass by at that moment, Sister Su would have suffered his vile intentions. I informed the chief elder of this incident, and it is likely that he, too, was incensed, thus targeting Feng Qian in this manner. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in shock. In the next moment, they cast furious glances at Feng Qian. What? They had not expected Feng Qian to be such a malicious person. Sister Su cared for him, and he even contemplated such despicable actions. Disgusting. Such individuals ought not to become disciples of my Tianyu divine sect. Expel him from the Tianyu divine sect. It is truly repulsive. The crowd hurled accusations at Feng Qian, firmly believing that senior brother Luo Yun would never deceive them. This matter was undoubtedly true. The chief elder's eyes sparkled with realization as he nodded repeatedly, proclaiming, Yes, yes. I cannot allow such a disciple to enter the inner sanctum of my Tianyu divine sect. It turns out he is such a person. In the distance, Lin Shuiyin was utterly disillusioned with Feng Qian, realizing that the blood he bore earlier was a result of his misdeeds, punished by Luo Yun. Meanwhile, Feng Qian remained calm amidst the barrage of insults. Having no intention of explaining himself, for he understood that no one would believe his words, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed ahead. Only by becoming stronger could he dismantle all the false accusations directed at him. Yet, there was one who believed in Feng Qian, that was Meng Yao. She could not accept that a person who had chosen to retreat upon first meeting her was a lecher. Nor could she believe that someone who remained composed and unyielding in her presence was a libertine. When Fang Qian tended to her wounds, he had countless opportunities to take advantage of her. Yet he refrained. During that time, she felt utterly controlled by her own desires, while Fang Qian remained indifferent. Such a person could not possibly be a libertine. Could he? Where is the evidence? Meng Yao asked coldly. Luo Yun was taken aback. This was a fabrication of his own making, and there was no evidence to present. Even if there were, how could he possibly produce it? It was clear that Meng Yao did not believe his claims. Fang Qian, on the heavenly ladder, was momentarily surprised. He could discern the trust in Meng Yao's tone. His once frozen heart began to stir, for she was the first person to trust him in 5 years. Aside from his master, Luo Yun insisted, "How could I possibly provide evidence? But I assure you, every word I speak is the truth." "Every word is the truth?" Meng Yao scoffed, pointing delicately at Fang Qian. "Then tell me, could one who withstands 50 times the pressure of the heavenly ladder possibly be a libertine?" Luo Yun was immediately rendered speechless. The will of the heavenly ladder tests a person's steadfastness, including their state of mind. The will of a libertine is exceedingly fragile, constantly consumed by base desires, making it difficult for them to endure even ordinary pressure. Indeed, Fang Qian had demonstrated that he was subject to pressures far exceeding those of others while ascending the heavenly ladder. Could there be a misunderstanding? I do not believe Fang Qian is that sort of person. Some voiced their doubts. They did not genuinely speak in Fang Qian's defense. Their comments stemmed solely from their respect for Meng Yao. Luo Yun's expression darkened. Meng Yao was resolute in opposing him for the sake of an outer sect disciple. Unfazed by his sullen demeanor, Meng Yao coldly addressed the chief elder. "I shall report today's events truthfully. It was not only you who increased the pressure on one disciple, but also you who relaxed the pressure on others." Upon sensing something amiss, she activated her spiritual eye, perceiving not only the pressure Fang Qian bore, but also the meager pressure surrounding Su Wan'er. Realizing this, she understood everything. Hearing this, the chief elder's face paled instantly. His fate was sealed. He was acutely aware of Meng Yao's significant standing within the sect, especially given that he had indeed committed those acts. Without a doubt, he could no longer hold his position as elder. Whether he could remain in the Tianyu divine sect was uncertain. He cast a pleading glance at Luo Yun, hoping he might assist him in resolving this predicament. Yet, Luo Yun's expression was particularly grim, utterly devoid of solutions. Compared to Meng Yao, what was his minor status within the sect? He could only convey to the chief elder through telepathy. "Resign from your position and I shall recommend you to my father, securing you a role as a guest elder in the Luo family. You shall not be treated poorly." Upon hearing this, the chief elder fell into despair. A guest elder in the Luo family could never compare to the esteemed position of an elder in the Tianyu divine sect. Yet, having offended Meng Yao, he could only acquiesce to Luo Yun's arrangement. "Now, hand over your token," Meng Yao commanded coldly. At that moment, her demeanor was devoid of allure. The chilling intensity combined with her breathtaking beauty sent shivers down the spines of those present. The chief elder dared not hesitate, obediently handing the token to Meng Yao. Upon receiving it, Meng Yao declared loudly, "I shall oversee this 7 peaks assessment, restoring equal pressure for all." As she spoke, the token emitted a brilliant light. In the next instant, Fang Qian felt the weight of the pressure lift entirely, granting him an overwhelming sense of relief. Conversely, Su Wan'er suddenly felt an oppressive force envelop her entire being. A scream erupted as she was violently expelled from the heavenly ladder. Crashing to the ground and spewing forth copious amounts of blood, utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Luo Ao let out a grunt but managed to withstand the sudden surge in pressure. In that moment, the crowd comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Su Wan'er had ascended so swiftly. The pressure had been diminished, in a wonder. I suspected that Su Wan'er's abilities were quite ordinary. How could she have experienced such a sudden rise? Indeed, it was disgraceful. The crowd looked upon Su Wan'er with contempt, who, in her suffering, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and fury. Fang Qian. She could only lower her head, clenching her teeth in silent anger. It was all Fang Qian's fault. Had he been eliminated earlier, her cheating would not have been discovered. It was all because of that scoundrel. Luo Yun's expression was equally grim, yet he dared not voice his grievances, casting a venomous glare at Fang Qian. It was all because of this wretched scoundrel that he had lost a valuable ally within the sect. Throughout this ordeal, Fang Qian remained resolute. Unaffected by the lifted pressure, he continued his ascent. His speed markedly increased. Luo Ao realized this round would not eliminate Fang Chun, gritting his teeth as he pressed on, determined to reach the 100th level first, rather than allowing that scoundrel to succeed. However, Fang Chun ascended the ladder as if it were merely a staircase, while Luo Ao struggled painfully. Upon reaching the 87th level, Fang Chun surpassed Lin Luard, by the 92nd level. He was neck and neck with Luo Ao. Despair washed over Luo Ao as he realized he was no match for Fang Chun. "You brat. This first place is mine. Stay behind me, or I will kill you." Luo Ao hissed menacingly as Fang Chun continued his ascent without pause, merely casting a cold glance in his direction and dismissively replying, "Fool," before surpassing him once more. Luo Ao's face turned ashen, veins bulging in his forehead, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Fang Chun. He swore that he would kill Fang Chun, no matter what. "You had better dare to participate in the third assessment. If you do, I will surely slay you on the spot," he threatened venomously. Yet, Fang Chun paid him no heed, swiftly reaching the 100th level. Meng Yao smiled slightly. "I knew he would succeed." Others expressed incredulity, astonished at the strength of Fang Chun's willpower. Indeed, he was no weaker than some ordinary postnatal cultivators. As the crowd marveled, Fang Chun did not pause at the 100th level but continued his ascent. The crowd was taken aback. Did he intend to challenge further? Was this fellow mad? Beyond the 100th level lay only those brave enough from the postnatal realm to attempt the climb. Surely, he did not believe that a mere sense of ease at the 100th level would empower him to reach the pinnacle. The pressure before and after the 100th level was profoundly different. They believed Fang Chun was delusional, and upon stepping onto the 101st step, he encountered a terrifying pressure 5 times greater than that at the 100th level. Yet, merely 5 times? What did that matter? After a brief adjustment, he continued his ascent, his gaze unwavering. 105, 110, 120. By the time Luo Ao reached the 100th level, Fang Chun had already arrived at the 122nd step. Relentlessly pressing onward, Luo Ao was unwilling to concede, convinced he could not lose to such a worthless individual. Thus, he too pressed on. However, upon reaching the 115th level, he despaired as he found himself unable to advance even a step further. Looking up, he saw Fang Chun had already reached the 150 levels. Here, the pressure was tenfold, yet Fang Chun's steps remained resolute, unaffected in the slightest. Soon, he reached the 200th level. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The pressure at the 200th level was a staggering 20-fold. Yet, Fang Chun pressed on with unwavering determination. His body sank slightly under the weight, but he quickly straightened his posture and ascended. 210, 230, 250. The pressure reached 30 times, yet Fang Chun continued onward. 300 levels, 40 times the pressure. Still, Fang Chun pressed on without hesitation. The onlookers were utterly stupefied. At 300 levels, no outer sect disciple had ever reached such heights. Just how strong was Fang Chun's willpower? 300 levels, and he was still climbing. Was he truly aiming to pierce the heavens? My heavens! How had he cultivated such resolve? Even Meng Yao gazed at Fang Chun in shock, her enchanting eyes glimmering with admiration, captivated by him. Just how steadfast must his heart be to achieve such feats? What had he endured to possess such indomitable will? Recalling the moments spent with Fang Chun, Meng Yao realized that even though their time together was brief, each encounter had left an indelible mark on her heart. Perhaps it was due to the two intertwining fates of her indulgent nature and Fang Chun's sword demon essence. It is still because Fang Chun chose to show respect when he had the opportunity to take advantage of her. At this moment, her heart fluttered ever so slightly. In truth, a marriage contract is not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps I should heed my grandfather's advice. Marrying him might not be such a poor choice after all. She mused. Fang Chun, oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd below, had already ascended to the 350th level. Here, the pressure was a staggering 50 times greater. Instantly, he felt a tangible weight pressing down upon him. Just as before, he once again found himself kneeling on the ground. Is this the end? The onlookers, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Reaching the 350th level was already an extraordinary feat. Even inner sect disciples could only ascend to this height if they were at the late stage of the acquired realm or above. and Fang Chun was merely a step away. Meng Yao's heart tightened slightly. If he cannot continue, he should give up. He has already done remarkably well. She kept repeating this in her mind, fearing that Fang Qian might recklessly push himself further. Fang Qian exhaled heavily, the weight of the pressure reminding him of the humiliation he had just endured. Were it not for Meng Yao, he would still be pinned to the ground, utterly powerless to lift his head. Is it impossible? No. If I succumb to this pressure, what difference is there between that and yielding to Luo Yun's dominance? He roared in defiance. Gradually, he rose to his feet. In that moment, his expression became resolutely steadfast. No one could shake him. Suddenly, a drop of sword demon blood within his dantian erupted. It surged throughout his being. His eyes turned crimson. The demonic energy within him swelled like a tempest. It was as though he had completely succumbed to madness. Simultaneously, a distant yet commanding voice echoed in his mind. Stand tall. I, the ancient sword demon, shall never yield. Bang! Fang Qian straightened his back. He raised his head. His blood-red eyes shone with unwavering determination, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. He lifted his foot and pressed onward. Chapter 20. From this day forth, he is my betrothed. The 351st step. The crowd was left speechless. Fang Qian had actually withstood the 50-fold pressure. Impossible! How could this waste of a person climb so high? Luo Ao bellowed with a twisted expression. Eye in his eyes, Fang Qian was no more significant than an ant. It was inconceivable that he could surpass him, even in willpower. Yet this damn bastard had managed to reach such heights. Luo Yun was equally astonished. What merit did Fang Qian possess to arrive there? But then he cast a glance at Meng Yao. Contemplating a possibility, Fang Qian must be cheating. Indeed, Meng Yao must have alleviated the pressure he was under, allowing him to ascend. It was certain. Humph, just wait and see how I expose you, he sneered. Lin Shuyan gazed at Fang Qian's ascent to the 351st step with disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head. Willpower cannot equate to strength. Talent is the key factor for going further. No amount of effort can compare to a genius who has comprehended the Tao text. The Tao text is an existence that has driven countless cultivators to despair. Without it, one would remain stagnant in the Yuan realm for a lifetime, unable to progress further. Fang Qian trudged onward. Each step a monumental effort. 352, 353. His every movement was exceedingly arduous, and by the time he reached the 359th step, he could proceed no further. Fang Qian raised his hand slightly, signaling that he could go no more. The crowd below remained silent. The 359th step, though perhaps insignificant within the inner sect, was a height that evoked despair among outer sect disciples. Meng Yao revealed a hint of a joyful smile, her enchanting beauty inadvertently captivating those around her. Yet at that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out. This person must be cheating. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to climb so high. The crowd turned to the speaker, none other than Si Qingye. He had not participated in this 7 Peaks assessment, and his sudden outburst was at Luo Yun's behest. The crowd paused, then began to realize that Fang Qian's ascent was indeed quite perplexing. I also believe he is likely cheating. Yes, he could not have withstood 50 times the pressure. Exactly, how could an outer sect disciple ascend to such heights? The crowd buzzed with speculation, beginning to cast doubt on Fang Qian. Meng Yao's smile faded instantly as she turned her icy gaze towards Luo Yun. It was clear that Luo Yun was behind this. Seeing Meng Yao stare, Luo Yun revealed a smirk and said, Meng Shiji, this boy wasted his cultivation 5 years ago. He is nothing but a waste. How could a waste possibly climb so high? I implore you to see clearly, Meng Shiji, he sneered inwardly. Weren't you just going to act impartially? I am eager to see how you handle the exposure of Fang Qian's favoritism. He was certain that Meng Yao had reduced Fang Qian's pressure. Otherwise, even if Fang Qian could withstand the pressure of the 350 levels below, he would be utterly incapable of ascending any higher. Yet, he failed to notice the additional mockery in Meng Yao's cold gaze. Luo Yun continued, Meng Shiji, the heavenly ladder is a treasured artifact, and so is the token it can measure how many times of pressure one can withstand above. I kindly ask you to reveal it, so we can all rest assured, he sneered within. I want to see if you dare. Well, but he had not anticipated that Meng Yao would readily agree. A smile graced Meng Yao's lips as she raised the token in her hand. Instantly, the pressure Fang Chun had endured from the first layer to the 359th layer was perfectly displayed before the crowd. Upon seeing this, the crowd was once again astounded. Fang Chun had endured a full 10-fold pressure from the first step, steadily climbing to 50-fold. But then the chief elder was discovered to have deliberately suppressed Fang Chun. Meng Yao intervened, and Fang Chun returned to the same level of pressure as everyone else. However, as he continued to ascend, the magnitude of the pressure increased. Until the 359th level, it culminated in an astonishing 52 times the pressure. How is this possible? Luo Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected that Fang Chun truly endured such immense pressure to reach that height. Impossible. That waist could not possibly achieve this. Are there any more dissenting voices? Meng Yao's voice reverberated in everyone's minds. The crowd fell silent, and Si Qingye shrank into the crowd, too terrified to meet Meng Yao's gaze. Meng Yao continued. This is his genuine willpower. Do not presume that just because you cannot achieve something, others cannot either. Do you truly consider yourselves geniuses? This continent is vast. There are countless individuals more talented than you. While you view him as a waste, to others, you are not even worthy of that label. Her words seemed directed at everyone, yet the crowd understood that Meng Yao was addressing a particular individual. Luo Yun's face shifted through shades of blue and red. Veins bulging, his expression twisted. Especially upon feeling the peculiar gazes from those around him, he wished to burrow into the ground. He had not anticipated that Meng Yao would humiliate him so publicly. There is one more thing, Meng Yao added, drawing everyone's attention. She looked at Fang Chun with gentle eyes, a smile gracing her lips. My grandfather and Fang Chun's master made a marriage pact in their youth. At this revelation, gasps reverberated throughout the crowd. Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was this true? He recalled that after returning Lin Shuiyan's marriage contract, he had noticed other envelopes below, but he had been too preoccupied to examine them at the time. Meng Yao continued. I hereby announce that my engagement to Fang Chun will proceed as planned. From this day forth, Fang Chun is my betrothed. Anyone who dares to insult him shall have to contend with me. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Betrothed? My heavens! Fang Chun is actually Meng Shiji's betrothed. In an instant, countless envious and resentful gazes fell upon the utterly bewildered Fang Chun. In a wonder Meng Shiji came today. It was all for Fang Chun. My goodness, this announcement from Meng Shiji is likely to shake the entire Divine Eastern region. Luo Ao's expression was filled with rage as he glared at Fang Chun. Wishing he could devour him whole, he bellowed. Meng Shiji, you are saying that waste Fang Chun is your boyfriend? This is impossible. That waste is unworthy of you. Luo Yun also expressed disbelief. Meng Shiji? Fang Chun is nothing but a waste. How could he be deserving of you? Impossible. I would never believe it. Fang Chun is merely the refuse I discarded. How could he possibly be? Su Wanner wore a face as grim as if she had tasted something foul. Meng Yao shot a cold glare at Luo Yun, Luo Ao, and Su Wanner, and the three instantly fell silent. With a sneer, she declared, Waste? He possesses talent and willpower that you could never hope to match. Just wait, you will come to deeply regret your actions today. She then turned to Fang Chun, her expression softening into a tender and alluring smile. Brother Fang, congratulations on entering the inner sect. Fang Chun gazed at Meng Yao, his eyes filled with warmth. Thank you. Meng Yao's smile blossomed, enchanting all who beheld it. Between us, there is no need for thanks. Chapter 21. Luck not far away. Lin Shuiyan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet in front of so many people, she hesitated to voice her opposition. What is Meng Yao thinking? Why has she agreed to this? I cannot allow this. After the 7 Peaks assessment concludes, I must have a serious talk with her, she resolved inwardly. Her gaze then shifted to Su Wanner. Perhaps I could glean some information about Fang Chun from her. The 7 Peaks assessment continued, and the third trial began amidst the shock of this astonishing revelation. Meng Yao remarked, having passed the second round signifies your formal entry into the inner circle. The third round presents a test where participation is optional. Those who choose not to compete may step forward. A total of 86 disciples successfully advanced past the second round. Luo Ao approached Fang Chun's side and whispered, You wretched scum, I advise you to withdraw now. Otherwise, should you encounter me on the arena, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. You, who only dares to hide behind women, are destined to perish. His words, though seemingly a threat urging Fang Qian to retreat, were in fact designed to provoke him, igniting his fiery spirit. Once Fang Qian stepped onto the arena, Luo Ao had 100 methods to ensure his demise. Fang Qian regarded him, discerning his intentions. With a cold smirk, he replied, "Is this some sort of provocation? There's no need for such theatrics. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined." The repeated humiliation from Luo Ao had thoroughly enraged him. If the other party sought to kill him, he was equally inclined to retaliate. Seeing Fang Qian take the bait, Luo Ao laughed. "Let us see how it unfolds. Don't be too hasty in your elimination. But fret not, even if you are eliminated, I will still ensure your demise. A scoundrel like you is unworthy of Sister Ming." Among the 86, 21 ultimately withdrew. They either lacked interest or had exhausted their strength in the second round, thus conceding the third round's arena battle. Ultimately, 67 participants remained for the third round. Meng Yao, not surprised by Fang Qian's decision to stay, declared, "Since no one has withdrawn, we shall commence the arena battles. This round will follow an elimination system. As we have one extra participant, one will be exempted." The drawing of lots began. The crowd stepped forward to draw their lots. After Fang Qian drew his, he looked at his lot. Number 1, quite fortunate indeed. Once everyone had drawn, Meng Yao announced, "The arena battles begin now, and the participant exempted from the first round is number 1. Who could be so fortunate? What luck? I am number 2. The crowd expressed curiosity as they sought to identify the individual with lot number 1. Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback, then slowly raised his hand with the lot. I am number 1. Instantly, all eyes were on Fang Qian, and upon realizing it was him, the crowd was dumbfounded. Could it really be him? Such remarkable luck? Surely, this could not be a scheme orchestrated by Sister Ming. Do not speak recklessly. Such exemptions are determined by the elders on stage, not by mere words." Someone interjected. Meng Yao, slightly taken aback, noted that she had not aided Fang Qian. The exemption was decided upon without opposition from the other elders, indicating merely that Fang Qian was rather fortunate. Indeed, it was quite fortunate, as it increased his chances of facing stronger opponents in the next round. Luo Ao, however, wore an indifferent facade, convinced that regardless of Fang Qian's ranking, he was ultimately condemned to death. After regaining her composure, Meng Yao announced, "This disciple will have a free pass in the first round and need not compete." The others took turns stepping onto the arena, with the second and third numbers battling accordingly. The crowd looked at Fang Qian with envy, though they did not dwell on it too much, attributing it to mere luck. The first battle commenced without delay. The arena square boasted 10 platforms, allowing for 10 simultaneous battles without issue. Fang Qian, rather than sitting idly, observed the duels of fellow disciples wielding swords, hoping to glean some insights from their techniques. However, he felt somewhat disappointed, as their swordsmanship appeared rather rudimentary. Indicative of mere beginners without much to learn from, he had forgotten that he had already comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. No matter how talented those disciples were, they could not compare to his own extraordinary aptitude. The first match did not last long. After the duration of an incense stick, all battles concluded. Out of 67 participants, only 33 advanced. Meng Yao kindly offered everyone a half-hour respite for healing, and once the time was up, she stated, "We will now draw lots for the second round. There will still be exemptions." The second round required a reshuffling of the lots to prevent any collusion for fixed matches. The crowd began to draw lots once more, and Fang Qian did likewise. This time he drew number 33, which relieved and excited him. Finally, he could step onto the stage. Fang Qian was eager, as this would be his first time participating in the arena battles after his recovery. Meng Yao conferred with the elders and subsequently announced the exempted lot for the second round. Once again, there was a free pass, and after discussions among the elders, it was declared that the exempted lot was 33. "Who has the last number?" the crowd inquired once more. Yet no one looked at Fang Qian, as they thought it improbable for luck to strike twice. However, they were unaware that Fang Qian's expression had turned blank, at a loss for words. What a predicament! He could hardly explain this turn of events. Suddenly, a nearby youth inadvertently noticed Fang Qian's lot number and exclaimed, "It's him!" Instantly, all eyes converged on Fang Qian. Shock evident on their faces. Again, it was he. Surely this was a ruse, but indeed, he held 33 in his hand. What on earth is happening? The crowd was filled with envy, jealousy, and various emotions directed at Fang Chun. Fang Chun felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had expected to compete, only to find himself exempted once more. Meng Yao's exquisite features reflected disbelief. She had truly not assisted Fang Qian in any way. Yet, the crowd's suspicious gazes rendered her explanations futile. The more one attempted to explain, the less credible one appeared. Humph, I shall see how long you can keep this up, she mused. Even Luo Ao's expression had turned cold, his heart brimming with jealousy as his murderous intent toward Fang Qian intensified. How can that wretched scoundrel possess such luck? It must be that vile woman manipulating things behind the scenes. Below, Su Wanner felt her eyes redden with jealousy. Why was she eliminated while Fang Chen advanced so effortlessly? Fang Chen was merely the scum she had discarded. She would never believe that he had such fortune. It must be Meng Yao's covert machinations. Not only she, but Luo Yun shared the same sentiment. Humph, relying solely on a woman, what a waste. Luo Yun scoffed, convinced that Fang Chen's luck was a result of Meng Yao's underhanded tactics. Utterly shameless, he had conveniently forgotten how he had aided Su Wanner in the earlier rounds while targeting Fang Chen. I truly wish to see how many times you can evade elimination. He believed that Meng Yao's manipulation had its limits, at least not so overtly. However, in the subsequent rounds, top 16, top 8, and top 4, Fang Chen continually drew exempted lots. Gradually, the crowd settled into a semblance of calm. Ah, it's nothing. One simply becomes accustomed to it, right? The notion of fate being unfair is merely a jest in the face of absolute strength. In this moment, they were convinced that Meng Yao was secretly aiding Fang Chen. But what could be done? Who would dare to expose Sister Ming's favoritism? Moreover, they had no evidence to substantiate their claims. Little did they know, at that very moment, the two of them were even more astonished than the onlookers. Fang Chen gazed at Meng Yao, who mirrored his disbelief. Their eyes locked in silence, yet the unspoken understanding between them was palpable. Ling Fan silently questioned, "Did you orchestrate this?" Meng Yao, equally speechless, replied, "I did not. I have no idea how this happened." This was utterly perplexing. They genuinely had not interfered. Ha ha ha, unbeknownst to them, a disheveled, unkempt middle-aged man, laughing heartily on a distant mountaintop, had orchestrated Fang Chen's extraordinary fortune from afar. Chapter 22. Life and Death Arena. So, this is a disciple of Tian Yangzi? Quite the talent indeed. Let me see. The essence of swordsmanship, the bones of the Tao of magic. Quite intriguing, indeed. He had not anticipated encountering a natural talent for demonic cultivation here. Reaching for a nearby gourd to take a sip, he found it empty. What? Deplorable. Very well, I shall end the game here. The scenes from earlier will surely keep these two younglings awake for several nights. Ha ha! With that, he vanished in a flash of light. At this moment, Fang Chen had easily advanced to the semifinals, unaware that his streak of good fortune was the handiwork of an enigmatic figure. Yet his luck would soon reach its limits. The battle for the top 4 would be fiercely contested, with lives on the line. Even with elders present, many sustained injuries. In one particular match, both competitors suffered severe wounds and had to jointly withdraw from the arena. Thus, the number of competitors returned to 4, eliminating the need for further exemptions. Humph, I shall see how he continues to evade elimination. I guarantee he will be directly eliminated in the next round. Indeed. The crowd watched with glee, anticipating Fang Chen's downfall. Fang Chen, on the other hand, felt exhilarated. At last, he could engage in a proper battle. How splendid! Having observed the fierce contests of others, he was filled with fervor. Eagerly awaiting his first opponent, the semi-final matches commenced in earnest. After drawing lots, Fang Chen ascended the arena, ready to face his adversary. Before long, a pale youth, tinged with a hint of green, stepped onto the stage. Although his complexion was poor, his gaze was resolute. "Brother, are you all right?" Fang Chen inquired with concern upon noticing the youth's pallor. The youth shook his head firmly. "I'm fine. I can still fight. Defeating you poses no problem." The youth, filled with jealousy at Fang Chen's 4 consecutive exemptions, vowed to himself that he would surely defeat him. Observing this, Fang Chen chose not to say more. Subsequently, the two individuals announced their names. "I am Hu Mo. I am Fang Chen." Upon hearing this, the elder declared, "The competition begins." Fang Chen gazed at the Haiming sword in his hand and remarked, "This battle is our first." Allow me to witness your true strength. Bang! Just as Fang Chen raised the Haiming sword, a sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find Hu Mo lying unconscious in the distance. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and he hurried over to assess the situation. After a moment, he could only shake his head in resignation, casting an odd look towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback. Why was he looking at him like that? Hadn't he done anything? The next moment, the elder announced, Hu Mo is severely injured. Fang Chen is the victor of this match. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, an exclamation of outrage erupted as someone hurled their sword to the ground in a fit of rage, expressing their indignation. Chaos ensued. How could this happen? What incredible luck he must have. Where are his ancestors buried? I wish to relocate my ancestors' graves next to his. In that moment, the onlookers felt as though their worldviews were shattered. If that middle-aged man had been present, one could only imagine his reaction. It seemed that even without him, Fang Chen's fortune was remarkably impressive. Reaching the semi-finals would be a mere formality. Fang Chen himself wore a peculiar expression, sensing that his luck today was unusually fortuitous. Could it be that after 5 years of misfortune, he was finally turning a corner? That was the only explanation he could conjure. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Ao was not blessed with the same fortune as Fang Chen. For he faced the equally gifted Lin Luoluo. Both were prodigies of this generation, and their clash promised to be a fierce battle. The two fought without holding back, exerting all their strength. The audience erupted in cheers. Their excitement palpable, however. At merely 15 years of age, Lin Luoluo lacked the cultivation time and experience compared to 18-year-old Luo Ao. Ultimately, she fell short. Yet, she managed to land a strike on Luo Ao. Though it bore no significant impact, truly spectacular. Thus, the title of champion was destined for senior brother Luo. Everyone regarded this match as the decisive battle, paying little heed to Fang Chen, let alone considering him capable of victory. Meng Yao's brow furrowed as she communicated telepathically with Fang Chen. Brother Fang, why not concede this round? Second place is still commendable. She worried that Fang Chen might not be a match for Luo Ao. After all, he had spent 5 years in seclusion. Following his victory over Lin Luoluo, Luo Ao grew increasingly arrogant, even intending to remain on the stage without stepping down. With his sword pointed at Fang Chen, he proclaimed, "Waste. Come up here and die. Today, I shall show you what a true genius is." His voice boomed, and all eyes turned to Fang Chen. This was precisely the outcome Luo Ao desired. He wanted Fang Chen to feel compelled to step up, even if he was afraid. Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, first glancing at Meng Yao and giving her a reassuring look. He then turned to Luo Ao and smiled, saying, "What is the point of a mere duel? Let us make it more interesting." "What? A life-and-death match?" Gasps filled the arena as everyone believed Fang Chen had lost his senses. Luo Ao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. He had seen those courting death before, but never someone so brazen. Just when he was worried about how to justify killing Fang Chen, the latter had now delivered the perfect excuse. "All right, I accept." He was afraid Fang Chen might backtrack. So he quickly agreed. On the high platform, Luo Yun was ecstatic, exclaiming, "You seek death in a place where there is no path to heaven and no door to hell. You are digging your own grave. You wretched fool, after you die, I will ensure that old woman pays for it. My master's treasures will ultimately belong to me." Su Wanner cackled sinisterly. Meng Yao was taken aback. She had not anticipated Fang Chen would instigate a life-and-death match. Yet, seeing his resolute expression, she realized that further protest would be futile, and she could only stamp her foot in frustration, cursing inwardly, "You idiot! If you die, won't I be left a widow? What a reckless thing to do." Unbeknownst to her, Fang Chen had heard Luo Ao's acceptance and smiled slightly as he ascended the high platform. He then addressed the elder referee, "Elder, does our life-and-death match stand? A life-and-death duel must have an elder present to validate it. Otherwise, it would not be recognized." The elder nodded affirmatively. "Naturally, it stands." "Waste, you are quite meticulous," Luo Ao sneered. "But none of this matters. You are as good as dead." Fang Chen remained silent, simply gazing at him with calm resolve. The elder announced, "Since both parties have no objections, this match shall be a life-and-death duel, with no repercussions for either party regardless of the outcome." The formation activated, and the life-and-death duel commenced. as the elder's voice faded. He stepped down, and the arena's formation sealed the two combatants within, preventing escape or interference from the outside. This was the life and death match of the Tianyu Divine Sect. Luo Ao wielded a black longsword, the aura of peak gathering spirit realm radiating from him. Today, I shall show you the might of a genius. For a waste like you to die at my hands would indeed be your fortune in 3 lifetimes. As he spoke, he swung the black sword, causing dark mist to rise and envelop his figure. The black fog gradually spread, covering the entire arena. This was the realm of Luo Ao's black mist. In this domain, Luo Ao remained unaffected and his vision clear, while those trapped within could barely see their hands in front of their faces. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was convinced that Fang Chun was doomed. Fang Qian stood calmly amidst the black mist, when suddenly Luo Ao's voice echoed, "Do not worry, kid. I won't kill you outright, I will wound you slowly, letting you die in agony and bloodshed. Ha ha ha, I believe you will look quite pitiful and yet beautiful in your final moments." Luo Ao hid within the black mist, eager to witness Fang Qian's terror. However, Fang Chun remained not only calm but even wore a slight smile. "Is that so?" He drew the Haiming sword and declared, "I would like nothing more than to indulge you, but regrettably, I am pressed for time and shall not entertain you. That is not a decision for a waste like you to make." Luo Ao scoffed. No, Fang Qian's black sword pulsed with demonic energy as his soul heaven demonic eye activated. Luo Ao believed Fang Chun could not see him, but to Fang Chun, his position was crystal clear. He spoke slowly, "This is precisely what I can decide." As the words fell, a character representing the word sword appeared behind him. It was the Tao text. Simultaneously, Fang Qian's soul heaven demonic eye locked onto Luo Ao. Luo Ao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. By the time he recovered, Fang Chun was already standing before him. He then beheld the Tao text behind Fang Chun. How is this possible? Before he could finish his thought, his head was severed. His expression was filled with disbelief. In his mind, Fang Chun could not possibly know his location. It was inconceivable that he could awaken the Tao text at the gathering spirit realm. Even more implausible was the notion that he could kill him with a single strike. As his head fell from above, regret flooded his eyes. Why had he provoked Fang Chun? Why engage in a life and death match with him? He had a bright future ahead, yet here he was, meeting his demise. He had no enmity with Fang Chun. All of this stemmed from Luo Yun. Why had he chosen to assist him and oppose Fang Chun? In that moment, he gained enlightenment. Yet it was too late. Fang Chun sheathed his sword, closed his eyes, and maintained the same composure as at the beginning. As the black mist gradually dissipated, everyone understood that the fierce battle had come to an end. How could it end so quickly? Fang Chun seemed pathetically weak. How could he dare challenge senior brother Luo? It was a path to self-destruction. Indeed, it was better for him to die. A person like him was unworthy. Just as they discussed among themselves, convinced of Fang Chun's inevitable demise, the black mist cleared. To their astonishment, Fang Chun stood unscathed, while at his feet lay a headless corpse, none other than Luo Ao. Boom! The onlookers were struck as if by lightning, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Not only had Fang Chun survived, but he had also slain Luo Ao. What on earth was happening? Bang! Luo Yun rose abruptly, his eyes wide, fixated on the spectacle. No, this is impossible. My cousin is at the peak of the gathering spirit realm. How could he possibly die at the hands of this waste? This is utterly inconceivable. You must have used some insidious tactics. Absolutely. He could not accept this truth, nor could the others, but the reality was undeniable. Could it be that Luo Ao was injured from his battle with Lin Luoluo? Suddenly, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. Yes, that must be it. My goodness. Fang Chun's luck is outrageous. Indeed, to be placed in the finals and face an injured Luo Ao, what sheer luck. Many voiced their thoughts, convinced of Fang Chun's extraordinary fortune. However, one person did not share this sentiment, Meng Yao. Her mesmerizing eyes widened in disbelief, her cherry lips parting slightly in astonishment. In that moment, her beautiful gaze shimmered with a golden light. While others failed to see it, she utilized her spiritual vision to perceive everything clearly. This included Fang Chun's sword character Tao text. My heavens! He actually awakened the Tao text, and it is a second-tier Tao text. He is the one in the gathering spirit realm. She was overwhelmed with shock. for even she had only comprehended the Tao text upon entering the postnatal realm. To be able to comprehend the Taoist text within the realm of spiritual convergence is truly the hallmark of a prodigy among prodigies. Overwhelmed with excitement, her cheeks flushed a delicate hue, rendering her even more enchanting. What brought her the greatest joy was the extraordinary talent displayed by Fang Chun. Even their families could not oppose their engagement. "You wretched scoundrel, how dare you slay my cousin? I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust." Suddenly, Luo Yun snapped back to reality from his shock. His eyes burned with murderous intent. With a roar, he leaped from the high platform. The pressure of his seventh-tier post-celestial realm erupted forth, hurtling toward Fang Chun like a cannonball. The presiding elder hesitated momentarily but chose not to intervene. He had no desire to become embroiled in such troublesome affairs and feigned ignorance. "Luo Yun, what do you intend to do?" Meng Yao exclaimed sharply, her figure flashing as she positioned herself before Fang Chun, striking out to parry Luo Yun's attack. Bang! Luo Yun staggered back 3 paces while Meng Yao merely took 3 steps back. Supported by Fang Chun. "This man has slain my cousin. He must pay the price." Luo Yun bellowed recklessly. Their clash was a matter of life and death. "Are you seeking to defy the sect's regulations?" Meng Yao questioned coldly. Luo Yun's expression remained menacing. This scoundrel is so treacherous. Even while Luo Ao lay injured, he dared to strike with such malice. Such a person will undoubtedly be insidious in the future. A backstabber. Such individuals deserve death. Insidious? Fang Chun sneered. "Compared to you, what am I but a mere amateur in treachery, collaborating with Su Wanner to covet the heavenly Tao bone within me? Once the heavenly Tao bone took form, you plotted to strike me down, to carve my flesh and extract my bones. Who is the true villain here? Who deserves to die?" His words stirred a tempest of shock among the crowd, and an uproar ensued. "What? Did I hear that correctly? To extract someone else's heavenly Tao bone? That is tantamount to ruining a life. Extracting bones? Brother Luo Yun is not such a person, is he?" The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meng Yao's expression turned icy. To extract another's bones is an act that morality cannot condone. "You speak nonsense. What manner of man is Luo Yun? What sort of waste are you, Fang Chun? Do I need to covet the heavenly Tao bone within you? Fang Chun, you, who are truly the waste, cast all this blame upon me. Despicable and shameless." Luo Yun roared, his eyes flashing with cold malice. "Indeed, Fang Chun, it is you who sought to harm me, which led to Brother Yun's injury. Do not play the victim," Su Wanner added. Fang Chun's gaze was frigid as he locked eyes with the two, sneering. "The heavenly Tao bone has only been within me for a month. It has yet to fully integrate with you, correct? Our sect possesses a secret method that can reveal whose heavenly Tao bone it truly is with just a drop of our blood. Luo Yun, dare you to verify this?" All eyes turned to Luo Yun, for Fang Chun spoke the truth. The sect indeed had a method to discern the compatibility of the heavenly Tao bone within one's body. If the compatibility with Fang Chun were over 50%, it would undoubtedly belong to him, for if the heavenly Tao bone had never appeared within Fang Chun, there would be no such compatibility. "Waste? What are you, to speak of verification so casually?" Luo Yun retorted ominously, unwilling to grant Fang Chun this opportunity. At these words, the crowd was nearly certain Luo Yun had indeed taken Fang Chun's heavenly Tao bone. Otherwise, why would he fear verification? In that moment, the gazes directed at Luo Yun shifted dramatically. To seize another's Tao bone is akin to taking their life. Such acts are a grave taboo in both the continent and the sect. Truly despicable and shameless. Those who had previously idolized Luo Yun were left shattered, for they could never have imagined him to be such a person. Meng Yao's demeanor grew frigid. She had not anticipated that Fang Chun had suffered such misfortune. To extract the heavenly Tao bone. What a cruel tactic, Luo Yun. You have seized another's bone. This contravenes sect rules. I shall report this matter and ensure it does not go unpunished. The harm you have inflicted upon Fang Chun shall be repaid tenfold." Luo Yun's face darkened, coldly stating, "Sister Meng, are you certain you wish to meddle? What good is this wretch? Why must I oppose the Luo family for him?" Meng Yao replied icily, "I tell you, Fang Chun is my betrothed. Whoever dares to harm him shall find themselves at odds with me." Luo Yun's expression shifted slightly. Opposing Meng Yao would indeed not be a contest the Luo family could win. He could only turn his gaze back to Fang Chun, enraged and humiliated, bellowing, "Wretch, do you only dare to hide behind a woman? Is it not you who seeks an opportunity to kill me?" Fang Chen regarded Luo Yun with indifference, stating, "I grant you this opportunity. 3 months from now, let us engage in a battle to the death." No holds barred. Meng Yao's expression changed. He is at the 7th tier of the post-celestial realm. Fang Chun smiled gently. "Fear not, 3 months is more than sufficient." Chapter 24. Do you not wish to do something to me? Very well. Luo Yun did not anticipate that Fang Chun would seek his own demise, compelling him to agree directly to the challenge. Yet he felt a twinge of unease, stating, "Words alone hold no weight. What good are they?" With a grand gesture, a resplendent golden paper appeared in his hand, upon which he inscribed a few characters, subsequently presenting it before Fang Chun. "This is the sect's life and death decree. The time limit is inscribed within. Upon signing, one must adhere to the promise. Violators shall be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. Just place your fingerprint here." Fang Chun did not hesitate, pressing his finger upon it. The life and death decree was established. It flew back into Luo Yun's hand. Luo Yun, seeing this, was exceedingly pleased, coldly addressing Fang Chun. "You now have 3 months of life remaining. Cherish it well." He then chose not to linger any longer, departing with his companions and the corpse of Luo Ao. Xu Wan'er wished to follow but was intercepted by an elder. After a few words, she departed alongside the elder. With Luo Yun and his company leaving, the 7 Peaks assessment reached a conclusive end. Initially, the crowd believed that the main character of the assessment would be Luo Ao. Yet they were astonished to find it had ultimately become Fang Chun. Not only did he slay Luo Ao, but he also became Meng Yao's betrothed. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the Tianyu Divine Sect. However, 99% of the people believed Fang Chun was merely lucky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even passed the first trial. Congratulations! Meng Yao personally presented the rewards to Fang Chun. He accepted the rewards, which included 5 Spirit Awakening herbs and a Cloud Immortal pill. With these resources, coupled with a drop of sword demon blood remaining in his body, he could break through to the post-celestial realm in a short time. Afterward, he would surely be able to unlock the 3rd level of the small tower. Slaying Luo Yun within 3 months would pose no significant challenge. There may be pressure, but it is this very pressure that fuels motivation. Brother Fang, you may now choose to join any peak in the inner sect. What do you say? Come to my 2nd peak. There are rewards. The last 4 words were whispered enticingly to Fang Chun, accompanied by a captivating glance. Fang Chun remained silent before shaking his head. Apologies. I promised my master I would return to the 7th peak. Meng Yao was taken aback by this answer, yet she understood that Fang Chun was originally from the 7th peak, so returning there was only natural. However, considering the current situation of the 7th peak, she cautioned. You may not be aware, but the 7th peak has now completely fallen into disrepair. Aside from a few reclusive elders, there are no longer any disciples. 5 years ago, before your master met his demise, the 7th peak could contend with the 1st peak. However, after your master fell, the spiritual energy of the 7th peak's main peak suddenly dissipated and collapsed. The 7th peak has since become a mere shadow of its former self. You should come to the 2nd peak instead. Fang Chun was momentarily stunned. He truly did not know the current state of the 7th peak. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. No, I still wish to return to the 7th peak. This is a promise to my master and my mentor. Since the 7th peak has declined, I shall strive to make it rise once more. As he spoke the last words, his eyes brimmed with determination. Seeing that Fang Chun had made up his mind, Meng Yao chose not to press further. Since you have decided, I shall respect your choice. She summoned an elder responsible for registering disciples into the inner sect, instructing him to enroll Fang Chun in the 7th peak. The elder was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Fang Chun's intention to join the 7th peak. But seeing it was Meng Yao's request and with Fang Chun's acquiescence, he proceeded without hesitation to register him. He then stated, "In 2 days, you may directly report to the 7th peak." "Thank you, Elder Xia." Fang Chun expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, others began to register for their desired peaks. Such assessments of the 7 peaks do not garner significant attention from the inner sect unless a super genius emerges who has not been preordained to join any peak. Talents like Luo Ao and Lin Luoyue are usually already designated for a specific peak. As for the other disciples, which peak they join matters little to them. Now, aside from the seventh peak. The other peaks do not lack disciples. What they lack are exceptional talents. Once all formalities were completed, Meng Yao said to Fang Chun, "Let us depart together." Fang Chun did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Meng Yao sought to find Lin Shuiyin as well but discovered she had vanished. Not wishing to dwell on it, she boarded the flying vessel with Fang Chun, leaving behind the envious gazes of the crowd in the arena. On the flying vessel, Meng Yao's large, watery eyes gazed at Fang Chun, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. "What's the matter?" Fang Chun asked, flustered. Meng Yao beamed a radiant smile, seductively saying, "You know full well. Now we are indeed Dao companions, and we even have a marriage contract. Do you not wish to do something for me?" "No. I have no intention of doing anything." Fang Chun swallowed hard, feeling as though even breathing had become a challenge. Yet, he cautiously inquired, "Are we truly engaged?" Meng Yao, feigning anger, exclaimed, "What are you implying that I would deceive you? We have indeed met when we were children. Have you forgotten?" Fang Chun was once again at a loss, for he truly had forgotten. "Humph." Meng Yao grasped Fang Chun's collar with her delicate hand, drawing him closer. Their lips were mere inches apart, and their gazes locked, allowing them to see their own reflections in each other's eyes. "From this day forth, you belong to me. Do you understand?" she declared, her cherry lips slightly parted with authority, to which Fang Chun hastily nodded. At this, Meng Yao's expression softened into a smile, and she released Fang Chun, saying, "Now that's more like it. I forgive you." With that, she turned and entered the cabin of the boat. Fang Chun did not notice that Meng Yao's face was flushed, radiantly beautiful before long. They returned to Yuqing and descended at the city gates. Intending to walk back together, however, shortly after entering the city, a voice called out, "Menger, I never expected to encounter you here." A handsome young man clad in blue and white attire approached them, smiling at Meng Yao. Flanked by two companions, upon seeing this man, Meng Yao frowned and coldly replied, "Yu Yuanwen, please refer to me as Meng Shimi. Our relationship does not warrant such familiarity." Yu Yuanwen maintained his smile, saying, "Very well, Meng Shimi it shall be. But really, why so distant? Once you turn 18, I shall come to propose. You know your mother has always supported our union." Meng Yao's expression remained frosty. "That was my mother's agreement, not mine. Furthermore, I already have a fiancé. So I kindly ask you to keep your distance." "Fiancé?" Yu Yuanwen's smile instantly faltered as he noticed Fang Chun standing beside Meng Yao. He scrutinized Fang Chun from head to toe and scoffed. "Meng Shimi, he can't possibly be your fiancé, can he?" Before Meng Yao could respond, Fang Chun took her hand and said directly, "I am. So I kindly ask you to stay away from my fiancée." The moment Fang Chun held her hand, Meng Yao felt a slight tremor course through her, sensing an unprecedented safety in him. "What are you? How do you deserve Meng Shimi? What right do you have to command me?" Yu Yuanwen sneered disdainfully at Fang Chun. His companions looked down on Fang Chun, haughtily declaring, "Do you know who this is? The most exceptional genius among the young generation of the Fourth Peak. The Yu family, the foremost clan in the southeastern region, offending young Master Yu. You may not even realize how you will meet your demise, yet you dare to lay hands on young Master Yu's woman. Truly seeking death." Yu Yuanwen scolded, "Watch your words. We are all scions of prominent families and must uphold decorum. Do not stoop to the level of such a person, understand?" Yes, of course," his companions quickly nodded in deference. Yu Yuanwen turned back to Fang Chun, proudly asserting, "I do not care what tricks you employed to bewitch Meng Shimi. I am giving you a chance now." With a flicker of light in his hand, a brocade box appeared. Upon opening it, a translucent spirit pill lay inside. This pill, known as the Wuyin pill, was a third-tier elixir. Consuming it would allow one to comprehend the principles of the universe, greatly enhancing the chances of awakening a Tao text. "Take this Wuyin pill and roll away from Meng Shimi. Do not let me see you again. Someone like you will never be worthy of Meng Shimi. Do you understand?" His expression was filled with contempt. Fang Chun glanced at the pill but could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "Displaying a counterfeit pill here. Is this what the esteemed young Master Yu amounts to?" Chapter 25. Calling you a fool. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanwen was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You're killing me. A fool who has never seen a third-tier pill dares to call it fake? Let me tell you. I acquired this pill at the Wanqing auction house for a full 2,000 spirit stones. Do you know what the Wanqing auction house is? A country bumpkin like you wouldn't know? Would you? Fang Chun remained calm. The Wanqing auction house. I indeed do not know. Then stop laughing and making a fool of yourself. Fang Qian examined the Wutian pill and said indifferently, the Wutian pill is primarily golden with silver speckles. It shimmers with spiritual light, and its aroma is delightful. This particular pill is indeed as such, but its silver speckles are unusually dull, and the surface bears fine cracks. It appears to be a minor flaw due to improper heating. But in fact, it is a counterfeit created during fabrication. If I am not mistaken, this should be a fake pill with another pill underneath its surface. As he spoke, Fang Chun reached out to touch the pill. Instantly, a cracking sound echoed. The surface of the pill shattered, revealing another pitch-black pill within. Witnessing this, the crowd was stupefied. It truly was a counterfeit. Surprisingly, the counterfeit pill bore the inscription. Fooled, this, Fang Chun chuckled and said. See, that person just called you a fool. Yu Yuanwen was first stunned into silence, then his face turned dark with rage. He could not believe that a pill he acquired for 2,000 spirit stones at the Wanqing auction house was a fake, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Meng Yao blinked in disbelief, gazing at Fang Chun. She was aware of the Wanqing auction house, where items were authenticated, and if they could not be verified, it would be disclosed. This Wutian pill must have undergone authentication, yet it was revealed as a counterfeit by Fang Chun. Such discerning ability was truly remarkable. The commotion had drawn the attention of many, especially after Yu Yuanwen revealed his family's background. The gazes directed at him were filled with awe and admiration. However, when Fang Chun exposed the pill as fake, especially with that fool inscription, many burst into laughter. Why heavens! Who is this person? Spending 2,000 spirit stones on a counterfeit pill. I am dying of laughter. This young master, you cannot be a gullible fool, can he? At this moment, veins bulged on Yu Yuanwen's forehead, especially as he felt the mocking gazes of the crowd upon him. Wishing he could find a hole to hide in, he glared fiercely at Fang Chun, furious that this person had caused him such disgrace. What? Fool! Do you still wish to make a move? Fang Chun remained composed. Gazing at him coolly, Meng Yao stepped forward, coldly addressing Yu Yuanwen. What is it, Yu Yuanwen? Do you intend to harm my fiancé? If you dare lay a hand on him, I will ensure you regret it. Meng Shimi has misunderstood. I have no such intention. Yu Yuanwen hastily shook his head. The Yu family was powerful in the Shandong region, but the Meng family was like the heavens, not something the Yu family could provoke at will. He could only glare at Fang Chun with malice before turning to his companions and saying, let us go. However, just as they were about to leave, he transmitted a message to Fang Chun, brat. I will not let today's incident slide easily. You wait. Even with Meng Yao protecting you, I have countless ways to deal with you. After delivering his threat, he departed. He transmitted a message to you? Meng Yao inquired. Fang Chun smiled slightly, replying, yes, but it's nothing. I can handle it myself. He did not wish to trouble Meng Yao for such a trivial matter. Otherwise, what sort of man would he be? Hearing this, Meng Yao broke into a smile, saying, I believe you can do it. Although your current level is a bit low with your talent, I am confident you will grow rapidly. She leaned closer to Fang Chun, her cherry lips almost brushing against his ear, exhaling a fragrant breath as she whispered, I saw it. Your sword Dao text. Meng Yao drew near. Fang Chun felt his heart racing. Hearing her words, he was momentarily startled. Meng Yao then playfully retreated, looking enchanting and delightful, though not worry. I will not tell anyone else. This is our secret, she winked, saying. Fang Chun gazed deeply at Meng Yao and nodded solemnly. Meng Yao continued, so you must strive to become stronger and then come to marry me. Fang Chun held Meng Yao's hand, nodding earnestly, I will not let you down at this moment. Yu Yuanwen had already left, but the two still held hands, unwilling to let go. Both were aware of this, but pretended not to be. Meng Yao. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Lin Shuiyan had arrived. Upon seeing Fang Chun holding Meng Yao's hand, Lin Shuiyan's anger flared. She approached Meng Yao and pulled her aside. Shuiyan, what's wrong? Meng Yao asked in confusion. Lin Shuiyan replied. I have something to tell you. Seeing Lin Shuiyan arrive, Fang Chun said to Meng Yao, since senior sister Lin is here, I shall take my leave. All right, Meng Yao said, nodding helplessly upon noticing Lin Shuiyan's hostility toward Fang Chun. Fang Chun bid farewell, and Lin Shuiyan led Meng Yao back onto the spiritual ship. Meng Yao asked, Shuiyan, what is it? Meng Yao, Do not be deceived by him. I went to inquire with that Su Wanner. She revealed everything to me. Fang Chen has been mistreating her all along, and she was forced to join forces with Luo Yun to dig out his heavenly Dao bone for the sake of a treasure. Moreover, this Fang Chen was a scoundrel before. Shuiyan, Ming Yao interjected, feigning anger as she looked at Lin Shuiyan. You do not know what kind of person that Su Wanner is, but I do. Fang Chen and her master have always doted on her. Yet she betrayed Fang Chen and even attempted to kill her master. As for the so-called scoundrel, it is utterly impossible. Fang Chen has steadfastly guarded the tomb of Tian Lingzi for 5 long years. You have been there as well. Who would venture into such desolate wilderness? Moreover, at that time, Fang Chen was merely a mortal. How could he possibly maltreat the cultivated Su Wanner? Additionally, he was capable of ascending to the 359th step on the Tongtian ladder while in the gathering spirit realm, which should illustrate the formidable strength of his willpower. Such a person would never engage in such heinous acts. However, Lin Shuiyan still wished to express her thoughts, yet she found Dream Yao's reasoning somewhat compelling. Dream Yao continued, Shuiyan, you have been cultivating alone for a long time, making it difficult to discern right from wrong, consistently believing in your own convictions. Reflect carefully on Fang Chen's true nature from beginning to end. Lin Shuiyan fell into a profound silence. Indeed, it seemed Fang Chen had not committed any egregious acts. Could it be that she had truly misjudged him? Dream Yao took Lin Shuiyan's delicate hand and said, in any case, to truly understand a person, one must not only observe with the eyes but also perceive with the heart. Do you not have a marriage pact with him? Why not relinquish it and marry him alongside me? After all, we promised to be together forever since childhood. If we are to marry, let us marry a worthy man. Dream Yao blinked her large eyes and smiled alluringly. Lin Shuiyan's face flushed instantly, glaring at her in embarrassment and anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Dream Yao chuckled. Regardless, I shan't be concerned. Besides, you are my dearest friend. I cannot bear to see you give yourself to someone else. As the two engaged in playful banter, the sound of their melodious laughter echoed throughout the spirit ship. Chapter 26. Mental Strength. Meanwhile, at the Wuxing auction house in Yuqing, Yu Yuanwen brandished the Wuyan pill, causing an uproar within the auction house. This immediately drew the attention of the higher-ups. Initially, they believed it to be a disturbance, but upon confirming that the Wuyan pill indeed originated from their auction house, they began to take it seriously. Inside the auction house, Bang Yu Yuanwen was infuriated, pointing at the Wuyan pill resting on the table and exclaimed, I spent a full 2,000 spirit stones at your establishment only to discover it was counterfeit. Had it not been for my discerning eye, I would have been deceived. At that moment, an elder within the chamber, an elder of the Wuxing auction house, could only nod politely in agreement with the furious Yu Yuanwen and promised to provide him with an explanation. Just then, the door to the chamber swung open, and a woman entered, clad in a long crimson robe. She wore a smile, her lips pursed, and her complexion was as fair as freshly peeled lotus seeds. A tiny black mole at the corner of her mouth enhanced her charm, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. The woman's name was Yin Xiaolin, the person in charge of the Wuxing auction house. Yu Yuanwen gazed greedily at Yin Xiaolin and then coldly remarked, Ah, Manager Yin has arrived? Please take a look. This is the Wuyan pill auctioned here just 2 days ago. Had it not been for my keen insight, I would have fallen victim to your deceit. What is this? Has the Wuxing auction house begun to peddle counterfeit goods? Yin Xiaolin examined the Wuyan pill, then glanced at the elder, who slightly nodded in affirmation that it had indeed been purchased from their establishment. Observing this, Yin Xiaolin maintained her smile and took a seat opposite Yu Yuanwen. She gestured for tea to be served and said with a smile, Young Master Yu, there's no need to get so worked up. To be honest, the level of counterfeiting in this pill far exceeded our expectations. We too have been deceived, and we are the victims in this matter. Therefore, how about we offer you double the compensation? A glimmer of hope flashed in Yu Yuanwen's eyes, but he quickly retorted, What? Manager Yin, you think mere double compensation will suffice to resolve this matter? How much do you desire? At least 10 times. He declared. Otherwise, I shall expose this incident, and your establishment's reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. I in the face of his threats. Yin Xiaolin remained calm, taking a sip of the tea before saying, Young Master Yu, one must know when to show mercy. Double compensation is what our establishment can afford. However, if you insist on 10 times, that can be arranged. It simply depends on whether you dare to accept it. Her final words dripped with coldness. Yu Yuanwen's heart trembled. He had heard from his father that the Wuxing auction house had a profound background and should not be trifled with, and his eagerness to profit from the counterfeit pill. He had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. Clearing his throat, he said, "Very well. Considering your establishment did not act with malice, let us consider this matter settled." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaolin finally revealed a smile. Signaling for the spirit stones to be delivered, Yu Yuanwen was overjoyed, as he had not anticipated making a profit from this situation. After collecting the spirit stones, he left without lingering, looking at the counterfeit pill. Yin Xiaolin commanded, "Find out who sold this pill. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth the culprit. Whoever dares to deceive the Wuxing auction house shall face my wrath." Her expression darkened as she spoke the last words. The mere act of receiving counterfeit goods without detection was a significant humiliation for her. Yes, the elder accepted the order and prepared to investigate. "Wait!" Yin Xiaolin suddenly thought of something and added, "Have someone investigate who identified this as a counterfeit. The level of forgery in this pill is nearly indistinguishable. Its aroma, color, and form are almost flawless, even fooling our appraisers. Anyone capable of discerning this pill as a counterfeit is certainly not an ordinary person. If they can be of service to our establishment, such incidents will not recur in the future." "Manager, did not young master you just claim to be the one who identified it?" the elder questioned, puzzled. With his limited abilities, if he truly could discern it, he would not have waited until today to come forward. Yin Xiaolin scoffed, fully aware of Yu Yuanwen's capabilities. "Understood." The elder complied and exited to make arrangements. Yin Xiaolin delicately picked up the counterfeit pill, pondering curiously about the individual who could see through such deception. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chun promptly shared the news of securing first place in the 7 Peaks assessment and entering the Inner-Sect 7th Peak with his master's wife. Xiaomei was overjoyed upon hearing the news and quickly arranged a sumptuous feast. After dinner, Fang Qian returned to his chamber. Today, during his ascent of the Tongtian ladder, he had absorbed a drop of blood from the sword demon. This drop of blood was not utilized for his physical body, cultivation, or the heavenly Dao demon bone. Rather, it was absorbed by his willpower. Willpower, in fact, can also be referred to as mental strength. Mental strength is of utmost importance to cultivators. Especially alchemists, weapon forgers, formation masters, and divine engravers. It can even be wielded as a means of attack, eliminating foes without a trace. For instance, Fang Qin's Soul Sky Demon Eye relies on the power of his mental strength. The reason Luo Yun, Dream Yao, and others can communicate telepathically is also due to their mental strength. However, mental strength can only be cultivated after reaching the acquired realm. It cannot be gathered in the gathering spirit realm. But the blood of the sword demon surpassed all expectations. After absorbing this drop of blood, Fang Qin's Sea of Consciousness indeed granted him mental strength while still in the gathering spirit realm. This is the remarkable power of the ancient sword demon. Now, Fang Qin's mental strength rivaled that of a first-level acquired realm cultivator. Though this may seem merely first level, it is noteworthy that most cultivators do not even achieve that level upon entering the acquired realm, requiring significant time and effort to do so. Most importantly, Fang Chun could commence the cultivation of mental strength, a feat that other gathering spirit realm cultivators would scarcely dare to imagine. Of course, at this moment, Fang Chun was not in a rush to cultivate mental strength, as it also requires a mental method. Without it, the cultivation speed would be exceedingly slow. He took out a Luo Ling grass. "I must quickly break through to the acquired realm. With these 5 Luo Ling grasses, reaching the peak of the gathering spirit realm in a short time should pose no issue." Without any hesitation, he placed 1 Luo Ling grass directly into his mouth and began to chew. Instantly, a surge of pure energy entered Fang Qin's body, which he began to absorb continuously. After a day, Fang Qin's aura suddenly surged dramatically. He soared directly from the 6th level of the gathering spirit realm to the peak of the 6th level. He opened his eyes, feeling the transformation within himself, utterly in disbelief. I actually absorbed the full potency of this Luo Ling grass. If one were to consider the efficacy of the herb as tenfold, an ordinary person could only absorb 3 portions of that potency. The remaining 7 portions would dissipate from their body, evaporating into the air. The best way to absorb greater potency is to refine it into a pill. Yet even then, one could only absorb an additional portion. However, Fang Chun had just absorbed the entire tenfold potency of the Luoling grass. This was precisely why he could elevate himself to the peak of the 6th level with just one Luoling grass. Furthermore, this breakthrough was exceptionally stable and would not destabilize his foundation. The sword demon physique was indeed remarkable. If I continue taking them, I could break through to the 7th level by tomorrow. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and took out another Luoling grass. Resuming his cultivation, the next day, a terrifying aura erupted. Fang Chun broke through to the 7th level. Feeling the changes within himself, he smiled faintly. Ever since gaining the sword demon physique, each breakthrough allowed Fang Chun's strength to multiply. Whether it be his physique, abundant spirit energy, foundation, dantian, or sea of consciousness, he was vastly superior to an ordinary 7th-level gathering spirit realm cultivator. In fact, he could contend with typical 1st or 2nd-level acquired realm cultivators. Fang Chun was quite pleased with his transformation, yet he did not intend to continue his cultivation. Today marked the 3rd day, and it was time to relocate and report to the 7th peak. He stepped outside his dwelling, only to be taken aback by the scene unfolding within the courtyard. Chapter 27. Your master is truly impressive. He observed that numerous individuals resembling guards were moving a few pieces of furniture and items into the residence. While his master's wife and Dream Yao stood at the entrance, chatting amiably while directing the activity. Both young women wore smiles on their faces, appearing to engage in lively conversation. Brother Fang. Upon seeing Fang Chun emerge, Meng Yao beamed with a captivating charm. Fang Chun approached her, puzzled, and inquired, Meng Yao, what brings you here? With her smile unwavering, Meng Yao replied, today marks your reporting day at the 7th peak. I've come to assist my master's wife with her relocation. Master's wife. Fang Chun was taken aback. Chomei stepped forward and said, I have already heard from little Meng, little Fang. You must treat her well from now on. Should I find out you are bullying her, I shall not spare you. Thank you, master's wife. Meng Yao linked her arm with Chomei's, adding, if Brother Fang bullies me, I shall seek your assistance. Chomei nodded with a smile, absolutely, if he mistreats you, just let me know, and I will teach him a lesson. Fang Chun, witnessing this, felt both amused and exasperated. Had he truly lost favor after such a brief seclusion? Soon, Meng Yao inquired, Brother Fang, do you have anything in your room that needs tidying up? Actually, I do. Fang Chun recalled something and returned to his room, retrieving the wooden box he had brought back from his master's grave. Upon opening the box, he discovered a chaotic assortment of items, among which were indeed several marriage certificates. As he reached for one, he was momentarily stunned. The thickness felt unusual. When he pulled it out, he stood frozen in shock. To his astonishment, he had extracted 9 marriage certificates. 9 marriage certificates. Meng Yao, who had followed him in, was equally taken aback by the stack. Your master has arranged for you a total of 10 wives. Including the one from before, Shuiyan. Meng Yao wrinkled her small nose, her enchanting face filled with jealousy. Fang Chun, at a loss for words, had been completely unaware of this. I must see how your master has arranged these little wives for you. Meng Yao took the 9 marriage certificates from Fang Chun and began to peruse them. The more she read, the more her shock grew. From the southern region, the youngest daughter of the Duanmu family. Duanmu by Shui, from the northern ice region, the holy maiden of the Tianchua sacred sect, Zhao Shirmai. As each name was read aloud, Meng Yao's astonishment deepened. These factions were all among the most prestigious, and each woman was a paragon of beauty renowned throughout the world. It was hard to fathom that they all had marital ties to Fang Chun. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the realms, and Fang Chun would be besieged by countless suitors. Meng Yao gazed deeply at Fang Chun and finally uttered, your master is truly impressive. Fang Chun smiled awkwardly, having been oblivious to these matters before. Give them to me. He took back the marriage certificates and set Meng Yao aside, intending to tear the others to shreds. Stop. Meng Yao quickly intervened. Why are you tearing them up? Fang Chun replied. Having only your marriage certificate is sufficient for me. Hearing this, Meng Yao felt a stirring in her heart, yet she snatched the marriage certificate from Fang Chun, saying, but it cannot be destroyed. This was left for you by your master and is his sincere intention. But, Fang Chun began, but Meng Yao interrupted him. Even if you wish to renounce this marriage, you must communicate with the other party and dissolve it properly. If they are waiting for you, and you simply disregard them, wouldn't that be a bit irresponsible? Her words left Fang Chun with no retort. Thus, Meng Yao carefully placed the marriage certificates back in the wooden box. You should keep them for now. If you ever have the chance to visit those places, you can explain things to them. This way, it won't lead to any misunderstandings, will it? If someone has been waiting for you, you must take them back and not let them down. Fang Chun stared blankly at Meng Yao, profoundly moved by her words. With a wife like her, what more could a man desire? He gently embraced Meng Yao and declared, in this lifetime, I, Fang Chun, will never let you down. Meng Yao smiled softly and returned the embrace, saying, but let us be clear. No matter how many wives you have, you must marry me first. I want to be the primary wife. Fang Chun chuckled. With you alone, I am more than content. Afterward, the two tidied up the items in the room. Once everything was packed, Meng Yao piloted the spirit ship toward the seventh peak of the Tianyu divine sect. The seventh peak of the inner sect boasted over a dozen mountainous territories, spanning an immense area. However, the seventh peak stood alone as a solitary peak, with all others allocated to different peaks, earning it the title of the Wasteland Peak. Currently, the seventh peak was mainly inhabited by disciples who had been cast aside by the other 6 peaks. These disciples, unable to be driven away, simply languished in the seventh peak, living off scraps. Fortunately, the main peak, once resplendent, had been preserved. Years ago, it had been the home of Fang Qian and his master's wife, situated atop the main peak. The main peak housed only a few palaces, which were now dilapidated and in dire need of repair. Standing before the grand entrance of the main hall, Fang Chun gazed at the words 7 Peaks Heavenly Hall inscribed above. His expression complex. Qiumei, standing beside him, shared a similar sentiment, surprised that she had indeed returned. Meng Yao remarked, I have looked into the current situation of the 7th peak. It appears there are virtually no disciples left, only a peak master who has been absent for quite some time. Thus, the 7th peak essentially belongs to you, and you can do as you please. Sighing softly, Qiumei lamented, the old man has returned home. If he were still here, at least there would be someone to converse with. The old man, a mere mortal, had accompanied Tian Yangzi, and after Qiumei arrived, he had stayed by her side to help. By now, he would be around 70 years old. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from the otherwise deserted hall of the 7th peak. Old man, you better sign it quickly, otherwise, I'll ensure you meet a most dreadful fate. Fang Chun's brow furrowed. He recognized the voice as belonging to Si Chengya, a lackey of Luo Ao. Pushing open the grand door, he was met with the sight of Si Chengya and 2 others surrounding a frail old man. Preparing to strike, Si Chengya brandished a piece of paper, threatening the fallen elder. Old man, I advise you to sign it quickly. Otherwise, I will gouge out your eyes, cripple your limbs, and hang you in the woods for the ants to devour. I assure you, that will be quite a sight. See, you truly are a talent to devise such cruel methods. Indeed, it's no surprise you are Luo's top aide. The 2 companions flattered him, further inflating Si Chengya's ego. Fang Qian, upon recognizing the old man, was struck with astonishment. Grandpa Wang. The elderly man beneath Si Chengya's foot was none other than the old Wang, whom Meng Yao had mentioned had returned home. In the next moment, Fang Qian's eyes turned a fiery red. The old man's face was ashen, his tattered clothing marred with distressing wounds, clearly having endured severe mistreatment. His eyes glistened with rage as he glared at Si Chengya. Old man! Qiumei, too, recognized the old man, and upon witnessing his pitiful state, her eyes brimmed with tears. Miss, young master, I have finally awaited your return. The old man, spotting Fang Qian and Qiumei, was immediately overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his weathered face. Bastards! How could you arrive so soon? Seeing Fang Qian, Si Chengya's face changed dramatically, momentarily at a loss for words. This time, he had come to the 7th peak under Luo Yun's orders to seize control of it. If he could bring the 7th peak under his dominion, Luo Yun would ensure that Ling Fan would have nowhere to reside. Si Chengya had arrived on the first day, but at that time, the old man was out gathering firewood and preparing food. Being elderly, he usually returned on the 3rd day at dawn. Thus, Si Chengya had only just located the old man now, believing he had ample time. Yet never anticipated Fang Qian's early return. You're dead. Fang Qian, however, had no intention of wasting words with Si Chengya. In a flash, he appeared before Si Chengya, delivering a powerful kick. Si Chengya flew backward like an arrow released from a bow. Crashing hard into the ground, Fang Qian did not spare the other two either, swiftly sending them flying with a couple of kicks. At this moment, Fang Qian's heart was filled with murderous intent. Grandpa Wang, what on earth happened? Why are they treating you this way? Fang Qian restrained his fury, seeking clarity first. The old man, overwhelmed with joy and tears, immediately responded. Before the current peak master departed, he had to select a person to take charge of the seventh peak. However, aside from me, there was no one else. The peak master simply assigned the responsibility to me. These three wanted to force me to pass on the position, but I refused. Meng Yao interjected, after the previous peak master's demise. The seventh peak inexplicably fell into ruin, its spiritual energy severely depleted, rendering it worthless. Thus, no one wanted it. It merely retained the name of the seventh peak. The current peak master is merely a nominal figure. So to him, giving the role to a mortal holds no significance, even if the seventh peak is in shambles. Fang Qian nodded, quickly grasping Si Qingya's intentions. So, you suddenly seek this position of authority, intending to oust me from the seventh peak. Is that it? Luo Yun, what a cunning strategist you are. His expression turned icy as he fixed a steely gaze on Si Qingya. Understanding Fang Qian's intent, Meng Yao cautioned, you can do as you please, just refrain from killing. I will handle the aftermath. Fang Qian nodded in agreement, thank you. Hearing this, Si Qingya's face paled in terror. You can't harm me. I am a man of Luo Yun. If you provoke me, you shall be expelled from the Heavenly Feather Sect. No one will come to your aid. In the face of this threat, Fang Qian maintained a calm demeanor. Witnessing this, Si Qingya could only plead, Brother Fang. No, Master Fang. I implore you, spare me this once. I promise I will never dare again. Truly, I was coerced into this by that rascal Luo Yun. He incessantly bowed his head, seeking forgiveness from Fang Qian. However, Fang Qian would never forgive someone who harmed his kin. The old man had cared for him since childhood, akin to a grandfather. How could he possibly forgive Si Qingya for injuring his family? He coldly replied, return and inform Luo Yun that his days are numbered. He has less than 3 months to live. Immediately, he took action. Cries of anguish filled the air. Si Qingya and the other two were rendered powerless. Their dantians and arms crippled, leaving only their legs to return and report. Get lost, Fang Qian uttered icily in excruciating pain. Si Qingya dared not linger upon seeing Fang Qian's frigid expression, enduring his suffering as he fled from the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall. On the other side, Meng Yao presented a healing pill to the old man, initiating his gradual recovery. Upon reuniting with Miss Chiu Mei, the old man's tears flowed once more. Miss, young master, you have returned, he cried out. Chiu Mei, also in tears, asked, Old man, didn't you return to your hometown? Why are you still here at the Heavenly Feather Sect? The old man replied, I could not bear to leave the miss. So I stayed. Even if I wished to find her, I could not leave this place. Eventually, I became responsible for this area and could only wait here. Thankfully, heaven has shown mercy, and I have finally awaited the return of the miss and young master. Chiu Mei, wiping her tears, inquired, Old man, how have you fared these past 5 years? The old man smiled gently, saying, I planted some grains on the back mountain, and there are also wild game in the woods. Though the journey is a bit far, at least I won't starve. Seeing the frail old man, Fang Qian felt a mix of emotions. Grandfather, rest assured. Now that I have returned to the seventh peak, I shall ensure you no longer suffer. The old man gazed at Fang Qian, smiling as he said, with the young master back, the seventh peak finally has a true master. I believe with you here. The seventh peak shall rise to greatness once more. Fang Qian nodded firmly, declaring, Grandfather, have no worries. I will revitalize the seventh peak. The three engaged in long conversations, sharing their experiences over the past 5 years. Once the old man's health improved, they began to explore the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall together. The vast hall, which should have been in disarray and covered in dust, appeared remarkably clean, thanks to the old man's diligent upkeep over the years. Although it lacked the usual vibrancy, at the rear of the hall stood a residence, once home to Tian Yangzi, and now Fang Qian's dwelling. The residence was spotless, reflecting the old man's constant care and anticipation of their return. After Meng Yao arranged for their belongings to be moved in, she prepared to take her leave. Turning to Fang Qian, she said, I may need to enter seclusion for a while, so you must focus on your cultivation. You must win in 3 months, understand? I refuse to become a widow at a young age. If you allow me to remain a widow, I shall ensure you wear a green hat, she pouted playfully. Her demeanor charming yet mischievous, captivating all who beheld her. Feng Qian understood that Meng Yao was concerned for him. He smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Meng Yao's face broke into a satisfied smile. Suddenly, she leaned in close and gently kissed his cheek. Feng Qian was momentarily taken aback. Meng Yao, her cheeks flushed, radiated a captivating charm, speaking shyly, consider this a small encouragement. If you defeat Luo Yun, there will be greater rewards awaiting you. With that, she playfully cast a sultry glance at Feng Qian before boarding her spirit ship and vanishing into the distance. Feng Qian remained in a daze for some time, eventually recovering his senses and touching his cheek. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Meng Yao had not left immediately but called out. Old Ku and an elderly man with white hair appeared. Bowing respectfully, Mississippi Meng Yao instructed, please protect the 7th peak, especially Brother Fong and the others. I do not wish for them to encounter any danger, understood? Yes, old Kuan replied respectfully, then vanished in a flash. She was acutely aware that declaring Feng Qian as her fiancé would undoubtedly attract trouble. This was the most she could do for him at present. If she truly wished to be with Feng Qian, her family would pose the greatest obstacle. Previously, Meng Yao might have resigned herself to fate, given her short lifespan. However, Feng Qian's arrival had ignited hope within her. Witnessing his unwavering determination during the second trial despite his apparent weakness had deeply moved her, and she was unwilling to submit to fate any longer. She would fight to the end. Casting one last glance at the 7th peak, she activated her spirit ship and disappeared into the horizon. The 2nd peak, Luo Yun's residence. Bang! Luo Yun struck out with a palm, directly smashing into Si Chengye and his companions' chests. They were sent flying, blood gushing forth, their life force extinguished. Why did you kill me? Si Chengye gasped, his eyes wide with terror and despair, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. Luo Yun remained furiously enraged. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. You can't even handle this trivial matter. What good are you to me? The repeated losses to Feng Qian, coupled with Luo Ao's death, had driven Luo Yun to the brink of madness. Junior brother Luo, who has provoked your ire? Just then, a voice echoed softly, and a tall figure entered the room. It was Yu Yuanwen. Brother Yu has arrived. Luo Yun was not surprised. He had just received notice and had allowed the other party to enter. He gestured for the bodies of Si Chengye and his companions to be removed and invited Yu Yuanwen to take a seat. I wonder what brings Brother Yu here today? Luo Yun asked as he poured spirit tea. Why? Yu Yuanwen smiled gently, saying, I heard that your cousin was slain during the 7 Peaks assessment, and the perpetrator even dared to challenge you publicly. Setting a date for battle in 3 months. Mentioning Feng Qian darkened Luo Yun's expression further. Hmph. Merely an insignificant insect in 3 months. I shall behead him, he retorted. However, Yu Yuanwen interjected. Are you truly intent on fighting him? Why do you say that? Luo Yun asked with a frown. What status do you hold, and what status does he possess? Engaging in a life-and-death battle with him is simply beneath you. Moreover, are you not aware that swift resolutions are best? The news of Luo Ao's death will soon reach the Luo family. When they learn you have not avenged him but instead await the so-called 3-month agreement, how will they perceive it? Will they not suspect that you fear Luo Ao's legacy surpassing your own? Yu Yuanwen remarked with a smile. Luo Yun's brow furrowed. He had indeed contemplated these matters. The Luo family was not united. Although he was already a candidate for the position of family head, it was uncertain whether everyone was genuinely supportive. Especially after Luo Ao's display of talent, others had grown increasingly restless. With Luo Ao now deceased, it would be strange if they did not suspect him of foul play. Furthermore, he had refrained from acting against Feng Qian, insisting on waiting for the so-called 3-month agreement. What exactly do you wish to convey? Luo Yun inquired, fixing his gaze on Yu Yuanwen. Why? Yu Yuanwen smiled slightly, rising to his feet as he slowly spoke. I have come today to assist you, junior brother Luo. I hope these items will prove useful. As he spoke, he placed a jade slip and a talisman on the table before gracefully departing. Luo Yun picked up the jade slip, opening it to reveal the words 1,000-mile shadow kill. News of Meng Yao announcing Feng Qian as her fiancé quickly spread, causing a sensation throughout the Heavenly Feather sect. In the days that followed, everyone sought to uncover the identity of this Feng Chun who had captured their goddess's heart. Such matters typically spread rapidly, and within 3 days, Feng Chen's background was thoroughly investigated. They learned of a once great talent, as well as a fool. Reactions varied. Some were moved, others scoffed, but many were filled with rage. They had never cared for Feng Chen before, only knowing that he had taken away their beloved senior sister Ming. In their eyes, no matter how talented Feng Chen was, he simply did not deserve their senior sister Ming. Upon discovering Feng Chen had entered the 7th peak, a throng set out for it. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the person they sought was no longer there, having left the sect to return to Yu City. Feng Chen had initially intended to cultivate until he reached the 9th layer of spirit gathering before breaking through. However, he realized that should he exhaust all his resources now, he would have nothing left for cultivation once he reached the later stages. Thus, he resolved to venture to Yu City to sell a Luoling pill, acquire some medicinal herbs, and refine pills for sale. With his current alchemical skills, though he could only produce 1st and 2nd-tier pills, he could still accumulate a small fortune in a short time. Sighing, Feng Chen lamented, "It's said that a penny can thwart even a hero. Who wouldn't he falter?" Just then, a familiar and melodious voice rang out. "Feng Chen?" He turned, quickly locking onto a stunning figure, Lin Shuiyan. Today, she was dressed in a blue and white gown, her figure perfectly enveloped, enhancing her ethereal beauty. "What brings you here? Isn't today the day you enter the inner sect?" Lin Shuiyan maintained her usual aloof demeanor but seemed somewhat more amiable compared to their first meeting. It appears that Meng Yao's previous words have prompted her to engage in deep reflection, leading her to recognize the misunderstandings she harbored towards Feng Chen. Feng Chen remarked, "I have already relocated to the 7th peak. I have come today to procure some resources for my cultivation." "I see," Lin Shuiyan nodded, hesitating for a moment before finally mustering the courage to say, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier demeanor. I had always treated you poorly, believing you to be, however, after conducting my investigation. I have come to understand that you are, in fact, the victim." Feng Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Shuiyan to offer an apology. He smiled gently and shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. I have long since forgotten the matters of the past and did not take them to heart." Despite Lin Shuiyan's consistently unfavorable attitude towards him, he had not allowed it to trouble him. However, Lin Shuiyan's expression returned to its former aloofness. "As for your involvement with Meng Yao, I cannot condone it. The disparity between you two is simply too vast for any union to be conceivable. Moreover, Meng Yao has numerous suitors. Your affair has already circulated within the sect, and it won't be long before someone seeks to make trouble for you. Once you encounter Meng Yao's admirers, you will truly grasp the extent of your differences." Feng Chen felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing her words. Just moments ago, she had apologized for her past behavior, only to revert to her previous demeanor. He sighed inwardly, having grown accustomed to it. He understood that Lin Shuiyan was merely cautioning him about the multitude of rivals he faced. Yet, he was resolute. He would not yield, for the kindness Meng Yao had shown him was clear and undeniable. Thus, he declared with determination, "I will continually grow stronger, vanquishing each and every rival in turn. I refuse to concede." Lin Shuiyan had believed her words would dissuade Feng Chen, but to her surprise, he became even more steadfast, leaving her momentarily taken aback. With a complex expression, she gazed at him and eventually said, "I will be watching, Miss Lin. I apologize for keeping you waiting." At that moment, a voice resonated softly, followed by the approach of a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, smiling as he came forth. Dressed in a long white feathered coat, he exuded an air of elegance, with striking brows and starry eyes, looking quite handsome. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Shuiyan's brow furrowed slightly, but it soon transformed into a soft sigh as she greeted. "Young Master Yi, it has been a while. I did not expect the Yi family to send you this time." The young man's name was Yi Tianyu, the eldest son of the Yi family from Luoyang City. Lin Shuiyan's presence here was at her family's behest, to attend the auction hosted by the Wan's auction house alongside the Yi family. The Lin family was not particularly formidable, being weaker than the Yi family. Moreover, half of the Lin family's business ties were with the Yi family, which made their relationship quite significant. Yi Tianyu had been pursuing Lin Shuiyan persistently, despite her repeated and resolute rejections, in exasperation. Lin Shuiyan often remained in the sect, avoiding returning to her family to evade him. When she inquired with her family about the individual sent by the Yi family, she had been informed it was not Yi Tianyu. However, it seemed she had been misled, as Saintis, her family could not impose restrictions on Lin Shuyan. Yet, she did not wish her family to suffer due to her own obstinacy. Thus, despite her dissatisfaction, she chose not to display it. Yi Tianyu was eager to converse with Lin Shuyan, but she was the first to speak. Since young mastery has arrived, let us proceed to the Wan's auction house. Turning to Fang Chun, she added, remember my previous words. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Fang Chun replied. Lin Shuyan chose not to elaborate further and prepared to depart. However, Yi Tianyu's gaze towards Fang Chun was laced with malice. Prior to this, he had observed Lin Shuyan and Fang Chun engaged in conversation, and it was the first time he had witnessed Lin Shuyan speaking so extensively with a man. This filled him with both vigilance and jealousy. And upon hearing her words, his envy and anger intensified. He had already deemed Lin Shuyan as his own, and seeing her converse so amiably with another man while assuring him he would not be disappointed ignited his fury. Nevertheless, he restrained his anger, presenting a facade of goodwill as he inquired, "Is this your fellow disciple?" Lin Shuyan furrowed her brow but nodded nonetheless. Yi Tianyu smiled and suggested, "In that case, why not allow this fellow Taoist to accompany us to the Wan's auction house?" Chapter 30. Are you Fang Qian? Yi Tianyu continued, "The more, the merrier. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Shuyan, without much thought, considered it beneficial for Fang Chun to broaden his horizons and understand that he and Mengyao existed in entirely different realms. Thus, she asked Fang Chun, "Do you have other matters to attend to?" After contemplating, Fang Chun realized that the Wan's auction house also dealt in spiritual herbs, and selling the Luoling grass there would be advantageous. He nodded. "If that is the case, I am grateful." Yi Tianyu smiled, saying, "No need for courtesy. We are all fellow Taoists." The Wan's auction house, being one of the top 3 auction houses in the Shandong region, attracted a considerable audience for each auction. At that moment, the auction house was bustling with patrons from Yuqing and nearby cities. Yi Tianyu smiled as he produced 2 intricately carved golden jade invitations, handing them to the attendant at the entrance of the Wan's auction house. The attendant received them respectfully and said, "Esteemed guests, please enter. Point 2 guests." Lin Shuyan's brow furrowed as she inquired, "Only 2 may enter?" The attendant nodded. "Indeed, this auction is a members-only event. Only members are permitted entry. Both you and young Master Yi are registered members of the Wan's auction house and may enter." Lin Shuyan's frown deepened. "Is it not possible to bring others along?" "I sincerely apologize, but this auction is indeed members only. You can rest assured regarding safety. The Wan's auction house guarantees your safety during the auction," the attendant reiterated. Yi Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he cast a contemptuous glance at Fang Chen, then feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, is this fellow Taoist not a member of the Wan's auction house? I assumed you were. My apologies for the inconvenience. It seems you have made a fruitless trip." Fang Chen quickly discerned Yi Tianyu's intent. The invitation extended to him was not for participation in the auction, but rather to humiliate him. As anticipated, the crowd's attention was drawn to him, and many began to mock him for his plain, handmade attire, jeering, "He is clearly a pauper, thinking he can attend the Wan's auction house. Indeed, does he think anyone can just stroll into the Wan's auction house?" The laughter continued, as they regarded Fang Chun as a mere fool. Yi Tianyu was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction, yet he maintained an apologetic facade, saying, "I am truly sorry for your embarrassment. To express my regret, allow me to offer you compensation." As he spoke, he produced 2 spiritual stones. "This is my compensation," he added, tossing them onto the ground, where they clinked melodiously. "Oh dear, my hand slipped. You may pick them up yourself." Fang Chen's expression remained calm, though an icy sensation coursed through him. He had done nothing to provoke Yi Tianyu, yet here he was, subjected to such unwarranted humiliation, as if he were nothing but clay to be molded. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Shuyan's cold voice interrupted, "Young Master Yi, are you belittling my friend?" Despite her disdain for Fang Qian, he was still the one she had invited, and she naturally did not wish for him to be humiliated on her account. She coldly declared, "If my friend cannot enter, then I shall not attend the Wan's auction house either." She then turned to Fang Qian, saying, "Let us leave." Yi Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Shuyan would care so deeply for someone he deemed insignificant. This only fueled his anger further. Despite his unwavering affection for her, she persistently rejected him, maintaining a cold demeanor. Yet here she was, So concerned for a mere pauper. He sneered, "Miss Lin, if you dare to walk away, I assure you that all cooperation between the Yi family and the Lin family will cease from this day forth." Lin Shuiyan halted in her tracks, turning around with an icy expression. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Tianyu, unperturbed, saw no reason to continue feigning politeness at this juncture. He replied, "Do not think that just because you are a saintess in the Tianyu divine sect, you hold any sway. Our families are in a partnership. Do you really believe the Tianyu divine sect would tarnish its reputation for you?" Lin Shuiyan clenched her delicate hands tightly, yearning to respond with the same assertiveness she displayed in the sect. But the thought of her family rendered her speechless. "What? Do you, a grown man, only dare to threaten women?" At that moment, Fang Chun stood protectively in front of Lin Shuiyan, coldly addressing Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu regarded him with disdain. Sneering, "You, a lowly individual, think you can oppose me? Do you even have the right?" Fang Chun fixed his gaze upon him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. "Why don't you take a good look and see if I'm worthy?" The next moment, Fang Qian swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Yi Tianyu's right cheek. Yi Tianyu had never anticipated that Fang Chun would dare to strike him, being merely at the peak of the gathering spirit realm. He was caught completely off guard and was sent flying. The atmosphere fell silent as everyone present stared incredulously at Fang Qian, astonished that he had acted so boldly. "My face! How dare you hit me?" Yi Tianyu lay on the ground, wailing in anger, his gaze fixed on Fang Chun, for he had come alone to seek an opportunity to be alone with Lin Shuiyan. Now, after being struck, he found himself at a loss for how to retaliate. "You are finished. I will make certain you pay dearly," he spoke with a menacing tone. Fang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. At this moment, he felt a sense of exhilaration. He gazed at Yi Tianyu and said casually, "Remember my name, Fang Chun. I await your vengeance." Lin Shuiyan, taken aback, had not anticipated that Fang Chun would act so decisively. Her stunningly cold visage was etched with astonishment. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, her expression turned complex. Being exceptionally intelligent, she understood that Fang Chen was drawing the enmity towards himself, sparing her the burden. She never imagined that in her time of greatest distress, it would be Fang Chen standing before her. What on earth is happening? At that moment, a voice, laden with age, resonated. A white-haired elder clad in the robes of the Wanqing auction house approached. Upon seeing the elder, Yi Tianyu's eyes gleamed, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Elder Lu, this man is causing a ruckus in front of the Wanqing auction house. He has the audacity to act violently. I implore you, Elder Lu, to seek justice for me." Elder Lu, recognizing Yi Tianyu, clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is young Master Yi." The Wanqing auction house had a partnership with the Yi family, as the auction house required a vast array of resources and predominantly procured from them. It could be said that half of the Yi family's profits were thanks to the Wanqing auction house, which contributed to its formidable strength. Seeing Yi Tianyu being assaulted, Elder Lu felt a flicker of anger. This was the Wanqing auction house, and to engage in violence here was tantamount to slapping their face. "I must see who possesses such audacity." Elder Lu glared at Fang Chen, but upon seeing his face, he was momentarily taken aback. "Why does this face seem familiar? It feels as though I have seen it somewhere before." Yet, he could not recall at that moment. Lin Shuiyan's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, "Elder Lu, my friend acted because of me." Fang Chen maintained his calm demeanor and stated, "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. I indeed struck someone, but I had no intention of provoking the Wanqing auction house." Yi Tianyu scoffed, "That is not for you to determine, brat. You are finished." Seeing that Elder Lu remained passive, he anxiously urged, "Elder Lu, this brat is Fang Chen, a mere pauper without any background." He believed that Elder Lu was considering Lin Shuiyan's feelings. Fang Chen? Mentioned by Yi Tianyu in such a manner. A glimmer of interest flickered in Elder Lu's eyes. Hadn't Manager Yin been searching for this person for the past few days? "You are Fang Chen?" he eagerly inquired. Fang Chen, puzzled by Elder Lu's excitement, nodded in affirmation. "That is correct." "Are you the Fang Chen of the Tianyu Divine Sect?" Elder Lu pressed further. "Indeed, Fang Chen confirmed with ANOD.IT really is you." Elder Lu exclaimed joyfully. He then bowed respectfully, saying, "We have been searching for you tirelessly. Please, come inside for a discussion." Fang Chen was bewildered. Seeing Elder Lu invite him into the auction house, he quickly replied, But I am not a member. I cannot enter. You are the highest-ranking member of our Wanqing auction house, Elder Lu insisted eagerly. Lin Shuiyin, equally perplexed, wondered how Fang Chun had become so esteemed. Yi Tianyu, realizing the shift, shouted, Elder Lu, what are you doing? He is just a poor wretch, a lowly individual without wealth or influence. Chapter 31. The invitation. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu admonished, silence. Is Fang Xiaoyu someone you are capable of insulting? Elder Lu must have mistaken him. He was merely a lowly bastard. How could he possibly be the one they sought? Yi Tianyu still viewed Fang Chun as a worthless being, convinced that Elder Lu was mistaken. Fang Chen's expression turned icy. Yi Tianyu's repeated provocations were becoming intolerable. He halted his steps and slowly said, I appreciate your invitation, Elder, but as a poor wretch, I shall not impose on your esteemed establishment. He discerned that Elder Lu likely had motives for seeking him out. Although he was unsure of what they were, he could prod for information. If they truly valued him, they would surely take action against Yi Tianyu. If not, he would suffer little loss and could simply turn away. Brat, do you really think? Yi Tianyu sneered, intending to ridicule Fang Chun once more, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Elder Lu. He landed hard on the ground. How dare you insult a distinguished guest of the Wanqing auction house, Yi Tianyu? You truly have audacity. From this day forth, the Wanqing auction house shall sever all ties with the Yi family. Your membership is hereby revoked, Elder Lu declared coldly. He had recognized that Fang Chun was assessing their attitude. Elder Lu, you must be jesting. Yi Tianyu's panic escalated. The Yi family relied on the Wanqing auction house for its acquisitions. Without them, the Yi family would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. As for seeking other avenues for procurement, that was simply impossible. Smaller families could not meet demands, while larger ones had their own supply chains. How could they possibly accommodate the Yi family? If this news reached his family, he could very well be beaten to death. Elder Lu snorted disdainfully. Jesting? Do you believe I am jesting with you? The Wanqing auction house is not lacking in families capable of supplying materials. There are countless families eager to collaborate. And Fang Chun is different. A powerful appraiser could generate substantial profits for the Wanqing auction house. Talents are hard to come by. He then disregarded Yi Tianyu's pleas. Addressing Fang Chun respectfully, young Master Fang, please, come in. Manager Yin has been searching for you for quite some time. Fang Chun was taken aback that they would truly sever ties with the Yi family for his sake. This time, he no longer declined. Elder Lu had not forgotten about Lin Shuiyin, and with a smile, he extended the invitation, Miss Lin, since you are a friend of young Master Fang, please join us as well. Lin Shuiyin, still bewildered by the unfolding events, nodded instinctively and followed suit. Soon, only Yi Tianyu and a group of onlookers remained at the entrance. At this moment, these spectators began to realize that Fang Chen's status had changed, and it was Yi Tianyu who found himself in dire straits. Their expressions morphed, and they began to mock him. How could he not see what was happening? He has made a formidable enemy. Indeed, is he not a fool? To have such a simpleton in their family is truly a misfortune. Yi Tianyu's expression shifted from despair to a menacing glare. Fang Chun, Lin Shuiyin, I will remember this grievance. He seethed, casting a resentful glance at the duo who had already entered before he quietly departed. Fang Chun, meanwhile, was ushered into the highest chamber of the Wanqing auction house. Elder Lu summoned tea. And upon tasting a sip, Fang Chun felt a rush of clarity within his body. His spirit invigorated. He sensed a gradual enhancement of his cultivation. This revelation startled Fang Chun. This was the finest tea he had ever tasted. Lin Shuiyin felt somewhat out of place. However, having experienced various social circles, she managed to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. Although she was the saintess of the Tianyu divine sect, the Wanqing auction house was an immense force. And this was merely a branch of it. Thus, despite her status, she had never before received such high-level treatment. To her astonishment, today, due to Fang Chun, she was granted the utmost hospitality from the Wanqing auction house. Her gaze towards Fang Chun grew increasingly complicated. Elder Lu continued to engage in pleasantries, praising Fang Chun for his youth and accomplishments. Before long, the door to the chamber opened, and a graceful figure entered, Yin Xiaolin. Dressed in a striking red long qipao, her delicate makeup accentuated her already enchanting features, making her even more captivating. Upon entering, her gaze swept across the room, and when she spotted Fang Chun, she could not look away. So you must be Fang Chun, young Master Fang? Yin Shaolin inquired with a radiant smile. Fang Chun rose and bowed. Indeed, that is I. Yin Shaolin smiled sweetly. Young Master Fang is indeed, as the rumors suggest, exceptionally handsome. I imagine many young ladies pursue you. Fang Chun replied modestly. You flatter me. May I inquire as to the purpose of summoning me today? Hearing such a candid response, Yin Shaolin maintained her smile. Young Master Fang is truly straightforward. I shall dispense with idle chatter. However, allow me to introduce myself. She seated herself opposite Fang Chun, her chi pao inadvertently revealing her flawless, long legs. The perfect curve captivated many. As if painted by the hands of an artist, I am Yin Shaolin, the junior manager of the Wanqing auction house. She introduced herself before diving into the matter at hand. Recently, a certain pill was brought to our auction by the gentleman named Yuan Wan. To be frank, I feel somewhat ashamed that our house, reputed as one of the top 3 auction houses in the Divine Eastern region, failed to detect its forgery, which tarnishes our esteemed reputation. We have heard that you were the one to identify the pill's true nature. Is that correct? Although she was aware it was Fang Chun, Yin Shaolin still sought confirmation. Lin Shuiyan, beside him, looked at Fang Chun in shock. She understood the prowess of the Wanqing auction house. If they had been deceived by such a pill, its forgery must have been extraordinarily sophisticated. Yet, Fang Chun had discerned the truth. Was this mere luck? Fang Chun finally understood their eagerness. He did not deny it and nodded. That is indeed the case. Upon hearing Fang Chun's acknowledgement, a gleam sparkled in Yin Shaolin's eyes, prompting her to ask, Might I inquire how you discerned it? Fang Chun reiterated the observations he had made regarding the pill's forgery. Yin Shaolin listened intently, and after a moment of contemplation, she inquired, So, you are capable of discerning the authenticity of both pills and medicinal materials? Naturally, that was not entirely true. Fang Chun did not dare to boast, stating, however, within the 5th tier, I can generally identify them. In reality, he could also distinguish 6th tier items. But that would be too astonishing, so he chose to remain modest. However, his seemingly modest words left everyone present gasping in astonishment. A 5th tier rank. This is already considered the highest level in the Divine Eastern region. Naturally, Yin Shaolin would not take Fang Chun's statement at face value, as there is no evidence to support it. She said, We happen to have several auction items here that we cannot ascertain the authenticity of. May I request Master Fang to appraise them? If you can indeed discern their true nature, I assure you that our establishment will not treat you unfairly. Fang Chun pondered for a moment, and then did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Yin Shaolin clapped her hands, and immediately 5 beautiful, tall maidens entered, carrying redwood trays. Each tray was covered with a cloth, concealing the items within. The maidens placed the trays on the table and then performed a polite bow before retreating. Please proceed with the appraisal, Yin Shaolin requested. Fang Chun, not one to be impolite, approached the first tray and lifted the cloth. To his surprise, there lay a 2nd-tier elixir, vibrant red in color, marred with cracks, exuding a strong aroma mixed with a hint of medicinal scent that was refreshing to the senses. However, after a mere glance, Fang Chun declared its authenticity. This elixir may appear to be brilliantly red, yet it is merely superficial. The cracks are not due to excessive heat, but rather the marks left from fabrication. It is a counterfeit. Yin Shaolin's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. Their appraiser would typically require a whole cup of tea to ascertain such details. Yet Fang Chun had discerned its nature at a glance. Please continue, she urged. Fang Chun unveiled the 2nd tray, revealing a verdant herb, resembling jade in its exquisite clarity. After a brief inspection, he exclaimed, This is a 3rd tier Baiyu Ling Chui grass. But regrettably, it is a forgery. There exists a herb known as Jiatian Jiayu grass, which bears no efficacy and closely resembles the Baiyu Ling Chui grass. If altered via special means, it can easily be mistaken for the genuine article. The brilliance in Yin Shaolin's eyes intensified, while Lin Shuiyan beside her stared at Fang Chun in astonishment. She was unaware that Fang Chun possessed such remarkable skills, as his identification was precise and assured. The remaining 3 items were similarly appraised by Fang Chun, each without error. This further convinced Yin Shaolin that Fang Chun's earlier identification of the elixir was no mere stroke of luck, but a testament to his true ability. Master Fang. Yin Shaolin rose, clasping her hands and greeting, I humbly request you to become a distinguished elder at our Wanqing auction house. Chapter 32. Just turned 17 distinguished elder? Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Yin Shaolin nodded earnestly and explained. As long as you agree, our establishment is willing to offer you the highest level of treatment in addition to becoming our premier member. You will enjoy the utmost privileges and benefits at all branches of Wanqing Auction House, including a 30% discount. Furthermore, we will provide you with an annual stipend of 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun felt quite tempted. Lin Shuyan could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor, her eyes wide in disbelief, covering her small mouth in shock. She had not anticipated that the Wanqing Auction House would extend such an invitation to Fang Chen. To think that just over a month ago, he had been an unremarkable and powerless individual. Yet, how little time had passed before he had become a guest of honor at Wanqing Auction House. Seeing that Fang Chun did not immediately accept, Yin Shaolin grew anxious and inquired, "Is there anything that displeases you, Master Fang? We can certainly discuss it further." Fang Chen shook his head and replied, "No. It is just that I need to devote a considerable amount of my time to cultivation and cannot attend to the affairs of your esteemed establishment daily." That? Yin Shaolin beamed with a smile. "You need not worry, Master Fang. Your responsibilities will be quite simple. You only need to appraise items when we are unable to determine their authenticity. To be honest, there are not many items that elude our judgment. Thus, you can arrange your time largely as you wish, only coming when we require your expertise." Fang Chun was taken aback. Such a fortunate arrangement felt like a lucrative position without the burden of obligations. "It would be unthinkable to decline. In that case, I have no objections." He nodded in agreement. Yin Shaolin's smile grew even more radiant, becoming utterly enchanting. "Then we welcome you, Master Fang, or rather, esteemed guest elder, to join our Wanqing Auction House." The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Subsequently, Yin Shaolin produced a jade token, presenting it with both hands and respectfully stating, "Esteemed guest elder, this is our establishment's first-tier guest elder token. With this token, you will enjoy the highest privileges at any branch you visit. Simply drop a drop of blood onto the jade token to recognize it as yours." The token was engraved with the emblem of Wanqing Auction House and featured a beautifully crafted character for one. The ranking of guest elders at Wanqing Auction House is divided into 4 tiers, with the first tier being the highest. Fang Chen's immediate elevation to first-tier status clearly indicated the establishment's regard for him. Receiving the token, Fang Chen noted that Yin Shaolin had also produced a small pouch with golden edges, equally exquisite in craftsmanship. She explained, "This is a specially designed spatial storage pouch from our establishment. With an internal capacity of 10 zhong, already containing 100,000 spirit stones." Storage pouch? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Such pouches were quite valuable in the Divine Eastern region. 1,000 spirit stones could only purchase a pouch with a space of 1 zhong. While 10 zhong would cost at least 10,000 spirit stones, plus an additional 2,000 for being from Wanqing Auction House. This was exceedingly precious. Fang Chun quickly remarked, "This is too extravagant." Yin Shaolin responded, "Esteemed guest elder, do not mention it. This is merely a token of our acquaintance, a gift given to all elders. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Fang Chun felt somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, Elder Lu's lips twitched slightly. Did he not receive such a gift? Of course, he dared not voice this thought. Fang Chun then dripped his blood onto the token, officially becoming a guest elder of Wanqing Auction House. By the way. Fang Chun continued, "I need some spiritual herbs to refine elixirs. Could you assist me in locating them, Manager Yin? Esteemed guest elder is also an alchemist?" Yin Shaolin's eyes sparkled with interest. Fang Chun did not deny it. Nodding, "Yes, but I can only refine second-tier elixirs." Although he had inherited the legacy of a 6th-tier alchemist, the ability to concoct elixirs is intrinsically linked to one's realm and spiritual power. At present, he could only refine second-tier elixirs. Second tier, yet Yin Shaolin was even more exhilarated, while Lin Shuyan looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yin Shaolin asked, "May I inquire how old esteemed guest elder is now?" "Just turned 17, Fang Chen replied, somewhat perplexed. Everyone present gasped in astonishment. The reason alchemists are so highly regarded in the continent is due to the rigorous entry requirements, which necessitate extraordinary talent in the alchemical arts. Even with such talent, one must familiarize oneself with a myriad of over 10,000 alchemical materials at the outset, a process that is undeniably tedious. Although it is indeed demanding, the pursuit of alchemy is highly coveted, prompting many to strive to become alchemists. While there are some who begin discerning herbs at the tender age of 6 or 7, It is exceedingly rare for someone to attain second-tier status by the age of 17. Let alone first tier. This explained the astonishment of the crowd. Wonderful, wonderful. Yin Xiaolin's smile became even more radiant and captivating, her cheeks flushed with excitement, exuding an irresistible charm. She could hardly contain her desire to embrace Feng Chun and shower him with affection. At long last, Wanqing Auction House had struck gold. Whatever materials esteemed guest elder requires, please do not hesitate to ask. Immediately, she instructed someone to bring forth writing materials, and Feng Chun diligently noted down the required materials. Yin Xiaolin then dispatched someone to gather them promptly. Feng Chun inquired, "May I ask how many spirit stones these materials will require?" Yin Xiaolin replied with a smile, "Esteemed guest elder need not be modest. Consider this my invitation to you. What do you think?" As she spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Feng Chun. However, he remained unfazed, resolutely shaking his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Manager Yin, but I must pay for this myself." He did not wish to owe too many favors. Seeing Feng Chun's determination, Yin Xiaolin chose not to press the matter further, understanding that persistence would only lead to his displeasure. Very well, very well. Since esteemed guest elder feels this way, I shall offer you a 20% discount. How does that sound? Thank you, Feng Chun replied. Yin Xiaolin quickly calculated the total, which was quite reasonable. With the discount applied, it amounted to merely 521 spirit stones. For someone like Feng Chun, who had recently come into wealth, this was more than sufficient. Before long, all the materials were gathered and presented before Feng Chun. Suddenly, Yin Xiaolin asked, "May I inquire where esteemed guest elder plans to refine the elixirs?" Feng Chun froze, recalling a critical detail. He had no alchemy furnace. He felt somewhat embarrassed, unsure of how to articulate this. Noticing his discomfort, Yin Xiaolin smiled charmingly. "We have a dedicated alchemy room prepared specifically for our elders, which is one of your privileges." "Then, I shall trouble you, Manager Yin," Feng Chun said, bowing slightly. "Please follow me," she replied. Feng Chun nodded and rose to his feet, before turning to Lin Shuiyin, who had just regained her composure from her earlier astonishment, saying, "Senior Sister Lin, I must take my leave for now." "Ah, all right," Lin Shuiyin nodded, her exquisite face losing some of its aloofness, becoming adorably innocent. Yin Xiaolin, seeing this, exchanged a glance with Elder Lu, who immediately understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Chun then departed with Yin Xiaolin, prompting Lin Shuiyin to say, "I shall take my leave as well." Elder Lu called out to Lin Shuiyin, "Miss Lin, please wait a moment. There's something else, Elder Lu?" Lin Shuiyin inquired, with a gentle smile. Elder Lu replied, "We have severed our collaboration with the Yi family and are considering seeking a new partner. I remember that the Lin family also engages in such business. How about this? Let our two families collaborate, with the Lin family providing the same amount of goods that the Yi family previously supplied us, at the same prices. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuiyin's body quivered slightly, her expression filled with disbelief. Chapter 33. Alchemy. She comprehended that the collaboration with the Yi family was likely to come to an end after today's events. This would undoubtedly inflict substantial losses upon the Lin family. However, she was taken aback to discover that the Wanqing Auction House had bestowed this lucrative opportunity upon her family. Soon, she realized that this was perhaps due to Feng Chun's influence, which led them to collaborate with the Lin family. In that instant, her emotions became tumultuous. A month and a half ago, she had threatened Feng Chun for the marriage certificate under the guise of the Saintess, and now her family was benefiting from him. "Thank you, Elder Lu. I shall ensure that my family engages in detailed discussions with your esteemed house regarding the collaboration," she asserted. As she took her leave, her expression remained intricate, her heart a myriad of conflicting emotions. Unbeknownst to Feng Chun, his departure had inadvertently aided Lin Shuiyin's family. Under Yin Xiaolin's guidance, they ascended to the third level of the Wanqing Auction House. This area was even more resplendent, yet noticeably less crowded. When passers-by encountered Yin Xiaolin, they bowed respectfully, while they regarded Feng Chun with great curiosity. Before long, they reached a deeper section, where numerous alchemy rooms were located, many of which were evidently in use. Yin Xiaolin led Feng Chun to the farthest alchemy chamber, opening the door to reveal a rather simple interior: a furnace, a stone table, and various necessary alchemical instruments. With a flirtatious smile, Yin Xiaolin inquired, "Feng Keqing, how do you find this alchemy room?" Feng Chun nodded. "It is quite satisfactory. Thank you, Manager Yin." Yin Shaolin continued, "Do you require an alchemical assistant? If you desire a maid, I can arrange that for you as well. Should you wish for my personal company, that can also be arranged." Yin Shaolin possessed a mature allure, complemented by her voluptuous figure, an irresistible charm for someone of Fang Chen's age. Fortunately, having been tempered by Meng Yao on numerous occasions, Fang Chen managed to maintain his composure. "Thank you, Manager Yin, but I can manage alone." "What a pity," she lamented, feigning disappointment, before quickly regaining her composure and bowing with a smile. "In that case, I shall not intrude further." Fang Chen returned the gesture and, after watching Yin Shaolin depart, he finally entered the alchemy room. Once inside, he laid out all his materials and picked up a pen to begin writing. Moments later, a pill recipe materialized before him. This was the elixir he intended to concoct, which, when combined with Luo Ling grass, would amplify its efficacy several-fold, aptly named Luo Tian Dian. At this moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. For this was his first attempt at alchemy. He was uncertain whether his mind could command his hands to successfully produce the elixir. Nevertheless, he resolved that even the most unrefined bride must eventually meet her in-laws. Should he fail, he could always try again, especially since he had ample materials prepared. He ignited the furnace and commenced the alchemical process. Igniting the furnace, controlling the flames, refining the herbs, fusing them together. And finally, the pill was formed. Methodically following the steps passed down to him, he felt as if he were a sixth-grade alchemist, moving with surprising adeptness, far from the clumsiness of a novice. Half an hour later, gazing at the freshly produced Luo Tian Dan, Fang Chen was filled with joy. "I can hardly believe my first attempt was successful. This inheritance is truly remarkable. I feel as if I am indeed a sixth-grade alchemist." He carefully stored the spiritual pill and then regained his composure. "Time to replenish my spiritual energy and continue refining." In the ensuing hours, Fang Chen managed to produce 3 more Luo Tiandon without a single mistake. He gradually grew accustomed to the alchemical process, shedding the initial doubts and anxiety. Moreover, he discovered that the act of alchemy could enhance his mental acuity. Although the enhancement was minimal, it served as a form of cultivation. With a broader smile, he contemplated the elixirs in his hands and mused. "This place is quite secure. Perhaps I shall cultivate right here." With that thought, he seated himself on the floor, stabilized his breathing, and consumed one of the Luo Tian Dawn. Instantly, a wave of pure medicinal energy surged into his body, flowing into his dantian and radiating throughout his limbs. One must admit that Fang Chen's sword demon physique was extraordinarily gifted. The medicinal energy was absorbed instantaneously, without a trace of waste. His prowess experienced a qualitative leap, reaching the pinnacle of the gathering spirit 8th layer. What astonished him further was that while absorbing the medicinal energy, he was concurrently practicing the fierce demon sword technique, which surprisingly activated the heavenly Dao demon bones, allowing for even swifter cultivation. With no concerns about instability in his foundation, Fang Chen hesitated no longer and consumed another Luo Tian Dan. The subsequent 5 days were spent in profound cultivation. When he opened his eyes once more, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the gathering spirit 9th layer, just a step away from breaking through to the post-heaven realm. Simultaneously, his fierce demon sword technique had successfully reached the 3rd layer. Sensing his own progress, Fang Chen felt quite satisfied. However, he lamented slightly that he had not re-entered the small tower. It seemed that entry into the small tower required a breakthrough to the post-heaven realm. Yet, he was in no rush to break through, as carrying the Yunxian Dan with him was quite cumbersome. Thus, he decided to leave the elixirs at the 7th peak and not bring them back. "I have been here for 5 days. It is time to return." He recalled that newly initiated inner disciples had the opportunity to enter the 8 peaks, a place of turbulent spiritual energy. Yet an excellent locale for enhancement and breakthroughs. "Perhaps I shall attempt my breakthrough to the post-heaven realm there." With that, Fang Chen departed the alchemy room. Not having encountered Yin Shaolin, he informed the maid on guard outside before leaving the Wanqing auction house. However, shortly after his departure, Yin Shaolin entered the alchemy room accompanied by an elderly man. The old man was garbed in alchemical robes, adorned with a badge on his chest. He was indeed a 3rd-grade alchemist. Upon approaching the furnace, the old man inhaled deeply and declared, "This is a 2nd-tier elixir, and of quite a high quality." Upon hearing this, Yin Shaolin, though somewhat prepared, was still taken aback. A 17-year-old 2nd-grade alchemist? Fang Chen is truly intriguing. Her lips curled into a seductive yet mature smile as she gazed in the direction Fang Chen had departed, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. By the time Fang Chen exited the Wanqing auction house, night had fallen. He paid little heed to it, for nighttime held little significance for him. Thus, he made his way toward the outskirts of the city, preparing to return to the seventh peak. Upon leaving Yuqing, Fang Chen had to traverse a forested area to reach the sect. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air from within the dense woods. Although the sound was faint, having just reached the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm, combined with the enhancement of his sword demon physique, his senses were heightened severalfold compared to others of the same realm, rivaling even those of post-heaven realm cultivators. He instantly became alert. Simultaneously, he activated his soul heaven demon eye. In an instant, he locked onto 3 approaching figures. Clad in black garb and wearing black masks, their eyes glimmered with a chilling light. To his astonishment, all 3 were formidable post-heaven realm warriors. Assassins? Fang Chen swiftly deduced their identities. The trio closed in on him without uttering a single word, brandishing their blades directly at his vitals. Their movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. Evidently, they were highly trained assassins. Had any other gathering spirit pinnacle cultivator been in his place, they would have struggled to react, let alone notice the presence of these 3 individuals. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Fang Chen. In an instant, Fang Chen sprang into action. He drew the Haiming sword. A surge of demonic energy enveloped him as the fierce demon sword technique unfurled. He swiftly countered the trio's onslaught. With the activation of his soul heaven demon eye, he unleashed a mental assault. One assassin suddenly experienced a piercing headache, causing him to falter. Without hesitation, Fang Chen struck. One swift swing of his sword severed the man's head from his shoulders. Now possessing the mental power of a post-heaven realm cultivator, he rendered those below the 3rd layer powerless to resist his soul heaven demon eye's mental attacks. The remaining 2 assassins were taken aback. They had never anticipated that a mere gathering spirit cultivator could not only detect their presence, but also swiftly eliminate one of their own. This isn't good. This individual's strength exceeds our intelligence. One of the assassins exclaimed in alarm. Retreat. The assassins were adept at stealth and assassination, yet they faltered in open combat. After their first failure, they immediately sought to withdraw. Even when faced with a mere gathering spirit cultivator like Fang Chen, they sensed that he was not an ordinary opponent. Leave? Not a chance. Fang Chen's voice was as frigid as ice. In the next moment, he vanished, his speed surpassing that of the 2 post-heaven assassins. Chapter 34. Become a miscellaneous disciple of my peak. Fang Chen unleashed the fierce demon sword technique. With a single step, he appeared behind the more distant assassin. One swift stroke of his sword severed the man's head, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Without pausing, he lunged forward, showcasing the formidable prowess of his sword demon physique as he rapidly pursued the remaining assassin. Let us see who is faster. The assassin, realizing he could not escape Fang Chen's pursuit, roared in defiance, charging toward him. Fang Chen merely scoffed. Activating his soul heaven demon eye, he unleashed the fierce demon sword technique with fervor. The 2 swords struck in succession, the assassin utterly incapable of mounting a defense, resulting in the loss of both arms. Yet Fang Chen did not deliver the final blow. Instead, he pinned the assassin beneath his foot and coldly inquired, "Who sent you? Who are you?" With his arms severed, the assassin's expression morphed into one of fury as he glared at Fang Chen with venomous eyes. "It matters not. We are from Qianli Shadowkill. Someone has paid for your life. As for who it is, you shall never know." With a sinister grin, he spat a mouthful of black blood, dying on the spot. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. This man had ingested a poison pill with such resolute determination. Qianli Shadowkill. Fang Chen's expression darkened. Qianli Shadowkill was one of the 3 top assassin organizations in the Divine Eastern region, possessing immense power and specializing in assassination. An organization that recognized only wealth, not loyalty. This organization was shrouded in mystery, with no known leader or headquarters. The fact that they had dispatched someone to assassinate him could only point to Luo Yun, Yu11, or the previously offended Etianyu. However, it is most likely Luo Yun, as he harbors the deepest enmity towards me. He squinted slightly, a cold smile escaping his lips. This is intriguing. casting a fleeting glance at the corpse, he made no further delay and departed immediately. At this moment, the night was deepening, and upon returning to the Seven Peaks Holy Palace, Fang Chun found the old man waiting for him before the main hall. "Grandfather, it's quite late. Why haven't you gone to rest?" Fang Chun inquired. Upon seeing Fang Chun's return, the old man's weariness vanished instantly. With a nervous tone, he said, "Young master, it's bad news. Not long after you left, a large group of people arrived. They declared they wanted you to come out." "A large group of people?" Fang Chun's brows furrowed slightly. "Is master safe?" The old man shook his head. "The young lady is unharmed. That group intended to barge in when you didn't appear. But fortunately, an elder from the Tianyu Divine sect showed up and drove them away. They dared not act recklessly thereafter." Hearing this, Fang Chun felt a slight relief. Yet, his brows soon knitted again. An elder from the Tianyu Divine sect? There shouldn't be any elders here at the Seventh Peak, as this place has essentially been abandoned. However, he did not dwell on it, reasoning that the elder might just be passing through. "Did they come back today?" The old man replied. "After they realized you were absent, some left, while others planned to wait for your return. However, many have departed in the past few days, except for one who is quite stubborn. Coming here almost every day and only returning at night, I understand." Fang Chun said, "Grandfather, you should go rest. I will handle this matter." "Young master, please be cautious. Those individuals possess formidable strength," the old man advised with concern. "Rest assured," Fang Chun reassured him, and only then did the old man retire to his room. However, once the old man left, Fang Chun's expression darkened. There was no doubt that these individuals had come due to his and Meng Yao's affair. "I shall see who dares to cause trouble." This night, he had no intention of returning to his room to cultivate. Instead, he headed outside the Seven Peaks Holy Palace, practicing the fierce sword demon technique while awaiting the arrival of that person. The following morning, drenched in sweat, Fang Chun slowly sheathed his black Ming sword. With the fierce sword demon technique reaching its third level, both the techniques and their power had significantly improved. Fang Chun estimated that with his current strength, alongside the sword demon physique, he could easily contend with an ordinary postnatal realm third-layer cultivator. Yet, this was not sufficient. Fang Chun felt that his attacks were too singular. If he wished to defeat Luo Yun within 3 months, he needed to master other techniques and divine abilities. After pondering throughout the night, he devised another method to enhance himself in a short time, namely, the Body Dao and the Spirit Dao. Upon reaching the postnatal realm, one could choose between 2 paths, Dao cultivation or body cultivation. Dao cultivation encompasses the cultivation of the Dao and mental powers, while body cultivation focuses on the physical path, which is divided into body tempering, bone forging, marrow cleansing, easy scripture, golden body, divine power, heavenly body, and thousand mountains. Body tempering aligns with the spirit gathering realm and ascends from there. Typically, individuals pursue this path when they fail to comprehend the Dao text in Dao cultivation, remaining stagnant at the Yuan realm for life. However, this does not imply that the body Dao is weak. On the contrary, it is exceedingly formidable, as in the same realm, body cultivators are not at all inferior to their Dao counterparts. Yet, the path of body cultivation is resource-intensive, given that physical bodies consume immense energy during cultivation and may sustain damage. Without heavenly materials and earthly treasures, aspiring to progress far along the body Dao is but a futile dream. Additionally, in the later stages, body experts are often weaker than Dao experts at the same level, which has led many to abandon this path. However, Fang Chun was different. His body was that of a sword demon, naturally suited for physical cultivation. As for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, given his current status as a first-tier guest at the Wanqing auction house, he had little to worry about in the early stages. Reflecting on this, Fang Chun mused, the Eightfold Mountain is not only a sacred place for cultivation, but also a sanctuary for physical training. After resolving this matter, he would head to the Eightfold Mountain to break through into the postnatal realm and cultivate the body Dao. At that moment, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching. Fang Chun immediately took notice as the figure quickly revealed itself to be a striking young man of about 20, bald and rather handsome. Upon seeing Fang Chun, his eyes lit up as he brandished a long staff, pointing it assertively. "You must be Fang Chun?" he asked with an air of arrogance. Fang Chun nodded, indeed. The young man proudly gestured to himself, declaring, "I am Gang Hu, a top genius of the younger generation from the Third Peak, a postnatal realm second-layer cultivator. I have grasped a hint of the Tao's fortune and am poised to comprehend the Tao text upon entering the innate realm. Only individuals of my caliber are worthy of Sister Ming. Now, I command you to annul your engagement with Sister Ming immediately. The Tao's fortune signifies the precursor to comprehending the Tao text. And not everyone can understand it instantaneously as Fang Chen did. The difficulty of grasping the Tao text has led many cultivators to abandon their dreams of cultivation. Thus, for a postnatal realm cultivator to grasp even a hint of the Tao's fortune is remarkable. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. What if I refuse? Gang Hu was not surprised by the response. He swung his staff and declared, then we shall duel. If I win, you will withdraw from pursuing Sister Ming. Fang Chen replied, I am at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, and you are merely at the second layer of the postnatal realm. Do you not find this somewhat unfair? Peak of the spirit-gathering realm? Gang Hu paused, finally realizing that Fang Chen's cultivation was indeed limited to the spirit-gathering realm. How can you be so weak? How did Sister Ming even take a liking to you? Given your weakness, even if I win, it would seem rather unjust. He fell into a state of perplexity. Fang Chen found it amusing. While Gang Hu might possess some talent, his straightforward nature revealed that he was not one to bully others. With this in mind, Fang Chen considered the prospect of recruiting him to the seventh peak. This would be fortuitous. The development of the seventh peak cannot rely solely on him, and since he would frequently be away, he must leave someone behind to protect Master and the old man. With this thought, he said, I can accept your challenge, but should I win? What then? Impossible. Gang Hu replied confidently, I cannot lose. Since it is a duel, there must be a victor, that if I win and gain nothing, why would I bother with this duel? Fang Chen questioned, that's a fair point. Though Gang Hu believed he would not lose, he acknowledged the reasoning. Then what do you propose if you win? He was indeed a straightforward individual. Otherwise, after Fang Chen's absence for several days, he would not have stubbornly remained here while others had left. Fang Chen smiled slightly. If I win, you will join my seventh peak as a miscellaneous disciple. Chapter 35. How about this? Upon hearing this, Gang Hu was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. You truly have the audacity to suggest that I become a miscellaneous disciple of your seventh peak? Do you dare? Fang Chen gazed at him calmly. Fine. Gang Hu agreed without hesitation, confident in his inevitable victory, believing that any condition Fang Chen proposed would be futile. Fang Chen smiled slightly, if that is the case. Let us battle. The two positioned themselves outside the Seven Peaks Holy Palace, readying their stances. Gang Hu swung his iron staff and shouted, Today, you shall know that only a genius like me is worthy of Sister Ming. He unleashed a flurry of golden light from his staff, creating afterimages that were challenging to track. The next moment, he lunged forward, arriving before Fang Chen in an instant, delivering a blow that transformed into countless rays of light converging towards Fang Chen from all directions. Unbeknownst to them, atop a high peak, a stunning woman observed the unfolding scene. She was Jing Yi, sent by Meng Yao. The third peak's heavenly light thousand shadows technique. This bald young man has managed to master such a demanding technique, which speaks to his ability. Jing Yi mused silently. She then turned her gaze to Fang Chen. This time, I shall refrain from intervening and see just how capable this young man, favored by the young lady, truly is. Previously, when Fang Chen was absent, the Seven Peaks Holy Palace had been besieged, and it was she who had resolved the predicament. She harbored disdain for Fang Chen, believing him unworthy of the young lady. Yet, she was compelled to follow the young lady's orders. Meanwhile, Gang Hu charged forth, dozens of light rays descending upon Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen remained unfazed. A glimmer of crimson flashed in his eyes as he activated the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. Instantly, he perceived the trajectories of the descending light rays with perfect clarity. A smile crept upon his lips as he drew forth the Black Ming sword, relying on his formidable reflexes and physical prowess to withstand Gang Hu's ferocious assault. Impossible! Gang Hu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never encountered anyone who could so effortlessly withstand his attack. Moreover, Fang Chen was merely at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. He should have succumbed to his divine technique. Yet, Fang Chen had blocked it with ease. Stop dawdling. It's my turn. Fang Chen's gaze turned fierce in an instant. The fierce demon sword technique erupted forth. He unleashed his grand and sweeping motions, executing the third layer of the sword demon technique with unparalleled finesse. His overwhelming offensive pushed Gang Hu back repeatedly, Gang Hu attempted to retaliate but was astonished to find that he was not merely caught off guard. Fang Chen's onslaught was inherently fierce. Had he not been an ordinary postnatal realm's second-layer cultivator, he might have already been defeated. What on earth is happening? Gang Hu was profoundly shaken, realizing that Fang Chun was not as the rumors had suggested. It was said that Fang Chun had succeeded in the recent Seven Peaks assessment solely due to luck, yet it appeared he indeed possessed the strength to contend for victory. I cannot afford to lose. If I were to be bested by someone at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, my reputation would be utterly tarnished. Upon realizing the formidable prowess of Fang Chun, he no longer held back and resolved to exert his full strength. Kid, you are remarkably strong. You have earned the right for me to unleash my full power. His arrogance remained unshaken, confident in his impending victory. Is that so? Fang Chun replied with an indifferent expression. Unfortunately, I shall not grant you that opportunity. As he spoke, a crimson glow flickered in his eyes, and Steel Tiger suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Although he quickly regained his senses, that fleeting moment provided Fang Chen with the perfect opportunity to strike. The demonic energy on his black Ming sword surged violently, rapidly coalescing into a violet beam of demonic blade, emanating a terrifying aura of the dark arts. Accompanied by a fierce sword intent, with a thunderous roar, he swung the violet blade downwards. Steel Tiger, just regaining his composure, was utterly unprepared to unleash his divine abilities for defense, and could only raise his iron rod in a futile attempt to block. The impact resounded as the violet blade struck Steel Tiger, sending him hurtling several feet away, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. This strike was a manifestation of the third layer of the fierce demonic sword technique that Fang Chen comprehended during his training. The ability to instantly gather demonic energy and sword intent rendered its power exceedingly terrifying, far beyond the reach of an ordinary early-stage postnatal practitioner. Steel Tiger felt his head spinning and a tearing pain in his chest as Fang Chen approached. Pointing his sword at Steel Tiger, declaring, "You have lost." Steel Tiger gazed at the black Ming sword, now mere inches away, fully aware of his defeat. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to unleash my full potential. You took me by surprise. He glared at Fang Chen, visibly disgruntled. Fang Chen remained calm, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What if I were to show you this? Suddenly, a character for sword began to materialize behind Fang Chen. Encircled by a radiant halo, indeed, it was a Dao text. And not just any Dao text, but one of the second tier. Steel Tiger was left dumbfounded, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. A Dao text. Such a thing was the aspiration of countless practitioners. Even he, regarded as a genius, had only grasped a hint of the Dao in the postnatal realm. Yet Fang Chun, merely at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, had comprehended a second-tier Dao text. How? How did you achieve this? Steel Tiger stammered. Fang Chun merely smiled lightly, saying, "It is not difficult at all. If you join my seventh peak, I can teach you." All right, without a moment's hesitation. Steel Tiger fervently agreed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. As long as I can comprehend a Dao text, I will leave the third peak and join the seventh peak. Fang Chun was not surprised. The pursuit of Dao text was a universal aspiration among practitioners. They would sacrifice everything for the awakening of such texts. Knowing this, Fang Chun was certain that a martial fanatic like Steel Tiger would inevitably join the seventh peak. So, do you concede? He inquired. I concede. I concede. Steel Tiger nodded without hesitation. I will return to handle my affairs immediately and join the seventh peak within a few days. Fang Chen's ability to comprehend a Dao text at the gathering spirit stage indicated that his talent surpassed that of others. This could very well be a golden opportunity for him to ascend to greater heights. Although the risk was considerable, the path of cultivation was inherently fraught with unknown dangers. Good, Fang Chen nodded. Then I shall await your arrival. Without wasting further words, Steel Tiger made his promise and departed. As for Fang Chen's Dao text being exposed, he harbored no concerns. The comprehension of such a text could not be concealed indefinitely. It would eventually be discovered. Moreover, being discovered was not necessarily a bad thing. It could very well lead to increased attention from the sect. In the distance, Jingyi finally regained her composure, yet her heart remained filled with astonishment. A second-tier Dao text. No wonder the young lady held him in such high regard. It turned out he was an extraordinary prodigy. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes. The young lady's discernment was indeed remarkable. If this young man were to grow, his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless. At this moment, her prior disdain for Fang Chen dissipated entirely, and she even contemplated fostering a connection between him and the young lady. No, Fang Chen's prodigious talent must not be revealed to the sect too soon. If others were to take advantage of this, would it not render the young lady's efforts futile? I must catch up to that young man. No matter what, I cannot allow him to disclose Fang Chen's possession of a second-tier Dao text. With this thought, she vanished in a flash, pursuing the direction where Steel Tiger had gone. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Chen knew that even if Steel Tiger truly wished to come, it would likely take a few days. Yet the very next morning, Steel Tiger reappeared, holding a jade slip that signified his transfer to the 7th peak. "Junior brother Fang, I have officially transferred to the 7th peak," he exclaimed excitedly. "So soon?" Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Steel Tiger scratched his head, saying, "I did not expect it to go so smoothly. Perhaps the master sensed my resolute intent." Fang Chen did not dwell on it and nodded. Steel Tiger eagerly inquired, "Then, junior brother Fang, can you begin teaching me now?" Fang Chen cleared his throat and replied, "Not in a hurry. I will teach you once I break through to the postnatal realm. After achieving that, my understanding of the Tao will be even stronger." Chapter 36. Eightfold Mountain. He was not merely stringing Steel Tiger along. Practitioners usually gain deeper insights after a breakthrough. Steel Tiger understood this well and nodded vigorously. "All right, then I shall await your breakthrough." He then cautiously asked, "May I inquire when you plan to break through?" Fang Chen responded, "I need to journey to Eightfold Mountain to make my breakthrough. During my absence, I hope Senior Brother Steel will safeguard the 7 Peaks Holy Hall, especially my master and Grandpa Wang. They are merely mortals, and I do not wish for them to be harmed." "That is no problem." Steel Tiger thumped his chest, assuring him, "Junior brother Fang, you may go. As long as I am here, I will ensure they suffer not a single scratch. Furthermore, there are regulations within the sect against unnecessary bloodshed, even regarding mortals. While no one may witness it, they might act bolder, but in my presence, they would dare not misbehave." Seeing this, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief. Before departing, he visited the Tianyang residence to pay his respects to Qiu Mei, advising her to stay indoors if possible. Naturally, Qiu Mei nodded in agreement, as did the old man. After completing these matters, Fang Chen left the 7 Peaks and headed towards Yuzi Peak. Yuzi Peak served as the true central region of the Tianyu Divine Sect, housing facilities such as the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, Divine Pill Pavilion, and the Library Pavilion. The renowned Eightfold Mountain, one of the 3 great cultivation sanctuaries, lay nestled in the back of Yuzi Peak. After traversing several hills, he finally beheld a towering black peak ahead, where spiritual energy surged violently, dark clouds perpetually shrouded its summit, and lightning flashed ominously. It was indeed Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen landed at the foot of the mountain, where a wide clearing marked the entrance to Eightfold Mountain. "Halt!" A young man blocked Fang Chen's path at the entrance. The young man appeared to be around 20 years old, donned in a blue and white robe. Unmistakably an established disciple, he scrutinized Fang Chen with a look of disdain. Fang Chen clasped his fists and said, "Senior brother, I am a newly initiated disciple, entitled to 1 free entry into Eightfold Mountain." He then presented his disciple's token, which Dream Yao had given him during his relocation. The young man arrogantly accepted the token and glanced at it, momentarily stunned. 7th Peak, indeed, Fang Chen confirmed. The young man's expression shifted as he seemed to recall something. Coldly commanding, "Take your token and get lost." The 7th Peak is a forsaken peak, unworthy of entering Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen frowned. It was evident this person was targeting him, unwilling to allow his entry into Eightfold Mountain. He retorted coldly, "The 7th Peak is also one of the inner sect's 7 peaks, and has the right to enter Eightfold Mountain. I say you cannot." "So you cannot," the young man sneered. "Today, it is my watch, and if I say you cannot enter, then you shall not." Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon him, calmly asking, "Are you a lackey of Luo Yun or Yu Yuanwen?" If he were to identify the individuals he had offended within the sect, it would only be those 2. Others would not obstruct him without reason. It was clear this was orchestrated by either Luo Yun or Yu Yuanwen, or perhaps this individual was acting on his own to curry favor with them. The young man's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Nonsense! Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude." This altercation had drawn the attention of others around, who began to gather. Among them were several new disciples. Much like Fang Chun, Fang Chen's expression turned icy as he calmly stated, "The one who should leave is you, wielding your insignificance as authority. Do you truly believe you hold any weight? Just because you are an older disciple. Does that give you the right to expel others?" The new disciples exchanged glances filled with discontent and indignation, evidently having suffered under the young man's tyranny before. "You slander me?" The young man's face paled, and he shouted, "Summon the law enforcement hall. Let them see if I am indeed slandering." "Exactly. Summon the law enforcement hall," Fang Chen coldly declared. "He extorted a spirit stone from me before allowing me entry. He even threatened me. This is intolerable." Many of the other new disciples stood in solidarity with Fang Chen, their anger bubbling over as they prepared to confront the oppressive older disciple. Seeing this, the young man panicked. Oppressing new disciples was a severe offense. Considering he had indeed bullied and extorted spirit stones from them, this would not withstand scrutiny. "Fang Chen, you?" The young man's face flushed crimson, veins bulging, yet he struggled to utter a single word. "Get out of my way," Fang Chen coldly commanded. "I despise those who prey on the weak while fearing the strong, entering the inner sect without striving to cultivate, and resorting to such petty thievery. Individuals like you are the dregs of Tianyu Divine Sect, a disgrace." "Well said." The new disciples erupted in applause and cheers. The older disciple glared at Fang Chen with contempt and disgust, feeling the shame of being associated with such a coward. The youth's face fluctuated between shades of red and pale, his gaze cold and filled with resentment. He understood that he would likely be unable to fulfill Luo Yun's task today. Should matters escalate, he would find himself in dire straits. Yet, releasing Fang Chen like this left him deeply unsatisfied. Thus, he communicated with a chilling tone, "Fang Chen, you shall await your reckoning. I, Zhongguan, shall not let this matter rest." Having uttered these words, he stepped aside from the passage, his expression dark and brooding. Fang Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, unperturbed, and stepped into the realm of the Eightfold Mountain amidst the admiring gazes of the new disciples. Zhongguan's demeanor remained grim, his eyes harboring a fierce intent to kill. "This matter is far from over. I shall not quell the wrath in my heart without your demise," he muttered through gritted teeth. The Eightfold Mountain is comprised of 4 primary regions for disciples to cultivate: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. It is rumored that there exist even more superior areas within the Eightfold Mountain, reserved solely for the cultivation of elders and powerful beings. As a newcomer and at the gathering spirit stage, Fang Chen naturally opted for the most rudimentary Yellow region. The 4 regions are interconnected, though their entrances are not situated in the same locale. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yellow region, he encountered a formation obscured by mist. Traversing through the fog would lead him to the true Eightfold Mountain. Fang Chen boldly stepped inside, and as he emerged from the mist, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged toward him. Before he could absorb it, the energy rushed madly into his body. If not refined promptly, it could inflict severe harm upon him. Fortunately, as this was merely the entrance, Fang Chen was able to withstand this level of chaotic energy. He surveyed the Yellow region, which resembled a desolate hill, expansive in size, with numerous new disciples engrossed in solitary cultivation. Observing this, Fang Chen ventured deeper, intent on finding an isolated spot for focus training. This was not a difficult task, given the vastness of the Yellow region. Before long, he discovered a small hill adorned with stone walls, an ideal location for uninterrupted practice. Fang Chen seated himself on the ground and retrieved the Yunxian Dan obtained from the 7 Peaks assessment. With the Yunxian Dan at his disposal, combined with a single drop of sword demon blood remaining within him, breaking through to the post-heaven stage should pose no issue. However, this would only signify a standard breakthrough. Given the treasures he possessed, alongside the Heavenly Path Demon Bone and the Sword Demon Body, he could attempt a dual breakthrough of both law and body. Should fortune smile upon him, he might even unlock meridians. The Gathering Spirit stage, as the name suggests, revolves around the accumulation of spirit. Once the spiritual energy within one's body reaches a certain threshold, one can circulate it throughout their being. If one can successfully operate their entire body once, a meridian is opened, marking entry into the post-heaven stage. Should one circulate twice, they would attain the second level of the post-heaven stage. As for the meridians, once one is opened, there is no necessity to open further ones until reaching the innate stage. at which point another meridian can be unlocked. However, cultivators who manage to open merely one meridian are often considered weak, serving only as stepping stones for the truly talented. The human body contains a total of 36 meridians. Should one manage to open all of them and step into the Jotian realm, they would be recognized as the pinnacle of genius. The future would be bright. Yet, even those heralded as geniuses typically only manage to unlock 18 meridians. It is nearly unheard of for anyone to open all 36 before entering the Jotian realm. Fang Qian felt that aspiring to be the foremost individual in the Shandong region would be challenging. Yet he retained confidence in unlocking 18 or even over 20 meridians. Simultaneously, the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy surged once more, attempting to invade Fang Qian's body. The longer one remained within the Eightfold Mountain, the more volatile the energy became. New disciples could generally endure only a day within this mountain. The method involves first circulating the surrounding spiritual energy to impact the physical body, then channeling one's own spiritual energy to circulate throughout, pushing the body to its limits. Such a breakthrough allows one to reach the post-heaven stage while simultaneously achieving a first level in body refinement, thus accomplishing a dual breakthrough of law and body. This method of breakthrough is not a secret. However, the process is excruciatingly painful, and should one falter, it could result in severe injury or even the shattering of their dantian. Therefore, many opt for a conventional breakthrough rather than a dual refinement. Yet Fang Qian was undaunted. He possessed the Sword Demon Body, the Sword Character Dao Text, the Yun Xian Dan, and the Heavenly Path Demon Bone. To shy away would be a waste of heavenly resources. Thus, he consumed the Yun Xian Dan and began his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhong Guan knelt before Luo Yun, his expression resolute. Luo Yun regarded him with a calm demeanor, stating, "Are you truly so determined? This person must die." "My heart's resentment cannot be quelled," Zhong Guan replied, his face contorted in rage. Chapter 37. Breaking through to the post-heaven stage. Luo Yun sighed deeply. "If that is your wish, then proceed." With a flick of his wrist, a black dagger appeared in his hand. This was a first-tier yellow-grade assassination artifact known as the Flowing Shadow Blade, capable of killing silently. After you eliminate him, you must leave immediately. Even if the Law Enforcement Hall investigates and discovers it was you, there will be no evidence, Luo Yun instructed. Understood. Zhong Guan respectfully accepted the Flowing Shadow Blade, nodding firmly. "Rest assured, Senior Brother Luo, I shall not disappoint you." With a wave of his hand, Zhong Guan departed. After Fang Qian ingested the Yun Xian Dan, a pathway of circulation spontaneously formed within his body. This is why the Yun Xian Dan is deemed an essential elixir for breaking through to the post-heaven stage. It opens the most suitable path for one's circulation, ensuring a smooth breakthrough without detours. Should one attempt to break through on their own and miscalculate the pathway of circulating spiritual energy, it could lead to severe harm. Once the path was determined, Fang Qian began to gather spiritual energy and initiate circulation. Concurrently, the raging spiritual energy continued to surge into Fang Qian's body. Leveraging his Sword Demon Body, Fang Qian frantically absorbed and refined the energy, converting it into his own spiritual power, which he incorporated into his circulation array. This would allow for a broader path, enabling him to circulate spiritual energy more swiftly than others in the future. As the spiritual energy began to circulate, the first meridian was successfully opened. This process required utmost focus, leaving no room for carelessness. It was imperative to maintain a sufficient supply of spiritual energy. Any deficiency could lead to failure. As his aura intensified, the circulation of spiritual energy reached its halfway point. In that moment, Fang Qian extracted the remaining drop of Sword Demon blood from his dantian and allowed his body to absorb it. Instantly, a searing pain akin to tearing coursed through him. Simultaneously, the circulation trembled slightly, as another surge of energy followed the spiritual energy, undergoing body refinement. This was Fang Qian's plan. Utilizing the Sword Demon blood as a medium, he aimed to break through the body refinement stage. The dual operation would facilitate better integration, greatly benefiting Fang Qian in the future and mitigating any rejection that might arise from dual cultivation. However, this process was excruciatingly painful and protracted. Fang Qian felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, accompanied by a burning sensation reminiscent of hellfire, causing his veins to bulge. Each moment of refinement felt like 1,000 hammers striking his body. An agonizing ordeal. Were it not for Fang Qian's formidable willpower, others at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit stage would struggle to endure such torment. Even those who had ascended 300 levels on the celestial ladder would find it impossible to withstand this overwhelming agony. The greatest challenge lay in the mental fortitude. In such suffering, a voice incessantly urged him to give up, questioning the need to endure such trials. A conventional breakthrough would suffice. He could refine his body later. Why pursue dual cultivation, inviting unnecessary pain and tribulation? You possess the small tower. Relying on it, you could become a top-tier powerhouse without such hardships. Isn't it preferable to attain strength and comfort? This voice within constantly urged Fang Chen to relent, and he too felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, thoughts of his master and mistress's expectations, the humiliation he faced from Luo Yun and Su Wan'er, the despair and unwillingness before death, Dream Yao's hopes, and Lin Shuyan's aloof gaze filled him with determination. He must grow stronger. He needed to become exceedingly powerful to reassure his master and mistress, to ensure Luo Yun and Su Wan'er paid the price, to never again experience such despair, to bring happiness to Dream Yao as her fiancé. For this purpose, what harm could a little pain bring? Ah! He silently roared with fury, gritting his teeth and persevering. A day flew by, yet for Fang Chen, it felt like an eternity, each moment stretching endlessly. Suddenly, with his eyes closed, Fang Chen opened them wide. His gaze was crimson, brimming with a demonic aura. In the next instant, his presence surged explosively. The circulation of spiritual energy completed its pathway. He had successfully broken through to the first level of the post-heaven stage. Not only that, but under the influence of the sword demon blood, Fang Chen also completed his body refinement. His physical body had successfully advanced, achieving a consecutive breakthrough across 3 minor realms, reaching the 3rd level of body refinement. At last, he had entered the post-heaven stage. As he felt the changes within him, Fang Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. His dantian had expanded to twice its previous size. It was more than 3 times larger than that of an ordinary post-heaven stage cultivator. The first meridian had been opened, and it was the most challenging central meridian among the 36. Thus, his circulation of spiritual energy would be significantly faster than that of ordinary post-heaven stage cultivators. And the flow of spiritual energy through his limbs and bones would be much smoother. Though it may seem merely a matter of speed in battle, this advantage could prove decisive, potentially determining the outcome. Furthermore, during daily cultivation, he would progress significantly faster than others, yielding numerous benefits. Additionally, reaching the 3rd level of body refinement granted Fang Chen a physical strength equivalent to 5 cauldrons, a feat unmatched by most. In combat, this would serve as a formidable weapon. It could be said that Fang Chen's breakthrough to the post-heaven stage would enable him to contend effortlessly against opponents below the 7th level. And he would possess the strength to engage even those at the 7th level. At that moment, the small tower within his dantian responded slightly. The 3rd layer was unlocked. The 3rd layer has been opened. Fang Chen was filled with uncontainable joy, and without hesitation, he entered the small tower. Upon arriving at the 3rd layer, it appeared as before, with a table and a box. Fang Chen opened the box, revealing 4 drops of sword demon blood and an ancient tome. As expected, he was not surprised. He had previously speculated that the sword demon blood constituted the foundational reward for each layer of the small tower. Each layer would contain it until he became a true ancient sword demon. He stored 4 drops of the blood of the sword demon within his dantian, and immediately picked up the ancient tome. Upon opening it, a wave of joy surged within him. Indeed, it was a technique for cultivating spiritual power. Such methods for honing spiritual energy were exceedingly rare. Even the Tianyu divine sect possessed only a scant few. Most were merely of mortal quality, with only 2 or 3 being of the yellow grade, 1st and 2nd tier. Yet, the tome before him was an astonishing yellow grade, 9th tier technique. This revelation filled Fang Chen with exhilaration. Should this technique become known, it would undoubtedly drive countless cultivators in the divine eastern region into a frenzy. The 9th tier of yellow grade, unyielding consciousness, comprised 9 levels, capable of expanding the sea of consciousness, enhancing spiritual strength, and upon achieving mastery, one could acquire divine abilities related to spiritual power. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled at the thought of purifying his spiritual energy. The more refined the spiritual power, the greater its might. Like a stack of cards, when equal forces collide, the purer one often prevails. Moreover, when employing techniques of spiritual power, the process would be smoother and more perfect. He had been lamenting the lack of a formidable spiritual cultivation technique. But with this tome in hand, that concern was momentarily alleviated. This small tower truly possessed a kind of sentience, knowing precisely what he required at this moment. A slight smile graced his lips as he emerged from the small tower. Instead of immediately opting to practice the unyielding technique, he resolved to cultivate the physical path. He was still at the 8th heavy mountain and could not squander the spiritual energy present here. Coupled with the blood of the sword demon within him, this was a prime opportunity for body refinement. Thus, he prepared to embark on his training in the physical path. At that moment, Fang Chun sensed someone's consciousness locking onto him. Having broken through to the postnatal realm, his sea of consciousness and spiritual power had significantly enhanced, rivaling that of an ordinary postnatal realm, 3rd-level cultivator. He could naturally perceive the presence of the other party. Without any hesitation, he released his own consciousness and quickly discerned who had targeted him. It was him. Fang Chen's expression turned cold, for the approaching individual was none other than Zhong Guan, who had made things difficult for him at the entrance of the 8th heavy mountain. What could he possibly want? Surely, he was not here to kill me. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just in time. Having recently broken through, he was in need of a sparring partner. Chapter 38. Assassination and Counterattack. He summoned the Black Ming sword, placing it beside him, and sat cross-legged on the ground, feigning a posture of deep meditation. Unbeknownst to Zhong Guan, his movements had already been detected by Fang Chun. As he felt Fang Chen's location, a sinister smile crept across his face. At last, I have found you. Gripping the flowing shadow blade, he crept closer to Fang Chen, step by silent step. He was confident that with his postnatal realm, 2nd-level strength, he could silently eliminate Fang Chun on the spot. He had even prepared a potion capable of erasing all traces, ensuring Fang Chun would vanish from this world completely. 10 zhang. 5 zhang. 3 zhang. Fang Chun remained seated on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Zhong Guan's approach, until he was just 2 zhang away. Zhong Guan believed he could surely kill Fang Chen. Die. He hissed with a sinister grin, swinging the flowing shadow blade towards Fang Chen's back. But at that critical moment, Fang Chen's figure shifted. He swiftly drew the Black Ming sword and blocked the attack. Clang. The crisp sound of blades clashing rang out. This? Zhong Guan's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically, Fang Chun should not have been able to defend against that unless he had been prepared. Yet even if he was prepared, what of it? Merely a gathering spirit. Zhong Guan believed he still held the upper hand. After all, he was a postnatal realm, 2nd-level cultivator. But at that moment, Fang Chen's aura erupted. He was, in fact, a postnatal realm, 1st level. How could this be? Just days prior, Fang Chen was still at the gathering spirit realm. Now he had broken through to the postnatal realm. But then Zhong Guan sneered. What of the postnatal realm? You, just having entered it, are no match for me. As the words fell, he swiftly slashed down with the flowing shadow blade, aiming to kill Fang Chen before he could react. However, he failed to notice that Fang Chen's path cultivation was at the postnatal level, while his body cultivation was at the 3rd level of body refinement. With the sword demon body enhancing his speed, he was far beyond Zhong Guan, who had yet to even cultivate body refinement. Just as Zhong Guan descended with his strike, Fang Chun had already turned swiftly to defend. At the same time, spiritual energy erupted. The fierce demon sword technique was unleashed. Bang! The two forces collided once more. Yet this time, it was Zhong Guan who was forced back several steps, his arm numb and powerless. This? Zhong Guan stared wide-eyed. Was this the combat power expected of a newly initiated postnatal realm cultivator? Yet Fang Chen did not grant him a moment's respite. Time was of the essence in a kill. If discovered, he would face immense trouble. He directly unleashed the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, launching a spiritual attack. Zhong Guan immediately felt a piercing pain in his head. The spiritual energy he had just gathered disintegrated in an instant. Having broken through to the postnatal realm, Fang Chen's Soul Heaven Demon Eye attack had grown even more formidable. It could inflict a momentary pain on early-stage postnatal cultivators, rendering them incapable of resistance. Fang Chen quickly closed the distance. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. A deep gash appeared on Zhong Guan's neck. Simultaneously, he regained his senses from the pain. Upon feeling the wound on his neck, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Fang Qian would be so decisive, granting him not a single opportunity. You will not die well. Brother Luo will avenge me. With his last ounce of strength, he uttered these words before breathlessly perishing. Fang Qian's expression remained indifferent as he took the flowing shadow blade into his possession. A first-tier yellow-grade blade. Not bad at all. He stored the flowing shadow blade in his storage bag and began to search the corpse. Zhongguan had no storage bag, which did not surprise Fang Qian. For such bags were not commonplace, however, he did find 10 spirit stones and a vial of medicine. Upon opening the vial, a foul, corrosive scent wafted forth. Fang Qian frowned, hastily distancing himself, yet a smile crept upon his lips. The annihilation water. Just as I was pondering how to dispose of the corpse, this fellow has prepared it for me. He truly has my best interests at heart. He poured the potion directly onto Zhongguan's corpse, which immediately hissed and crackled as if consuming the body. Within the span of a single incense stick, Zhongguan's corpse had vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed in this world. It was no longer feasible to continue cultivating here. A change of location was necessary. After tidying up the aftermath of their battle, Fang Qian sought out another secluded spot. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, he sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing his practice of the physical path. He first refined a full drop of the blood of the sword demon, then drew in the surrounding violent spiritual energy to impact his body for refinement. This method of cultivation was equally excruciating. Fang Qian had to endure the dazzling energy of the sword demon blood while also facing the agony of body refinement. Though the process was arduous, the speed of refinement was remarkably swift and bore no side effects. Thus, Fang Qian remained at the 8th heavy mountain for a full 20 days. On this day, his aura surged explosively. His physical path reached the 3rd level of body refinement. His physical strength soared to 100 ding. Yet, Fang Qian was not entirely satisfied. Having consumed 2 drops of the blood of the sword demon, he had merely advanced to the 3rd level of body refinement. The speed felt somewhat sluggish. If others were to overhear him, they would undoubtedly berate him. After all, achieving such progress from the 3rd to the 7th level in merely 20 days was no small feat for the average person, who would require an entire year of relentless training to achieve such a milestone. Yet Fang Qian remained unsatisfied, for he understood the immense power of the sword demon blood. However, it seemed its efficacy for body refinement was lacking. It appeared that the benefits of the sword demon blood for body refinement were limited. He should refrain from wasting it. He resolved to seek out some medicinal materials specifically for body refinement at the next opportunity. He mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he was pleased to note that the 2nd meridian had now opened halfway under the energy impact of the sword demon blood. Should he continue his cultivation, complete activation was merely a matter of time. However, Fang Qian had to leave. His current state was one of complete saturation, rendering him incapable of absorbing more spiritual energy. If he remained any longer, it would significantly impact his well-being. It was time to return. The next time he came, he would prepare some body refinement pills, and he believed breaking through to the bone-forging realm would not pose any challenges. As for the sword demon blood, it should be utilized for enhancing his constitution or elevating his cultivation and spiritual power, as well as the heavenly Dao demon bone. It appeared that the remaining 3 drops of sword demon blood would soon be insufficient. As he made his way toward the exit, he contemplated how to judiciously use the sword demon blood to enhance himself. In the midst of his thoughts, he departed from the 8th heavy mountain. Fang Qian's departure went unnoticed by anyone, and no one would suspect that a life had been extinguished within the 8th heavy mountain. Yet, just as Fang Qian exited the mountain, a powerful consciousness locked onto him. Fang Qian's brow furrowed. This aura was exceedingly formidable, undoubtedly belonging to an elder. Sure enough, a middle-aged man clad in elder's robes approached swiftly, arriving before Fang Qian in mere strides. However, the man's expression was dark and filled with malice. "You are Fang Qian?" he inquired coldly. "Indeed," Fang Qian replied. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he icily stated, "So you are the one who killed Luo Ao?" Fang Qian instantly grasped that the man was from the Luo family. "I did kill him," Fang Qian admitted directly. The middle-aged man was taken aback by Fang Qian's unflinching demeanor, unperturbed by his status as an elder, prompting him to sneer in rage. "Good, very good. As long as you dare to admit it." "That's enough," Do you understand? You have killed someone you should not have. He said coldly, he sought to kill me. Thus, I killed him. What's wrong with that? Fang Chen replied, equally cold. He wanted to kill you, so you should die instead. What is his status, and what are you? A mere mongrel, to compare with him? The middle-aged man retorted sharply. He continued, I am Luo Ao's uncle, Luo Tianxiao. You killed him, and thus I shall ensure you accompany him in death. What? Does the elder intend to kill me here? Fang Chen's expression remained calm. Luo Tianxiao scoffed coldly, saying, You, a mere wretch, are not worthy of my personal intervention. I now command you in my capacity as a core elder. 3 days hence, you shall proceed to one of the 3 holy lands, the realm of all things. There lies a newly opened small world in need of disciples for exploration. The elders of Tianyu Shenzong are categorized into 4 ranks: outer sect, inner sect, core, and elder. Indeed, a core elder possesses the authority to command inner sect disciples. Such conduct does not reflect well on Elder Luo, came a voice just then. Fang Chen turned to see none other than the outer sect's alchemy pavilion master, Elder Hongyun, with whom he had only a fleeting acquaintance. Chapter 39. My participation. Though Elder Hongyun held the position of pavilion master in the outer sect, she was, in fact, an elder of the inner sect. Thus her status was still a tier below Luo Tianxiao. Upon recognizing her, Luo Tianxiao replied coldly, Elder Hongyun, this matter does not concern you. Yet, Elder Hongyun refused to back down, asserting, Elder Luo, your harassment of a disciple is unbecoming of your station. Luo Tianxiao sneered, I possess the authority to command disciples. How is this harassment? Moreover, exploration of a new world comes with substantial rewards. Others would covet the opportunity yet find themselves unable to partake. Elder Hongyun countered, Elder Luo, spare me your circumlocution. I am well aware of your intentions, and such actions are not permitted within Tianyu Shenzong. Luo Tianxiao remained unfazed, casually stating, I do not comprehend your insinuations, and I am not coercing anyone. He turned his indifferent gaze towards Fang Chen, adding, of course, he may refuse. However, such a refusal would come with its own set of consequences. This statement bore truth. As a core elder, he indeed held that level of power. It could be said that if Fang Chen remained merely an inner sect disciple, Luo Tianxiao could easily bring about his demise. Fang Chen's expression turned icy as Hongyun transmitted a message to him. Do not acquiesce. You killed Luo Ao, and he will undoubtedly arrange for his disciples to eliminate you during this exploration. I in the new world. Any deaths will incur no repercussions, only compensation. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen finally grasped Luo Tianxiao's scheme. He inquired through thought transmission, what if I refuse? If you refuse, the most you will face is a reduction in your stipend or confinement. However, given Luo Tianxiao's animosity towards you, confinement could last as long as 6 months, Elder Hongyun replied. Fang Chen fell silent. This was a critical period for his rapid cultivation. Confinement would spell a tremendous loss for him. Furthermore, in just 2 months, he was to face Luo Yun in a life-or-death contest. He could not afford to be imprisoned. He pressed on, Elder, if I comply, what is the strongest cultivator he could dispatch to kill me? If I agree and then emerge, can he still target me? Elder Hongyun explained, the entrance to the new world is unstable. Cultivators of too high a realm risk collapse. Thus, only those at the 7th layer of the postnatal realm may enter. Should you emerge, he cannot command you again for 6 months. As per the sect's regulations to prevent core elders from specifically targeting disciples. 6 months, is it? I understand now. Thank you, Elder. Fang Chen expressed heartfelt gratitude. He had not anticipated that Elder Hongyun would extend such assistance despite their brief acquaintance. He then turned to Luo Tianxiao and declared, very well, I shall participate. Since entry was limited to the 7th layer, what was there to fear? Although he might be unable to defeat him, surely he could escape. Luo Tianxiao was taken aback. He had not expected Fang Chen to genuinely accept, with a derisive laugh. He remarked, you certainly have some guts. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well taken care of in the new world, so you may realize that offending the Luo family is the gravest mistake of your life. He burst into laughter, full of conceit, before vanishing into the distance. How could you agree? I told you he seeks your life, Elder Hongyun exclaimed, exasperated. Fang Chen clasped his fists in gratitude once more, saying, thank you for the reminder, Elder. However, I must surmount this challenge. Otherwise, I shall never know peace. You need not worry. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can still evade him. Seeing Fang Chen's resolve, Elder Hong Yun felt it was too risky. Yet she refrained from further admonition. Alas, may you find your own fortune, she said, with a hint of frustration or self-reproach, before departing without further comment. Fang Chun remained calm throughout, his gaze resolute and frigid. You wish for my demise? The Luo family is not yet capable of that, he scoffed inwardly, choosing not to linger further, making his way towards the seventh peak. Luo Tianxiao soon arrived at Luo Yun's residence. Disregarding the fact that he was in seclusion and barged in, Luo Yun did not seem angered, instead inquiring, "Little uncle, what brings you here in such a fury?" Luo Tianxiao glared at Luo Yun, sneering, "Do you truly not know why I am furious? How long has it been since I returned to the Luo family? Luo Ao has been killed, and the murderer remains at large. Tell me, why should I not be enraged? Were it not for that brat from the Yu family informing me, would I still be left in the dark until my return?" Luo Tianxiao was filled with rage. Luo Ao was a junior he held in high regard, closely related to him, and now he was dead. Luo Yun, however, seemed prepared for this, saying, "Rest assured, little uncle, I have already set a 3-month deadline with Fang Chun. When the time comes, I shall slay him in the arena and demonstrate to all that the Luo family is not to be trifled with." Luo Tianxiao coldly chuckled, "Do not think I am unaware of your true motives. You seek to secure your position as the foremost genius of the Luo family, aspiring to control the family in the future. Recently, Luo Ao began to rise, and you felt threatened. Hence, you orchestrated his demise through another's hand." Luo Yun furrowed his brow at this accusation. The Luo family was internally divided into 2 factions. Luo Yun and Luo Tianxiao were part of opposing sides. And as a core elder of Tianyu Shenzong, Luo Tianxiao held great authority within the family. This was why, when he previously sought to seize Fang Chen's heavenly Dao Bone, Luo Yun chose to endure rather than allow Luo Tianxiao to intervene. He understood that now was not the time to openly clash with Luo Tianxiao and could only reiterate, "Rest assured, little uncle, I shall slay that wretch to avenge my cousin." Luo Tianxiao dismissed him, saying, "There is no need for that. I have already arranged for him to participate in the New World expedition 3 days hence. I will ensure my disciples enter alongside him. His demise is a certainty." With that, he shot a cold glare at Luo Yun, remarking, "I have heard you recently acquired the heavenly Dao Bone, even extracting it from that Fang Chun. Quite the adept maneuver, I must say, managing to keep it from me. Your own little uncle, focus on your cultivation. This minor matter I shall handle myself." He left without waiting for Luo Yun's response. Luo Yun watched Luo Tianxiao depart, his expression darkening to its nadir. Yet he quickly regained composure and continued his seclusion to refine the heavenly Dao Bone. Upon returning to the 7th Peak Hall, Fang Chun was immediately approached by Gang Hu, junior brother Fang. "You have finally returned." Seeing Fang Chen's return, Gang Hu nearly burst into tears. On the very first day of his arrival, Fang Chun had left him to manage the vast 7th peak alone. Tragically, the peak was devoid of spiritual energy, forcing him to rely solely on spirit stones for cultivation. Yet even with his prodigious talent, he could not afford to expend spirit stones at such a rate, leaving him in a state of distress over the past few days. Just as Gang Hu was about to recount his woes, he suddenly noticed that Fang Chun had already broken through to the postnatal realm. His face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Junior brother Fang, you have made a breakthrough?" Fang Chun nodded. "That is splendid. Shall we commence?" Gang Hu gazed at Fang Chun with eager anticipation. "Indeed," Fang Chun affirmed. For he had promised Gang Hu this, he then inquired, "Which character's path do you intend to comprehend?" "Naturally, it is the path of war," Gang Hu replied excitedly. "The path of war can significantly enhance my combat prowess. If I can grasp its essence, my battle strength will surely multiply." "The path of war?" Fang Chun was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Gang Hu would pursue the path of the club. Nevertheless, he said nothing further and nodded in agreement. Instructing, "You should proceed to the training grounds and await me. I will meet with my master, and then join you." Very well, Gang Hu had no objections. Fang Chun then visited Xiao Mei and subsequently sought out the old man to tend to his lingering back pain before heading to the training grounds to meet Gang Hu. "Senior brother Ling, are we ready to begin?" Gang Hu looked at Fang Chun with anticipation. Fang Chun nodded, "Of course." Chapter 40. The path of war with a thought, the sword path materialized before them. The myriad pathways of heaven and earth converge into one. Each path, seemingly distinct, is fundamentally the same. Fang Qin's comprehension of the sword path was not solely a gift from the heavenly Dao Bone, but rather a true awakening of understanding, with the heavenly Dao Bone serving merely as an auxiliary tool. Thus, his insights into the Grand Dao were profoundly genuine. This was why he had confidence in enabling Gang Hu to similarly awaken the path. While their paths might differ, the essence of all paths was fundamentally identical. One could derive their own path from the insights gleaned from another's Dao. After elucidating the origins of the Grand Dao, Fang Chen instructed, first, immerse yourself in my sword path and derive the essence of the Dao from it, then integrate it into your path of war. This method of cultivation was quite common. Within Tianyu Shenzong, elders often showcased their Dao for others to comprehend. However, typically, such sessions included hundreds or even thousands of participants, rendering genuine comprehension nearly impossible. Conversely, a one-on-one session was far more advantageous, akin to having exclusive access. By the way, Fang Chen queried, since you wish to grasp the path of war, do you have any preparations? Indeed. Gang Hu retrieved 2 jade slips and an ancient tome from the package set aside. He remarked, these all pertain to the martial text of warfare. They contain detailed introductions and explanations. May I have a look? Fang Chen inquired, finding it a delightful diversion to peruse. Of course, Gang Hu replied, handing the items to Fang Chen, who then began to delve into the ancient book. This tome was penned by a formidable being awakened to the martial text of warfare, offering profound insights into the concept of war. The character for war bore numerous interpretations. For instance, though the world may be tranquil, forgetting war invites peril. It spoke of attacking the body as well as the heart, asserting that war embodies courage. Fang Chen discerned that the essence of war resided more within the heart than in external circumstances. As he continued reading, a subtle understanding began to dawn upon him. He then picked up the jade slips to examine them as well. Meanwhile, Gang Hu remained engrossed in contemplating Fang Chen's martial text of the sword, and thus they both engaged in their respective pursuits of cultivation. It became clear to Fang Chen how the martial texts functioned, and he felt a burgeoning comprehension. After some time, Gang Hu, too, experienced a revelation, gradually becoming exhilarated. He felt confident that he could grasp a martial text upon entering the pre-heaven realm. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the martial text of the sword beside him. The light transformed into a character. War, the martial text of warfare. Gang Hu was instantly electrified. Could it be that I have comprehended the martial text of warfare? He was about to burst into laughter when he sensed something amiss. Wait, why is the martial text over there with Brother Fang, and not here with me? Upon closer inspection, he froze in astonishment. The radiant aura of the martial text of warfare was directed towards Fang Chen. Not himself. This was not a comprehension of his own. It was evidently Fang Chen's insight. At that moment, he stood transfixed, staring at Fang Chen without even a blink. Just then, Fang Chen concluded his examination of the last jade slip and sighed. This martial text of warfare is indeed profound and inscrutable. He then noticed Gang Hu's unwavering gaze upon him and asked in confusion, "Why do you look at me so? Are you not continuing your contemplation?" Gang Hu remained silent, instinctively pointing towards the martial text of warfare. Fang Chen glanced over and was equally taken aback. "You have comprehended it?" he asked. Gang Hu remained mute, and Fang Chen realized that the martial text of warfare was adjacent to his own martial text of the sword. It was unmistakably his own insight. He stood there, motionless, and after a lengthy pause, he tentatively inquired, "Have I truly grasped the martial text of warfare? You ask me? Who should I inquire?" Gang Hu leaped up in frustration, lamenting, "My heavens! This was the martial text I aimed to comprehend. I have labored for so long without success. I have studied those texts for who knows how long without any insight." And he only glanced at it once. Just once, and he has already discerned it. Is there no justice left in the world? Fang Chen, equally bewildered, acknowledged that he had indeed experienced some understanding after his examination. The Taoist bone of heaven also reacted. Yet, he had merely thought he had gleaned some insight into the principles of the Tao, never imagining he had directly comprehended the martial text of warfare. As he contemplated the martial text, realizing its implications, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The martial text of warfare, as its name implies, enhances combat prowess. Moreover, It could elevate Fang Qin's fighting capability by an entire minor realm. Though it was merely a single minor realm, it would prove immensely beneficial to Fang Qian in battles beyond his current level. My Taoist Bone of Heaven is truly extraordinary, Fang Qian mused internally. Meanwhile, Gang Hu remained aggrieved, struggling to accept the reality. Observing this, Fang Qian sighed, "Brother Gang, there is no need for such despair. Why comprehension of the martial text of warfare will allow you to directly grasp the martial text, accelerating your understanding of it." Gang Hu maintained a woeful expression, fixating intently on Fang Qian. He had always considered himself a prodigy. Although he might not surpass the most elite of the Tianyu divine sect, he believed himself to be among their ranks. However, Fang Qian's emergence had taught him a harsh lesson about the vast chasm between talents. You are truly remarkable. If you were to showcase your gifts, you would undoubtedly receive the sect's focused cultivation. A tinge of envy colored his words. Fang Qian smiled gently. I wish to remain on the 7th peak for now. As for sect cultivation, that can be addressed later. He added, very well, let us continue our cultivation. I will share my insights on the martial text of warfare with you, as I believe it will be of great benefit. 2 days later, Gang Hu sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground. With Fang Qian's assistance, he made substantial progress in his understanding of the martial text of warfare. Although he could not fully grasp it, this advancement would suffice for him to cultivate for a month or two. At that moment, a commotion arose from Fang Qian's storage bag. Sensing the disturbance, he retrieved a first-grade guest token from the Wanqing auction house. Upon sensing its message, he learned they were seeking him. Given that the upcoming entry into the myriad realms would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Not wishing to disrupt Gang Hu's training, he departed for the Wanqing auction house. Soon, he arrived at the Wanqing auction house, where Elder Lu awaited him outside. Upon seeing Fang Qian, he respectfully welcomed him inside. They were greeted once more in the highest-level guest room, where Yin Xiaolin, adorned in a golden qipao that accentuated her long, fair legs, appeared as enchanting as ever, captivating all who beheld her. Upon Fang Qian's arrival, she broke into a radiant smile. Honorable guest Fang, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Fang Qian clasped his hands in greeting, Mistress Yin. He then inquired, May I ask what brings you to seek me? With a smile, Yin Xiaolin replied, You remain as forthright as ever. Honorable guest Fang, in that case, I shall be direct. She clapped her hands, and 3 stunning maidens entered, each bearing a tray obscured by exquisite fabric. In recent days, our staff has acquired these 3 items. Although they could not discern their nature, they sensed their extraordinary essence and thus procured them. Our appraisers have examined them but found it challenging to identify them, so we must request your expertise. After speaking, she gestured for the maidens to unveil the items. Fang Qian observed that 2 were medicinal herbs, while 1 was a magical artifact resembling a shield, adorned with ghastly visages. He could even sense a bizarre energy emanating from it, as if the grotesque figures were leering at him, intent on drawing him into the shield. Noticing Fang Qian's keen interest in the shield, Yin Xiaolin was not surprised. She cautioned, Honorable guest Fang, please exercise caution. This shield is a growth-type artifact, Fang Qian was slightly taken aback, for such artifacts were exceedingly rare. They could elevate their grade continuously, much like a cultivator. Each growth-type artifact was worth a fortune. Yin Xiaolin nodded, then sighed ruefully. However, this artifact possesses a rather sinister nature. Sinister? Fang Qian inquired. Indeed, it has the tendency to devour its master. Chapter 41. The demon shield devour its master. Fang Qian's heart quivered. Artifacts that devour their masters were not uncommon, especially among notorious weapons, where users often met grim fates. Even the most powerful weapons were typically avoided, with only the most reckless daring to wield them. Yin Xiaolin continued, If this were merely a notorious weapon, it would be one thing, but this artifact is exceptionally vicious. Almost anyone who attempts to use it will be met with backlash. We brought it forth to see if you could resolve this issue. If you can, it would be a win-win. If not, we shall have to seal it away permanently. Fang Qian gazed at the shield, inexplicably feeling an affinity toward it. May I touch it? He asked. Yin Xiaolin replied. No, this item is indeed malevolent. Previously, an appraiser touched it and was immediately met with backlash, nearly losing his life on the spot. Fang Qian was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated the artifact's malevolence to be so severe. Yet, gazing at the shield, he insisted, I still wish to give it a try. Fear not, I will be fine. This? Yin Xiaolin hesitated, but seeing Fang Qin's resolute expression, she sighed softly. Since you insist, I shall not object further. However, should anything unusual occur, please release the shield immediately. She signaled to Elder Lu, indicating that he should intervene at a moment's notice if Fang Qian were to find himself in danger. Fang Qian nodded, extending his hand and pressing it firmly against the shield. In an instant, a surge of horrifying energy surged into Fang Qian's body, seemingly attempting to invade his consciousness and seize control of his form. Surprised, Fang Qian snorted coldly. The demonic energy of the sword demon body erupted instantaneously, the aura of the ancient sword demon overwhelming this force, which recoiled in trepidation, no longer daring to act recklessly. Yin Xiaolin had been prepared to intervene at any moment, but upon witnessing Fang Qin's cold snort, she saw the grotesque figures on the shield cease their sinister grins, their expressions now awash with fear, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Indeed, in the eyes of the shield, Fang Qian appeared as a colossal being amidst the vast cosmos, looking down upon it with disdain. In Fang Qin's gaze, the shield's malevolent figures were no more than insignificant insects. The transformation of the grotesques on the shield was evident to Yin Xiaolin and her companions, leaving them astounded. Notably, a formidable being of the Inquiry Realm had previously struggled to maintain control over the shield. Facing constant risks of backlash, that expert had declared that no one could master this sinister artifact, yet Fang Qian seemed capable. Fang Qian retracted his hand and spoke. This shield is known as the Shalimo Shield, a yellow-grade second-tier artifact. Within it resides a spirit, albeit one forged through exceedingly sinister methods, infused with demonic energy to transform into a demonic spirit. If my conjecture is correct, it is likely that the craftsman who forged this treasure did not anticipate its malevolent nature. And alas, he met his demise at the hands of this very shield. Yin Xiaolin gazed at Fang Qian in shock, for the latter's subsequent description was profoundly accurate. Upon discovering this shield, numerous corpses lay nearby, one of which belonged to the very craftsman who had forged this treasure. Is it possible to subdue the demonic spirit within this shield? Yin Xiaolin inquired. Fang Qian nodded. Indeed, but it would require the intervention of a formidable expert above the Dao Inquiry Realm to seal it. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Yin Xiaolin and the others. To enlist the aid of a master above the Dao Inquiry Realm would come at an exorbitant cost. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Qian proposed, if possible, could you sell this Sha-Mo shield to me? I am willing to pay the highest price. He could sense the terrifying nature of the Sha-Mo shield. Not only was its defensive capability astonishing, but it also possessed formidable offensive capabilities, rivaling other artifacts of the same tier, precisely what Fang Qian required. Yin Xiaolin and the others stood in stunned silence, staring at Fang Qian. He elaborated, I cultivate the path of the demonic, and this artifact aligns perfectly with my practice. I can subdue it. As he spoke, a surge of demonic energy erupted from his body. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy caused Yin Xiaolin and Master Lu to change countenance dramatically. Such rich and pure demonic energy was a rarity for them. No wonder Fang Qian was capable of subduing this shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Xiaolin nodded, as Elder Fang, a distinguished guest elder of our Wanxing auction house. You naturally have the privilege to do so. Thank you, Fang Qian replied. Yin Xiaolin smiled sweetly. Elder Fang, there is no need for such formality. We actually did not expend many spirit stones to acquire this item. Even if we were to auction it, due to its extreme danger, it would likely not fetch much, and it might even go unsold. Given your authority and the discounts available to you, I can sell it for 10,000 spirit stones. Would that be satisfactory? 10,000 spirit stones for a yellow-grade second-tier artifact, though somewhat expensive, reflected the significant losses incurred by the Wanxing auction house due to this treasure. Therefore, Fang Qian did not hesitate and nodded. Very well, let it be so. He then added, Manager Yin, I also require some healing and recovery elixirs, as well as talismans, preferably those for evasion and confusing enemies, along with powerful offensive talismans. I wonder if Wanxing has any? Yin Xiaolin regarded Fang Qian. Elder Fang, are you preparing for an expedition? Fang Qian nodded, neither denying nor elaborating further. Yin Xiaolin smiled. We indeed have such items. Please wait a moment. She turned to Elder Lu, who understood her intent and stepped outside. Yin Xiaolin continued, Elder Fang, there are still 2 medicinal herbs we have yet to identify. "We would appreciate your assistance once more, of course," he replied, glancing at the two items, which were both rare medicinal herbs. However, with the comprehensive knowledge of a sixth-tier alchemist, Fang Chun found them easy to identify. With just a glance and a sniff, he provided detailed explanations. Upon hearing his insights, Yin Xiaolin's admiration for Fang Chun deepened, and her curiosity grew regarding how this young man had amassed such extensive knowledge at such a tender age. Before long, Elder Lu returned, bringing with him 4 ornate boxes and 3 elixir bottles. The maid began to open the boxes one by one, revealing various talismans. Elder Lu introduced, "This box contains Earth Evasion talismans, all of 9th grade common quality, capable of unleashing the speed of a first-layer innate realm cultivator. This box includes Earth Evasion talismans, Mist talismans, and Illusion talismans, also of 9th grade common quality, along with explosive talismans of 1st grade yellow quality, possessing the power of a full force strike from an 8th or 9th layer acquired realm cultivator. As for the elixirs, we have healing elixirs and recovery elixirs, both 3rd tier, as well as a 3rd tier elixir that boosts combat power. While Wanzing Auction House has better options, they may not be suitable for you. Some talismans and elixirs can pose significant dangers if used without reaching a certain realm. Thus, these are the most appropriate for you at present." After hearing the introduction, Fang Chun purchased 5 Earth Evasion talismans, 3 Mist talismans, 3 Illusion talismans, and 3 explosive talismans. As for the elixirs, he acquired 20 of each healing and recovery elixirs, along with 3 combat boosting elixirs. The total expenditure amounted to 15,000 spirit stones, which left him feeling quite pained. Subsequently, Fang Chun bid farewell and returned to the 7th peak with his purchases. Upon reaching his chamber, he retrieved the Sha Mo shield. Growth-type artifacts require blood to recognize their master. But for a weapon as sinister as the Sha Mo shield, such an act posed significant danger, with the risk of backlash looming at all times. However, Fang Chun was undeterred. The ancient sword demon was among the most formidable entities of the demonic path. Even though Fang Chun's current sword demon body was but a fraction of the true ancient sword demon's power, it was sufficient to intimidate this minor weapon. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Sha Mo shield. Instantly, the shield's aura surged, resonating with Fang Chun. The recognition of the master began. Yet, just as it commenced, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged into Fang Chun's body. The Sha Mo shield resisted submission fiercely. Even acknowledging Fang Chun's might, it sought to rebel. Fang Chun snorted coldly, and the sword demon body erupted once more. "Submit," he commanded. In that fleeting moment, the Sha Mo shield felt as though a divine entity stood before it, gazing down upon it with disdain. Should it entertain even a flicker of rebellion, it would be crushed like an ant. Instantly, the Sha Mo shield lost its courage to resist and obediently submitted to Fang Chun. Observing this, Fang Chun revealed a smile. However, he understood that despite the Sha Mo shield recognizing its master, it remained poised for potential backlash, necessitating his vigilance. While its power could be enhanced, it must never exceed his own strength. Lest it devour its master, he grasped the Sha Mo shield, probing its abilities. This exploration filled him with joy. The Sha Mo shield not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but could also devour the powers of others, converting them into its own offensive strength. With this shield, Fang Chun could defend while simultaneously mount an offense. With its presence, at least during this expedition to the Myriad Realms, he had gained an additional safeguard for his life. Contemplating the journey to the Myriad Mountains on the morrow, Fang Chun's expression turned grim. "If you wish to take my life, then let us see who shall perish on the 3rd day." After a brief exchange with his master, Fang Chun made his way to the Yuzi Peak to enter the Myriad Realms. The Myriad Realms were situated on another mountain peak adjacent to Yuzi Peak, where a vast clearing lay. At the center of this clearing stood several towering statues, and in the middle, a space fissure resembling a black hole marked the entrance to the Myriad Realms. At this moment, a crowd of over 1,000 had gathered near the square. Some had come to participate in the expedition to the New World, while many others were merely there to observe. Luo Tianxiao had arrived long ago, serving as the overseer of this exploration. At this moment, he appeared to be in a trance, his eyes half closed, as if asleep. Yet, the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. A faint smile creeping onto his lips. "They have finally arrived." In the distance, Fang Chun walked slowly forward, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. "You bastard, you dare to show up?" as Fang Qian approached the gathering. A sarcastic voice rang out. Fang Qian furrowed his brows. He recognized this voice all too well. It belonged to Su Wanner. Su Wanner looked at him with a mocking smile, as if he were an ant destined for slaughter. You, an outer sect disciple, what are you doing here? Fang Qian asked coldly, his brow knitting. Su Wanner smirked triumphantly. Why can't I be here? I am now an inner sect disciple, so naturally, I can be present. Following her elimination, Su Wanner had leveraged her connection with Luo Yun to easily enter the inner sect. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the sect. They merely caused some inconvenience. You struggled to enter the inner sect? But for me, it was effortless, she said disdainfully, and in this myriad realm, you shall surely perish in the new world. As she spoke, a flicker of hatred flashed across her expression. Rest assured, when you are dead, I will take good care of your master. These words, Fang Qian's expression instantly turned icy. A surge of terrifying demonic energy erupted forth, locking onto Su Wanner. His master was his forbidden line. Anyone who dared to harm her would face his wrath. Su Wanner was taken aback by Fang Qian's overwhelming aura, staggering backward. She nearly fell to the ground but was quickly steadied by a tall, handsome young man, around 22 years old, standing at a height of 9 feet. Following him were another man and woman. The man was robust and rugged, while the woman was stunningly beautiful and alluring. Fang Qian's brows furrowed as he realized that all three were at the 7th layer of the acquired realm. Moreover, trailing behind them were over 50 individuals, all of whom were casting malevolent glances in Fang Qian's direction. If Fang Qian guessed correctly, these must be the troublemakers arranged by Luo Tianxiao. You are Fang Qian? The young man asked, his gaze fixed on Fang Qian. Fang Qian remained silent, merely regarding him coolly. The young man sneered, I truly do not understand where you derive the courage to offend my master. Enjoy your remaining time, for it will be your last. He then transmitted a message, remember my name. Luo Xiao, the one who will kill you. The burly man spoke mockingly. If you kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to us and Elder Luo, perhaps we might grant you a swift end. Remember, that includes each of us. The burly man's name was Du Tianxiang. Forget it, the woman interjected with disdain. This lowly creature is not even worthy of begging for mercy at my feet. How ridiculous. The woman is named by Xiang Mei and is also one of Luo Tianxiao's disciples. Senior sister Bai is correct. Such a lowly hybrid is unworthy of kneeling before us. Su Wanner, seeing so many strong individuals standing behind her, became emboldened, and her gaze towards Fang Qian grew increasingly disdainful. Luo Xiao then remarked, I have heard that your heavenly Dao Bone was taken by senior brother Luo Yun. Ha! It is an honor for you that senior brother Luo Yun seized your heavenly Dao Bone, and yet you dare to provoke him, truly unaware of your own mortality. Bai Xiangmei contemptuously added, indeed, a mere hybrid and a waste, daring to engage in a life-and-death battle with senior brother Luo Yun? You are unworthy. Senior brother Luo Yun did not directly kill you. You should be grateful, yet here you are boasting, truly oblivious to your fate. Du Tianxiang interjected, exactly, you are courting death. Being deprived of your heavenly Dao Bone is a privilege for you. A worthless wretch like you dares to offend the Luo family. The crowd behind them began to voice their disdain, their gazes filled with contempt and derision towards Fang Qian. Fang Qian remained calm, observing them with an unruffled demeanor. A slight smile curved on his lips as he addressed Luo Tianxiao, saying, I must admit, Elder Luo is indeed remarkable. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then displayed expressions of scorn. It was evident that Fang Qian was capitulating, intending to appease them with flattering words. What is this? A hybrid? Now you know fear? It's too late. Su Wanner sneered at Fang Qian, her pride swelling. Fang Qian maintained his smile and continued. The livestock raised by Elder Luo are truly obedient and protective of their master. At this remark, the crowd fell silent, the onlookers gasping in shock at Fang Qian's blatant insult, equating Luo Xiao and the others to domesticated animals. Luo Xiao and her companions were instantly enraged, practically itching to strike. You have quite the audacity, Du Tianxiang roared. The others glared at Fang Qian with fury, wishing to tear him apart. Yet, in the face of their wrath, Fang Qian remained composed, betraying no signs of distress. Enough, Luo Tianxiao finally spoke. There is no need to engage in verbal sparring with one who is destined to perish. Once you enter, do what you must. Remember, should you encounter any beast, do not kill it immediately. New beasts may appear inside, so dissect them before slaying. The crowd understood the implication in Luo Tianxiao's words. They were to torment Fang Chen thoroughly until he comprehended the meaning of a fate worse than death. Luo Xiao and her companions smirked, affirmatively responding, understood. Fang Chen, however, remained tranquil, fully aware of their intentions. At that moment, he heard the voice of a young girl resonating in his mind. He turned slowly to see a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18, clad in a light green garment. She had a delicate oval face, breathtakingly beautiful, and after exchanging a glance with him, she quickly turned away. "Who are you?" Fang Chen inquired through thought. The girl responded, "Do not look at me. I am under Elder Hong Yun's protection, named Han Xiangxiang. Elder Hong Yun informed me that if you encounter me in the New World, you may seek my assistance. While I may not be of much help, I can certainly aid you in hiding safely for a month." Fang Chen was taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude. He had only met Elder Hong Yun once, yet she had been looking out for him. "Thank you, Senior Sister Han." He conveyed his thanks mentally. Han Xiangxiang cautioned, "This is only right, but do not let others discover our connection. Otherwise, I may become a target as well." "Understood." "That I will head towards the central region of the New World. You just need to make your way there to find me." After relaying this, Han Xiangxiang faded into the crowd, disappearing from sight. "All right," Luo Tianxiao announced, "since everyone is here, let us prepare to enter the New World. All participants, step forward." The crowd immediately complied, and soon over 300 individuals emerged from the 1,000-strong assembly, with the others stepping aside. These 300 would be the disciples entering the New World, and Fang Chen was among them. Luo Tianxiao explained, "Your task is to explore the New World. We will provide each of you with a magical artifact that can record maps. Once inside, you need only to explore and complete the map within a month. Of course, this is a sect mission, and there will be rewards. Each participant will receive 20 spirit stones, and those whose maps are the most complete and detailed will receive a third-tier medicinal pill." The opening vessel pill. The mention of the opening vessel pill sent waves of excitement through the crowd. "I can't believe it. That pill can assist in opening one's meridians." The excitement among the disciples was palpable, while those who did not participate felt deep regret. However, such opportunities were not easily accessible. One had to meet certain criteria. Fang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. The pill would indeed be of immense benefit to him. Shortly after, Luo Tianxiao instructed his subordinates to distribute the map-recording artifacts to the disciples below. When a disciple handed an artifact to Fang Chen, their expression held a hint of peculiarity. Fang Chen noticed but thought little of it, for he had become the center of attention, with many eyes scrutinizing him. The artifacts resembled plates, mere third-tier items, emitting a faint glow adorned with runes. Their usage was straightforward. Once activated, they would autonomously record the surrounding environment, allowing for more detailed mapping. Before long, over 300 individuals had received their map artifacts. Luo Tianxiao cautioned, "Remember to take good care of your map artifacts. If lost, you will forfeit your qualifications and will not receive the 20 spirit stones." "Yes," the crowd replied in unison. Luo Tianxiao produced a token and, forming hand seals, cast an imprint upon the spatial rift. The rift shimmered slightly, its form shifting. He declared, "Upon entering, you will be transported directly to the New World, though the location will be random. However, you will not be sent near any threatening creatures, so rest assured." "What are we waiting for? Charge!" someone shouted, and immediately, they leaped into the spatial rift. The others followed suit, disappearing one after another. Yet, Luo Xiao and her group remained motionless, clearly waiting for Fang Chen to enter before following. Fang Chen understood their intentions and, without hesitation, stepped into the rift alongside the others. Only then did Luo Xiao and her companions follow suit. Once all had entered, the spatial rift closed instantly, set to reopen in a month. As Fang Chen stepped through the rift, he felt the surrounding space whirl chaotically. Swept away by spatial forces, upon emerging, he felt dizzy for a moment but quickly regained his composure. Looking around, he found himself in a dense forest, eerily quiet, with not a whisper of wind. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Fang Chen ascended the tallest hill to survey his surroundings. At the same time, the map artifact activated, swiftly recording the area. The forest stretched for miles, with ancient vines entwined, presenting a scene reminiscent of a primeval wilderness. Occasionally, Fang Chen could hear the roars of beasts and rustling sounds, indicating that this was not a tranquil place. Having assessed the general situation around him, Fang Chen ventured deeper into the forest. In such small worlds, the powerful within the sect would typically probe the area first, ensuring there were no overly formidable beasts before sending disciples inside. If the place were a death trap, there would not be so many eager participants. Roar. As Fang Chen made his way, a crimson fire lion pounced from the underbrush. Its fierce aura permeated the air, its claws as sharp as blades aimed at Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen was prepared. The Haiming sword had appeared in his grasp unbidden. Unfazed by the fire lion's assault, he surged forward with increased speed. The clash between the Haiming sword and the fire lion's claws erupted in a shower of sparks. In the next moment, the sword's intent exploded forth, sending the fire lion flying. The fire lion, shocked, had not anticipated such strength from this biped. Without a second thought, it turned and fled. Just as Fang Chen contemplated pursuing, he sensed something and swiftly climbed a tree, concealing his presence. After 5 breaths, 3 figures materialized in front of Fang Chen. He focused intently and recognized them as 3 of the 50 or so individuals. Before entering, he had memorized their appearances, a task not difficult for someone at his level. Yet, he was puzzled as to why they had appeared here. Was it mere coincidence? How had they discovered him? His brow furrowed at that moment. One of them remarked, "Strange, there was a commotion here just now. That fellow should be nearby. He couldn't have gone far. Let's keep pursuing." All right, that is the 3 prepared to continue their hunt. Fang Chen observed them closely. One was at the 4th level of the postnatal realm, while the other 2 were at the 3rd level. They can be killed, he thought to himself, then vanished from the tree with a swift motion. An unknown leaf had appeared in his hand. As he descended rapidly, Fang Chen launched the leaf towards the side, severing a branch cleanly. Who? The 3 immediately turned their heads, alert. At the same time, Fang Chen reached one of them from behind. That individual felt an icy chill at his back, but before he could react, he felt his body lighten, his head rolling forward without resistance. Bewildered, he noticed a headless corpse standing where he once was. It was only then that he realized his head had been severed. In the instant one fell, the other 2 recognized they had been deceived. As they turned, they caught sight of Fang Chen's cold expression. "You filthy hybrid! How dare you kill my companion?" The cultivator of the 4th layer of the postnatal realm was suddenly engulfed in fury. Raising the iron hammer in his hand, he swung it fiercely towards Fang Chen. Another individual brandished a long sword, lunging at Fang Chen as well. Yet, Fang Chen was already prepared. The demonic shield had inexplicably appeared to block the attack from the 4th layer cultivator. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's crimson eyes flickered ominously. The 3rd layer cultivator instantly felt a piercing pain in his head. His attack became chaotic in an instant. However, Fang Chen would not afford him a moment to recover. With a swift stroke, he cleaved him in 2. Glancing to the other side, he was astonished to find that the demonic shield had actually clamped down on the hammer of the 4th layer cultivator. Fierce and menacing. "Well done," Fang Chen praised, as the demonic energy around his black sword rapidly coalesced. The purple glowing demonic blade took form, slashing toward the 4th layer cultivator. The latter's expression changed drastically. He could no longer afford to retreat with the hammer, hastily producing a defensive artifact. Just as he was about to activate it, Fang Chen's eyes glowed crimson. The 4th layer cultivator immediately felt a stabbing pain in his head. His movements slowed slightly, but that brief hesitation allowed Fang Chen's purple demonic blade to strike true. Cleaving him in half, after completing this grim task, Fang Chen felt a slight dizziness. Although the mental attack of the Soul Sky demonic eye was potent, its toll on his mental energy was exceedingly high. He could only unleash it twice in quick succession. After dispatching the 3, he swiftly collected all their treasures and spirit stones, then made his escape in a particular direction. Approximately a stick of incense later, 5 figures appeared at the scene. Among them was a formidable 6th layer cultivator and 2 5th layer practitioners. Upon seeing the gruesome sight of the 3 corpses on the ground, their brows furrowed in concern. The 6th layer cultivator snorted coldly. "How dare they kill our people? This bastard has some gall." He produced an orb-like artifact that glimmered with a flickering light, which then began to move away. After assessing the situation, he quickly discerned the direction Fang Chen had fled and commanded, "Pursue." The 5 swiftly gave chase. As Fang Chun continued to evade, he altered his direction. However, merely half a day later, he sensed 5 powerful auras gradually closing in on him from behind. Fang Chen's brow knitted in concern. What is happening? How did they discover my whereabouts? Throughout this journey, he had made every effort to leave no trace. Maintaining a moderate speed while consistently changing positions. Logically, they should not have been able to detect him. Could they possess some tracking technique? No, if it were just 1 or 2 individuals, that would be manageable. But the previous 3 also knew my location, which is rather peculiar. Could it be? Fang Chun pondered a possibility. He decided to test it. Taking out a ground-escaping talisman, he affixed it to his calf. Then, he plunged directly into the earth. Instantly, Fang Chen's speed surged more than tenfold. Within a mere cup of tea's time, he had successfully distanced himself from his pursuers. He could actually accelerate so dramatically. The 6th layer cultivator was slightly taken aback, yet gazing at the orb in his hand with its radiant point of light, he sneered, I shall see just how far you think you can run. Chapter 44. Slaying the 6th layer. Fang Chen's escape took him several hundred miles. He halted in a dense forest on a hillside, then produced a map artifact. This was the very item he suspected had been tampered with. After all, aside from this map artifact given to him by Luo Tianxiao, everything else he possessed was unlikely to be compromised. He tossed it onto the ground, but reconsidered and picked it back up. After some thought, he buried the map artifact in the soil and affixed an explosive talisman atop it to set a trap. This explosive talisman possessed the power of a cultivator at the 8th or 9th layer of the postnatal realm. Should the enemy fail to notice it, even a 7th layer cultivator would be severely injured or even perish. Once this was accomplished, Fang Chun was still uneasy and took out an illusion array to place within. With this, it would be even more challenging for them to detect the trap. After setting everything up, he climbed a tall tree several feet above the ground, concealing his presence and waiting quietly. Nearly a stick of incense later, the group indeed pursued him once more, further confirming Fang Chen's suspicion that something on him had revealed his location. Soon, they halted near the trap Fang Chen had set and gradually approached the location of the map artifact. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, confirming his suspicion. Led by the 6th layer cultivator, the group drew nearer, and he released the spirit pearl from his hand, surveying the surroundings and then glancing beneath him. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he sneered, hiding underground. Are we? Earlier, Fang Chun had used the ground-escaping talisman, leading him to instinctively believe Fang Chun was concealed below ground. He looked at the others, seemingly transmitting a message. They nodded in agreement, and then the 5 quietly gathered their spiritual energy into a combined attack. Attack? The 6th layer cultivator bellowed. In unison, the 5 launched their assault. Boom! The combined might of their powers instantly created a deep pit in the ground. Approximately 10 zhang deep. The 5 grinned wickedly. Based on their estimations, Fang Chun should be around 5 zhang down. Under their united assault, he would surely be obliterated. They instinctively looked downward, only to discover a faint golden light flickering within the pit. Curiosity piqued, they leaned closer, but as the smoke cleared and they discerned what it was, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. It's an attack talisman. The 5 reacted, but there was no time to evade. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The very ground trembled violently. The trees swayed wildly. Leaves cascaded down like a blizzard. The 3 weakest among the 5 were caught off guard, instantly reduced to a mangled mess. Only the 6th layer cultivator and the 5th layer practitioner survived due to their higher cultivation, but they were severely injured. With the 5th layer cultivator's body practically blown in half, wails of agony echoed. The 6th layer cultivator, though better off, was still spewing blood, feeling his internal organs shift, yet, before he could regain his composure, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent locking onto him. His expression changed dramatically. Turning to look, he saw Fang Chun swiftly weaving through the fallen leaves, black sword in hand, channeling demonic energy towards him. You dog bastard. How dare you set a trap? Although the 6th layer cultivator was gravely injured, his fighting capability was still sufficient to deal with a mere 1st layer Fang Chun. Summoning his treasured sword, he charged forward. Fang Chun unleashed the formidable demonic sword technique. The ferocious and aggressive swordplay clashed instantly with that of the 6th layer cultivator. He aimed to swiftly eliminate this 6th layer powerhouse, and then deal with the still wailing fifth-layer practitioner before fleeing the scene. At this moment, he could already sense that the explosion had drawn considerable attention, and reinforcements would soon arrive. Yet, despite being injured, the sixth-layer cultivator remained formidable. Even with Fang Chen unleashing the demonic sword technique, it was not a straightforward task to slay him. Boom. The two forces collided, resulting in 10 intense exchanges, yet both sides remained evenly matched, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor in such a short time. The sixth-layer cultivator was astonished by Fang Chen's combat prowess, never having expected him to be so strong, but he sneered, "What if you can fight me to a draw? Others will soon arrive. By then, you will undoubtedly die." Fang Chen's expression remained calm. He was well aware of this fact. The sixth-layer cultivator continued to taunt, "I truly don't understand where you, a powerless and insignificant dog, derive your confidence to oppose the Luo family, though you truly believe that with Sister Ming's protection, you can escape unscathed? You will die here, and Sister Ming will have no recourse against the Luo family. That, of course, if you kneel before me now and bow 3 times, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, when the others arrive, I will surely flay you alive." He sought to influence Fang Chen's mindset with these words, hoping to provoke a flaw. Fang Chen understood his intentions and suddenly smirked. "You seem overly confident in your ability to fight me to a draw." "Heh." The sixth-layer cultivator mocked. "What? You think you can kill me? You worthless bastard. Do you possess that capability? Just watch." Fang Chen's expression turned icy in an instant, and the next moment, a character manifested behind him. It was the character for sword. The sixth-layer cultivator froze upon seeing this character. His eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed in hysteria, "Dao Text! How is that possible? You worthless bastard could not possibly possess Dao Text." Yet Fang Chen ignored him, and another character appeared behind him, this time the character for war. The sixth-layer cultivator was rendered speechless. 2 Dao Texts. Fang Chen had comprehended 2 Dao Texts at the postnatal realm. This was a feat only an unparalleled genius could achieve. Impossible. How could a worthless bastard like you be a genius? Absolutely impossible. He could not accept this reality, realizing the very person he had looked down upon was an extraordinary talent. Now, who was truly the waste was clear. Fang Chen coldly stated, "Even if you comprehend 2 Dao Texts, so what? My cultivation stands firm. You are no match for me," he roared in defiance. "Is that so?" Fang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he activated the Dao Text. The Sword Dao Text instantly enhanced the power of Fang Chen's swordsmanship. The War Dao Text elevated Fang Chen's strength from the first to the second layer of the postnatal realm. Under the augmentation of the 2 characters, the demonic sword technique surged in power. In an instant, Fang Chen seized the upper hand. The already injured 6th-layer cultivator found his wounds worsening under Fang Chen's relentless assault. He began to falter, panic setting in. "Don't kill me. I was also forced into this. Just spare my life, and I can help you lure others here," he pleaded desperately. Fang Chen regarded him with a slight smile. "Very well." The 6th-layer cultivator was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chen to be so accommodating. But the next moment, a flash of crimson light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. The 6th-layer cultivator felt a sudden stabbing pain in his head. However, this pain was merely fleeting. After all, the 6th-layer cultivator had a powerful consciousness. He was not someone Fang Chen could easily overcome at this moment. But in that instant, Fang Chen's black sword was already slicing through the air. However, the 6-fold cultivator reacted swiftly, evading to one side with great haste. Nevertheless, this sword strike still managed to cleave through, severing one of his hands. Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. This marked the first failure since he had wielded the Soul Heaven Demon Eye. It appeared imperative for him to expedite the enhancement of both the Soul Heaven Demon Eye and his mental prowess. Otherwise, when faced with a 7-fold opponent, his spiritual attacks would be rendered utterly ineffectual. "Ah!" The anguished cries of the 6-fold cultivator echoed forth. Although Fang Chen's strike did not result in his immediate demise, it had nonetheless stripped him of all combat capability. Lacking the courage to confront Fang Chen further, he turned to flee. Yet, Fang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. A short blade appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was the Flowing Shadow Blade. With a surge of physical strength, he unleashed the Flowing Shadow Blade, which soared through the air and directly pierced the fleeing 6-fold cultivator. "You shall not die a peaceful death." the six-fold cultivator exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Chen, summoning his last vestiges of strength to speak. However, Fang Chen did not spare him a second glance, instead advancing towards the fallen five-fold cultivator who had completely lost the will to fight. No! The five-fold cultivator pleaded for mercy, but Fang Chen showed no hesitation, delivering a lethal blow with his sword. He then proceeded to search the bodies of the two cultivators, and to his astonishment, he discovered that they both possessed storage bags, which filled him with elation. Seizing the storage bags, he swiftly made his escape in a particular direction. Just 30 breaths later, 7 figures emerged. Among them was the robust seven-fold cultivator. Du Tianxiang. Chapter 45. Breakthrough. Postnatal third layer. Gazing at the ground marred with battle scars and the two lifeless bodies, his expression darkened considerably. Two fools, ensnared by that bastard's scheme. The traces of battle on the ground made it evident that the two had been ambushed and injured, leading to their demise at Fang Chen's hands. He took out a spirit orb, but upon seeing the vanished light points upon it, his expression soured even further. It seems that bastard has realized the map treasure bears a tracking mark. Du Tianxiang remarked coldly, "Then, Brother Du, how shall we proceed in our search? If he intends to hide, it may prove quite difficult for us to locate him." A disciple inquired cautiously. Du Tianxiang maintained a calm demeanor, sneering. Does he believe that without a tracking mark, he can evade detection? Little does he know, there are myriad methods to pursue someone. The disciple flattered, that bastard must be unaware that Brother Du is a master tracker. He likely believes he has escaped unscathed. With Brother Du here, that rascal is surely doomed. The others chimed in, eagerly praising him. Du Tianxiang's face displayed a hint of pride. Brother Du, a timid disciple ventured. Should we not first regroup with Brother Luo and Sister before launching an assault on that bastard? His suggestion did not garner Du Tianxiang's approval, instead receiving a frosty glare. The disciple, sensing the tension, quickly added, "I apologize, Brother Du, for my indiscretion." Du Tianxiang snorted derisively, stating, "Such insignificant ants do not require the strength of all three of us. I can handle this alone." Indeed, Brother Du's power is unparalleled. "One is more than sufficient," the disciple quickly affirmed. Only then did Du Tianxiang reveal a satisfied smile. He then retrieved a long needle-like object from his storage bag, chanting a few incantations before placing it upon the ground. The long needle began to spin, slowly pointing in a certain direction. However, its trajectory was quite unstable, merely indicating a general direction. "Move out, scatter and search. That bastard cannot have fled far," he commanded. "Yes." The group surged forth with fervor, sweeping across the direction in which Fang Chen had escaped. At that moment, Fang Chen had already traversed 100 miles and found a cave to conceal himself within, camouflaging the entrance. To ensure his safety, he affixed an illusion talisman at the cave's mouth before retrieving all the spoils from this encounter. The 3 cultivators he had first encountered were of too low a cultivation level, possessing little of value, only a total of 100 spirit stones and a handful of first-grade healing pills. While these healing pills held little significance for Fang Chen, he did not discard them, tossing them into a corner of his storage bag. Next, he examined the storage bag of the five-fold cultivator. As the owner was deceased, Fang Chen effortlessly accessed its contents, compared to Fang Chen's storage bag. This one was several times smaller, merely a yard in size. Yet, it contained a wealth of items: 500 spirit stones, over 10 second-grade healing and recovery pills, 2 ordinary 8th-grade fireball talismans, and 3 artifacts of the 7th and 8th ranks. Additionally, there were 2 yellow-grade first-level cultivation techniques, one being a hammer technique and the other named Extreme Shadow Step. The mention of Extreme Shadow Step stirred something within Fang Chen. Speed was undeniably one of his significant weaknesses. Although he possessed the enhancement of the physical Dao and the sword demon body, without a cultivation technique, he could not fully unleash the potential of his physical form. While Extreme Shadow Step was merely a yellow-grade first-level technique, it would nonetheless provide some assistance in the early stages. However, Fang Chen did not immediately begin cultivating it. Instead, he turned to the storage bag of the 6-fold cultivator. This bag was somewhat larger than the 5-folds, approximately 2 yards in size, and contained a much greater number of items, specifically 1,000 spirit stones. In addition, there were 2 vials each of healing pills and recovery pills, all of yellow grade first level. along with various herbs and materials from demon beasts, valued at around 3 to 4,000 spirit stones. The artifacts included the six-fold cultivator's lifebound artifact, the Heavenly Sword, which was of yellow grade second level. Feng Qian tested it and found that while its grade surpassed his Black Cry sword, it was unsuitable for a demonic cultivator, relegating it to the status of an ordinary artifact. There was also a yellow grade first level artifact, and the remaining items were of no use to Feng Qian. Nevertheless, he took everything and placed them into his storage bag, intending to sell these items for a substantial profit once he emerged from this ordeal. However, as Feng Qian gathered his belongings, he discovered a wooden box nestled in a corner of the storage bag, concealed beneath numerous materials from demon beasts. Initially overlooked, it now caught his attention as he cleared the contents. Such a discreet hiding place suggested it must contain something of considerable importance. Feng Qian retrieved the box and tore off the sealing talisman to open it. Inside, he found 3 vials. Upon opening the first vial and pouring out a pill, he inhaled its fragrance and exclaimed with delight, "Second-grade spirit-enhancing pill. There are a full 10 of them. This is a splendid item for elevating one's cultivation." Inside, there were indeed 10 pills. If consumed entirely, they might allow him to break through to the second layer in a short span of time. For others, 10 might not suffice, but Feng Qian was different. He could harness the full potency of these pills. This alone was beyond what anyone else could compare to. He then opened the other 2 vials, both containing spirit-enhancing pills. In total, there were 30. This made Feng Qian's lips curl upward in joy. It was worth noting that 30 spirit-enhancing pills would cost a staggering 50,000 spirit stones. Though he could afford this, he would still hesitate to part with such as it seemed these pills were intended for that individual to break through to the 7-fold postnatal stage. But instead, they had fortuitously fallen into his hands. If he refined all of them and combined them with a drop of sword demon blood, he could potentially break through 2 minor realms. In that case, he would possess the strength to contend with, if not defeat, a 6-fold postnatal cultivator. Now that his method of locating his artifact had become ineffective, even if they sought him out, they would require some time. With this in mind, Feng Qian wasted no time, directly taking 3 spirit-enhancing pills and ingesting them to commence the refinement process. Instantly, a surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into his dantian. Igniting the sword demon body, he absorbed the medicinal power of the spirit-enhancing pills, cultivating the fierce sword demon technique. This cultivation lasted a full 10 days. Through relentless training, the torment of the sword demon blood, and the unrestrained consumption of the spirit-enhancing pills, Feng Qian's internal spiritual energy cycled through 3 loops. His spiritual power became more refined, and his foundation solidified further. Moreover, the fierce sword demon technique reached its pinnacle at the 3rd layer. Just a step away from the 4th layer, Feng Qian opened his eyes. With a single sword strike, he struck the rock wall, leaving a sword mark several feet deep. The sword demon body truly lived up to its reputation. My successive breakthroughs were made possible by the sword demon body, solidifying my realm immensely. Furthermore, my spiritual power has become even more robust and pure, outstripping that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm by countless folds. Additionally, I have cultivated the 1st layer of the indomitable technique using a drop of sword demon blood. This technique, originating from the small tower, has remarkably enhanced my mental prowess exponentially, rendering it even purer. Consequently, my soul heaven demon eye attacks will become even more formidable. Should I encounter a 6-fold postnatal cultivator again, it will not merely be a fleeting moment. Besides, with the extreme shadow step, owing to the influence of the heavenly Dao demon bone, Feng Qian effortlessly grasped the 1st layer. It could be said that his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Now, not only could he engage a 6-fold opponent, but he might even slay them. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Feng Qian's eyes. If there was one regret, it was that he had not entered the small tower this time to unlock the 4th layer. However, Feng Qian was unperturbed. He trusted that upon reaching the 3rd layer, he would undoubtedly be able to unlock the 4th. Just then, sounds emanated from outside. That bastard truly knows how to hide. Even after 10 days, they have yet to uncover his trail. Continue searching, Du Tianxiang had said. That fellow is surely lurking nearby. We have now initiated a thorough search. I believe it won't be long before we locate that bastard. Chapter 46. Who is the prey? Feng Qian's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared that even after losing the map treasure, the opponent still possessed other means to pinpoint his location. However, the range of this tracking would be somewhat broad, making it challenging for them to find him. Brother Du. It seems that this individual is one of the three from the later stages of the postnatal realm, specifically at the 7th level. Given the circumstances, it appears that there is only one opponent present, who has not yet rendezvoused with the other two. Is this an attempt to claim the glory for oneself? A faint smile curled at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth. If I can eliminate him at this moment and prevent the trio from uniting, it would be perceived by others as a reckless act of courting death, given the disparity of 3 against 7. However, Fang Chen is different. His current strength allows him to contend with a 7th level opponent, although achieving a kill remains a daunting task. Fortunately, he possesses several trump cards, including explosive talismans, fireball talismans, and the War Heaven Pill, which enhances combat prowess, coupled with his sword and the combat inscriptions of the word war. As well as his mastery in the 7th level of body refinement, he is confident that, with meticulous preparation, he can indeed slay a 7th level cultivator. Taking action is feasible, but first, he must eliminate all nearby individuals to create a scenario conducive to a one-on-one battle. Although it poses challenges, it is not impossible. Should he fail, retreat is always an option. Without further hesitation, he retracted the illusion talisman and slipped out of the cave, utilizing the Soul Heaven Demon Yang technique to quickly locate the two individuals he had overheard earlier. One of them was at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, while the other was at the 4th level. How underestimated I am. It seems that slaying one 6th level opponent was insufficient to instill caution in you. In light of this, I shall not hold back. Without a moment's pause, he activated the shadow step technique. His figure glided through the dense forest like a specter, silently closing in on the two men. At this moment, they remained oblivious to Fang Chen's approach, lazily probing their surroundings while engaging in a lackadaisical conversation. They had been searching for 10 days without any success, which understandably dulled their vigilance. Du Tianxiang, however, was convinced that Fang Chen was lurking nearby. After all, who could endure such a drawn-out search without results? Where on earth could that kid be hiding? One of them asked lazily. Who cares? The other replied with a yawn. No matter where he is, the final credit for the kill won't belong to us. True enough, he nodded, glancing at his companion. I was just thinking. He was about to voice his grievances when he suddenly noticed a glint at the nape of his companion's neck. Upon closer inspection, it was the blade of a weapon. They had been focused on the front and had not anticipated an attack from behind, nor did they expect Fang Chen to dare to ambush them. Be careful, he attempted to warn, but the moment he shouted, the blade struck. The man's head fell, lifeless in an instant. His eyes widened in shock, never comprehending how he had met his demise. The other man, finally reacting, drew his weapon and lunged at Fang Chen. Yet, Fang Chen's speed was unmatched. He had no intention of holding back. The sword, inscribed with the word war, manifested. This was an inscription, and 2 of them at that. How could this be possible? How could this bastard possibly comprehend such inscriptions? A tremor of disbelief coursed through him, causing his movements to falter slightly. But Fang Chen did not hesitate. He unleashed his full power and struck down with his sword. The opponent, now realizing the threat, could only muster a hasty defense. However, even though the adversary was of a higher cultivation level, facing Fang Chen's full-force strike was no trivial matter, especially for someone of his caliber. Bang! The sword cleaved through the opponent's treasured blade, severing his shoulder and arm in a single motion. Aya! The scream echoed, accompanied by sheer terror etched across his face. At this moment, Fang Chen had already raised his sword once more. Prepared to deliver a fatal blow? No, don't kill me. I was forced into this. Spare me, crack. As the words fell, Fang Chen's sword descended. The man stared, wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and despair, before ultimately succumbing to death. Without a moment's pause, Fang Chen fled in a specific direction. Others were undoubtedly nearby. Although the sounds of battle were not loud, they would surely attract attention. Lingering would likely result in becoming the target, leading to endless troubles. Indeed, merely 20 breaths after Fang Chen's departure, 3 figures materialized in the area. Shortly thereafter, several others arrived, including Du Tianxiang. Upon seeing the 2 corpses, Du Tianxiang's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that this was the work of a human hand. And who else could it be but Fang Chen? After inspecting the bodies, one individual remarked, Brother Du, It is him. The wounds are identical to those on the previous victims. Du Tianxiang's expression turned icy as he gazed in Fang Chen's direction. Bellowing, "Pursue?" "Yes." Together with Du Tianxiang, a total of 7 individuals surged forth in pursuit of Fang Chen. In the distance, Fang Chen, utilizing the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, observed the 7 pursuers led by Du Tianxiang. And 6 others besides. He spoke softly to himself before veering off to another location. Du Tianxiang's long needle treasure underwent constant changes, and he furrowed his brow. "Form groups of 3. I will go alone. Spread out and search. If Fang Chen could deal with 2 opponents alone, then 3 would provide mutual support, making it unlikely for Fang Chen to kill them all." "Understood." The 6 complied, subsequently dividing into groups to continue searching for Fang Chen's whereabouts. Fang Chen was keenly aware of their movements. 1 6th-level cultivator and 2 4th-level cultivators on the left, while on the right, 2 5th-level and 1 4th-level cultivator. He decided to eliminate the weaker foes first. A slight smile crept across his lips as he headed toward the right. Although taking down 3 opponents simultaneously posed challenges, he was confident that by utilizing the Soul Heaven Demon Eye to incapacitate the 2 5th-level cultivators first, he could then strike down both with a single sword. The remaining 4th-level opponent would pose little threat. Meanwhile, Du Tianxiang continued using the long needle treasure to track Fang Chen's figure, when suddenly, he heard commotion from the right. It sounded as if a fierce battle had erupted. He immediately made his way toward the noise, covering the short distance of merely 100 paces in just 10 breaths. Yet, when Du Tianxiang arrived, he was met with the sight of 3 slain bodies. Fang Chen, however, had long since vanished. In the span of merely 10 breaths, Fang Chen had swiftly dispatched 2 5th-level and 1 4th-level postnatal cultivators, all with a single sword strike. How is this even possible? Du Tianxiang's expression darkened profoundly. Fang Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. This was not the prowess one would expect from a mere novice disciple. "Brother Du, what happened?" A 6th-level disciple joined him, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression shifted, though it quickly hardened. "What audacity! How dare he kill so many of us? Truly deserving of death," he scolded. Du Tianxiang, noticing that the other 2 6th-level disciples had yet to appear, felt a surge of unease. They should have arrived by now. The disciple suddenly realized that the 2 had been delayed. "This is not good." Du Tianxiang's countenance changed. He rushed toward the direction from which the 6th-level disciple had come. Soon, he stumbled upon the remaining 2 4th-level disciples, but unfortunately, they were lifeless. Like the others, they too had been slain by a single sword strike. They had not even made a sound. Du Tianxiang's expression darkened to an extreme. Fang Chen had not fled after killing his subordinates. Upon realizing that the 2 had become isolated, he had unhesitatingly struck them down. The current situation no longer resembled that of Fang Chen being the prey. Rather, it was they who were being gradually consumed by Fang Chen. Du Tianxiang could even sense a pair of chilling crimson eyes watching him from the shadows. Suddenly, Du Tianxiang's pupils constricted slightly, as if he sensed something. The accompanying 6th-level disciple noticed Du Tianxiang's unease and inquired, "Brother Du, have you noticed something?" Du Tianxiang did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment, casting a glance at him before finally saying, "It is impossible for just the 2 of us to catch up with him now. He will not show himself. You should go and find the others while I continue the pursuit." "Understood. I will summon Brother Luo and Sister Bai. With everyone joining forces, we will surely be able to eliminate that bastard," the disciple replied. "Brother Du, be careful. That bastard may lack strength but is cunning and unpredictable," he warned. "Don't worry, I will be fine," Du Tianxiang said calmly. "Go." "Yes," the disciple complied and departed. Yet Du Tianxiang did not pursue. Instead, he stood quietly in place, remaining utterly still. After a full hour had passed, he suddenly gazed toward a certain direction. Speaking softly, "So, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself." Emerging from the depths of the forest, a figure slowly appeared. It was Fang Chen. Fang Chen regarded him coolly and remarked, "You truly are ruthless. You have indeed fulfilled my request." Du Tianxiang's expression remained composed as he replied, "What of it? The useless waste is dead. His demise serves to draw you out. Yet you have quite the audacity to actually show yourself." It turns out that Fang Chen had not strayed far. Instead, he had sent a message to Du Tianxiang, requesting him to lure away another individual, thereby providing Fang Chen an opportunity to eliminate him. Fang Chun had merely spoken casually, never expecting Du Tianxiang to actually comply. He had refrained from appearing earlier to ambush the 6th-level cultivator. Fang Chun inquired, "Aren't you afraid that I might kill that individual and not return? If you do not return, I cannot pursue you. But I can join forces with Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei to continue hunting you down. Naturally, you would not want to miss this opportunity to prevent the three of us from uniting against you. Would you?" Du Tianxiang replied with a smile, revealing that he too was taking a gamble. "I can kill 6th-level cultivators. Do you not fear that I could also kill you?" Fang Chun stated calmly. Du Tianxiang chuckled confidently. "I know you possess some abilities, but in the face of absolute strength, all else is mere embellishment." "Very well," he continued. "I have no desire to waste words with you. I shall take your head as a bargaining chip for entering Elder Luo's sect." As his words fell, a radiant purple longsword materialized in his hand. With a powerful stomp, he swiftly closed the gap, bringing the blade down with incredible force, as if it could slice through anything. Fang Chun raised his sword to parry. The two weapons collided, bang. In their initial clash, Fang Chun was forced back 5 paces. Feeling a tingling sensation in his hands, he was slightly taken aback. This was the first time since their face-off that he found himself at a disadvantage. Conversely, Du Tianxiang only retreated a short distance, yet wore an expression of astonishment as he gazed at Fang Chun. "Go think he could withstand my strike and only be pushed back 5 zhong. No wonder he could slay those at the 6th level while still in the 3rd. However, the disparity in realms is evident. You cannot defeat me." As he spoke, he charged at Fang Chun once more, relentlessly attacking. Observing this, Fang Chun dared not be careless. He unleashed the formidable sword demon technique and met the assault head-on. Bang! Their attacks were purely offensive, creating a fierce clash. Trees within a 10 zhong radius were utterly devastated. Despite exerting all his might with the sword demon technique, Fang Chun still found himself outmatched by Du Tianxiang. The gap in their realms was insurmountable. He was being pushed back relentlessly, with several injuries adorning his body, presenting a picture of imminent defeat. "What? Is this all the skill you possess? Weren't you quite confident in your ability to kill me?" Du Tianxiang jeered, his satisfaction palpable, convinced of his inevitable victory. Fang Chun remained stoic, silent in his demeanor. Du Tianxiang sneered coldly, saying, "I can hardly be bothered to continue this idle chatter with you. It's time to end your life and explore this new world properly. I've wasted far too much time on a worthless fool like you." As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, purple energy swirled around him, his body sprouting fur, and his visage slowly contorting into that of a purple wolf. "To die beneath my divine power would indeed be your fortune. Prepare to meet your demise." He melded his long blade with his body, transforming it into lethal claws, bang. In the next instant, Du Tianxiang appeared before Fang Chun as if teleporting. His claws descended. In the blink of an eye, 100 strikes followed. Although Fang Chun's soul sky magic eye kept pace, his physical body struggled to keep up. He could not withstand every strike. And ultimately, one claw ripped a bloody gash across his chest. Had Fang Chun not been at the 7th level of body refinement and possessed the sword demon physique, he would have surely perished from such an attack. You actually endured that?" Du Tianxiang was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, smirking. "I shall see just how many more you can withstand." With that, he launched another assault on Fang Chun. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Fang Chun summoned forth the radiant demon shield just as the attack approached. Du Tianxiang, seeing this, remained dismissive and continued his onslaught. Countless claws rained down upon the radiant demon shield, forcing Fang Chun back repeatedly. Yet, to his astonishment, the seemingly ordinary shield did not shatter under his ferocious attacks. Instead, it emitted mournful wails, akin to ghostly cries. "This shield, it is extraordinary." He scrutinized the enigmatic radiant demon shield, sensing its remarkable aura, which sparked a glint of greed in his eyes, intensifying his assault. "Such a magnificent treasure is wasted on a wretch like you. It rightfully belongs to me. Only I am worthy of it." He sneered. Fang Chun, maintaining his indifference, utilized the radiant demon shield to fend off the attacks while simultaneously consuming several healing pills. With the sword demon physique, he absorbed the medicinal properties fully, halting his bleeding and temporarily stabilizing his injuries. However, if this continued, Fang Chun would undoubtedly perish. He would not wait for death to claim him. As he defended himself, the black resonance sword slashed forth. It was the purple light demon blade. Du Tianqiang scoffed, guarding his body with his claws, easily deflecting the blow. Such a feeble strike is meant to harm me? A foolish delusion, he taunted. Yet, in the next moment, the radiant demon shield, which had endured so much, suddenly erupted with a surge of black light. It shot towards Du Tianqiang. This was the radiant demon shield's divine power. It devoured and counterattacked. This strike came just as Du Tianqiang had successfully defended against Fang Chen's technique, catching him somewhat off guard. Nevertheless, being at the 7th level of postnatal realm, he reacted quickly, dodging to the side. But the attack was too sudden and still struck his shoulder. The shoulder was instantly pierced, blood gushing forth from the gaping wound. Yet, due to Du Tianqiang's unique purple wolf form, he merely grunted in discomfort, channeling his spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding. Although this attack injured him, it did not seem to impact him significantly. However, it thoroughly enraged Du Tianqiang. "You are as good as dead," Du Tianqiang roared, his entire being enveloped in surging purple energy. It coalesced into his right arm, which expanded wildly, forming 5 long blades that slashed towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression shifted slightly. He exerted all his effort to summon the radiant demon shield. Bang! The purple energy blade struck the shield. Fang Chen was sent flying through the air, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood as he crashed to the ground. Unconscious, simultaneously, the radiant demon shield was also sent hurtling towards Du Tianqiang. Intending to finish off Fang Chen, Du Tianqiang's eyes lit up upon seeing the shield flying towards him. He leaped to seize it. "Ha ha ha! This shield is now mine." He was overwhelmed with joy, feeling euphoria akin to acquiring a precious treasure. But in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. A terrifying demonic energy surged into his body from the shield. First, it invaded his arm, then his dantian. He urgently unleashed his spiritual energy to resist, barely managing to fend off the demonic energy that threatened to invade his dantian. This allowed him a moment of relief. If only he had a little time, he could suppress the backlash from the radiant demon shield. But Fang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. The moment he felt the radiant demon shield retaliating against Du Tianqiang, he sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing crimson. The reason the shield was hurled towards Du Tianqiang was entirely his doing. He intended to use the terrifying power of the shield to catch Du Tianqiang off guard and launch a counterattack. Once the demonic energy entered his body, it would be Fang Chen's chance to strike back. The soul sky magic eye unleashed a mental assault. Du Tianqiang instantly felt a piercing pain in his head. The defenses he had just formed crumbled in an instant. The demonic energy surged deeper, penetrating his dantian. PFF, Du Tianqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his veins bulging. This was a sign of being possessed by demonic energy. At the same time, Fang Chen gathered the demonic energy within the black resonance sword, and the purple light demon blade slashed forth once more. Du Tianqiang attempted to defend himself. Yet, the moment he tried to harness his spiritual energy, he faced backlash. The radiant demon shield seemed to be glued to his hand, impossible to shake off. As Fang Chen's strike drew near, terror and regret filled Du Tianqiang's eyes. No, before the word no could fully escape his lips, Fang Chen's purple light demon blade swept across his neck, severing his head. Until his last breath, Du Tianqiang's eyes remained filled with unwillingness, for his own carelessness and greed led to his demise at the hands of someone he deemed insignificant. Fang Chen knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. This time, he had sustained considerable injuries, almost exhausting half of his life force. Yet, he understood this was not a place to rest and recuperate. After consuming a healing pill and a recovery pill, he took Du Tianqiang's storage pouch and erased all traces of the battle, ensuring not a drop of his blood remained. Should an observant individual acquire his blood, they could swiftly track him down. Once he confirmed there were no lingering issues, Fang Chen departed in a specific direction. After stealthily traversing 100 miles, he found a cave halfway up a mountain. After eliminating a second-tier beast within, he claimed the beast's lair as his own. Once he secured the entrance, Fang Chen finally sat down to begin his healing process. However, as soon as he relaxed, the pain from his injuries surged, causing him to wince and tremble. After consuming 5 healing pills, he could no longer endure the pain and fainted. Chapter 48. Breakthrough. Postnatal fourth level, it was unclear how long he had been unconscious. But Fang Chen gradually regained consciousness. At this moment, the healing pills had staunched the bleeding from his wounds, but the pain still made even the slightest movement feel as though he were being whipped. Fortunately, the unyielding heart method allowed him to bear it with greater ease. He chuckled bitterly, reflecting, had it not been for my sword demon physique, which enables me to completely absorb the healing pill's medicinal properties. Along with my 7th level in body refinement, I might very well have perished at Du Tianxiang's hands. After bandaging his wounds, he sat cross-legged to assess his condition. However, upon inspection, he was left astounded. Wait, how did my physical body break through to the 9th level of body refinement? What is going on? At this moment, his physical realm had unexpectedly advanced during his unconsciousness, and its foundation was solidified with scarcely any instability. This must be due to the sword demon physique. Even injuries can refine and elevate the physical body, and the rate of improvement is not inferior to that of consuming sword demon blood. However, this is also incredibly dangerous, as being injured could easily lead to immediate death, or provide others with an opportunity to take advantage. I never anticipated that this misfortune would lead to such fortune, significantly enhancing my cultivation and strength. Should I encounter a 7th level opponent again, I would not find myself in such a predicament, and a battle would pose no issue. With this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He had no intention of hiding until the exit opened. Since others sought to kill him in this new world, he would retaliate by eliminating them all. First, let's see what treasures lie within Du Tianxiang's storage pouch. He opened the storage pouch and began to rummage through its contents. Du Tianxiang's treasures were substantially better than those of others, providing a space of 3 zhong. There were over 3,000 spirit stones alone, and numerous materials and medicinal herbs valued at over 10,000. Among them were many 2nd and 3rd tier items, with some exceedingly rare. There were also several vials of pills, around 5 or 6 in total. The healing and recovery pills were of high quality, but what delighted Fang Chen the most was the presence of 3 bottles of spirit-enhancing pills. If consumed in full, Fang Chen could easily break through to the 4th level. In addition, there were numerous magical artifacts. The treasured blade Du Tianxiang wielded was a 3rd-tier yellow-grade artifact, quite precious. Unfortunately, as Fang Chen practiced swordsmanship, this would not enhance his combat prowess further. Other items included wolf claws, shields, and a long needle box. After some experimentation, Fang Chen understood its function. This was likely a tracking artifact, albeit one that could only provide a rough direction, explaining why they had continually failed to locate him. I shall keep it for now. It may prove useful in the future. He placed the long needle box into the storage pouch. He continued to rummage through his storage bag, hoping to uncover more treasures. And indeed, he stumbled upon an exquisite jade vial. Upon opening the vial, a rich aroma of elixir wafted forth, subtly enhancing Fang Chen's cultivation. This is... A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He poured out the elixir contained within the jade vial. A golden red pill appeared in Fang Chen's hand, its fragrance enchanting. A 3rd-order spirit vein pill. This is truly comparable to the opening vein heavenly pill. If I consume it now, there will be no issue in opening the 2nd vein. First, I will open the vein, then break through to the 4th layer of the postnatal realm. With the cultivation of the 2 veins and the fierce demon sword technique, breaking through the 4th layer will pose no challenge, and my strength will multiply. A faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Chen's lips. Encountering a 7th layer powerhouse again would not merely result in a single confrontation. However, he did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he organized his findings, keeping what was useful in his storage bag and placing the useless items into another bag. After that, he examined the storage bag of a 6th layer cultivator, only to be disappointed by the lack of wealth compared to the previous one, with merely a handful of spirit-enhancing pills. Yet, recalling that the 6th layer cultivator was not as formidable as the previous one, it was likely that he had just recently broken through, which explained the scarcity of resources for enhancing cultivation. Once he finished organizing, Fang Chen placed the spirit vein pill and the spirit-enhancing pills in front of him. He then sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to attain his optimal state. Afterward, he consumed the spirit vein pill. Instantly, a surge of profound energy coursed into his body, directed by Fang Chen to flow into the half-opened vein. The 2nd vein he opened was the heavenly vein, which connects the Sea of Consciousness and Dantian, holding significance comparable to the central vein. However, the central vein is better suited to be the first opened due to its role as the key conduit for the entire body. For others, opening such veins is exceedingly challenging, even with spirit vein pills. This remains true. Initially, it is manageable. 1 or 2 pills can open a vein, but the difficulty of opening subsequent veins will increase exponentially. It not only requires a plethora of spirit vein pills, but also those of progressively higher quality. Yet Fang Chun is different. After the transformation by the blood of the Blade Demon, opening veins becomes more arduous. However, once opened, his veins will be far more powerful than those of others. This is the source of Fang Chen's confidence in being able to contend with a 7th-layer cultivator after opening his veins. Before long, he immersed himself in cultivation. Du Tianxiang's corpse had been torn to shreds by passing beasts, and at this moment, over 30 individuals gathered here, including Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei. They recognized Du Tianxiang through the token he left behind. Yet they displayed an unsettling calm regarding his death. Du Tianxiang is truly a waste, dying at the hands of that mongrel, Luo Xiao scoffed. Bai Xiangmei echoed this sentiment, stating, he must have been careless and caught off guard by that mongrel. He brought this upon himself, thinking he could claim all the credit. Luo Xiao nodded in agreement, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. There are still 17 days until the exit opens. We must find him and eliminate him within this time. Bai Xiangmei smiled seductively, saying, rest assured, Senior Brother Luo, I will set my white butterflies in various locations. As soon as he appears, I will sense his position. Once locked onto him, he will have no chance of escape. Luo Xiao nodded. In that case, I will trouble you, junior sister. 3 days later, Fang Chen remained seated in the cave, his surroundings suffused with circulating spiritual energy. The radiance flickered between his dantian and sea of consciousness. Akin to a river of stars, the heavenly vein, open. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's realm surged. He broke through to the 4th layer of the postnatal realm, continuously ascending until reaching the pinnacle. He exhaled a heavy breath. Savoring the transformation within himself, a faint smile gracing his lips, he had finally broken through. He circulated the spiritual power within his body. The central and heavenly veins swiftly operated, gathering a robust force of spiritual energy in the blink of an eye. Although veins primarily facilitate the rapid convergence of spiritual energy, one must understand that unleashing divine abilities requires a substantial amount of spiritual force. The stronger the ability, the greater the energy required. Others would not wait patiently for you to gather your energy before unleashing their abilities. They would strike while you are still charging. The enhancement of one's realm through veins is also of utmost importance, as it determines future achievements. Rising to his feet, he assessed his transformations with satisfaction. Merely opening the 2nd vein had significantly bolstered his strength. It was time to venture out. He wondered how hard others had searched for him. Fang Chen exited the cave and stepped outside. Along the way, he encountered others, but they were not pursuing him. Rather, they were disciples genuinely engaged in their tasks. Fang Chen did not disturb them, choosing to walk his own path. However, unbeknownst to him, as he traversed the dense forest, a white butterfly slowly took flight, dispersing into the air. After traveling 10 miles, Fang Chun came across another group. He initially intended to ignore them and circumvent their presence, only to discover familiar faces among them. Han Xiangxiang. Prior to Fang Chun entering the New World, Han Xiangxiang had sent him a message, indicating that she was dispatched by Elder Hong Yun to assist him in evading this peril. However, upon entering, he had been relentlessly hunted and had no opportunity to reach the central area, yet unexpectedly, he encountered her here. Who? Fang Chun was astonished to realize that his whereabouts had been discovered. Chapter 49. Encounter with Han Xiangxiang. At this moment, not only was Han Xiangxiang present, but also 2 others. Based on their positioning, one appeared to be the master while the other was a servant. The man in front held his head high, a folding fan in hand, exuding an air of elegance. The man behind him bowed slightly, nodding and bending over in deference. Upon hearing Han Xiangxiang's words, both men immediately became vigilant. Han Xiangxiang's consciousness was significantly more powerful than those of the same cultivation level. It was precisely due to her formidable awareness that they had traversed this journey unscathed. Fang Chun had not intended to reveal himself, but upon noticing that Han Xiangxiang had already sensed him, he stepped forward. Upon seeing Fang Chun, Han Xiangxiang broke into a radiant smile. Fang Chun, you're still alive. For so many days, Han Xiangxiang had been active in the central area, waiting for Fang Chen's arrival. However, as time passed in the new world, and Fang Chen never appeared, she had feared he had perished, only to be pleasantly surprised that he was alive and well. Fang Chen smiled faintly, nodding. It was merely luck. Fang Chen, the one being hunted by senior brother Luo? You mongrel are still alive? Truly a stroke of luck, the man in front remarked in astonishment, gazing at Fang Chen. Han Xiangxiang furrowed her brow. The man's words displeased her. Tianze, how dare you speak like that? If you insult junior brother Fang again, we need not continue our collaboration, she stated coldly. Junior sister Han, this guy has offended Elder Luo and is as good as dead. Why pity him? Tianze replied, his dissatisfaction evident. He then cast a more sinister glance at Fang Chen, infused with murderous intent. Indeed, junior sister Han, why pity someone so doomed? Chimed in the lackey beside Tianze, his gaze at Fang Chen filled with disdain. Fang Chen frowned. Had it not been for Han Xiangxiang's presence, his temperament would have led him to slay the two. Han Xiangxiang's expression turned colder. I will say this once more. If you insult junior brother Fang again, do not blame me for being impolite. Seeing her icy demeanor, the two dared not provoke her further. Han Xiangxiang turned to Fang Chen and said, Junior brother Fang, from now on, you shall accompany me. My consciousness is quite unique. As long as I am present, they will never be able to find you. Fang Chen had no doubts regarding her words. It was only thanks to his soul heaven demon eye that he had detected Han Xiangxiang and the others. The fact that Han Xiangxiang could sense him solely through her consciousness illustrated the strength of her awareness. Before Fang Chen could respond, Tianze interjected, Junior sister Han, you mustn't. Right now, senior brother Luo and sister Bai are searching for him. Bringing him along will only invite trouble, the lackey echoed. Yes, junior sister Han, we cannot take this burden with us. The best course of action is to hand him over to senior brother Luo. After all, this kid is as good as dead. Exactly, they continued. Han Xiangxiang's expression hardened once more, and with a cold glance at them, she stated, If you are unwilling, you may leave directly. If you dare hand junior brother Fang over to Luo Xiao, it will be a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. Although Tianze was at the 6th layer of the postnatal realm and his lackey at the 5th layer, without Han Xiangxiang's consciousness, they would not be able to search freely in this new world. They could only cast threatening glances at Fang Chen, attempting to intimidate him into not accompanying them. Fang Chen chose to ignore them, turning to Han Xiangxiang. Thank you, junior sister, but I can manage on my own. I do not wish to trouble you. Hearing this, Tianze and his lackey displayed triumphant expressions, believing their threats had taken effect. Han Xiangxiang, however, understood that Fang Chen genuinely did not want to burden her. No, I firmly state, I promised my master to protect you, and I will see that promise through. I know you do not wish to drag me down. Rest assured, as long as I am here, they will never discover you. Fang Chen shook his head, saying, Thank you, junior sister, but I only trust myself. While he believed in Han Xiangxiang's character, he had no faith in Tianze and his lackey. Just as Han Xiangxiang was about to say something, Fang Chen suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned his head to look. His expression instantly darkened. Han Xiangxiang was taken aback, and the next moment, she sensed over a dozen figures approaching from all directions. The direction they came from was precisely where Fang Chen had been looking. This left her utterly astonished. Fang Chen had sensed the approaching individuals even faster than her. Junior brother Fang, hurry up, they are closing in. She understood that this was not the moment for such remarks and quickly exclaimed. Tianze was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Luo Xiao was pursuing them. Instantly, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. If he could assist Luo Xiao in capturing Fang Chen, it would be a splendid opportunity to curry favor with Elder Luo. Fang Chen did not hesitate and prepared to flee. However, Tianze and his lackey obstructed his path, sneering as they spoke. Where do you think you're going? Upon seeing their expressions, Fang Chen's demeanor turned icy. He understood that they intended to block him until their pursuers arrived. Clear off, he had no intention of engaging in banter. The He Ming sword materialized. With a single stroke, he struck out. Now at the 4th stage of the postnatal realm, with 2 meridians opened and wielding a sword, he was no longer the weakling who had to exert all his strength against a severely injured opponent at the 6th stage. When Tianze saw Fang Chen's ferocious strike coming at him, his expression shifted slightly. He hastily raised his sword to defend. Bang! Yet, he was still sent flying by Fang Chen's blow. Although he was uninjured, he felt a tremor in his chest. How is this possible? Tianze gazed at Fang Chen in disbelief. He was merely at the 4th stage. Logically, he should not possess such combat prowess, young master. As the lackey attempted to advance and further obstruct Fang Chen, Han Xiangxiang suddenly reacted, her anger surging as she shouted, "Let us see who dares to stop him." With those words, she brandished her jade sword to block the lackey. With a single strike, she forced him back. "Junior brother Fang," she called out to Fang Chen. Fang Chen could sense that their pursuers were drawing nearer, so he wasted no time and fled in a certain direction. Tianze attempted to intervene, but Fang Chen executed the extreme shadow step, his speed vastly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the dense forest. Just as Fang Chen departed, only 5 breaths had passed when over 20 figures swiftly appeared before Han Xiangxiang and her companions. Luo Xiao, Bai Xiangmei, and others were among them. They regarded Han Xiangxiang and her group with furrowed brows. Luo Xiao inquired, "Where is that bastard?" Han Xiangxiang was about to say she did not know when Tianze pointed in the direction Fang Chen fled, exclaiming, "Senior brother Luo, that dog bastard ran that way." However, upon hearing this, Luo Xiao was not pleased. Instead, he stepped forward and slapped him, saying, "Since you have seen that dog bastard, why didn't you stop him?" After being struck, Tianze dared not show any anger or resistance. He even knelt on the ground, explaining, "Senior brother Luo, I intended to block him, but that kid is exceedingly treacherous. He ambushed me beforehand. I accidentally let him escape. Moreover, he had the assistance of that woman. I had no way to stop him." He pointed at Han Xiangxiang, attempting to shift the blame onto her. Han Xiangxiang did not elaborate further, merely gazing at Luo Xiao with unwavering courage. Luo Xiao coldly stared at Han Xiangxiang but did not make a move. Han Xiangxiang was the beloved disciple of Hong Yun, and he was reluctant to offend Elder Hong, who was a renowned alchemist. Nonetheless, he let out a cold snort and issued a harsh warning. "Once I kill that beast, I will settle accounts with you all. Let us go." With that, he led the group onward in pursuit of Fang Chen. Tianze watched as Luo Xiao and the others departed, his face a mask of terror. Though he held some status within the sect, he was far inferior compared to Luo Xiao and the others. This undoubtedly severed his prospects within the sect. That bastard. His expression darkened. "It is all Fang Chen's fault. If it were not for him, how could I have offended Luo Xiao and the others? If I encounter that bastard again, I will surely tear him to pieces." Han Xiangxiang scoffed coldly, unperturbed by Luo Xiao's words. However, she was quite displeased with Tianze for having pointed out Fang Chen's direction. Nevertheless, she said nothing more, merely huffed and turned to leave. Seeing this, Tianze's expression grew even gloomier. He spoke in a low voice. "Junior sister Han, why bother for a mere dog bastard? Do not forget, we came for that treasure. Without the two of us, you alone cannot obtain it." Chapter 50. "Danger lurks." Han Xiangxiang replied coldly. "I would rather do without than collaborate with someone like you." Tianze's expression darkened further, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Junior sister Han, why be so harsh? This cooperation is mutually beneficial. If it were anyone else, do you think they would treat you as I have?" Han Xiangxiang paused briefly. There was some truth in Tianze's words. Since it was merely a collaboration, personal feelings could be set aside for now. After a moment's hesitation, she coldly stated, "For this cooperation, you had better not pull any tricks." Tianze revealed a smile. Naturally, Fang Chen fled at a swift pace. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the others were hot on his tail, the distance between them dwindling to a mere 5 miles. Nearly within sight of each other. Simultaneously, Luo Xiao continuously commanded his subordinates to encircle him, intending to trap Fang Chen. Fang Chen, relying on his formidable spiritual sense and soul heaven demon eye, was acutely aware of their movements. Without any hesitation, he activated the Earth Escape Talisman, aiming to create some distance between himself and his pursuers. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei detected this as well. They sneered, and Luo Xiao remarked, "Earth Escape Talisman? Do you really think you are the only one with it?" Both Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei produced their own Earth Escape Talismans, which were of a higher grade than Fang Chen's. Rather than distancing themselves, the gap between the two sides continued to close. Realizing that the opponent's Earth Escape Talismans were not inferior to his own, Fang Chen understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be caught. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a map treasure, which belonged to Du Tianqiang. Fang Qian had discovered during his seclusion that this map treasure could merge the information gathered from other map treasures, enhancing its completeness. The map treasure in his hand had integrated data from dozens of individuals, rendering it exceptionally detailed, nearly capturing the entirety of this small world. Through the map, Fang Qian discerned several areas that were not recorded. Marked ominously as dangerous, he understood that these places must be perilous. However, rather than feeling fear, a slight smile curled at the corners of his lips. "You wish to kill me? Then let us take a little tour inside." With that, he headed towards the nearest dangerous location. The new world was not vast. With the Earth Escape Talisman, he arrived in no time. It was a peculiar forest where the trees were not the usual green but a blood-red hue, casting the sky in a crimson glow, exuding an eerie atmosphere. This place was designated as the Blood Mist Forest, filled with peril, and according to records, it was home to numerous unencountered beasts. Fang Qian murmured to himself. Meanwhile, behind him, Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei had also pursued closely. Upon seeing this, Fang Qian had no hesitation and directly vanished into the Blood Mist Forest. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei halted, their brows furrowed as they surveyed the Blood Mist Forest. They were well aware of the ominous reputation of the Blood Mist Forest, and even they felt a twinge of trepidation, but they did not expect Fang Qian to enter without a second thought. "This kid, is he not afraid of death?" Luo Xiao remarked coldly. "Should we pursue?" Bai Xiangmei inquired. "Pursue? Why not? However, there is no rush. Let us wait for the others to arrive before we continue," Luo Xiao stated. "Though it is dangerous inside, it is not devoid of life. We must ensure that this bastard is finished off, leaving him no chance to breathe." "All right," Bai Xiangmei nodded. Before long, the others caught up. Upon learning they were to enter the Blood Mist Forest, their expressions changed drastically. Some even entertained thoughts of retreating, unwilling to continue the pursuit. Seeing this, Luo Xiao coldly remarked, "Fellow disciples, you have all received benefits from Elder Luo and made promises to him. If you think you can receive rewards without fulfilling your duties and leave unscathed, feel free to depart." With these words, those wishing to withdraw halted in their tracks. They were well aware of Luo Tianqiao's ruthlessness. If they accepted benefits without delivering results, they would surely face repercussions later. Bai Xiangmei reassured. "There is no need for excessive worry. While it is dangerous inside, the level of danger is not too high. As long as we cooperate and act cautiously, we will surely be safe. On the contrary, that bastard is alone ahead of us. Perhaps he will not last long in there." This statement acted like a sweet candy, calming the anxious hearts of those present. Seeing this, Luo Xiao waved his hand. "Let us go into the forest." The group surged forward into the Blood Mist Forest. The Blood Mist Forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any avian creatures or beasts, and not even a whisper of wind could be felt. Fang Qian, employing the extreme shadow step, deftly navigated through the blood-red woods, simultaneously activating his Soul Heaven Demon Eye to remain vigilant. When he reached a patch of crimson grass, he intended to leap over it. However, just as he scanned it with his Soul Heaven Demon Eye, he abruptly halted. He was mere inches away from leaping into the blood-red grass. To the eyes of others, this grass appeared merely red without any anomalies. Yet, through Fang Qian's Soul Heaven Demon Eye, he observed countless tiny insects writhing within, lying in wait for their prey. This was an insect species he had never encountered before, sending shivers down his spine. Had he leapt over just moments ago, he would have undoubtedly been devoured without a trace. He circumnavigated the area, taking his time, and only proceeded when he sensed Luo Xiao and the others approaching. Bai Dai, who had been following closely, also arrived at the edge of the grass. Initially, they were on high alert, fearing attacks from unknown creatures. However, as time passed, they discovered that the Blood Mist Forest was merely visually bizarre, and they encountered no real danger throughout. Gradually, they began to relax. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei remained vigilant at the center of the group, their high cultivations allowing them to sense the impending danger of the Blood Mist Forest. As the trio of 5th-level postnatal cultivators stepped onto the blood-red grass without a second thought, the others prepared to follow suit, oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, just as they were about to enter, the ground beneath them surged violently. Countless tiny bloodstains surged toward the 3 cultivators, enveloping them in an instant. The trio attempted to resist, but it was already too late. they were besieged by almost invisible blood worms that clung to their bodies, gnawing at their flesh and siphoning their blood. Their anguished cries echoed through the air. The onlookers, witnessing this horrifying scene, turned pale with fear. They hastily unleashed their powers to attack the blood worms. Their combined efforts proved somewhat effective, yet it soon became apparent that the visible blood worms were merely a fraction of what lay beneath. The disturbance had enraged the creatures, and they surged forth like a horde of locusts. "Flee!" Luo Xiu's expression shifted dramatically, and with a furious shout, he dashed to the side. The others followed suit, but the blood worms pursued relentlessly. After a few miles of frantic escape, the blood worms ceased their chase, returning to their original form as the crimson grass. Finally, Luo Xiu and the others could catch their breath, but as they counted their numbers, his expression darkened. Only 18 remained alive, while the others had perished at the hands of the blood worms. "Damn it!" Luo Xiu's face turned ashen. They had been following the path taken by Fang Chun, who must have discovered the bloodworms and led them into the creature's attack zone. How did that wretched fool discover the bloodworms? Did he possess some formidable sensing technique? Luo Xiu found it hard to believe, considering Fang Chun was merely a fourth-level postnatal cultivator. At that moment, Bai Xiangmei shouted from the side. Following her gaze, Luo Xiu quickly spotted Fang Chun a mile away, watching them with a mocking expression, as if observing a troop of clowns. Such disdainful scrutiny ignited anger among the group, who had always regarded Fang Chun as insignificant. "Pursue!" Luo Xiu, incensed, charged forward, with the others swiftly joining the hunt. Seeing this, Fang Chun also turned to flee. With so many adversaries, he was not foolish enough to think he could eliminate them all, especially since he had discovered several valuable items ahead. Chapter 51. In grave peril flee? I shall see just how far you can run, Luo Xiu scoffed, throwing a talisman that rapidly closed the distance to Fang Chun. Moments later, the talisman ignited just 10 zhang away from him. In the next instant, Luo Xiu's figure appeared right there. A teleportation talisman. Fang Chun's heart raced with alarm. Such a talisman was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Clearly, Luo Xiu was willing to invest heavily to eliminate him. Without any pause upon teleporting, Luo Xiu formed a hand seal, and 2 beams of sword light shot toward Fang Chun. Fang Chun executed his shadow step technique, attempting to evade. Yet, it seemed as though Luo Xiu's sword light could lock onto him. No matter how he dodged, it pursued him relentlessly. Realizing this, Fang Chun could only draw forth the demon shield to defend himself. Bang! The shield absorbed the sword light. However, Fang Chun was still sent flying several zhang, severely hampering his speed. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Xiu closed the gap by another 2 zhang, continuing his assault. Fang Chun could only defend while attempting to escape, the distance between them diminishing further. With a cold laugh, Luo Xiu taunted, "You miserable wretch, by fleeing into peril, you still face only death. I suggest you surrender and accept your fate. I may grant you a merciful end." Fang Chun's expression turned icy as he replied, "To kill me, you are not worthy." Luo Xiu's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Do you truly believe an insignificant insect can resist? In the face of absolute power and strength, you are destined to perish." As his words fell, numerous beams of sword light converged from all directions, sealing off Fang Chun's escape routes. With no choice left, Fang Chun braced himself once more, raising the demon shield to defend. Fortunately, his physical body was formidable enough to withstand 1 or 2 strikes. Nonetheless, he still emitted a muffled groan, feeling his internal organs shift. At that moment, Bai Xiangmei arrived as well. Her eyes danced with mockery as countless white butterflies surged toward Fang Chun, moving slowly yet exuding an overwhelming sense of danger. Fang Chun dared not be careless. With a roar, he unleashed the Black Ming sword, slashing to counter. The demon shield spun around him, desperately absorbing and blocking the assaults. Yet, despite his efforts, several white butterflies struck Fang Chun, causing him to spit out blood, his body marred with injuries, exposing flesh to the bone. Had it not been for his resilient physique, he would have succumbed long ago. The others soon gathered, their gazes filled with resentment, contempt, and mockery directed at Fang Chun, each preparing to unleash their abilities to slaughter him on the spot. Into the small tower, Fang Chun thought, realizing he could no longer withstand the assault. Though this would reveal the existence of the small tower, it was preferable to perishing here. However, to his dismay, he found that no matter how he concentrated, the small tower remained unresponsive. His expression changed drastically as he considered a terrifying possibility. Could it be that he was unable to enter the small tower in front of outsiders? Was he truly destined to die here? No. I cannot die here, Master. Grandpa Wang still needs me. Meng Yao is still waiting for me. He could not allow himself to perish. With a furious roar, his inner energy surged. His eyes turned crimson. The sword demon body erupted. Blood chi enveloped him as if a god or demon had descended. Instinctively, he slashed out with his sword. Instantly, a torrent of demonic energy erupted, blocking most of the attacks. Yet, several abilities still struck him. Strangely, Fang Chen found that the power of the attacks felt significantly diminished. No, wait. He quickly realized that it was not the power of the abilities that had weakened. Rather, his sword demon body was too formidable, rendering these abilities incapable of inflicting significant harm upon him. Could it be that by awakening the potential of the sword demon body, his attack and defense, as well as explosive power, were momentarily enhanced? A spark of insight flashed in Fang Chen's mind, but there was no time to ponder, as a fifth-level cultivator skilled in speed rapidly approached from behind, preparing to end him with a single strike. Yet, with the sword demon body activated, Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye became terrifyingly perceptive, allowing him to observe his surroundings without blind spots. As the opponent drew near, Fang Chen sensed their presence. Without hesitation, he spun around, his speed creating an afterimage. The fifth-level cultivator was momentarily taken aback, never expecting that Fang Chen could notice him while enduring such heavy assaults. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, thrusting his dagger toward Fang Chen's neck, intent on finishing him off. But Fang Chen's speed was even greater. In a flash, his sword light cut across the fifth-level cultivator's throat. Before blood could even spray, Fang Chen's figure blurred, activating the shadow step, dashing forward with such speed that even Luo Xiao could not react in time. "You dare to kill my man, you wretch? You shall pay," Luo Xiao bellowed, pursuing Fang Chen once more. Fang Chen regarded him with a cold gaze, his voice icy as he declared, "Luo Xiao, I, Fang Chen, swear to ensure you remain here forever." "Chase!" Luo Xiao shouted, racing after Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's shadow step had reached the second level due to the activation of the sword demon body, and paired with his Earth Escape talisman, his speed surpassed that of before. Though Luo Xiao and the others had not fallen far behind, closing the distance within a short time proved exceedingly difficult. Damn it! Luo Xiao's expression darkened, astonished at how difficult Fang Chen had become to deal with. Continue the pursuit. Once his Earth Escape talisman is exhausted, it will be his day of reckoning. Fang Chen was acutely aware of this, his mind racing for a countermeasure. He had not anticipated that Luo Xiao would expend a teleportation talisman merely to kill him, disrupting his intended path. Yet, he felt no regret. Had he simply fled, it would have been challenging to ensure their demise. By serving as bait, he could draw the enemy deeper. Now, he could only hope that within this perilous land, other powerful entities remained, allowing him to take advantage of the situation to eliminate Luo Xiao and his cohorts. Suddenly, Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye caught sight of a particular direction, sending a tremor through his heart. He sensed a powerful and tyrannical aura emanating from that location. It was a presence capable of slaying him. If he approached carelessly, death was certain. Yet, with Luo Xiao and the others hot on his heels, Fang Chen pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth as he made his way toward that direction. Continuing to drag this out would only lead to his demise. He could not hope to face Luo Xiao and his group alone. The only viable option was to rely on that powerful entity to eliminate Luo Xiao and the others. Yet, he could also become the first to fall to that being. But Fang Chen could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Life and death were fated. Riches and honor lay beyond. Before long, he arrived near the source of the terrifying aura. Miraculously, the entity was still, as if in slumber. Fang Chen's heart leaped with joy. This was a golden opportunity. Bursting forth from the dense forest, he came upon a massive cave. He could sense the presence within, and it too had detected his approach, slowly awakening. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword toward the cave. Regardless of whether it struck true, then, he hurled explosive talismans and fireball talismans at the rapidly approaching Luo Xiao and his group. He held nothing back, unleashing all of his offensive talismans. He even drew forth his last Earth Escape Talisman and the Misty Illusion Talisman, activating them as he fled. Then, he fully activated the Earth Escape Talisman, vanishing into the mist and illusion. As Luo Xiao and the others beheld the numerous attacking talismans, their expressions changed drastically. They could only halt to defend. Once they had withstood the assault, Fang Chen's figure had long since melded into the mist, rendering even their divine senses incapable of detecting him. Pursue. They thought little of it, assuming it was merely Fang Chen's final struggle. But at that moment, a furious roar of a beast erupted from a nearby cave. Almost immediately, a colossal figure soared out. The enormous, round, blood-red eyes fixated intently on Luo Xiao and the others. This is bad. They've fallen into a trap. Upon sensing the creature's aura, Luo Xiao realized they had once again been deceived by Fang Chen. Chapter 52. Bone Forging Realm. Bang, boom. The earth trembled as a giant beast slowly emerged. The creature stood 3 zhang tall, its entire body covered in dragon scales, radiating a chilling light. Its form resembled that of a tiger and a lion, long and graceful. With each proud stride, its eyes conveyed nobility and arrogance. Looking down upon the ants below, Luo Xiao's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the aura emanating from the beast. This was a peak-level 3rd-tier demon beast. We must retreat. The peak-level 3rd-tier demon beast possessed the battle prowess of a postnatal pinnacle realm, far beyond what they could contend with at present. But just as they turned to flee, the demon beast flickered and, with astonishing speed, appeared behind one of them. With a single claw swipe, it tore the person in half and swallowed them whole. Then, in another flash, it vanished again, reappearing before a 5th-level cultivator. The 5th-level cultivator barely had time to react before being struck down and devoured. Luo Xiao's face paled at this sight. The creature's speed was terrifying. Their only fate was to be picked off one by one. He shouted, "Stop running. Gather together and confront this demon beast." At the peak of the postnatal realm, there was still hope for battle. Fleeing would surely lead to total annihilation. Hearing this, they hastily regrouped. The demon beast, unfazed, regarded them with disdain, as if observing mere ants, before suddenly darting into the forest, disappearing from sight. Luo Xiao and the others were momentarily stunned. Could it be that the beast had fled? But in the next instant, the demon beast lunged out, pouncing on an individual and tearing into them. It then vanished back into the dense woods. Terror filled the eyes of the crowd. The creature intended to use the cover of the forest to eliminate them one by one. Luo Xiao bellowed, "Destroy the forest." He was the first to strike. With a sword in hand, countless beams of light flared as he obliterated several trees. Seeing this, the others also joined in, quickly clearing a vast area. The demon beast could no longer conceal itself, fully exposed before Luo Xiao and the others. Yet it remained utterly unperturbed, still regarding them with that haughty gaze. Attack! Slay this beast! Luo Xiao's eyes burned with fury as he roared. Having been deceived by Fang Chen and now belittled by this creature, he was consumed with rage, wishing nothing more than to tear the demon beast and Fang Chen into pieces. The remaining individuals did not hesitate, launching their assaults. Though this demon beast was formidable, it was still merely a peak-level 3rd-tier beast, and facing such a multitude, it could not afford to be careless. Boom! The clash of beast and over 10 people erupted violently as they sought to bring each other to ruin. Meanwhile, Fang Chen sat cross-legged atop a large tree some distance away. At this moment, he had consumed several medicinal pills, barely managing to suppress his injuries, but full recovery would still require time. However, he was not in a hurry. For the battle between Luo Xiao's group and the demon beast would not conclude swiftly. Indifferent to the chaos, he simply sat atop the tree to begin his recovery, as his injuries gradually healed. His sword demon body was once again refined. Moreover, due to the severity of his wounds, the body refinement reached its peak. He was on the verge of entering the bone forging realm. The bone forging realm is essential for refining, forging, and replacing bones, a vital process in body cultivation. Bones are of utmost importance, serving as the foundation for physical enhancement. Without bone forging, even a robust physique would be hollow and fragile. The 9 levels of the bone forging realm are divided into 3 stages. The first 3 focus on the limbs, the middle 3 on the core, and the last 3 on the heavens and earth, namely the head. As Fang Qin sensed his imminent entry into the bone-forging realm, he had no intention of conserving the last drop of sword demon blood. He directly channeled it into his physical cultivation. Crack, crack. The bones within Fang Qin's body emitted crisp sounds, his brow furrowing in concentration, beads of cold sweat trickling down. The process of body refinement and bone forging was no trivial task. Bones were the most challenging to cultivate, especially the initial step, which was incredibly arduous. The cultivation process required not only constant bone refinement, but also the endurance of excruciating pain akin to having one's bones crushed. A torment few could withstand. This is why most cultivators opt for the path of spiritual cultivation rather than body cultivation. Body cultivation is not only costly but also torturous, though Fang Qin seemed to expend little. It was because he possessed the sword demon body and the invaluable sword demon blood. The mere consumption of sword demon blood could equal the daily expenditure of 100 body cultivators, which was one of the reasons for his rapid progress. Clenching his teeth, Fang Qin endured the agonies of bone forging for an entire hour. Fortunately, his willpower was formidable. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries from the unbearable process. If his bones were to break, there would be no chance of stepping onto the path of body cultivation again. But who was Fang Qin? With the sword demon body and immense willpower, how could he possibly fail? As golden light flickered, his physical aura surged dramatically. The first level of the bone-forging realm achieved. Fang Qin's aura underwent a momentous transformation. His physical strength alone reached 500 ding. Not only that, but his Dao realm also advanced to the peak of the 4th level. At that moment, the small tower within him reacted once more, opening the 5th layer. Without hesitation, Fang Qin entered. For he desperately needed the treasures within the tower, ideally those capable of resolving his current predicament. Upon entering the 5th layer of the small tower, he approached a wooden table and opened a wooden box. Inside lay a total of 8 drops of sword demon blood, which he immediately absorbed into his dantian without a moment's pause. Next, he turned his gaze to another treasure, which turned out to be 3 talismans. As Fang Qin picked up the talismans and examined them, a flicker of joy sparked within him. The 3 talismans were not identical. One was a lethal talisman, capable of slaying any powerhouse beneath the Dao realm. The second was a teleportation talisman, allowing instantaneous travel over 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The last was a defensive talisman, which would autonomously activate to shield against any attack from a powerhouse below the Dao realm and could not be activated manually, ensuring protection in moments of peril. This meant that Fang Qin had effectively gained an extra life. Most importantly, these 3 talismans were not one-time use. They could be employed 3 times, in other words. Fang Qin now had the means to eliminate 3 powerhouses below the Dao realm. A slight smile graced his lips as he thought of one person. Luo Tianxiao, you wish to kill me? I am eager to see who will meet their demise. Exiting the small tower, his gaze sharpened and deepened as he focused on the battlefield between Luo Xiao and the demon beast. At this moment, there were still 8 people remaining on Luo Xiao's side, including 2 7th-level cultivators who were injured but not severely, while the remaining 5 comprised 2 heavily injured, 2 lightly wounded, and 1 unscathed. Although the situation was perilous, action was imperative. He would not grant Luo Xiao and the others any time to recuperate. Without further delay, he swiftly approached Luo Xiao's group. At this moment, Luo Xiao and the others finally regained their senses, and he shouted, "Let us depart. We must leave this place." Although they were eager to slay Fang Qin, each of them bore injuries, and persisting in their pursuit could very well lead to their demise. For now, their only option was to retreat from the Blood Mist Forest and reassess their situation. Naturally, no one objected. They had long wished to leave. After each consuming a healing elixir, they began to retrace their steps. Yet, scarcely had they traveled a few paces when a sudden brilliance erupted from within the blood-soaked woods. One of the wounded 5th-level cultivators was caught completely off guard and was instantly pierced through the back. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the entire blood forest. Luo Xiao and his companions initially believed it to be a returning beast, but upon seeing that the source of the attack was a gleaming blade, they realized they were under human assault. Gazing further, they beheld Fang Qin, who was mockingly observing them. "You again, you bastard. I had already spared you. How dare you provoke us once more?" Luo Xiao's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Fang Qin. Because of him, Their numbers had dwindled from over 20 to a mere 6. Fang Chen's expression remained cold and indifferent as he replied, "Spare me? You have pursued me relentlessly, and you think a mere declaration of spare is sufficient? Bastard, do not be ungrateful," Bai Xiangmei retorted angrily. "Do you truly believe that surviving this ordeal will ensure your safety? Elder Luo will not let you off. You are doomed. It's just a matter of time. Offending Elder Luo guarantees your death." The others echoed her sentiments. Throughout it all, Fang Chun remained composed and indifferent. "Have you finished? If so, I shall send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's expression darkened. He was not afraid of Fang Chun. Rather, he feared the beast's return. Should they become entangled once more, it would spell disaster. However, he also understood that they could not leave unscathed without eliminating Fang Chun. "Surround him! Dispatch this bastard with haste!" he bellowed. The others, upon hearing his command, sprang into action. Though they were all injured, they were confident that they could easily slay Fang Qian. Upon witnessing this, a smirk graced Fang Qian's lips as he suddenly vanished from sight. His speed was beyond their imagination, with his physical body having reached the bone refinement stage. Combined with the extreme shadow step technique, Fang Qian's velocity had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even Luo Xiu's expression shifted dramatically. Fang Qian's speed had surpassed his expectations. In an instant, Fang Chun appeared before a 5th-level cultivator. The cultivator was struck with dread. He hastily drew his sword to attack, yet a panic strike could hardly pose any threat to Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, their weapons clashed, and the opponent's treasured sword was deflected by Fang Qian's Haiming sword. The cultivator's bare chest lay exposed before Fang Chun. Without hesitation, Fang Chun cleaved him in two. With his current strength, he held confidence even against a 7th-level cultivator, let alone a mere peak 5th-level insect that had yet to refine their physical body. After dispatching one opponent, Fang Chun locked onto another. His figure flickered as he swiftly closed in. Luo Xiu's face paled at this sight. To prevent Fang Qian from escaping, he ordered the others to spread out and encircle him, unbeknownst to them. This only granted Fang Qian the opportunity to pick them off one by one. "Quickly regroup," he shouted. Yet it was already too late. The next victim, upon seeing Fang Qian approach, turned pale with fear and fled without a trace of courage to fight. However, how could he outrun Fang Qian, who had reached the bone refinement stage and mastered the extreme shadow step? In a mere breath, Fang Qian was upon him. By the time the cultivator sought to resist, Fang Qian had already slain him with a single stroke. The others were now acutely aware of Fang Qian's terrifying strength. They dared not harbor any thoughts of confrontation and hastened to regroup around Luo Xiu. Observing this, Fang Qian launched a flowing shadow blade toward a 6th-level cultivator. With his power at the bone refinement stage, this strike shattered the sound barrier, reaching the 6th-level cultivator in the blink of an eye. The cultivator, alarmed, hastily raised his sword in defense. Yet the flowing shadow blade proved too formidable, effortlessly knocking aside his sword and piercing through his chest. The cultivator stared in disbelief at the gory wound on his torso. He could not fathom that he, a dignified 6th-level cultivator, could not withstand a single strike from Fang Qian. Seizing this moment, the others swiftly converged around Luo Xiu, yet they were now reduced to merely 4. Aside from Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei, there remained only one injured 6th-level cultivator and one unscathed 5th-level one. Fang Qian remained unconcerned. These two were no longer his adversaries. Only Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei posed a genuine threat. At this moment, Luo Xiu's expression turned grave. Fang Qian's power had exceeded his expectations. 3 strikes had felled 3 opponents, a feat that was far beyond Fang Qian's prior capabilities. Most alarming was that Fang Qian had entered the secret realm as a mere 1st-level cultivator, yet now stood at the peak of the 4th level. Bai Xiangmei also recognized this fact, and the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They had to eliminate Fang Qian now, or they could very well be the ones facing death. "Kill this bastard. Otherwise, we shall all perish," Luo Xiu, unwilling to waste any more time with Fang Qian, roared as he charged forth, sword in hand. Bai Xiangmei formed hand seals, surrounded by swirling white butterflies, and also rushed in. Meanwhile, the 5th and 6th-level disciples exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant and undecided. The power Fang Qian had displayed earlier was too terrifying. They feared that joining the fray would only make them fodder. Ultimately, they gritted their teeth and turned to flee. "Scoundrels! Luo Xiu cursed upon witnessing this, but he had no time to spare for them. As he pressed onward toward Fang Qian, of course, was unafraid. He drew his sword to meet the challenge. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their swords clashing rang out. Fang Qian felt a slight numbness in his arm and could not help but take 3 steps back. Luo Xiu, however, staggered only 2 steps back. Truly, as a 7th-level cultivator, his combat prowess was formidable. Had it not been for Fang Qian's cultivation in the physical body reaching the bone refinement stage, he would have undoubtedly been at a disadvantage. Fang Qian mused inwardly, "Your swordsmanship is commendable, but alas, your realm is too low. Prepare to meet your end." Luo Xiu probed with a strike, finding Fang Qian not to be overly powerful, and coldly scoffed as he charged again. Bai Xiangmei joined the fray, and the two unleashed their divine techniques in unison against Fang Qian. Luo Xiu's golden sword light flickered as streams of radiant sword shadows surged forth from all directions toward Fang Qian. This was the golden light sword shadow technique, a second-tier yellow-grade skill that Luo Xiu had cultivated to the 3rd level, reaching a minor success, executing it with ferocity and speed. Bai Xiangmei, surrounded by white butterflies, radiated white light, faintly resembling a transformation into a white butterfly. This was the white feather butterfly transformation technique, also a second-tier yellow-grade skill, one of Bai Xiangmei's main techniques. As they struck, each unleashed their signature divine abilities. Fang Qian remained undaunted, swiftly employing the fierce demon sword technique to engage them. Luo Xiu's golden sword streams erupted, continuously slashing at Fang Qian, while countless white butterflies converged from all directions, appearing beautiful yet concealing deadly intent. Despite Fang Qian's use of the fierce demon sword technique, facing 2 opponents of the 7th level placed him at a disadvantage. Luo Xiu, seeing this, let out a cold laugh, saying, "While I do not know how you have advanced so rapidly or acquired the ability to fight above your level, I am certain that once I kill you, I will obtain the answers I seek." Greed flashed in his eyes. If he could also possess the ability to fight above his level, he believed he could become a top genius within the Tianyu Divine Sect. "Do you truly think my strength is insufficient?" Fang Qian's lips curled into a smile. "In light of the disparity in realms, your death is inevitable," Luo Xiu declared proudly. "Then by all means, give it a try." Fang Qian replied nonchalantly, and in that moment, the energy of the great Dao surged behind him. The characters of the sword appeared. Chapter 54. Cunning Dao characters, impossible. How could you, a bastard, awaken the Dao characters? Luo Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head vigorously. He believed himself to be gifted, certain he would awaken the Dao characters in the innate realm, becoming one of the top geniuses of the Tianyu Divine Sect. Yet even he dared not imagine awakening Dao characters in the acquired realm, and yet the individual he had regarded as a mere bastard had accomplished it. Fake. It must be fake. Bai Xiangmei, once exuding confidence and disdain, now bore only shock and disbelief on her striking face. Fang Qian remained calm, coldly gazing at them. "Fake? Then take a look and see if this is real." As his words fell, another character manifested. It was the character for battle. The 2 Dao characters radiated with the aura of the great Dao, powerful and mysterious. 2 Dao characters. Luo Xiu and Bai Xiangmei were left dumbfounded. To awaken 2 Dao characters in the acquired realm was the feat of an absolute prodigy. At that moment, they realized they had provoked a being they should never have entangled with. "Now, you may go to your deaths." Bloodlight flickered around Fang Qian as the sword demon body erupted. His demonic aura surged skyward, his crimson eyes gleaming, surrounded by swirling red demonic patterns, his aura swelling. This was the state Fang Qian had previously reached in a life-and-death crisis, though it had not been a complete manifestation at that time. Now that his physical body had entered the bone refinement stage, he was fully capable of supporting the eruption of the sword demon body. Fang Qian referred to this state as sword demon transformation. "Do not hold back. Kill him." Luo Xiu sensed impending doom and shouted to Bai Xiangmei. In an instant, his long sword shimmered with golden light, resembling a divine weapon, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Bai Xiangmei's white butterflies rapidly converged, transforming before her into a gigantic white butterfly. The butterfly spread its wings, unleashing a fierce gale directed at Fang Qian. The 2 unleashed their strongest divine techniques, intent on slaying Fang Qian in his sword demon transformation state. Fang Qian's expression remained cold, akin to a bloodthirsty demon. He raised the Haiming sword. which trembled not from fear of Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei, but from the dread of Fang Qian as the sword demon, as the two divine techniques approached. Fang Qian swung his sword. The purple light demon blade struck, bang. At the moment of collision with the two divine techniques, it effortlessly obliterated them. They had no chance to resist. How is this possible? Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei's eyes widened in astonishment. This was their strongest divine technique, and it should not have been this weak. But the next moment, their expressions shifted drastically. The purple light demon blade, after obliterating the divine techniques, showed no signs of stopping, locking onto them. In an instant, their body hair stood on end, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping them. Flee, quick, escape. Luo Xiao roared within his heart. Yet, it was already too late. The violet glowing magic blade flashed past, and Luo Xiao's head was sent flying. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept this fate. Gradually, his expression turned to one of unwillingness, regret, and fear. The violet magic blade had targeted Luo Xiao, while Bai Xiangmei was merely collateral damage, losing an arm in the process. However, that single strike shattered Bai Xiangmei's will to resist completely. Thud. Bai Xiangmei fell to her knees, pleading, "Do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything. I am quite skilled at pleasing men. I have studied the arts of the chamber, and I assure you, you will be satisfied." Yet, Fang Chen showed no hesitation, swiftly drawing his sword and severing her neck. Bai Xiangmei's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face, filled with regret and confusion. Was it that she was not beautiful enough? Did he not feel the slightest attraction? Thud. With her confusion, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. This time, she had not suffered injuries, far better than the last instance. Fang Chen withdrew from his sword demon transformation. Assessing his condition, it was not surprising that he could easily dispatch them. After all, his physical body had reached the bone-refining realm, and he had attained the 4th level of cultivation. Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei had not trained their physical bodies. Despite being 3 minor realms higher than Fang Chen, the gap was not as vast as it seemed. Coupled with Fang Chen's swordsmanship and the essence of battle, along with his sword demon physique, they were hardly his match. Both were at the 7th level, pondering what treasures they might possess. Fang Chen approached Luo Xiao, bending down to retrieve the storage bag at his waist. However, at that moment, he felt a chill behind him. A wave of murderous intent locked onto him. His expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he summoned the demon shield to protect his back. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out. The demon shield was sent flying. It could not block the impending threat. But this had given Fang Chen the opportunity to react. He quickly turned, the black Ming sword raised for defense. Bang! Even so, Fang Chen was still struck and sent flying. He collided with more than 20 zhong, toppling numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. He spat several mouthfuls of blood, looking down at his chest to discover a gaping wound, deep enough to see bone. This blow had nearly cost him his life. Damn it, had he known, he would not have blocked. Fang Chen lamented. If he had not defended, he could have triggered the defensive talisman and avoided injury. The defensive talisman would only activate when facing a lethal strike, but because Fang Chen had obstructed with the demon shield and black Ming sword, the attack could not kill him but left him severely wounded. At this moment, Fang Chen had the chance to look at his assailant, and upon seeing the creature, he cursed under his breath, a cunning beast. The beast that attacked him resembled both a lion and a tiger. Its long frame unmistakable. It could only be the pinnacle of a 3rd-level beast. The beast looked mockingly at the injured Fang Chen, and in its jaws, it clutched 2 individuals. Upon closer inspection, were they not the 5 cultivators who had escaped earlier? It seemed the beast had been trailing them, seizing the opportunity to strike once they were alone. Fang Chen could not help but chuckle bitterly. He had thought to use the beast, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Gazing into the beast's disdainful and arrogant eyes, Fang Chen struggled to sit up, addressing it, "Friend, we have had a pleasant cooperation. I possess many healing pills that can aid your recovery. Let us leave it at that. Shall we?" The beast stared intently at Fang Chen, filled with disdain, showing no intention of reconciliation. Seeing this, Fang Chen sighed in resignation. When would this cycle of vengeance end? He could only speak again. The beast looked at him in confusion. Clearly, the ant before it was severely injured and incapable of further combat, yet it still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. However, It did not ponder further. Deciding not to toy with him any longer, it swallowed the two individuals in its mouth and charged at Fang Chun. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was before Fang Chun. But Fang Chun had long been prepared. He tossed a talisman into the air. It was the attack talisman he had obtained from the small tower. Without hesitation, he activated the talisman. The crimson symbols on it whirled, transforming into a red point of light. The light instantly locked onto the beast. It shot forth, penetrating the beast's head. So rapid was the speed that even Fang Chen's soul heaven demon eye was of no use. The beast had no time to react. Bang! The beast collapsed, lifeless, rolling several zhang away before coming to a stop. Fang Chen exhaled deeply, swallowing several healing pills before putting the attack talisman away. He felt a pang of regret as he glanced at the talisman. He had used it once in 3 attacks, and it had only slain a peak postnatal realm beast. This was meant for dealing with formidable foes like Luo Tianxiao from the Zhou Yuan realm. Yet, without this attack talisman, he, too, might have perished here. That beast was far too cunning. He could not afford to dwell on his regrets, retrieving what he could and forcing himself to rise. He took Luo Xiu's and Bai Xiangmei's storage bags and tossed the beast's corpse into his own bag. After some contemplation, he headed in a certain direction, swiftly arriving at the beast's lair. Such lairs were typically quite secure, as other beasts would not dare approach their territory. Thus, Fang Chun planned to heal within before departing the Blood Mist Forest. Upon entering the cave, Fang Chen discovered an unexpected expanse. The seemingly small entrance opened into a vast space. When he reached the deepest part, he froze in place, his mouth agape in astonishment, nearly letting it drop to the ground. Chapter 55. Encountering Han Xiangxiang again, the hero saves the beauty. Surrounding the cave were numerous spiritual herbs and flowers. Although most were merely first tier, there were also quite a few second and third tier ones, many of which were exceedingly rare. This was the 7-sprout spiritual immortal flower, the third tier Yujio spiritual grass. This arrow spiritual grass must be over 1,000 years old. This one, I have never seen before. It must be a product of this realm. Fang Chun collected a variety, finding around 50 plants, with over 10 being of the second or third tier. Some exceptionally rare. If sold, they would fetch a handsome price. He unceremoniously gathered all the spiritual herbs and flowers into his storage bag, ready to heal when he noticed a flash of golden light among the weeds where the beast slept. Although the glow vanished quickly in the dark cave, it seemed particularly blinding, capturing Fang Chen's immediate attention. What could it be? He approached the weeds, clearing them away to reveal an egg. An egg? Could it be the beast's egg? Fang Chen picked it up. The egg was small enough to be cradled in both hands, shimmering with golden light and adorned with white patterns that added an air of mystery. Observing the egg, Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Its aura did not resemble that of the beast, but rather seemed stronger, likely a treasure the beast had stolen from elsewhere. As he pondered, the golden egg began to glow and entwined around Fang Chen's hands. He was startled to find that he could faintly sense the life force within the egg. This energy seemed to resonate with his sword demon physique, flooding his consciousness with an inexplicable sense of kinship. What was happening? Could this egg be related to the ancient sword demon? Or was it the egg of a magical beast? His mind swirled with thoughts, but it was impossible to deduce the nature of the egg based solely on this faint connection. After deliberating, he decided to store the beast egg in his bag for safekeeping. Just as he finished, Fang Chun let out a muffled grunt, inadvertently aggravating his internal injuries. The beast's sudden ambush had left him considerably wounded. First, he needed to recover. Delaying further could lead to complications. Thus, Fang Chun sat cross-legged among the weeds, continuously consuming healing pills to begin his recovery. Days passed, and Fang Chen's wounds finally healed, while his physical cultivation progressed further. Although he had not broken through to the second level of the bone refining realm, he had reached the pinnacle of the first level, an impressively rapid advancement. Once recovered, Fang Chun took out Luo Xiu's and Bai Xiangmei's storage bags. Opening them, inside, in addition to higher-tier healing and restorative pills, there were a variety of miscellaneous treasures and talismans. Fang Chun was particularly pleased to find that their spirit-raising pills, while not abundant, were superior to others, all being top-tier second-level pills with enhanced potency. As for spirit stones, the two combined had only a little over 3,000, likely because they did not need to carry many into this place. If one were to speak of their most valuable possession, It would be Luo Xiao's innate treasure, a fourth-tier yellow-grade sword, named the Ruo Jin sword. Unfortunately, it was of the light attribute, which did not suit Feng Chen. A treasure's level is not what matters most. It must be compatible with oneself. Nevertheless, the Ruo Jin sword would fetch a good price if sold. Furthermore, Luo Xiao and Bai Xiangmei's map was remarkably detailed, suggesting they had likely seized it from others, allowing for such completeness. After merging the maps, Feng Chen had completed nearly 90% of the new world. Only one or two extremely dangerous areas remained. Places no one dared to enter. With 7 days left until the month's deadline, it was best not to linger in the Blood Mist realm, uncertain of what dangers might await. After organizing everything, Feng Chen did not linger further, exiting the cave and leaving the Blood Mist forest. Upon safely departing the Blood Mist forest, Feng Chen intended to seek a secure location to enter seclusion until the time was right to emerge. However, he had not walked far when his soul heaven demon eye quickly spotted 3 figures. Upon recognizing their faces, Feng Chen was momentarily taken aback. Sister Han and the other 2 were still together? Wait, something seemed amiss. He swiftly turned his body, heading towards Han Xiangxiang and the others. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang wielded her long sword, her body trembling, her face pale and bloodless, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Tianze. Tianze, what do you intend to do with me? What have you done? Tianze's expression was sinister as he too brandished a long sword, emitting cold laughter. Why? Naturally, it is for the treasures you possess. The heavens connect with the roots of the grass, and that is indeed the divine herb that opens the sea of knowledge. Do you truly believe I would relinquish it to you so easily? You have already fallen victim to my Haohuan Tiandi powder. I wonder how you intend to resist I in these final 7 days. I shall indulge myself thoroughly. Ha ha ha. Young master, once you tire of your play, may I have a turn as well? The lackey grinned, nearly drooling with anticipation. Tianze generously replied, Fear not, there will be ample opportunity for you to revel as well. Han Xiangxiang's expression turned exceedingly grim. Tianze? How dare you? My master will never let you off the hook. Your master? Heh, do not think for a moment that I am unaware that you are merely an outer disciple of Elder Yunhong. Besides, do you truly believe you will return alive? Tianze scoffed coldly. Han Xiangxiang's face paled. You intend to kill me? At that moment, her body swayed unsteadily, unable to stand. Heh, Xiangxiang, before we leave, I shall personally deal with you. Tianze remarked with a grin. You. Han Xiangxiang's complexion grew even more ashen. Unable to maintain her stance, she collapsed weakly to the ground. Help! Help me! She weakly cried out, hoping to attract the attention of those nearby. Tianze sneered. This is near the Blood Mist forest. No one will come to your aid with that. He lunged toward Han Xiangxiang. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through. I apologize for the interruption. A voice slowly rang out. Tianze was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice, and his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to look. There stood Feng Chen, calm and collected, grasping the lackey's head in one hand. Han Xiangxiang was overjoyed. Feng Shidi, it's you? You wretched spawn? The two exclaimed almost in unison. Feng Chen regarded him with indifference, saying, What? Are you disappointed to see that I am not dead? Tianze scoffed. Since you have managed to escape, you ought to find a place to hide well. Yet you dare to play the hero to save the damsel in distress. As long as I can hold you back for a moment. I believe senior brother Luo will be here shortly. Let us see how you plan to flee this time. Luo Xiao? Feng Chen's lips curled slightly. They have all perished inside. Perished inside? Tianze was taken aback, but quickly returned to his mocking demeanor. Do you think I would believe you? You, a mere wretch, are no match for senior brother Luo and the others. Feng Shidi. Run. Don't let Luo Xiao catch up. When you return, tell my master. She will avenge me. Han Xiangxiang initially felt a flicker of hope, but upon seeing that it was Feng Chen who had arrived, despair washed over her once more. Feng Chen was being hunted. Even if he could handle Tianze, what about Luo Xiao? Feng Chen looked at Han Xiangxiang and shook his head. Shiji? Have faith. I will rescue you. Rescue? You, a wretch, possess the strength to do so. Tianze laughed heartily as he charged forward. As for the lackey in Feng Chen's grasp, he did not care for the other's life at all. He intended to cripple Feng Chen and deliver him personally to Luo Xiudai. In doing so, he could settle previous scores and perhaps even gain favor with the formidable Luo Tianxiao. Feng Chen sneered. gripping the lackey's hand and with a sudden force, crushed the other's head as if it were a watermelon. With his current strength, such an act was trivial. He then drew the Haiming sword. Engaging Tianze in a fierce confrontation, bang! The swords collided. Tianze felt a powerful sword intent accompanied by terrifying force transmitted through the blade to his arm and then throughout his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were displaced. He was knocked back over Tinzhong, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. The bone-forging realm. How is this possible? You are merely at the 4th layer of the postnatal stage. Your physical cultivation has reached the 1st layer of bone forging. This is impossible. He howled. Chapter 56. Feng Shidi, I cannot endure any longer. The bone-forging realm, the 4th layer of the postnatal stage. Han Xiangxiang was equally astonished, her eyes reflecting a deep shock at Feng Qin's rapid advancement. But soon, her expression turned to one of joy. Feng Shidi. This is wonderful. Feng Qian gazed at Tianze, coldly stating, previously, when Luo Xiao pursued me, you intended to obstruct me. At that moment, you had already entered my list of those to be eliminated. What of entering the bone-forging realm? You wish to kill me. Such thoughts are utterly delusional. Tianze let out a furious roar, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he raised his sword to strike at Feng Qian once more. Feng Qin's demeanor remained indifferent as he swung the Haiming sword, deflecting Tianze's assault, then struck again, severing his arm. Tianze cried out in agony, his cries echoing. How could he be so strong? This is impossible. I cannot die here. I am the young master of the Tian family. I have yet to truly enjoy life. My vast inheritance remains unclaimed. I cannot die here. If only I can find senior brother Luo, I will survive. His mind raced with countless thoughts, searching for a chance to live. Feng Qin, however, suddenly accelerated, appearing before him in an instant. You have no chances left. With those words, the Haiming sword flashed, slicing through his neck, severing his head. No, the Tian family will not spare you. Even as his head rolled away, Tianze remained filled with resentment, roaring defiantly. He did not wish to perish, yet ultimately, his head fell to the ground. His life extinguished in this place. Han Xiangxiang stood wide-eyed, astonished that the 6th layer of the postnatal stage Tianze had perished so swiftly. How long had it been since he had been pursuing her? And now he had become so powerful in the blink of an eye. She could not help but ask, Feng Shidi, did you truly kill Luo Xiao and the others? Feng Qin nodded. Indeed. Shiji, I lured them into a perilous area and utilized a powerful demon beast to slay them. Han Xiangxiang comprehended. She could accept such an outcome if Feng Qin had truly defeated Luo Xiao and by Xiangmei single-handedly. That would have been far too monstrous. Shiji, are you all right? Feng Qin noticed Han Xiangxiang's cheeks transitioning from ashen to an unusual crimson, not only her face but her ears and entire body also beginning to flush. He could not help but inquire. Han Xiangxiang seemed to have suddenly remembered that she had been affected by Tianze's Hahuan Tiandi powder, letting out a weak moan. Feng Shidi, Tianze should have the antidote. Please search for it quickly. I cannot hold on much longer, she stammered. All right, Shiji, just a moment. Feng Qin approached Tianze's corpse, rummaging through the storage pouch. But just then, Han Xiangxiang suddenly embraced him, her consciousness hazy. Her eyes glazed, exhaling a fragrant breath, and her hands incessantly exploring Feng Qin's body. Shidi, I cannot resist any longer. Take me. Feng Qin was taken aback, attempting to pull Han Xiangxiang away. However, she seemed entirely under the control of the Hahuan Tiandi powder, refusing to let go. The softness of her back and her mischievous hands caused an unusual sensation within Feng Qin. He felt somewhat helpless, grasping Han Xiangxiang's wrists, intending to pry them apart when her gaze suddenly turned sharp. In the next instant, Feng Qin felt an inability to move, sensing a high-level immobilization talisman affixed to his back. It was the handiwork of Han Xiangxiang. Shiji, what are you doing? Feng Qin gazed at her in disbelief. At that moment, Han Xiangxiang bore no trace of the effects of the Hahuan Tiandi powder. Instead, she stood proudly before Feng Qin, emitting a clear, ringing laugh. Hee, I never expected those fools Luo Xiao and the others to be so useless. In the end, it fell to me to take action, she declared disdainfully. You intend to kill me too? Fang Chen's brow furrowed. Han Xiangxiang smugly replied, "Did you think my appearance here was mere coincidence? To tell you the truth, I was specifically waiting for you here, just in case. As for Hong Yun, she is indeed my master, but I am merely her outer disciple, not held in high regard. The one who truly values me is my master, Luo Yun, and it is he who sent me to kill you." Luo Yun, him again. Is he so afraid that he cannot even wait 3 months? Fang Chen retorted coldly. Han Xiangxiang looked at Fang Chen with disdain. "You, a mere wretch, think you can compare to my master? He is an unparalleled genius. In the future, he will undoubtedly become the strongest. Opposing him is nothing short of foolishness. Why master desires your heavenly Dao bone. You must obediently hand it over. Such a treasure in the hands of someone as powerless and useless as you is a sheer waste of resources. If my master chooses not to kill you, you should be grateful." Fang Chen scoffed. "What? He wants to take my heavenly Dao bone, and I should thank him?" Han Xiangxiang stated matter-of-factly. "Isn't that the case? A person like you is unworthy of the heavenly Dao bone. Only my master is deserving." Fang Chen could not help but marvel. "No wonder you are his follower. The shamelessness is indeed a match." Han Xiangxiang sneered. "Blame yourself for lacking such a background, for provoking those you should not." "Very well," she said, raising her sword. "It is time to send you on your way. Remember, in your next life, do not offend those who hold power and wealth." With that, she lifted her sword and aimed for Fang Chen's vitals. "Kill me? You are not worthy." Fang Chen observed the approaching blade with remarkable calmness. In the next moment, the shamanic demon shield suddenly appeared, blocking Han Xiangxiang's lethal strike. The shamanic demon shield is a growth-type magical treasure, possessing its own spirit, capable of defending without Fang Chen's control. Naturally, should Fang Chen be severely injured or unconscious, it might turn on him. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's sword demon body activated once more. The sword demon transformation unleashed, fiercely surging against the sealing talisman. Han Xiangxiang had not anticipated that Fang Chen could still activate a magical treasure. Upon seeing him assaulting the sealing talisman, she chuckled. "This is a mundane 9th-tier talisman. Do not think you can break it below the 7th layer. Is that so?" Fang Chen's lips curled slightly upwards as he remarked. "It is merely the 7th layer. I have slain foes of this caliber before. How could I not break free from this trifling talisman that only binds those at the 7th layer?" "Break!" With a fierce roar, he unleashed the full force of his sword demon transformation. The talisman could not contain this surge of power and was instantly shattered. "How is this possible?" Han Xiangxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this scene. He had truly freed himself from his restraints. Fang Chen slowly rose, his gaze coldly fixed upon Han Xiangxiang. "Now, it is time to send you on your way." In his sword demon form, Fang Chen resembled a malevolent entity. The chilling gaze of his blood-red eyes sent shivers down Han Xiangxiang's spine. At that moment, she realized that it was not the beasts who had slain Luo Xiao and the others, but rather Fang Chen himself. As Fang Chen advanced step by step, Han Xiangxiang retreated in panic. "What are you going to do? If you kill me, my master will undoubtedly seek revenge," she cried out in terror. "Fear not," Fang Chen replied, gripping his Haiming sword with an indifferent tone. "Luo Yun shall soon accompany you." With that, he vanished in a flash, and a beam of sword light pierced through Han Xiangxiang's heart. Just moments before, she had been pondering how to save her own life. Yet this strike had utterly extinguished all hope. "Fang Chen, my master will surely avenge me," she screamed, filled with resentment. Ultimately, her vitality was extinguished, her fragrance dissipating into the air. Fang Chen regarded Han Xiangxiang with indifference, but a hint of fear crept into his heart. He silently chastised himself for being too trusting of others. Had Han Xiangxiang chosen to attack directly instead of using a sealing talisman, he would indeed have found himself in grave peril. Of course, with his defensive talismans in place, his life was not in immediate danger. Nevertheless, Fang Chen resolved inwardly to never again place his trust in others and to keep his vulnerabilities concealed. After taking Han Xiangxiang and Tianzai's storage bags, he sought a secure location to enter. For the final 7 days, he had no intention of wandering aimlessly and prepared to cultivate until the time was up. Once he confirmed that the surroundings were safe, Fang Chen began to explore the contents of the 2 storage bags. Upon inspection, his eyes brightened. Chapter 57. Do you dare? The Celestial Cloud Grassroots. a divine herb for developing one's consciousness. Additionally, the celestial cloud grass leaves, a miraculous remedy for enhancing mental prowess. These were indeed treasures. Fortuitously, with this celestial cloud grass, he could cultivate the unyielding consciousness technique. And within 7 days, he would undoubtedly reach the second layer. He continued to examine the other items in their storage bags, but they were merely mundane objects, lacking any noteworthy treasures. Seeing this, Fang Chun ceased to waste time and began his cultivation. Time raced by, and the 7-day deadline arrived. Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes, and as anticipated, he had advanced to the second layer of the unyielding technique. Thanks to the celestial cloud grass, his consciousness had expanded by a third, equivalent to the 9th layer of the acquired realm. The enhancement of his mental prowess was exceedingly pure and powerful, reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Had outsiders known of Fang Chen's advancements, it would have caused a tremendous uproar. It is worth noting that cultivating mental strength is exceptionally challenging. For an ordinary person or even a genius to elevate their prowess beyond their current realm by even a small margin is already considered extraordinary. Fang Chen's remarkable progress was entirely attributable to his unyielding consciousness technique. This skill, derived from the small tower, was nothing short of monstrous, seemingly tailored specifically for him, allowing for rapid advancement. Otherwise, his enhancement in mental strength would not have occurred so swiftly. Moreover, the robustness of his mental consciousness had further empowered Fang Chen's soul heavenly demon eye. Now, even when facing the pinnacle of the acquired realm, Fang Chen's soul heavenly demon eye could still exert its influence. Additionally, Fang Chen's own cultivation had progressed to the peak of the 4th layer of the acquired realm, just a step away from breaking through to the 5th. With the 7 days complete, it was time to depart. He believed that upon emerging, Luo Tianxiao's expression would be quite the spectacle. Subsequently, Fang Chun exited the area, heading towards the exit. Outside, Luo Tianxiao and several inner gate elders, along with some disciplinary disciples, were counting the disciples emerging from the exit. At this moment, a substantial number of inner gate disciples had arrived. Discovering a new world is a rare occurrence, and when it does, it signifies the emergence of new opportunities. Although they could not be among the first to enter, being informed promptly about any medicinal opportunities in the new world was of great importance to them. Luo Tianxiao's expression remained calm. But as he observed the increasing number of disciples exiting, his brow furrowed slightly. Logically, some of the 50 individuals he had dispatched to eliminate Fang Chun should have returned by now, yet not a single one had emerged. However, he did not worry. After all, among those sent were 3 at the 7th layer, 10 at the 6th layer, and a total of 50 individuals. 50 people tasked with killing someone at the 1st layer of the acquired realm. Aided by positioning, should have been a simple feat. Meanwhile, Su Wanner, seeing that Fang Chun had yet to appear among those exiting, wore an increasingly triumphant smile. That bastard must have perished within. Otherwise, with so many already out, how could he still be missing? She thought to herself. Then, with a sinister smile, she declared, "Since that bastard is dead, I shall go find that old woman's trouble later. This time, I will surely seize all the treasures left behind by Tian Yangzi." Yet, she remained oblivious to Luo Tianxiao's increasingly grim demeanor. By now, over 200 people had exited, yet none of his had returned. Sure enough, when a figure finally stepped out, his expression soured to the extreme. "Fang Chen," he growled in a low voice, astonished that Fang Chun had survived. Not only that, but Fang Chen's cultivation had also significantly strengthened since entry, now reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the acquired realm. Su Wanner was momentarily stunned, then turned to look. Upon seeing Fang Chen's calm demeanor, mixed with a hint of mockery, disbelief flooded her face. "Impossible! How can this be?" she shrieked. The others, too, were taken aback, astonished that Fang Chen, pursued by so many, had returned alive. Fang Chun gazed at Luo Tianxiao and remarked, "What? You are disappointed that I am still alive?" Luo Tianxiao's expression fluctuated as he glanced behind Fang Chun, searching for Luo Xiao and the others. "Do not look," Fang Chun replied coolly. "Your people will not be returning." Luo Tianxiao and the others were taken aback. That was 50 individuals, 3 at the 7th layer, 10 at the 6th layer. How could they all possibly be gone? "Could it be that you killed them all?" Luo Tianxiao said with a grim expression. Fang Chen, however, did not respond, merely allowing a slight smirk to grace his lips. This was unmistakably an admission of guilt. "Impossible! You, a mere 4th layer, could not have slain Luo Xiao and the others at the 7th layer. Luo Tianxiao scoffed, refusing to believe it, thinking Fang Qian was boasting. Fang Qian, however, remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Soon, the entrance was about to close, and Luo Xiao and the others still had not appeared, deepening Luo Tianxiao's scowl. Until the exit was completely sealed, not a single one of Luo Xiao's 50 had emerged, forcing everyone to accept the truth of Fang Qian's claims. In an instant, Luo Tianxiao's aura surged. The oppressive presence of a pinnacle figure in the Zhoutian realm bore down on Fang Qian. Fang Qian, how dare you lay your hands on fellow disciples of the sect? What punishment do you deserve? I laid hands on fellow disciples of the sect. Does Elder Luo's I not see what I have done to the disciples of the sect? Or is it that a core elder possesses the authority to frame disciples at will? Or perhaps in this Tianyu divine sect, you, Luo Tianxiao, can act as you please? Fang Qian retorted fearlessly, maintaining a steely gaze locked with Luo Tianxiao. In the face of the overwhelming pressure from a pinnacle figure in the Zhoutian realm, he found it exceedingly arduous yet stood tall, unyielding. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Fang Qian's audacity. He was openly challenging Luo Tianxiao and placing the blame squarely upon him. Luo Tianxiao trembled with rage, staring at Fang Qian. You little bastard, do you know what you are saying? Fang Qian chuckled coldly. Elder Luo, are you hard of hearing? Furthermore, you publicly insult a disciple of our sect as a bastard. What? Have you not absorbed the rules of the sect, or do you no longer regard the sect with any respect? Luo Tianxiao's eyes turned red with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he hurled a punch at Fang Qian. Fang Qian's expression narrowed, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Come at me. Thus, he could justifiably strike back against Luo Tianxiao, as he was merely acting in self-defense. According to sect regulations, the one who strikes first bears the greatest sin, regardless of status. You dare? But at that moment, a sharp voice rang out. Immediately, another figure swiftly positioned themselves in front of Fang Qian, blocking Luo Tianxiao's punch. The one who intervened was Jing Yi, who had been secretly protecting Fang Qian. The one shouting was Meng Yao, who had just arrived. Meng Yao's exquisite face was clouded with frost, her icy gaze fixed on Luo Tianxiao, revealing no hint of the murderous intent in her eyes. Sister Meng, she had also arrived. Fang Qian had nearly forgotten that Sister Meng had previously declared Fang Qian as her partner. Was Sister Meng here to support Fang Qian? Given her demeanor, it seemed she was indeed angered. Meng Yao's arrival caused quite a stir, especially as this was the first time they had seen her in such a cold state. Luo Tianxiao's expression grew serious upon seeing Meng Yao. Meng niece, what are you doing? This traitor has employed despicable means to kill Luo Xiao and the other 50. I am acting to eliminate a traitor for the sake of the sect. Why do you obstruct me? He had already devised a pretext to eliminate Fang Qian. As for evidence, it would be easy to bribe a few disciples who entered the new world to provide false testimony. However, he had not anticipated Meng Yao's sudden appearance. Meng Yao maintained her icy demeanor, stating, Elder Luo, you claim that Fang Qian is a traitor who killed Luo Xiao and the others. Yet Fang Qian is merely at the 4th layer of the acquired realm. How could he possibly kill those at the 7th layer? Where is your evidence? Moreover, he is my Dao companion. To lay a hand upon him would be tantamount to declaring eternal enmity with me. Chapter 58. A Brief Separation. Meng Yao's words sent shockwaves throughout the crowd, as everyone gazed at Fang Qian with envy and resentment. Fang Qian turned his gaze towards Meng Yao, who returned the look. Their eyes met, and a subtle smile graced their lips. Luo Tianxiao's expression darkened further. He was not afraid of Meng Yao, but the family she represented was not one that the Luo clan could afford to offend. He glared coldly at Fang Qian, realizing that as long as Meng Yao was present, killing this beast would be out of the question. Bastard, just you wait. I will surely kill you, he transmitted ominously to Fang Qian. Fang Qian smirked, replying nonchalantly, Old man, all you can do is threaten. You are nothing. Luo Tianxiao's veins bulged, his eyes reddened with fury as he glared at Fang Qian, wishing he could tear him apart. Yet, realizing he was powerless against Fang Qian at this moment, he suppressed his rage. Very well. To prevent the situation from escalating, the inner sect elder responsible for this outing stepped forward and announced, a total of 211 disciples have participated. All disciples, please present your map treasures. Upon hearing this, the disciples began to produce their map treasures. Some were incomplete, Others provided a general overview of the entire New World, while some were partially clear and partially vague. The New World was vast. It was impossible for a single disciple to record the entirety of it within a month. The only viable option was to seize the map treasures from others, which was tacitly accepted. One by one, the disciples presented their treasures, and the inner sect elder inspected them. This one is 50% complete. This one is 40%. Remarkably, this one is 70%. The elder was quite satisfied with everyone's performance. Fang Chen also took out his map treasure, but when the elder examined it, he was astonished. This has a completion rate of 90%. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in commotion. 90%. How could that be possible? Surely, he must have seized the map treasures from others to achieve this. Good heavens, how many treasures must he have taken to accomplish such a feat? All gazes turned towards Fang Chen, filled with shock and disbelief. Fang Chen smiled faintly, saying, "By sheer luck, I came across 50 map treasures." The crowd fell silent, and Meng Yao was the first to react, bursting into laughter, exuding charm. She shot a playful glare at Fang Chen. Her eyes filled with affection. Holding no blame, it dawned on the others that Fang Chen was implying that those 50 map treasures belonged to Luo Xiao and the others. This left the crowd momentarily at a loss for words. It sounded as though Fang Chen was admitting to having killed those individuals, yet they had no evidence to pin on him. Luo Tianxiao's lips twitched in frustration, nearly roaring in anger. This is provocation. A blatant provocation. He felt the urge to explode in wrath, but found himself utterly powerless against Fang Chen. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and declare, "You will pay for this," before turning to leave. His murderous intent towards Fang Chen intensifying, Xu Wan'er wore a grim expression. Upon witnessing Luo Tianxiao's hasty departure, she too dared not linger. After giving Fang Chen a fierce glare, she followed suit. The inner sect elder cast a complex glance at Fang Chen, undoubtedly acknowledging him as the first. Once Luo Tianxiao had left, the elder cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Thus, we congratulate this disciple for securing first place in this exploration." He produced a brocade box containing opening pulse elixirs and 20 spirit stones, stating, "This is your reward." Fang Chen accepted the brocade box, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." The other disciples also collected their 20 spirit stones, feeling no discontent, for they had discovered numerous treasures in the New World. Those were the true rewards. After receiving their rewards, the exploration came to an end. Following the elder's announcement, the crowd dispersed. As for re-entering the New World, they would have to wait until a stable entrance could be established. Naturally, Fang Chen and Meng Yao did not linger either, and the two boarded a spirit ship together. Meng Yao said apologetically, "Brother Fang, I am sorry. I was in seclusion and was unaware of this matter." Fang Chen smiled and shook his head, replying, "Not at all. This is my own trouble, and I cannot always burden you. If I were to rely on you continuously, I would indeed become a kept man. Being a kept man is fine. I can support you," Meng Yao teased, her eyes sparkling. "If others were to hear you say that, I would truly become the target of everyone's envy and resentment." Fang Chen chuckled. "Not that they dare." Meng Yao huffed defiantly. "I would take down anyone who tried." Having not seen each other for over a month, they had grown significantly closer and more intimate. "Miss, it's time to return. If we delay any longer, we will truly be late." A voice from outside the ship interrupted them. Upon hearing Aunt Jing's words, they ceased their conversation. Fang Chen inquired, "Return? Where are you going?" As she spoke of this, Meng Yao's expression dimmed momentarily but quickly brightened again. She smiled and said, "The family has sent word, asking me to return briefly, but I will be back soon, I see." Fang Chen replied with concern, "But what about your indulgent physique?" Meng Yao maintained her smile, reassuring him, "Do not worry. After the last outburst of my indulgent physique, it will take a long time to settle down, and there will be no further eruptions." "That's good to hear," Fang Chen said, relieved. He then resolutely declared, "During this time, I will focus on my cultivation. I can sense that the higher my cultivation level, the better I can suppress the dark energy within you, and I will undoubtedly resolve this issue completely in the future." Seeing Fang Chen's earnest demeanor, Meng Yao beamed with happiness. "Yes, I believe Brother Fang can do it." After exchanging a few more words, Meng Yao escorted Fang Chen to the outskirts of the seventh peak, and they reluctantly parted ways. On the ship, Meng Yao said to Aunt Jing, "Aunt Jing, you should stay behind. In a month, It will be the life and death battle between Brother Fong and Luo Yun, and I fear I won't make it back in time. Aunt Jing nodded in agreement, noticing Ming Yao's low spirits, and comforted her. Do not worry, miss. This summons from the family should not be of great concern. Ming Yao sighed deeply, saying, grandfather's condition is poor, and my father's old illness has relapsed. Others in the family are stirring, especially my second uncle, who has long coveted the position of family head. I fear my return will not be peaceful. I hope it truly is nothing. She collected herself and continued, all right, I must return now. I will leave the matters here to you, Aunt Jing. Afterward, Aunt Jing disembarked as well. She watched the ship carrying Ming Yao depart, a hint of worry in her eyes. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Holy Hall, Fang Chun met with his master and the old man. Steel Tiger was in seclusion. According to the old man's words, it seemed that the previous observation had inspired Steel Tiger, and he had been in seclusion for a month. Seeing this, Fang Chun chose not to disturb him and was about to return to his residence when a furious roar echoed from outside. Fang Chun, get out here! Fang Chun furrowed his brow. Trouble has come knocking? As he prepared to investigate, he noticed the old man emerging as well. Young master, you need not go out. I can handle it, the old man said. Fang Chun halted him, declaring, grandfather, I can manage this from now on. In such matters, leave it to me. If I am not around, then entrust it to Steel Tiger. Isn't that too dangerous? The old man expressed concern. It will be fine. Fang Chun reassured him with a smile. Bastard, why aren't you coming out? The voice outside boomed again. Fang Chun asked the old man to look after his master before stepping out of the Seven Peaks Holy Hall. Outside, 7 or 8 young men stood, each looking fierce and intimidating, their eyes wide with fury. In the distance, many onlookers had gathered, clearly there to watch the spectacle. The leader, a white-haired youth named Guang Hao, stood around 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. He scrutinized Fang Chun coldly and said, So, you are Fang Chun, the bastard who killed my junior brother. Your junior brother? Fang Chun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my junior brother Luo Xiu. He glowered at Fang Chun, stating, you used despicable means to harm my junior brother. Our Tianyu divine sect will not tolerate such treachery. Now, self-destruct your cultivation, sever your limbs, and roll out of the Tianyu divine sect. Chapter 59. Before slaying Luo Xiu, let me first take you down. With that, Guang Hao unleashed his aura, reaching the 8th level of the postnatal realm, pressing down upon Fang Chun. Self-destruct your cultivation. We do not want treacherous individuals in our sect. You have harmed your fellow disciples. Self-destruct your cultivation and roll out of the sect. The others who accompanied him echoed the sentiment. Fang Chun remained calm, gazing at Guang Hao, and retorted, if you have nothing but empty words to share, then do not waste my time, you fool. Having no intention of wasting further time, Fang Chun turned to leave. How dare you? A new disciple speaks so arrogantly today. I must teach you a lesson with that. He raised his hand, striking towards Fang Chun with 8/10 of his strength, intending to cripple him on the spot. Fang Chun sensed this instantly, and without hesitation, he turned and struck back with a palm. Bang! The two forces collided. Fang Chun was forced back several steps before coming to a halt, while Guang Hao stumbled back a step as well, revealing the evident disparity between them. However, the impact of their clash sent a tremor through Guang Hao's heart. He knew that he had amassed considerable power for his strike, while Fang Chun had reacted hastily. Yet, despite that, Fang Chun was still able to withstand his blow. You wish to cripple me? Fang Chun's gaze turned icy, and a murderous intent began to manifest in his eyes. If one had failed to react to that recent strike, they would undoubtedly have been rendered crippled. Although Guang Hao was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and, with an air of entitlement, proclaimed, What of it? The death of someone like you would merely rid the sect of a menace. The sect would not punish me for it. So tell me, if I were to kill you, do you believe the sect would punish me? Fang Chun unsheathed the Hyming sword, preparing to take action. What does it matter if he is at the 8th level of the postnatal realm? To him, the possibility of slaying his opponent was not out of reach. Observing this, Guang Hao scoffed repeatedly, You insignificant insect, do you truly believe you possess such capability? You may attempt it, Fang Chun retorted coldly. Halt! Just as the two were about to engage in combat, a thunderous voice rang out, followed by Jingyi appearing before the crowd. We pay our respects to the elder. Upon sighting Jingyi, Everyone bowed in deference. Not only was Jingyi affiliated with Meng Yao, but she was also a senior elder within the Tianyu Shinzong, standing among the most elite, just a step away from the core elders. Fang Chen and Guang Hao had no choice but to cease their aggressive intentions. Jingyi coldly addressed them. What is the meaning of this? Are you openly resorting to violence, showing utter disregard for sect regulations? Elder, I am merely eliminating a threat to the sect. Guang Hao maintained a demeanor of righteousness. Which of your eyes witnessed him committing murder? Jingyi inquired coldly. He lacks the ability to do so, yet he employs cunning to harm his fellow disciples, and that warrants death. And with which of your eyes did you see him employing deceit to harm his comrades? There is no need to see. Junior brother Luo was killed by him. He must die. Guang Hao declared with arrogance. You? Jingyi was furious. It was her first encounter with such an unreasonable individual. Elder Jing, why must you involve yourself in the grievances between disciples? At that moment, a languid voice interjected. Fang Chen was quite familiar with this voice. Who else could it be but Luo Tianxiao? Fang Chen looked over, and indeed, Luo Tianxiao was gazing back at him. Unsurprisingly, Fang Chen was not taken aback. If Guang Hao had no backing, he would not dare to act so brazenly. Jingyi fixed her cold gaze upon Luo Tianxiao, stating, Elder Luo, do you not think it unbecoming to be so aggressive towards a disciple? If you suspect Fang Chen of wrongdoing, we can take this matter to the law enforcement hall. Luo Tianxiao chuckled. Elder Jing, I merely heard there was some commotion here and came to investigate. As for going to the law enforcement hall, such trivial matters do not require it. He cast a disdainful glance at Fang Chen. Guang Hao seemed emboldened. Are you merely a coward who hides behind others? Do you lack the courage to face me in battle? An 8th level attacking a 4th level, and yet you wear such a proud expression. If I am not mistaken, your mother must have had a difficult labor. Your thick skin must have blocked your cries. Fang Chen retorted without hesitation. The crowd gasped at his words. Fang Chen's remark was indeed venomous. Bastard! What did you say? Guang Hao seethed with rage, for he had never been so humiliated. What? Your thick skin has rendered you deaf? Fang Chen replied indifferently. You! Guang Hao's anger boiled over, and had it not been for Jingyi's presence, he would have rushed forward to dismantle Fang Chen. Luo Tianxiao's lips twitched. He had not anticipated Fang Chen's words to be so sharp. Seeing Guang Hao in a fit of rage, he cleared his throat and said, Fang Chen, you consider yourself a genius, yet do you lack even the courage to fight? Fang Chen sneered. What are you to dictate whether I fight? If I choose to, I will. Luo Tianxiao's expression turned icy. He had not expected Fang Chen to be so audacious, daring to insult him. You must think carefully. If you refuse to fight, he will challenge you every day. Moreover, I recall you have a mortal foster mother. He smirked chillingly. Fang Chen's expression instantly turned frosty. His foster mother was his Achilles heel, and anyone who dared touch that would face death. Luo Tianxiao, using his foster mother as leverage, plunged them into an irreconcilable conflict. Very well, if you wish for him to fight me, I shall accept, Fang Chen replied coldly. Both Luo Tianxiao and Guang Hao revealed cunning smiles. As long as Fang Chen accepted the challenge, they had countless ways to ensure his demise. Jingyi had not expected Fang Chen to genuinely acquiesce. But recalling that he had comprehended the Tao text in the spirit-gathering realm, it was not impossible for him to challenge an 8th-level opponent. It seems you are not entirely spineless. Guang Hao sneered. Fang Chen replied, however, I currently lack the time to entertain you. If you desire a life-and-death battle, let us set the date for when I confront Luo Yun. Before I kill Luo Yun, I shall first sever you. In just over 20 days? Guang Hao was well aware of Fang Chen's imminent duel with Luo Yun. He glanced at Luo Tianxiao, seeking his approval. Luo Tianxiao nodded. As long as he could kill Fang Chen before Luo Yun, that would suffice. He needed to eliminate Fang Chen first, thereby ensuring Luo Yun could not be a candidate for the family head. Very well, we shall set it for before your duel with Brother Luo. Regardless, you are doomed, whether by my hand or Brother Luo's. Guang Hao declared confidently. Once the arrangement was established, Guang Hao grew weary of wasting more time with Fang Chen, saying, Cherish the scant time you have left. We shall take our leave. With a wave of his hand, he led the others away. Luo Tianxiao cast a cold glance at Fang Chen before departing. Had it not been for the fear that Luo Yun might back down, he would not have waited so long. Fang Chen watched them leave, his heart growing icy. Fang Chen, do you have confidence? After Luo Tianxiao and the others departed, Jingyi expressed her concern. Fang Chun smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Elder. However, I will be facing Luo Yuan in less than a month. What difference does an additional Guanghao make? If I cannot kill Guanghao, how could I possibly slay Luo Yun?" Jingyi paused, realizing the truth in Fang Chen's words. Luo Yun's talent greatly surpassed Guanghao's. He had recently entered the 8th level of the postnatal realm and was rumored to be in closed-door training, striving to break into the 9th level. His speed of cultivation was nearly on par with the previous Miss Minjiao. As for strength, he was undoubtedly superior to Guanghao. With a slight sigh, she said, "Very well, in the coming month, focus on your cultivation and do not disappoint the young lady." Fang Chun cupped his hands and nodded. "Rest assured, Elder, I will not." He then asked curiously, "By the way, why are you here instead of accompanying Ming Yao?" Jingyi replied, "The young lady instructed me to stay here to ensure your safety along with the other two. She did not send me back with her." Fang Chun understood. "So it was you who intervened last time when the 7 Peaks caused trouble?" Jingyi did not deny it. "Thank you, Elder, for your timely assistance." Fang Chun expressed his gratitude. Had it not been for Jingyi's intervention, those individuals would likely have barged in long ago. Your diligent cultivation will be the best form of gratitude. As for the others from the 7 Peaks, do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing will happen." Jingyi waved her hand and then took to the skies on her sword. Fang Chun watched her depart before returning to the 7 Peaks Holy Hall and entering his cultivation chamber. Chapter 60. The Golden Egg recognizes its master. During this expedition to the New World, Fang Chen's gains were considerable. He had amassed over 80,000 spirit stones, with a plethora of healing elixirs, about 20 vials, both good and bad. Among them, 8 vials were capable of enhancing cultivation, with the best quality sourced from Luoxiao and by Xiangmei, consisting of 2nd and 3rd tier elixirs. These elixirs would suffice to support Fang Chen in reaching the 5th and even 6th levels. As for spirit herbs and flowers, he had collected around 70 to 80, either found in the lairs of demon beasts or in the storage bags of Luoxiao and the others. Although there were numerous artifacts above the yellow tier, and even Fang Chen's demonic artifacts, they held little utility for him. Even the usable ones he would retain would fetch around 500,000 spirit stones if sold. And then there was this item. With a wave of his hand, a massive corpse fell to the ground. It was the unknown demon beast. Having gone several days without processing the body, it remained as fresh as the moment it died. Seeing this, Fang Chun was not surprised but rather pleased. The flesh of a demon beast is preserved after death, indicating the presence of a demon core. Logically, only demon beasts of the 4th level or higher would possess a demon core. Yet this creature was exceedingly intelligent and cunning, so it was entirely plausible for it to have one at Fang Chun then took out the Luiying blade and plunged it into the demon beast's chest. As expected, a palm-sized demon core brimming with demonic energy was grasped in his hand. It was a 3rd-tier demon core, and its quality appeared to be among the finest. If sold, it could fetch a price of 70 to 80,000. Fang Chun mused, however, at this moment, it would be more appropriate for me to use it for cultivation. Demon cores can also be utilized for cultivation, and with a stroke of luck, one might even comprehend the innate talents of the demon beast species. However, the probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, nearly 1 in 10,000. Just as Fang Chun was preparing to refine the demon core for cultivation, he sensed an anomaly within his storage bag. He paused momentarily, extending his spiritual sense to discover that the golden egg was reacting. "I almost forgot about this fellow." Upon returning, Fang Chun had been so preoccupied that he nearly overlooked it. Summoning it forth, the golden egg began to wobble on the ground, continuously moving towards Fang Chun. No, rather than moving towards Fang Chun, it seemed to be drawn to the demon core in his hand. "Do you wish to eat?" Fang Chun inquired. The golden egg swayed back and forth, responding to his question. Fang Chun gazed at the golden egg in astonishment. This creature, even before hatching, displayed sentience, and it was already eyeing a 3rd-tier demon core as sustenance. Once it hatches, it is bound to be a demon beast of formidable bloodline, perhaps even a sacred beast. Contemplating this, Fang Chun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Looking at the golden egg, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. One he believed to be amiable. "Little golden egg, I can offer you this 3rd-tier demon core. However, you must acknowledge me as your master. What say you?" The golden egg paused momentarily, seemingly in contemplation. Observing this, Fang Chun continued, "In the future, I can provide you with even more demon cores. Upon hearing of the existence of more demon cores, the golden egg shimmered with radiant light, and it nodded fervently without a hint of hesitation. It appears that while it possesses great spiritual essence, it is still newly born and unaware of the treachery that lurks in human hearts. Observing this, Fang Chun smiled with satisfaction. Then let us establish a contract. The beast taming contract is quite simple, akin to a fundamental agreement. It merely requires the inscription of a vow to be enacted. This initial phase proves quite effective, yet should the demon beast grow powerful or develop treacherous intentions, it can easily break the contract. Fang Chun understood this well. However, the current vow sufficed, especially since the entity within the golden egg has yet to be born. As for finding a stronger contract later, that could be arranged. Thus, he inscribed the vow with his spiritual power and affixed his name. The golden egg leapt forward and also signed the vow. Instantly, the vow transformed into golden light and vanished into the void, signifying the contract's establishment. Fang Chun could distinctly sense the connection with the golden egg, prompting him to place the demon core before it. Gradually, the demon core began to levitate, coming to rest before the golden egg. Fang Chun felt a powerful devouring force at work, absorbing the demonic energy from the core. However, the pace was somewhat slow. It would likely take around 10 days for the third-tier demon core to be fully absorbed. Not wishing to interfere further, Fang Chun meticulously preserved the demon beast's remains, knowing that this unprecedented creature could fetch a handsome price. Such a demon beast, if properly handled, would not decompose for 3 to 4 months. Once everything was in order, Fang Chun retrieved the Qi opening pill. He aimed to open the third meridian. With the Qi opening pill in hand, he believed it would not pose a significant challenge. Once accomplished, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Regrettably, he possessed only one Qi opening pill. If he had 3 or 4 dozen, opening 7 or 8 meridians would be a breeze. However, the further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes to open additional meridians. Otherwise, those wealthy prodigies would have long since opened all 36. Subsequently, Fang Chun consumed the Qi opening pill and commenced his cultivation. For a time thereafter, no one sought to trouble him. Whether it was Meng Yao's suitors or those wishing for his demise, they all believed Fang Chun's days were numbered. After all, he was up against the formidable Guang Hao and Luo Yun, both of whom far surpassed him. Facing either would surely lead to his demise. Bang. Just 3 days remained until the life and death battle. At the second peak, within Luo Yun's secluded residence, a radiant beam shot skyward. The power of the Tao converged from all directions. After months of cultivation, Luo Yun had finally fully integrated the heavenly Tao bone and awakened. The phenomenon instantly reverberated throughout the Tianyu divine sect. The great powers within the sect were stirred, and talented disciples gathered to witness. Such a celestial event heralded the emergence of an extraordinary genius. 1 Core Elder sighed. Who is this prodigy? Another elder inquired. Luo Yun, a direct descendant of the Luo family. He possesses a semblance of his ancestors' talent. This lad appears to be a disciple of Qing Wuzi. Qing Wuzi roams freely, while his disciple awakens the heavenly Tao bone. What fortuitous luck! The elders expressed their admiration, envious of Qing Wuzi's fortunate fate. Brother Luo, you are my idol. Brother Luo, you are the best. Disciples from the second peak cheered for Luo Yun with unwavering admiration. I knew the heavenly Tao bone should be bestowed upon a genius like Brother Luo. It would be a sheer waste to give it to that bastard. A disciple aware of Luo Yun and Fang Chun's enmity remarked. That bastard dares to challenge Brother Luo? Truly, he is unaware of his own mortality. With merely 3 days remaining until the life and death battle, that bastard must be trembling in fear. There is no need for Brother Luo to intervene. Brother Guang Hao can easily slay him. Indeed, he is unworthy to engage in battle with Brother Luo. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and at this moment, Fang Chun's impending life and death struggle, set for 3 months hence, became a source of derision in their eyes. Within Luo Yun's residence, Su Wan'er gazed at the newly emerged Luo Yun with a captivating allure. She felt that abandoning Fang Chun, the worthless, in favor of Luo Yun was the most astute decision of her life. This choice would undoubtedly elevate her to a status above all others. A true dragon among men. She believed that the women outside were envious of her, and they would forever fall short of her brilliance. Upon hearing that Fang Chun had emerged alive from the new world, Luo Yun's expression remained unperturbed. So, Han Xiangxiang also perished at the hands of that bastard? he remarked indifferently. It seems so. That bastard must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity within, for his cultivation has astonishingly reached the peak of the 4th tier. Su Wanner ground her teeth, then softened her tone. Yet even if he has stumbled upon good fortune, he is no match for you, my lord. The peak of the 4th tier? Luo Yun's demeanor remained cool. It matters not. Even if he reaches the 7th, 8th, or even 9th tier, the outcome remains the same. Death. He brimmed with confidence in his own strength. Bastard, this time no one can save you, he declared coldly. Chapter 61. Luo Yun. Come down and accept your death. At the 7th peak, within the sacred hall of the 7 peaks, in the training chamber, Fang Qian furrowed his brows. At this moment, he was absorbing the blood of the sword demon, striving to break through the physical bottleneck. The process remained excruciating, yet Fang Qian had long grown accustomed to it. Though cold sweat streamed down his body and he trembled incessantly, he persevered, with a furious roar. His physical realm successfully broke through to the 2nd tier of bone refinement. Fang Qian exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the changes within himself. Using a drop of sword demon blood, he had finally ascended to the 2nd layer. Moreover, his sword demon physique had grown even stronger after absorption, likely reaching a level of 3/10,000ths. Though it may seem a mere fraction, Fang Qian's physical prowess now far exceeded that of an ordinary 2nd-tier bone refinement cultivator by several multiples. In terms of reaction, recovery, and hardness, he was incomparable to others of the same realm. The might of the sword demon physique had also enhanced his sword transformation, rendering it several times stronger, entering a new phase. After absorbing a drop of sword demon blood, his soul heaven demon eye had also risen in rank. Whether in spiritual attacks or probing distances, its power had grown exponentially. With the aid of the Qi opening pill, Fang Qian successfully opened the 3rd meridian, the Yuling meridian. This meridian, alongside the left arm's dantian, was of paramount importance. As for his cultivation, it had merely reached the peak of the 5th tier of the acquired realm. Even after consuming the majority of a spirit-enhancing pill, Fang Qian realized that with the strengthening of his sword demon physique, the resources required for his advancement far outstripped those needed by others. Where others might only need 1 unit of resources to break through, he required 3 times that amount. However, within the same realm, he was significantly stronger than others, even capable of overwhelming them. This realization dawned upon him. As his sword demon physique continued to grow, the resources he would need could become frightfully astronomical. Should the resources required someday reach a staggering figure, he might find himself stymied at that level. Yet to abandon the cultivation of the sword demon physique would equate to relinquishing the physical path and the absorption of sword demon blood, an impossibility. Well, one step at a time, he consoled himself. With the little tower at his side, he believed he could resolve this issue. He gazed outward, his expression gradually turning icy. Only 3 days remain until the life and death battle. Luo Xiao, I sense the awakening of the heavenly Dao Bone. Oh, not rejoice too soon. I shall reclaim the heavenly Dao Bone. With that, Fang Qian closed his eyes once more, solidifying his cultivation. As the 3-day deadline approached, Fang Qian exited the training chamber to find Steel Tiger awaiting him. Junior brother Fang, I shall accompany you. We, the 7th peak, cannot allow anyone to bully us, Steel Tiger declared. Fang Qian smiled and inquired, Brother, has the Dao text awakened? Speaking of this, Steel Tiger appeared somewhat embarrassed. Not yet, but I'm very close. Fang Qian said nothing further, simply nodding. Let us go. Upon our return, I shall assist you in comprehending the Dao text. Excellent. Steel Tiger nodded eagerly. I shall join as well. Aunt Jing appeared before Fang Qian in a flash. Elder Xie, Fang Qian acknowledged. Knowing Aunt Jing had come to protect him, he nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude. And the 3 departed together. The character peak. Within the martial arts arena, a vast expanse was designated solely for disciples to practice their skills. This moment, the main platform was surrounded by disciples from the other 6 peaks, numbering in the thousands. Moreover, many elders had gathered, outer sect, inner sect, and even core elders. Their singular purpose was clear. The life and death battle between Fang Qian and Luo Yun. 1 was the top of the 7 peaks assessment, while the other was a seasoned genius who had awakened the heavenly Dao Bone, now with the potential to become a top-tier talent. While the victor in their life and death battle seemed obvious, it still promised to be a spectacle that, of course, many believed Fang Qian lacked the courage to show up. as it was glaringly a path to death. Even if he did appear, he would first have to contend with Guang Hao, against whom Fang Chun was undoubtedly no match. Brother Luo is here. So handsome. Luo Yun and Su Wan'er walked side by side, trailed by numerous admirers who took pride in following him. Luo Yun approached the high platform to greet the elders. Greetings. Esteemed elders. The elders regarded Luo Yun with warm expressions. No need for formalities, dear nephew. You are too courteous. You must strive diligently. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. The elders expressed their admiration for Luo Yun. At this moment, Luo Tianxiao also arrived, accompanied by Guang Hao. Greetings, Elder Luo. Before outsiders, Luo Yun still addressed him respectfully. Luo Tianxiao appeared somewhat indifferent, merely nodding without speaking. Beside him, Guang Hao remarked, Brother Luo, there is no need for you to intervene in such trivial matters. I can easily slay that bastard, Luo Yun replied. I naturally trust Brother Guang's strength, but since it is a wager, I must be present. Indeed, indeed. Let me now show my humble skills. Guang Hao leapt into the air, deftly stepping 7 times in midair, his form shifting gracefully, appearing on the arena with an elegance that was both striking and agile. What a remarkable display of agility! This must surely be the second tier of Huang grade techniques. Guang Hao is indeed a figure of note, an established disciple of the inner sect. As for Fang Chen, he is likely not even qualified to engage with Brother Luo. That was to be expected. The crowd below erupted in praise, convinced that Fang Chun had not the slightest chance of victory. Guang Hao wore a smug expression. This was his opportunity to showcase his abilities before the elders and thousands of disciples within the sect. He resolved to slay Fang Chun with a single sword strike to demonstrate his prowess. From a distant high tower, Lin Xueyan had also arrived. Preferring not to draw attention, she chose to remain concealed in this spot. Beside her stood the elder who had previously been dispatched to observe Fang Chun. Lin Xueyan inquired, Lu Lao, what is Luo Yun's current strength? Lu Lao gazed at Luo Yun and, after a moment, responded, he is at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, unmatched. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueyan's body trembled slightly, a sense of unease for Fang Chun creeping in. I hope that fellow does not come. She thought to herself. Yet, as fate would have it, her hopes were dashed by a resounding voice from the square. Fang Chun has arrived. Fang Chun walked forward, with Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing following closely behind. Is that Fang Chun? He doesn't seem impressive at all. I heard that the heavenly Dao Bone on Brother Luo was his. That is but a rumor. Brother Luo is exceptionally gifted. How could that be so? Even if it were true, the heavenly Dao Bone would only reveal its worth in Brother Luo's possession. What use would it be to this waste? The disciples supporting Luo Yun jeered at Fang Chun. Ha! You really dare to show up, huh? I thought you would be hiding like a coward. Guang Hao sneered at Fang Chun with disdain. However, Fang Chun had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Guang Hao. He slowly approached the arena, and the crowd parted to make way for him. Can we begin? He asked coldly. Seeing that Fang Chun had not so much as glanced at him, Guang Hao felt a surge of anger. How could he, a postnatal 8th level cultivator, be so blatantly disregarded? Did Fang Chun truly consider himself a top-tier genius? Since you wish to hasten your demise, I shall oblige. Just then, an elder ascended the stage and spoke in a calm voice. This battle is a fight to the death. Are you both prepared? Very well, Guang Hao nodded. Ready? Fang Chun also nodded. Observing this, the elder declared, in a fight to the death, until death is determined, you may not leave the stage. Let the battle commence. With that, he swiftly exited the arena. Guang Hao's weapon shimmered as he drew forth a long spear, sneering, to die at the hands of my spear shall be an honor for you. You bastard! Of course, if you kneel before me now, I might show you some mercy. He intended to continue his threats, but at that moment, Fang Chun had already unsheathed the Haiming sword, dark energy instantly enveloping the blade. The Haiming sword emitted a sharp cry, as if relishing the moment. Suddenly, Fang Chun vanished from sight, reappearing before Guang Hao, who had only uttered half of his sentence. Slash! Fang Chun brought his sword down. Guang Hao's head was severed. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Fang Chun would act so decisively and with such speed. Wasn't he merely at the 5th level of the postnatal realm? For a long while, the crowd remained in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief. What had just transpired occurred in the blink of an eye, and they had scarcely had time to react. They had only seen Fang Chun vanish. then appear before Guang Hao, followed immediately by Guang Hao's head flying off, dead. The postnatal 8th level Guang Hao has perished just like that. But Fang Chun was merely at the 5th level, wasn't he? Gradually, some began to regain their senses, yet disbelief still lingered. Bang! Luo Tianxiao rose abruptly, his expression dark. Guang Hao was his disciple, and he had been so easily slain by Fang Chun. Coupled with the previous deaths of Luo Ao and Luo Xiao, he was nearly moved to eradicate Fang Chun entirely. Fang Chun! He hissed under his breath. Fang Chun cast a cold glance at Luo Tianxiao. Old man, today is a matter between Luo Yun and me. It would be wise for you not to interfere. The grievances between us will be settled another day. With the attack talismans at his disposal, he felt no fear of Luo Tianxiao. Luo Tianxiao's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Fang Chun, yet ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and sit back down. The rules of a deathmatch prohibited intervention, and with Elder Jing present, he had no means to confront Fang Chun. As Luo Tianxiao resumed his seat, all eyes turned to Luo Yun. Luo Yun maintained his calm demeanor, undeterred by Fang Chun's fierce strike. He slowly stood, preparing to ascend the stage. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, everyone, I apologize for my tardiness. A robust middle-aged man appeared in mid-air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was Elder Qing. Luo Yun's master had arrived. This man was none other than Qing Wuzi, Luo Yun's mentor. The elders present rose to greet him, congratulating Qing Wuzi on acquiring such a talented disciple. Prior to his arrival, Qing Wuzi had learned of Luo Yun awakening the heavenly Dao Bone and the enmity with Fang Chun. Rather than being angered by his disciple's attempts to seize Fang Chun's fortune, he was exceedingly pleased. After exchanging pleasantries with the other elders, Luo Yun respectfully saluted. I pay my respects to my master. Qing Wuzi examined Luo Yun from head to toe, clearly pleased as he remarked, You have done well, living up to the cultivation bestowed upon you by your master. He then glanced at Fang Chun, stating nonchalantly, Go forth. With your master here, you shall be safe. His words were undoubtedly meant to bolster Luo Yun while simultaneously placing immense pressure on Fang Chun. Yes, Luo Yun, filled with excitement at his master's approval, nodded vigorously before leaping down, swiftly landing on the arena as if in the blink of an eye. Who do you think will win? Is there any doubt? Naturally, Brother Luo will triumph. Indeed, Brother Luo is at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, while Fang Chun is merely at the 5th level. The recent killing of Guang Hao was purely due to Guang Hao's carelessness. I wager Fang Chun will be unable to withstand even 10 exchanges. 10 exchanges? 3 would be impressive. Even with Fang Chun's decisive strike against Guang Hao, the crowd deemed it merely a stroke of luck. Luo Yun regarded Fang Chun with disdain. Bastard, you should be grateful to still be alive after the last encounter. It's best you find a corner to cower in. Fang Chun's expression remained calm as he replied, This time, it shall be I who excavates your bones. What is rightfully mine, you shall not take. The heavenly Dao Bone is such a marvelous treasure. You are unworthy of it, Luo Yun scoffed. Then let me show you who is unworthy. I hope you awaken my heavenly Dao Bone and do not disappoint me. Fang Chun declared. Disappoint you? Are you jesting? Luo Yun perceived Fang Chun's words as a grand joke. Very well, then let your heavenly Dao Bone demonstrate to you what a true genius is. As the words fell, Luo Yun's hands shimmered with purple energy, his spiritual essence erupting into the forms of 2 spectral leopards. Huang Grade, 2nd tier, purple leopard shadow fist. He struck out, the leopard shadows converging from all directions to assail Fang Chun. Unperturbed, Fang Chun refrained from drawing his sword, instead forming his hands into palms, striking towards Luo Yun. The crowd was taken aback at Fang Chun's choice to rely solely on his physical prowess rather than spiritual techniques. Luo Yun was also momentarily stunned, before coldly laughing. You truly seek your own demise? Bang, bang, bang. The clash of fists and palms erupted in a cacophony of violent sounds, shockwaves radiating outward from the point of impact. The two retreated several steps after their initial strike. Observing this, the crowd stood frozen in disbelief. This first exchange ended in a stalemate. How could this be possible? Fang Chun relied solely on his physical form, while Luo Yun wielded Huang Grade 2nd tier techniques. Given that Luo Yun was at the 9th level of the postnatal realm, it was inconceivable that they were evenly matched. However, high above, Qing Wuzi discerned the truth. The 2nd level of bone forging, and he is a practitioner of physical cultivation. Physical cultivation differs from spiritual cultivation. In its early stages, it focuses on internal refinement, making it difficult to ascertain one's true level. Thus, unless Feng Qian erupted with power, it would be challenging for others to gauge his physical prowess. As Qing Wuzi's words echoed, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The Tianyu Divine Sect is known for its emphasis on spiritual cultivation, with only a tenth of its practitioners focusing on physical cultivation. After all, those who entered the Tianyu Divine Sect believed they could comprehend the Tao and embark on the path of enlightenment. Though few ultimately succeeded, the majority chose this route. Furthermore, physical cultivation demands significant resources, which not everyone can afford. They had not anticipated that Feng Qian was not only at the 5th level of the postnatal realm in spiritual cultivation, but also at the 2nd level of bone forging and physical cultivation. Nearly indistinguishable from dual cultivation of both paths, so that is where your confidence stems from. Luo Yun was slightly taken aback, but quickly resumed his cold laughter. However, if you think your physical prowess alone can slay me, you are sorely mistaken. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand. Even with your physical cultivation, it is of no use. In the face of absolute strength, you remain but an ant. At that moment, Luo Yun's aura surged, a torrent of overwhelming sword energy erupting forth, the surrounding purple energy swirling like a tempest, the sword energy manifesting as a radiant arc. It is Brother Luo's renowned skill. The Purple Qi Heavenly Rainbow Sword Technique? Someone below exclaimed. That is a Huang Grade 4th tier technique. Feng Qian is doomed. The supporters of Luo Yun exclaimed excitedly. Feng Qian remained calm, drawing forth his black Ming sword as the light around him shimmered. He declared, "Let us see who the true ants are." As his words fell, the two figures vanished from sight, with Feng Qian unleashing his formidable sword energy. The surrounding demonic aura surged. At present, his fierce sword technique had reached the 4th level. And combined with Feng Qian's mastery of the demonic path, its power rivaled that of any low-grade Huang-tier technique. Clang, boom. The clash of swords resonated. The sword energy and demonic aura intertwined, sending ripples across the arena. Erupting in waves of sword shadows, the battle between the two was exceedingly intense. Many spectators below could hardly discern their forms, only catching fleeting glimpses of their confrontation before they vanished again. On the high platform, Qing Wuzi wore a grave expression, having not anticipated that his disciple's opponent would prove so formidable. The other elders gradually began to regard Feng Qian with newfound respect. Initially, they had believed the battle would be one-sided, yet Feng Qian, merely at the 5th level of the acquired realm, managed to hold his ground against Luo Yun. It seemed that this young man, often dismissed as merely lucky, was indeed a genius. Chapter 63. Tao Text, is it truly so difficult? How could this be? How could that waste of a person, Feng Qian, be so strong? He had been a waste for 5 years. Su Wanner's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart screaming in protest. Gradually, her eyes began to turn blood red, her expression growing increasingly ferocious. She refused to believe or accept that Feng Qian could be this powerful. He was the one she had discarded, and she would not be mistaken. Kill him, young master, kill him. He cannot be allowed to live. Finally, she shouted, if Feng Qian were to survive and reveal his talents, she would become a laughingstock. She refused to be the subject of ridicule. Feng Qian must die. Purple Qi Rainbow Sword Technique. Purple Qi from the east. Purple Qi Rainbow Sword Technique. All swords returned to one. Luo Yun continuously altered his attacks, intent on putting Feng Qian to death. Yet Feng Qian's fierce sword technique had but a single form, offensive and never defensive. The more he attacked, the stronger he became. His grand and sweeping maneuvers, combined with his purest sword demonic aura, rendered him undaunted by Luo Yun at the 9th level. Nor was he intimidated by any Huang-tier technique of the 4th grade. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 100 exchanges. The vast arena lay in ruins, marked by the scars of their fierce sword strikes. Bang! The two figures separated, retreating to opposite corners. At that moment, Luo Yun's expression darkened. For him, failing to slay Feng Qian was an immense humiliation. He glared at Feng Qian and coldly remarked, I never anticipated that a waste like you could grow to this extent. Feng Qian gazed at him indifferently and replied, Do you not feel embarrassed to utter such harsh words? Luo Yun's demeanor was frigid, yet his confidence remained unshaken. You have indeed surpassed my expectations. But that is all there is to it. Now, let me show you my true strength. As his words fell, an aura of the Tao erupted from Luo Yun's back, manifesting the character for sword. At the sight of this character, everyone gasped in astonishment. Tao text? The sword Tao text? My heavens! Senior brother Luo has actually awakened a Tao text while still in the acquired realm. A genius. An unparalleled genius. The crowd below was electrified. Tao text was the coveted treasure they yearned for in their pursuit of the path. Without a Tao text, one would remain stagnant at the Zhou Yuan level for a lifetime. Qing Wuzi trembled slightly, his face alight with joy. To cultivate a disciple who comprehended a Tao text was an immensely honorable achievement, one that would garner accolades and promotions from the sect. The other elders were likewise taken aback. Turning enviously to Qing Wuzi, "Congratulations, Elder Qing. We celebrate your success, Elder Qing." They begrudgingly offered their congratulations. Qing Wuzi laughed heartily. "You are all too kind. It is merely a stroke of luck." Below, Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing remained calm, observing the crowd's excitement with disdain. Was awakening a Tao text at the 9th level of the acquired realm truly impressive? Steel Tiger muttered. Aunt Jing nodded in agreement. Fang Chun had awakened a Tao text while still in the gathering spirit realm, and it was a second-tier Tao text. Fang Chun was surely doomed. In truth, he was rather remarkable, engaging a 9th-level opponent, while only at the 5th level. He was a genius with dual cultivation of both law and body. But what of genius? Opposing senior brother Luo was tantamount to courting death. Genius requires not only talent but also a strong background. After the initial excitement, many began to conclude that Fang Chun was undoubtedly doomed. Bastard, to die beneath my peak power, you may consider it a worthy demise. Luo Yun gazed at Fang Chan with arrogance, seeking to glimpse fear in his eyes. Yet Fang Chan maintained his calm demeanor throughout, showing no signs of despair or regret in response to Luo Yun's display of the Tao text. Observing this, he scoffed, "Now, you can go die." As his words fell, he vanished from his position. Simultaneously, he unleashed his powers. Countless threads of purple sword intent surged forth, striking at Fang Chun from all directions. This time, the strength Luo Yun exhibited was several times greater than before. This was the true power of the Tao text. Yet, Fang Chen remained unfazed, advancing with his sword. Once more, they clashed in a fierce battle. In an instant, a tempest of sword winds erupted upon the arena, overwhelming in its might. However, this collision lasted merely 3 exchanges before Fang Chen began to find himself at a disadvantage. "Ha ha ha, bastard. Were you not quite arrogant? Continue, go on." Seeing Fang Chen falter, Luo Yun laughed wildly, feeling victory was assured. Meanwhile, he unleashed his powers further, intent on eliminating Fang Chun. Yet he failed to notice the slight upward curve of Fang Chen's lips. "Very well, I shall now reveal a fraction of my true abilities to entertain you." In the next moment, Fang Chen's aura surged dramatically, his demonic energy soaring into the heavens, ancient runes swirling around him. Sword Demon Transformation. Bang! Following his transformation, the two swords clashed once more. To Luo Yun's astonishment, this time they were evenly matched. How could this be? He had even unleashed the sword Tao text. How could he not kill this bastard? Surprised? The best is yet to come, Fang Chen taunted, his aura exploding anew. Behind him appeared a blood-red halo of demonic energy, adorned with ancient runes, exuding a fierce and terrifying presence. This was the form of Fang Chen's sword demon after a mere 3% transformation. He referred to this state as Sword Demon, 1st level. In this form, Fang Chen resembled a true demonic entity, his crimson eyes and demonic runes giving him the appearance of a soul-reaping specter from the depths of hell. Bang! Fang Chen, wordless, gripped his black Ming sword and once again collided with Luo Yun. Their clash shook the earth, the sword intent swirling around them. The arena lay in ruins from the residual sword energy. Yet this time, Fang Chen remained rooted in place, while Luo Yun staggered back several steps. Luo Yun felt his hands tingle, pain radiating through his body, his spiritual energy in disarray. He could not comprehend why. Despite Fang Chen's inferior techniques, cultivation, and Tao text, he was unable to kill him, and instead found himself at a disadvantage. It was not only he, everyone below was equally baffled. They felt their worldview shatter, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Not only them, Even Qing Wuzi and the others on the high platform shared their confusion. The strength Fang Chen exhibited was not that of a fifth-level acquired realm practitioner, nor should it be for a second-level body refinement. Yet Fang Chen somehow manifested such power, leaving them utterly perplexed. Impossible. Su Wan'er below wore an increasingly twisted expression, her demeanor becoming more grotesque, as Fang Chen revealed his terrifying talents. Her own face throbbed with pain. That person had always been viewed as a waste by her. No. You must have used some secret method. It must be so. You cannot possibly be this strong. It is absolutely impossible. On the arena, Luo Yun, his face twisted in rage, roared, I am a genius who awakened a Dao text at the 9th level of the acquired realm. How could I possibly fail to kill a waste like you? Faced with Luo Yun's furious shout, Fang Chen remained calm and indifferent. Is it truly so difficult to awaken a Dao text? He said slowly, and of course, you, a waste, will never be able to awaken one in this lifetime. Luo Yun shouted, aiming to humiliate Fang Chen, but suddenly stopped short. He saw the aura of the Dao swirling around Fang Chen, who bore the character sword behind him. This was indeed a Dao text. Moreover, surrounding the character was a halo. This was actually a second-level Dao text. Dao text? Is it truly so difficult? Fang Chen questioned again, his words striking at the souls of everyone present. Chapter 64. One Dao text, and you consider yourself invincible? Awakening a Dao text is notoriously difficult. How many people spend their entire lives striving for a Dao text, yet never see a single character manifest? Yet Fang Chen awakened a Dao text at the 5th level of the acquired realm and even advanced it to the 2nd tier. Impossible! Luo Yun roared in fury. You, a waste. How could you possibly awaken a Dao text? This is absolutely impossible. Fang Chen coldly laughed. The true waste is you point one Dao text, and you consider yourself invincible? In my eyes, you are nothing but a joke. As he spoke, the aura of the Dao surged forth once more. The second Dao text, the War Dao text, appeared. Silence fell. The entire arena was engulfed in stillness. The crowd gaped at Fang Chen, their eyes wide with shock. Dao text. Another Dao text. The one they had deemed a certain failure, Fang Chen, had actually awakened 2 Dao texts, one of which was even a 2nd-tier Dao text. This was beyond the realm of prodigies. It was the pinnacle of prodigious talent. Even the core disciples were somewhat inferior to Fang Chen. Impossible. That waste could not possibly be this monstrous. He could not possibly be this extraordinary. Su Wan'er clutched her hair. Screaming in despair, indifferent to the chaos she caused, she began to regret her choices, lamenting that she had chosen Luo Yun and discarded Fang Chen. Clearly, she possesses the potential to become a woman of extraordinary genius. From a distance atop a towering building, Lin Shuyan could no longer maintain her aloof facade, her stunning visage now marred by sheer shock. Unbeknownst to me, he was such a prodigy. How could I have been so oblivious? Recalling their first meeting, she had exerted pressure on Fang Chen under the guise of a saint, declaring that they were not of the same ilk and that there would be no future interactions. Yet now, her earlier words seemed ludicrous in this moment. However, she harbored no regrets regarding her initial decision. She resolutely intended to forge her own destiny and wield control over her fate. Yet, deep within her heart, a faint flicker of regret began to surface. On the high platform, the elders could no longer remain seated, rising in unison. The awakening of 2 Dao texts at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, one of which was even of the 2nd tier, was a revelation to them. They understood the implications of Fang Chen's displayed talent. He was poised to become a core disciple. Qing Wuzi's expression darkened severely. He had never anticipated that Fang Chen would prove to be an even greater anomaly than Luo Yun. He must be eliminated, he roared internally, knowing that Fang Chen's survival would spell endless troubles. It was not just him. Luo Tianxiao shared the same sentiment. If that bastard lived, the Luo family would undoubtedly face grave complications. His expression twisted in fury as he seethed. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he remained oblivious to the thoughts of the 2 individuals on the platform. With a sword aimed at the menacing Luo Yun, he calmly stated, "Very well. It is time for you to meet your demise." As his words fell, he vanished from sight in a flash, executing the extreme shadow step. The words sword and battle erupted forth, coupled with the 1st level of the sword demon, unleashing a fierce sword demon art. This time, Fang Chen unleashed his full power. Luo Yun's countenance shifted dramatically, a sense of dread creeping in. The strength Fang Chen exhibited had left him utterly shaken. Anyone facing such a prodigy would inevitably feel trepidation. Even if he refused to admit it, deep within, he was already faltering, and once fear took root, defeat was all but assured. With a thunderous roar, Fang Chen's purple-glowing magic blade descended. A flicker of terror flashed in Luo Yun's eyes as he failed to evade and was struck in the chest by a single sword. Fortunately, at that moment, a talisman materialized, absorbing 80% of the impact. Yet, even with the remaining 20%, a gruesome wound was opened upon his chest. This was dire. On the high platform, both Qing Wuzi and Luo Tianqiao's expressions transformed. Once battle was joined and injuries occurred, victory was essentially determined. Boom! Fang Chen would not let this opportunity slip away, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left Luo Yun reeling. His chest bore several new wounds. Fang Chen coldly remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift death. I intend to carve open your chest, extracting my Dao bone." The spectators below, witnessing this scene, understood that Fang Chen was on the verge of victory. How could this be? Brother Luo was actually losing. This seemed quite reasonable. Fang Chen had comprehended 2 Dao texts, a talent befitting a core disciple. The disciples murmured among themselves, expressing their astonishment. Impossible! Brother Luo cannot be defeated. Indeed, Brother Luo is invincible. Fang Chen, you cannot kill Brother Luo. He is a genius. You, bastard, must not kill Brother Luo. He is the only one fit to slay you. Among the second peak, Luo Yun's die-hard fans refused to accept this reality, continually threatening Fang Chen. Regarding their words, Fang Chen could not be bothered to listen. As Luo Yun felt his injuries worsening, he realized that if he did not act swiftly, he might truly perish here. Suddenly, a singular thought emerged. His only chance to turn the tide, albeit at the cost of self-harm, recovery would take at least a year or more. But he could no longer afford to consider anything else. He glared at Fang Chen with venomous resentment, blaming this bastard for wasting over a year of his cultivation. Yet, if he could slay this bastard, it would all be worth it. Useless. You wish to kill me? You are not worthy. He produced a crimson pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, his aura surged, propelling Fang Chen several feet away. Jing Yi's expression shifted as she called out to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, that is a fury pill. Consuming it temporarily doubles one's strength. A pill to enhance cultivation? Fang Chen remained unfazed. He possessed such items but deemed it beneath him to use them. Luo Yun was unworthy. Consuming the pill, Luo Yun's eyes turned bloodshot, his face contorted with rage, his aura wild and chaotic. He glared at Fang Chen, his murderous intent palpable. Useless, you deserve to die. With a furious roar, he vanished from sight. Reappearing before Fang Chen, he unleashed his divine abilities, raining down a flurry of swords. Fang Chen's expression grew grave. With Luo Yun now possessing peak combat power in the postnatal realm, he had indeed become a formidable foe. After several exchanges, Fang Chen felt a tumult within, finding himself suppressed by Luo Yun. The onlookers gasped. Su Wanner and others who supported Luo Yun were ecstatic. Useless. What does it matter if you are a genius? You will die here. Once you perish, I shall remain the unrivaled genius. Luo Yun unleashed a barrage of swords, purple energy surging, transforming into countless sword intents that forced Fang Chen into retreat. Now, you can go die. He resolved to end this. He raised his sword high. The purple energy behind him surged like a roaring river. This strike shall be your end, he sneered. Fang Chen, however, merely smiled slightly. Let us see who lives and who dies. Suddenly, Fang Chen surged forward, charging at Luo Yun instead of retreating. Simultaneously, the dark magic of the sword demon rapidly coalesced. The fierce sword demon art erupted. Sword demon, first level unleashed. The paths of battle and sword erupted. Fang Chen's unexpected action left the crowd momentarily stunned. What was he attempting? Seeking death? Luo Yun sneered. You think you can counterattack while I gather strength? Do you really believe you have the time? As he spoke, a colossal purple sword materialized behind him, poised to strike. Fang Chen's expression remained calm, devoid of any fear. He even had the leisure to respond to Luo Yun's question, I have time. In the next instant, Fang Chen's eyes glinted with bloodlight. The Soul Heaven Demon Eye activated. Luo Yun's movements halted abruptly, a sharp pain radiating through his consciousness, causing his internal energy to spiral into chaos. The carefully gathered divine abilities began to unravel. Simultaneously, Fang Chen's lethal strike arrived. The swing of his sword appeared singular but was, in fact, a triple strike. 2 blades severed his arm, while one pierced his chest. He could kill, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He deemed it too merciful for Luo Yun. His intention to extract the Dao bone was no idle boast. Luo Yun shrieked, propelled several feet away, crashing to the ground, violently spewing blood, his cries echoing. Fang Chun wiped the blood from his fingertips, sheathing his sword. Chapter 65. The death of Luo Yun's silence enveloped the arena. The events of the last moment left the majority of those present bewildered. What puzzled them further was how, at the critical moment, Luo Yun's divine abilities had suddenly dissipated. Yuner. Qing Wuzi was the first to react, leaping to his feet and rushing toward the arena. You little bastard dare to harm my disciple. You seek death. His aura surged, disregarding the sex rules, unleashing a palm strike at Fang Chun. The terrifying pressure of the question-and-answer realm instantly enveloped Fang Chun, forcing a cough of blood from his lips. You dare! Jingyi reacted swiftly, positioning herself before Qing Wuzi to shield Fang Chun from the overwhelming pressure. She then countered with a palm strike, absorbing Qing Wuzi's attack. Boom! The resounding roar reverberated, and Jingyi staggered back several steps, barely managing to halt her retreat. Clutching her chest, it was evident that Qing Wuzi's strike had inflicted significant internal injury, yet she still stood firm before Fang Chun. Get away from me, Qing Wuzi bellowed. Jingyi replied coldly, Elder Qing, are you truly willing to violate the sex rules? Fang Chun and Luo Yun are engaged in a life-and-death duel. No interference is permitted until a victor emerges. Ha ha ha! At this moment, Fang Chun's maniacal laughter echoed from the arena. What a fine pair of master and disciple! The disciple shamelessly seeks to extract another's Dao bone, usurping their legacy, while the master blatantly disregards the sex rules and attempts to kill his disciple. Truly a model of mentorship. Amidst his laughter, Fang Chun slowly approached Luo Yun, his sword demon visage appearing cold and menacing. Bastard! Should you dare to kill my disciple, I will ensure your dismemberment. As Fang Chun approached Luo Yun, Qing Wuzi roared again, his anger boiling over. He attempted to rush forward, yet Jingyi stood resolutely in his path. Despite his superior cultivation, breaking through to stop Fang Chun before he could strike Luo Yun was impossible. Fang Chun grinned maliciously, bringing his foot down hard upon Luo Yun's chest. Luo Yun's anguished scream reverberated, blood erupting from his mouth. Fang Chun coldly remarked, What is this? It is acceptable for your disciple to kill me. But I cannot retaliate against him? Elder Qing, what a grand display of authority. Qing Wuzi's heart sank to the depths of despair. Yet suddenly, he roared, Luo Tianxiao, are you not going to make your move? As his words fell, a sound of slicing air pierced the air. Luo Tianxiao surged toward Fang Chun at an astonishing speed. Jingyi, witnessing this, attempted to intercept but found herself powerless. To stop Luo Tianxiao would mean allowing Qing Wuzi to advance. Bastard, today shall be your last. Luo Tianxiao closed in on Fang Chun with incredible swiftness. A palm strike aimed to eliminate Fang Chun. Fang Chun was not caught off guard by Luo Tianxiao's sudden attack. He felt no fear, on the contrary, he awaited this opportunity. The perfect chance to slay Luo Tianxiao with justification. Oh? Whose end is truly near? Clutching a talisman of attack, he prepared. As long as Luo Tianxiao's assault was blocked by the defensive talisman, he would strike. You dare! But just then, a sharp cry rang out. Following that, a jade sword soared from behind Fang Chun, piercing toward Luo Tianxiao. Luo Tianxiao was taken aback by the sight of the jade sword, hastily attempting to deflect it with his palm. Yet the sword's intent surged, overwhelming him instantly, shattering his defense and severing his arm. Luo Tianxiao let out a horrific scream as he was forcefully propelled backwards, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a massive deep pit. The crowd recoiled in shock. To be able to injure Luo Tianxiao, who stood at the pinnacle of the Zhou Tian realm, indicated that this individual possessed at least the strength of the Wandao realm. They all turned to look. Standing there was a woman clad in a delicate green gown, the hem adorned with embroidered snow-dotted red plums, a white brocade sash cinching her slender waist. Her azure tresses were elegantly styled into a rue bun, adorned with a solitary plum blossom jade hairpin, simple yet refreshingly graceful. Salutations to the second peak master. The onlookers bowed in unison. This was none other than the master of the second peak, the esteemed Meng Yao, Ing Qingxiang. Her transcendent beauty, akin to a face of frost, conveyed her immense fury very well. Qing Wuzi, Luo Tianxiao, as elders of the sect, how dare you violate the law? Do you truly believe this is how one should instruct disciples, disregarding the sect's regulations? Qing Wuzi's expression shifted, and he hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Before Ing Qingxiang, he felt the weight of his words. And you? Ing Qingxiang's icy gaze fell upon the trembling Luo Tianxiao, who was writhing in pain on the ground. I wouldn't dare. Luo Tianxiao gritted his teeth in response. Ing Qingxiang scoffed, after this matter, you will all face punishment, especially you, Elder Qing. The two men dared not defy her, nodding in acquiescence. Only then did Ing Qingxiang's frigid gaze turn towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun, however, showed no fear in meeting her gaze and respectfully greeted her. Greetings, Peak Master. Pleased, Ing Qingxiang nodded in satisfaction but remained silent. Yet within Fang Chen's consciousness, she transmitted a message. Young man, I have heard you can cure Meng Yao's insatiable desires, and that you have also become her Dao partner. Fang Chun was taken aback but nodded slightly. Ing Qingxiang continued, Today, I stand here at Meng Yao's behest, so do not disappoint her. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to kill you. Even at the cost of violating sect rules, Fang Chen's body trembled, but he quickly steadied himself and replied, I will not. Seeing this, Ing Qingxiang's cold demeanor softened. Very well, the life and death battle is not yet concluded. Let us continue. She slowly took her seat upon the high platform. Fang Chen's gaze fell upon Luo Yun, who was now pale with terror, continuously coughing up blood. Master, save me, he pleaded desperately towards Qing Wuzi. But the elder could only look on helplessly, die in despair. Luo Yun turned to Fang Chun. Fang Chun, please don't kill me. If you spare my life, I will return Su Wan'er to you and offer a substantial compensation. He fought against the inevitability of death, for he possessed the Dao bone and aspired to become a top-tier genius, a supreme powerhouse. You vile creature, if you dare to kill him, I will ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces. If you spare him, I shall consider our enmity settled. Qing Wuzi seethed, attempting to save his disciple's life. Fang Chun looked at Qing Wuzi with a cold smile. Old man, I am curious to see how you would accomplish that. With that, Fang Chun ceased his hesitation and drove his sword through Luo Yun's chest. Luo Yun's agonized scream echoed once more, as his vitality ebbed away, leaving only a flicker of life. No, no, cried Luo Tianxiao and Qing Wuzi in unison. Yet, the scene that unfolded next fueled their rage even further. Fang Chun, crouched on the ground, grasped the flowing shadow blade and, before the eyes of all, vivisected Luo Yun to extract the Dao bone. In that moment, Luo Yun succumbed to the excruciating pain and perished. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixed upon the blood-soaked Fang Chun, who held the dim Dao bone in his hand. This bone was rendered useless. Having been awakened, it had been completely destroyed. Yet Fang Chun insisted on this act, for it was his possession. Many felt a chill run down their spines. This was a ruthless individual who had audaciously extracted a Dao bone before the eyes of Qing Wuzi and Luo Tianxiao, forcing them to witness the death of their own. This was a point of no return. Beast, I will not let you go. Qing Wuzi's eyes burned with fury, his face contorted in madness. Fang Chen's expression remained icy, unyielding in his stare, even managing a slight smile that was unsettling. I will remember you. Qing Wuzi hissed coldly, refusing to linger any longer as he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Luo Tianxiao, filled with resentment and fury, followed suit. Fang Chun watched them leave, saying nothing. He approached Luo Yun's lifeless body and retrieved his storage bag before stepping down from the arena. None dared to question Fang Chen's actions. In a life-and-death battle, it was an unspoken rule that all belongings of the defeated belonged to the victor. As Fang Chen descended the platform, Su Wan'er timidly approached him. Chapter 66. Killing you would only soil my hands. She looked at Fang Chen with a pitiful gaze, her delicate demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier ferocious rage, resembling a wronged little girl. This was her usual tactic when with Fang Chun. By earnestly admitting her faults, he would invariably forgive her. She believed she could achieve the same outcome this time. Envisioning herself once again as the talented woman, standing above all others, Brother Fong, I realized my mistake. It was truly Luo Yun who forced my hand. Can you forgive me? She implored, tears streaming down her cheeks. Projecting an image of utter victimhood, in response, Fong Chen merely smiled, a smile filled with disdain. After I disabled my cultivation, you turned to Luo Yun without hesitation. You alone knew the secret of my Dao bone. If you hadn't revealed it, how could Luo Yun have known? Enough with the charade. The only thing between us now is revulsion. If it weren't for the sect's rules, do you truly believe you could stand here unscathed? Fong Chen's gaze was frigid. Yu Wanner met his icy eyes and, in terror, stumbled and fell to the ground. She sensed the genuine intent to kill emanating from him. Fong Chen's cold laugh echoed. Rest assured, I won't kill you. Killing you would only soil my hands. Seated on the ground, Su Wanner felt the disdainful, scornful, and derisive gazes of those around her. This was not how it should be. Just moments ago, she basked in envious and jealous glances. At this moment, she realized she had lost everything. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Fong Chen. It was all because of him that she had lost everything. And yet he had coldly abandoned her, despite the fact that it was because of her that he attained all of this. She wanted to scream, but the disdainful and contemptuous stares around her were unbearable. She understood that she could do nothing against Fong Chen now, so she lowered her head and prepared to leave, her expression filled with resentment and malice. On the other side, Yu Yuanwen's face was also grim. Fong Chen's displayed strength had far exceeded his expectations. No wonder the assassin from Qinli Yingsha had failed to eliminate him and instead met his demise. This young man possessed considerable skill. However, he soon sneered, but it's of no consequence. The ancestral master has returned, while the Dream family's ancestral master perished on the battlefield. Now, the ancestral master has begun to exert pressure on the Dream family. I believe it won't be long before Ming Yao becomes my woman. Ha ha ha. His wild laughter echoed as he departed. Fong Chen approached Ying Qingxiang, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master, for your timely intervention. Ying Qingxiang replied indifferently, no need for thanks. Observing the lingering demonic aura surrounding Fong Chen, she added, though the path of demonic cultivation may be swift, it is fraught with great danger. It is easy to fall into madness and become bloodthirsty. You possess considerable talent and have comprehended 2 Dao texts. If you were to abandon your demonic roots and cultivate the righteous path anew, your future achievements would undoubtedly be exceptional, and the dangers would be significantly reduced. Fong Chen understood her good intentions, but he shook his head. Thank you for your guidance, Peak Master, but my choice to pursue the path of the demonic is not impulsive. It is a decision made after careful consideration. Besides, the greatest dangers on the cultivation path often do not stem from the demonic, do they? Ying Qingxiang gazed deeply at Fong Chen. You have a clear perspective. I shall not press further. Then, recalling something, she remarked, interestingly, the current master of the 7th peak also practices demonic cultivation. Your entry into the 7th peak would be quite fitting. The current master of the 7th peak is also a demonic cultivator? Fong Chen inquired, surprised. Ying Qingxiang nodded, however, he is often away. Otherwise, he could provide you with some guidance. The two conversed for a while longer, and Ying Qingxiang said, all right, you are injured as well. You should return to recuperate. Fong Chen took his leave. He cupped his hands in farewell and departed with Steel Tiger and Aunt Jing. The events of the day swiftly spread throughout the Tianyu divine sect. Everyone learned that the seemingly doomed 7th peak had produced a peerless genius who had comprehended 2 Dao texts. Unbeknownst to Fong Chen, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he turned to Aunt Jing and said, I need to step out for a while. Having exhausted all his resources, he needed to visit the Wanqing auction house to sell off everything he possessed. I'll accompany you, Aunt Jing offered. Fong Chen, however, shook his head in refusal. Elder Jing, you should return first. I am more concerned that they may pose a threat to Master. Seeing Fong Chen's resolute demeanor, Aunt Jing did not press further but advised. Just be careful. Understood. Fong Chen nodded. Steel Tiger chimed in, Brother Fong, make sure to return quickly. I still need your guidance on the Battle Dao text. Upon my return, I shall assist you in awakening it. With that, Fong Chen transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Arriving at the Wanqing auction house, Fong Chen effortlessly entered with his guest token. Upon learning that Fong Chen had arrived, Yin Shaolin quickly adorned herself and personally welcomed him. Her eyes lit up upon seeing him. It has been 2 months since we last met. Yet I see that Fang Keqing's cultivation has remarkably advanced. I am deeply impressed, as she smiled. Her mature expression was utterly enchanting. You flatter me, Yin Keqing, Fang Chen remarked. It is merely a stroke of luck. Fang Keqing is being modest, she replied, her eyes sparkling with charm. Even the core geniuses of the sect are not much more than this, I must confess. I lack the innate talent that Fang Keqing possesses, she continued, her smile unwavering. If you would be so kind, might you visit my training chamber to impart some wisdom? Her words brimmed with springtime allure, and accompanied by Yin Shaolin's captivating gaze, they stirred the heart and ignited passion. Even Fang Chen felt a surge of emotion, though it was quickly quelled by the unyielding mental discipline of his cultivation technique. Please, do not jest at my expense, Yin Keqing. I have come today to sell a batch of materials. Disappointment flickered across Yin Shaolin's face as she noted. It seems Fang Keqing has his sights set on someone special. However, she quickly regained her professional demeanor and inquired, might I ask what items Fang Keqing wishes to sell? There are quite a few, and they are somewhat eclectic, Fang Chen replied. Yin Shaolin smiled reassuringly, rest assured, we have the most professional team at your service. With that, Fang Chen handed over a storage pouch to her. As she accepted it. A smile graced her lips, but when she sensed the contents within, her expression abruptly froze. Is this what you consider a few? This is an abundance. Inside lay a plethora of items. Pills, herbs, materials, and artifacts, including the massive corpse of a 4th-tier mystical beast, which she had never encountered before. Thankfully, her worldly experience allowed her to quickly regain composure. Please hold on. I shall summon the appraisers for a thorough evaluation. She instructed Fang Chen. He nodded in agreement. Soon, several appraisers arrived, and Yin Shaolin promptly laid out the items from the storage pouch. Initially, the appraisers maintained their composure, as they had witnessed countless scenarios in their lengthy careers. However, upon seeing the corpse of the peak 3rd-tier mystical beast, they collectively gasped in astonishment, for it was an unprecedented sight. Fang Chen did not conceal the beast's origin, explaining that it came from the newly opened realms, which was no longer a secret point. One of the appraisers, after examining the corpse, suggested, this mystical beast is exceedingly rare in terms of both flesh and materials, with immense potential uses. I recommend we auction it off directly, as it is sure to fetch a good price, likely around 80,000. So high? Fang Chen replied, slightly taken aback. Yin Shaolin elaborated, items that have never appeared before, especially mystical beasts, pique the interest of many. Realizing the opportunity, Fang Chen agreed, in that case, let us proceed with the auction. Very well, there will be a high-end auction this afternoon, and I will arrange for the beast to be included, Yin Shaolin confirmed. Thank you, Fang Chen acknowledged. The appraisers took a considerable amount of time to meticulously assess the items, finally presenting a list. Yin Shaolin handed it to Fang Chen, stating, Fang Keqing, these treasures have been accounted for, and their prices established. Excluding the mystical beast's corpse, the total for the remaining treasures is 310,000. Please review and let me know if there are any discrepancies. Chapter 67. The auction. Fang Chen refrained from taking the list, saying, I place my trust in the reputation of the Wanqing auction house. Let it be as you say. Yin Shaolin appeared slightly taken aback, then smiled warmly. Thank you for your confidence in our establishment. Fang Keqing. Fang Chen continued, as for the spirit stones, I wish to purchase spirit pills at the Wanqing auction house, and I would like to trade directly. What spirit pills does Fang Keqing require? I seek enhancement pills and those for opening meridians, preferably the opening meridian heavenly pill, Fang Chen stated plainly. His primary focus was to elevate his cultivation and open his meridians. He could temporarily set aside physical refinement, having the blood of the sword demon and reaching a bottleneck in mental prowess. The enhancement pills are readily available, but the opening meridian heavenly pills are somewhat scarce, as only 4th-tier alchemists can refine them. We currently have only 3 in stock, Yin Shaolin replied. I will take them. Fang Chen responded decisively. In addition, please use the spirit stones from my previous transaction to acquire all enhancement pills and any other meridian opening pills you can find. Understood, Yin Shaolin affirmed. She promptly instructed her staff to arrange for the highest quality pills. Shortly thereafter, a maid entered respectfully, carrying a tray with a finely crafted storage pouch. Upon receiving it, Yin Shaolin summoned forth 15 pill bottles and 5 ornate boxes onto the table. Fang Keqing, Here are 15 bottles of enhancement pills, all of the finest second-tier quality, with 5 pills in each bottle. The 3 ornate boxes contain the opening Meridian Heavenly pills, while the other 2 contain different Meridian opening pills. Though their efficacy is a few levels below that of the Heavenly pill, they still yield commendable results. Feng Chen nodded, realizing that if purchased externally, these would not cost less than 3 to 400,000 spirit stones. It seemed Yin Shaolin had not only given him a discount, but also several advantages. He opened one of the ornate boxes, and a refreshing aroma filled the air, invigorating him. He noted that the opening Meridian Heavenly pills inside were significantly superior to those provided by his sect. Thank you. Feng Chen expressed his gratitude. Yin Shaolin smiled, saying, "We are all family here. Feng Qiqing need not stand on ceremony." Subsequently, Feng Chen stored all the pills in his pouch. Yin Shaolin added, "If you are interested in this afternoon's auction, you are more than welcome to participate." Feng Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "In that case, I would be honored to attend. That's splendid. I will make the arrangements." Yin Shaolin beamed. As the premier auction house within dozens of cities. The Wanqing Auction House's high-end events invariably attract the attention of numerous powerful families. The spacious auction hall could accommodate over 1,000 attendees, supplemented by numerous VIP rooms. Gaining entry to a VIP room required not only wealth but also a certain level of status, making it a venue for families to showcase their influence. When afternoon arrived, guests began to filter in, and the seats quickly filled to capacity. The same was true for the VIP rooms, as the grand auction was nearly fully attended. Yin Shaolin had arranged a VIP room for Feng Chen. "Feng Qiqing, the time is drawing near. I must apologize, as I need to attend to some matters related to the auction. May I have these 2 ladies escort you?" She gestured to 2 stunningly beautiful and alluring maids. Feng Chen had no objections, replying, "Of course, go ahead with your duties, Manager Yin." Yin Shaolin bowed slightly and then departed. "Feng Qiqing, this way, please," the 2 maids said respectfully, their voices sweet and melodious. Feng Chen nodded and followed them towards one of the VIP rooms. You bastard. How dare you show your face here?" A mocking voice echoed through the corridor. Feng Chen frowned and turned to see Yu Yuanwen looking at him with a mix of surprise and disdain. Accompanied by an elderly man who appeared haughty, Feng Chen recognized Yu Yuanwen and, perceiving his intention to cause trouble, responded bluntly, "Oh, it's you? You fool. At this." Yu Yuanwen's face contorted with rage, clearly recalling Feng Chen's previous accusation regarding the counterfeit pills. "You seek death," Yu Yuanwen seethed, unleashing his innate pressure at the 5th level. "Young Master Yu, this is the Wanqing Auction House. Please refrain from causing a disturbance," one of the maids interjected. Why Yu Yuanwen, realizing the potential consequences of a confrontation, calmed himself. With a sinister glare at Feng Chen, he sneered, "You may not be aware, but soon, Mengyao will be marrying into my family, becoming my woman." Feng Chen furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "Do you truly expect me to believe your words?" "Ha ha ha!" Yu Yuanwen laughed triumphantly. "Dio, you really think Mengyao would choose to be with you? Look at your own worth. You truly believe you can court someone like a swan?" Observing Feng Chen's silence, he grew even more arrogant. "Just wait. I'm sure you'll hear the news soon enough." "Ha ha ha!" He laughed maniacally before departing with the elderly man. Feng Chen remained pensive, dismissing Yu Yuanwen's claims. Yet an uneasy feeling lingered. As he sensed that Mengyao might face some trouble, "Feng Qiqing, let us proceed to the VIP room," the maid urged. Realizing that dwelling on these thoughts was futile, Feng Chen nodded and followed her into the VIP room. Upon entering, he was greeted by luxurious decor, with a table laden with various expensive spiritual fruits. As he took a bite, a warm sensation flooded his body, invigorating him, and the flavor was exquisite. His eyes lit up, and he quickly gathered some spiritual fruits into his storage pouch, intending to share them with his master and elder upon returning home. The 2 enchanting maids exchanged astonished glances, having never encountered a guest who would take spiritual fruits before. Realizing his impoliteness, Feng Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Why apologies? I wish to bring some back for my family." The maid smiled warmly, assuring him, "Feng Qiqing, you need not be modest. Take as many as you desire." They promptly arranged for additional spiritual fruits and packaged a portion for him to take along. Feng Chen expressed his gratitude, and the maids bowed with cheerful smiles. At that moment, a middle-aged man ascended the stage in the auction hall, smiling broadly. "Esteemed guests, thank you for attending the Wanqing auction. My name is Feng Zheng. but you may call me Feng Daoyu. Without further ado, we have a total of 20 auction items this time, and I believe there is at least one that will captivate your interest. Now, let the auction commence. Feng Zheng clapped his hands, and a maid wheeled out a display cart, its contents concealed beneath a crimson cloth. This cloth was not ordinary, as it could effectively shield the items from others' spiritual probing. Feng Zheng introduced, "This item hails from a perilous location and is a natural wonder, possessing remarkable efficacy in crafting divine weapons. Does anyone know what it is? Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time." A voice from below could not contain its impatience. Feng Zheng, unfazed, smiled and said, "Since everyone is eager, I shall reveal it. This is a celestial treasure, a meteorite from Qinsheng Mountain." He unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing a stone roughly the size of a fist, dark purple in hue. Chapter 68. You are a fool at first glance. The stone appeared utterly mundane, lacking any notable characteristics, yet it elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Feng Zheng, pleased with the reaction, remarked, "I need not elaborate on the stone's properties. It offers undeniable benefits to your magical artifacts, and even the potential for advancement." Upon hearing this, even those who were initially oblivious were left in shock. Advancement of magical artifacts? This stone possesses such capabilities. Instantly, the crowd gazed at the Qinsheng Mountain meteorite with gleaming eyes. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Feng Zheng declared, "In that case, let the auction officially begin." "The starting bid is set at 10,000 spirit stones," the crowd gasped. For a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones was remarkably high, even for an upscale auction. 10,002, 10,004. The price escalated rapidly, eventually stabilizing at 34,000. Feng Zheng watched with starry eyes, yet he refrained from bidding. Alas, he was financially constrained. All his spirit stones had been spent on purchasing elixirs, leaving him with only 50 to 60,000 spirit stones, which he might need later. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, Yuanwen fixed his gaze on Feng Chen's area, waiting for him to make a move. This moment, he chuckled coldly, thinking to himself, "Bastard, no matter what you desire, I shall not allow you to succeed." Since Feng Chen appeared here, he undoubtedly sought items from the auction, and Yuanwen's plan was to either force him to spend exorbitantly or to secure the items for himself. Congratulations to our esteemed guest number 29 for successfully acquiring the first auction item. Now, let us proceed to the auction of the second item. On the stage, Feng Zheng smiled as he instructed for the second item to be presented. This second item was sourced from the treacherous Wanjing Forest. The auction proceeded methodically, with each precious item unveiled inciting waves of gasps and eager, avaricious glances. The bidding was particularly fierce, with prices continually climbing. Leaving the audience in awe, Feng Chen's eyes sparkled with desire. There were numerous items he yearned for. Tragically, just as he resolved to make a bid, a casual shout from another bidder sent the price soaring to several times his wealth. He could only dejectedly lower his hand, his yearning unfulfilled, which provoked giggles from two maidservants in the distance. Yuanwen seethed with impatience. Seeing Feng Chen's hand raise only to fall again, he ground his teeth in frustration. "How many items have been auctioned? Do you not covet any of them?" An elder beside him frowned and remarked, "Young master, we must focus on the matter at hand." "Why?" Yuanwen replied, "Rest assured, old Lu, I shall deal with this bastard without disrupting our main agenda." Upon hearing this, old Lu ceased his protests and closed his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, Feng Chen felt a pair of malicious eyes upon him. Turning his gaze, he met Yuanwen's, who wore a cunning expression. He paused momentarily. "What does this guy intend to do? Is he planning to set me up?" Setting someone up at an auction can only manifest in two ways: either inflating the price to annoy oneself or securing the desired auction item. Contemplating this, he focused on the auction floor. That moment, an exquisite jade pendant was being auctioned, a treasure that could autonomously shield its owner from a full-force strike from a Yuan realm cultivator. The bidding had already reached 60,000, with numerous bidders still in contention. Without hesitation, Feng Chen called out, 65,000. However, no sooner had he spoken than he heard Yuanwen shout, 80,000. Feng Chen glanced over, and Yuanwen met his gaze, wearing a look of provocation and disdain. "Bastard, do not even think about leaving here with anything. My financial resources far exceed yours," he conveyed telepathically. In response, Feng Chen remained silent, lowering his head to retake his seat. Why Yuanwen, seeing this, felt a surge of triumph. He did not continue to bid. Instead, he kept a watchful eye on Feng Chen. Yet, he failed to notice the slight upward curve of Feng Chen's lips as he kept his head down. This jade pendant ultimately sold for 100,000 to another bidder, followed by several more items, with Feng Chen remaining inactive. Finally, when the 13th item was presented, it was Feng Chen's third-tier pinnacle beast corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item will be unlike anything you've ever seen. I can reveal that it is the corpse of a beast, and this particular beast originates from a new minor dimension. Making its debut here today, Feng Zheng proclaimed mysteriously. This announcement immediately piqued the curiosity of the crowd, as the emergence of new beasts often stirred considerable excitement. Noticing the right moment, Feng Zheng swiftly unveiled the cloth. Before the audience lay the corpse of the third-tier pinnacle beast that Feng Qian had slain, now showcased by the Wanqing auction house after minimal preparation. The fierce appearance of the beast, coupled with the terrifying aura it exuded post-mortem, caused several onlookers to alter their expressions. Its peculiar form, reminiscent of both a lion and a tiger, sparked considerable intrigue among the crowd. Whispers began to circulate regarding the beast's corpse. It is well known that parts of certain beasts, meat, scales, bones, and organs, hold immense benefits for cultivators. While purchasing an unknown beast's corpse may entail certain risks, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Where lies the certainty of fortune? Seeing the opportune moment, Feng Zheng announced, "The starting bid is 3,000, 10,000. Almost immediately, a voice rang out, impatient to secure the item. The crowd paused, many retracting their hands, having just raised them to bid upon hearing that price. 10,000 for a third-tier beast's corpse? Even if it is unprecedented, it cannot possibly be worth that much. As they turned to identify the bidder, another voice interjected, 20,000. The crowd froze in place. All eyes turning towards the speaker. There, in a VIP room, Yu Wenwen triumphantly raised his hand, casting a challenging glance at Feng Chen. At this moment, he reveled in his ability to vex Feng Chen. Yet the next second, he realized something was amiss. Wait, how much did I just bid? 20,000. He had blurted it out without thinking, suddenly aware that Feng Chen had initially offered 10,000. Not expecting Feng Chen to bid so high right away. He had spoken without deliberation. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Feng Chen, who had initially called for 15,000, could not suppress his laughter. He had assessed the beast's corpse beforehand. Its maximum value was 10,000, with 6,000 attributed to the beast and 4,000 for its debut appearance. He was unconcerned about others refraining from bidding, as many had shown interest. A little increase from 10,000 would be manageable. However, he never anticipated that Yu Wenwen would shout out a price of 20,000. Old Lu furrowed his brow and addressed Yu Wenwen. Young Master Yu, what are you doing? 20,000 for a third-tier beast, even if it is making its first appearance, is far from justifiable. Especially without a beast core. While the Yu family is affluent, this is not merely a matter of spirit stones. It concerns the family's reputation. Old Lu, it is all that brat's fault. I fell into his trap. Yu Wenwen could only say this, glaring fiercely at Feng Chen, shouting, Brat, you dare to conspire against me. Feng Chen, having had his fill of laughter, retorted disdainfully. I called the price myself. How is that a scheme against you? However, young Master Yu, I believe that person was correct in saying you are a fool, bastard. Yu Wenwen's rage caused veins to bulge on his forehead, wishing fervently to rend Feng Chen to pieces. Old Lu interjected, Young Master Yu, it is merely 20,000 spirit stones. What does it matter? Privately, he transmitted, do not forget our purpose here. Hearing this, Yu Wenwen gradually calmed down. Nonetheless, he still issued a dire warning. Feng Chen, this time no one will come to your aid. You had best prepare yourself. Feng Chen merely smiled in silence. Many wished to see him dead, and he had long-standing enmity with Yu Wenwen. Even without this provocation, the other party would undoubtedly seek to disadvantage him. Feng Zheng was equally taken aback by how events unfolded. Yet, a higher price was undeniably advantageous, he announced. 20,000 once. 20,000 twice. Yu Wenwen hoped against hope that no one else would bid. Yet the price for a beast's corpse had already far exceeded its worth. Even if it were newly discovered, it could not justify such a sum, leading to a lack of further bids. Ultimately, the beast's corpse was secured by Yu Wenwen for 20,000, inciting his frustration to the point of shattering a precious teacup on the table. Congratulations to guest number 44. Now, let us continue with the auction and welcome the next item. Fang Zheng smiled as he signaled for a maid to bring forth the next item on a tray. At that moment, Old Lu's eyes sparkled with opportunity. A chance for fortune had arrived. Chapter 69. The fake. How dare you consume my 200,000 spirit stones? I demand that you return every last one. No. I shall also make you pay a price tenfold, he sneered coldly, then turned to Old Lu, transmitting a message. Old Lu, is there any issue? Old Lu smiled confidently and replied through thought, thanks to your previous mention of that counterfeit elixir. I have been inspired. Rest assured, the fools at the Wands auction house will not perceive this magic essence bead for what it truly is. Otherwise, they would not be auctioning it off. Yu Yuanwen smirked sinisterly. Now, our task is to drive the price higher and higher, and of course, they would not act personally. Arrangements had already been made for others to bid from below the stage. They would continuously inflate the bidding price, ultimately seizing the item, and then, just as before, seek compensation from the Wands auction house. Above on the platform, Fang Zheng smiled as he introduced, ladies and gentlemen, this bead is known as the Magic Essence Bead. An embodiment of the natural world, containing a rich and pure demonic energy that is immensely beneficial for those who cultivate demonic arts. Cultivation of demonic arts is rare within the Tianyu divine sect, but quite prevalent in the outside world. Upon hearing this, many in the audience were captivated, their eyes fixated on the magic essence bead. Fang Chun was likewise intrigued. As a practitioner of demonic arts himself, something feels off, he thought. However, it was not long before Fang Chun sensed the anomaly within the magic essence bead. His perception, stemming from his sword demon physique, indicated that if it were truly as Fang Zheng described, he should not be feeling this way. He unleashed his soul heaven demon eye, piercing through the magic essence bead. The exterior and interior were laid bare before him. Upon inspection, Fang Chun finally discerned the inconsistency. The demonic energy emanating from within the magic essence bead was not inherent to the bead itself. Rather, it had been implanted with a demonic essence stone. This stone's demonic energy, while similar to that of the magic essence bead, could not be preserved and would dissipate within half a month. Such fraudulent methods bore a resemblance to that counterfeit elixir from before, though lacking its intricacies. Nevertheless, to an ordinary person, discerning the truth would be exceedingly difficult, let alone those who had little understanding of demonic arts. Fang Chun mused to himself, a bitter smile escaping his lips. The Wands auction house had been deceived once more. The magic essence bead must not be auctioned off, for that would spell trouble for the Wands. At this moment, the auction had commenced, and the price was rapidly ascending, reaching 500,000. Fang Chun summoned a maid and inquired, is it possible to interrupt the auction midway? The maid looked taken aback, decisively shaking her head. It is not permitted unless someone intervenes to seize it. Once the auction begins, it cannot be paused. Hearing this, Fang Chun's heart sank. He instructed, summon manager Yin and inform her that there is a matter of great importance concerning the reputation of the auction house. The maid hesitated but, seeing Fang Chun's serious demeanor, nodded and departed without delay. Meanwhile, the bidding for the magic essence bead had astonishingly reached 800,000. Fang Zheng was elated. The highest price for the magic essence bead was only around 300,000, and to reach this price was far beyond his expectations. Old Lu remarked, that's enough. If it goes any higher, it will easily raise suspicions. Indeed, Yu Yuanwen nodded with a smile. 800,000 spirit stones. With double compensation, that totals 1,400,000. However, they desired more than just this amount. Is there a higher bid for 800,000? Fang Zheng looked down at the crowd, hoping for a greater offer. Unfortunately, silence fell over the audience, as if they had lost all interest in bidding. Fang Zheng felt a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, 800,000 was already quite substantial, so he decided not to prolong the auction. 800,000 once, twice, 820,000. Just as Fang Zheng was about to finalize the sale, another voice rang out. The crowd gasped, astonished that someone was still bidding. They turned to see a young man calmly raising his hand from the VIP section. Fang Chun. 820,000. Is this madness? Regardless of the magic essence bead's prowess, 820,000 is far too steep, murmured the crowd. Indeed, they all thought, casting incredulous glances at Fang Chun, who remained unfazed. Since he could not prevent the auction, he decided to secure the bead himself, ensuring it did not fall into another's hands. After all, He was a guest elder of the Wan's auction house and could not bear to see it fall victim to deceit. Old Lu and Yu Yuanwen were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated anyone else bidding apart from themselves. Upon realizing it was Fang Chun, Yu Yuanwen's teeth ground with rage. This bastard disrupts my plans again. He quickly transmitted to his subordinates below, keep raising the bid. No matter what, we must secure this, understood? Came the response from below. Old Lu did not intervene. If they failed to acquire it, their deception would be rendered meaningless. Yet, he regarded Fang Qian with suspicion, muttering, why is he still bidding? Could it be he has discerned something? Impossible. Yu Yuanwen retorted confidently, with Old Lu's exceptional skills in deception, how could that brat possibly see through it? If I am not mistaken, he is also a practitioner of demonic arts, likely hoping to acquire this bead for his own cultivation. Indeed, Old Lu nodded in agreement, unwilling to believe that his ruse could be unraveled by a mere youth. 85 million. 87 million. Yu Yuanwen's subordinates continued to call out bids. Fang Chun remained unhurried, waiting until Fang Zheng was on the verge of finalizing the auction before casually announcing 90 million. This incited Yu Yuanwen and Old Lu's ire. Their teeth grinding in frustration, yet they dared not display their anger too overtly, resorting instead to cursing Fang Qin's ancestors in their minds. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaolin finally arrived. Elder Fang, what is the matter? She could sense the tension outside. Fang Qin's sudden involvement in the bidding undoubtedly held significance. Fang Chun replied candidly, that bead is a counterfeit. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaolin felt as if struck by lightning. A 900,000 spirit stone item was revealed to be fake. And if this information spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, severely damaging the reputation of the Wan's auction house. Is what you say true, Elder Fang? Though she believed him, she felt compelled to ask for confirmation. As a practitioner of demonic arts, the truth of this bead cannot escape my eye. If I am not mistaken, among those bidding against me below, there is an accomplice attempting to bid high, only to later demand double or even tenfold compensation from you. At that moment, the bidding price had already soared to 1 million spirit stones. Without hesitation, Fang Chun called out, 1,000,002, 1,000,005, 1,000,008. There were still a few willing to contest Fang Chun in the bidding. Yin Xiaolin realized the gravity of the situation. A magic essence bead could never fetch such a price. Just as Fang Chun had pointed out, someone was plotting against the Wan's auction house. She promptly stated, Elder Fang, feel free to bid as you wish. Do not fear, our Wan's auction house will not allow you to suffer losses. She then cast a cold glare towards the individuals below, declaring, I have some matters to attend to. Fang Chun nodded, rest assured. With that, Yin Xiaolin departed, and Fang Chun continued to raise his bid. Old Lu and Yu Yuanwen's expressions turned dire. Wishing they could tear Fang Chun to shreds at that moment, they realized that Fang Chun must have discovered something, prompting his frenzied bidding. Could it be that this brat has figured out it is fake and wishes to profit just as we do? Yu Yuanwen speculated. Forget about him. Tell those beneath to halt their bids, or else we will be in serious trouble, Old Lu insisted. Old Lu, at this juncture, we cannot afford to back down, Yu Yuanwen retorted stubbornly. What do you propose we do? Yu Yuanwen smirked sinisterly. I have a plan. Chapter 70. Retribution. He then instructed his subordinates to cease the bidding, as the price reached 1,200,000. The crowd was left in stunned silence. 1,200,000 for a single bead. Was this madness? Some began to sense that something was amiss, as if a storm was brewing. However, the host, Fang Zheng, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. He was ecstatic. 1,200,000. That was an astronomical figure. With no one else raising the bid, he felt a hint of disappointment but still announced. 1,200,000 once. 1,200,000. Confirming that no one would bid further, he declared, 1,200,000, sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from VIP Room 7 for acquiring the magic essence bead. Wait! Yu Yuanwen suddenly shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Seizing the moment, he declared, ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that individual. He is merely an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Tianyu divine sect, lacking both background and strength. I suspect he cannot afford such a bid. He does not possess 1,200,000 spirit stones. At this revelation, gasps echoed through the crowd, their gazes swiftly shifting to Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Why Yu Yuanwen sneered, directing his inquiry at Fang Zheng. What will happen if a bidder cannot provide sufficient spirit stones? Fang Zheng replied, naturally, there will be consequences to address the losses incurred by our establishment. The auction item will then be sold to the previous highest bidder. Why Yu Yuanwen's face lit up with triumph. This was the outcome he sought. He then turned to Fang Qian, questioning, you scoundrel, did you hear that? I never imagined the esteemed Tianyu divine sect would harbor a person as shameless as you. I will certainly report this incident to the sect and have you expelled. I knew it. This brat is far too young to possess such wealth, many murmured. He was merely bidding randomly. This kid is finished. He has offended the Wan's auction house and will be expelled from the Tianyu divine sect. He is doomed. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many relishing in Fang Chen's misfortune. Fang Zheng's complexion was somewhat unsightly, and he found himself swayed by Yuanwen's words. He then remarked, esteemed guest, I kindly request your consent for our personnel to proceed to your VIP chamber at once. And I implore you to reveal the extent of your financial resources. Financial resources? What wealth could he possibly possess, being a mere pauper? Yuanwen scoffed. Throughout the exchange, Fang Chun remained silent, yet the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a slight smile as he nodded and replied. Naturally, there is no issue. Please proceed. Yuanwen was taken aback, not expecting Fang Chun to dare agree. However, he quickly sneered, still attempting to feign grandeur. I am eager to witness how this impoverished youth intends to produce 120,000 spirit stones. Moments later, 3 men clad in the attire of the Wanqing auction house knocked and entered Fang Chen's VIP chamber. Fang Chun remained still while a nearby maid stepped forward to present a storage bag. One of the men accepted the bag and, after a brief examination, returned it to the maid, who respectfully placed it beside Fang Chun. Quickly announce whether it contains only 120 spirit stones. Yuanwen mocked. His words elicited laughter from many present. The verification official cleared his throat and solemnly declared, the financial resources of VIP number 7 have been confirmed. There is no issue. Instantly, the laughter ceased, and the onlookers stared in astonishment at the serene Fang Chun. Could it be that he genuinely possessed such wealth? Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary disciple with no background or power? It dawned on them that if Fang Chun truly lacked connections and strength, he would not be seated in the VIP chamber. I refuse to believe it. This brat cannot possibly have such wealth. You must all be colluding to deceive us. Yuanwen adamantly rejected the notion, exclaiming that 120,000 was an amount he himself could scarcely muster. Do you not believe it? Fang Chen's smile widened as he waved the storage bag. Clatter! A cascade of spirit stones erupted from it, swiftly forming a small mountain within the spacious VIP chamber. The glimmering, energy-infused mound caused the hearts of those below to race and their eyes to turn red with envy. This was no mere 120,000. It easily surpassed 150,000. Fang Chun cast a cold smile at Yuanwen and remarked, do not presume that having a little background grants you superiority. Remember, there are always those more powerful and influential than yourself. One must learn to be modest. Do you understand, fool? Yuanwen's face turned from green to purple, veins bulging in anger. He despised being called a fool. Yet he found himself powerless against Fang Chun, feeling as though he had been publicly humiliated. Fang Chun reveled in the moment, knowing that these spirit stones were not his own, but rather delivered by Yin Shaolin. However, they served well to bolster his fade. Yet, the ostentation of wealth could potentially invite trouble. Nevertheless, he cared little, having spent most of his time cultivating within the sect. Surely they would not dare to come and kill him within the confines of the sect. At that moment, Fang Zheng received a transmission from Yin Shaolin and shot a frosty glance at Yuanwen before announcing, congratulations to VIP number 7 for acquiring the auction item. We shall now proceed to the next item. He then instructed the staff to bring forth the Mo Yuan Tianzhu. Lao Lu, witnessing this, sighed deeply and said, we should take our leave. Wanqing Auction House has likely caught on to something. It is best that we do not linger here, and that the others retreat as well understood. Although Yuanwen desired to kill Fang Chun, he recognized that it was not the opportune moment. Thus reluctantly agreeing to Lao Lu's suggestion. Little did they know, their movements had already attracted attention. As they departed, others stealthily followed. Fang Qin, disinterested in the upcoming auction, returned to his previous room under the guidance of a maid. Before long, Yin Shaolin came to see Fang Chun, her expression filled with gratitude. Fang Keqing, we have just conducted an attack investigation on the Mo Yuan Tianzhu and indeed discovered it to be a fake. It was merely a magic stone. I am truly grateful to you, Fang Keqing. Otherwise, the reputation of Wanqing Auction House would have plummeted. She deeply bowed and continued, as a token of my appreciation, the 20,000 from the auction of the beast carcass will not be claimed by our house, and I shall additionally present you with 20,000 spirit stones as thanks. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun firmly shook his head. I appreciate the kind intentions of Manager Yin, but I can't accept the 20,000 from the auction. However, I cannot accept the additional 20,000. This was merely my duty. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for taking my annual 10,000. Yin Shaolin smiled and replied, Fang Keqing, you are being overly formal. After resolving an issue for our house, you are entitled to a corresponding commission. This 20,000 is indeed your commission, considering the magnitude of this matter and its importance to our house's reputation. Is that so? Fang Chun expressed skepticism. Indeed, Yin Shaolin affirmed, and the surrounding maids nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Fang Chun ceased his refusals and stated, in that case, please convert the 20,000 into spirit-enhancing pills. Yin Shaolin smiled and nodded, no problem. She immediately made arrangements, and while they waited, Fang Chun inquired, do you know who is behind this? Yin Shaolin nodded. If I am not mistaken, it should be Yuan Wen. I will have those responsible captured and interrogated. This grudge will not be forgotten by Wanqing Auction House. Her expression turned icy as she spoke the last words. Shortly after, 10 bottles of spirit-enhancing pills were delivered. Fang Chun accepted them and intended to take his leave. Yin Shaolin said, Fang Keqing, I shall have someone escort you back. If you return alone, it may invite trouble. Chapter 71. The remnants of gods and demons. Fang Chun was well aware of his predicament and did not refuse. Thank you, Manager Yin. He expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Yin Shaolin arranged for 2 powerful Zhou Yuan realm protectors to accompany Fang Chun. Upon exiting Wanqing Auction House, Fang Chun observed the bustling crowd without sensing anything amiss. However, the 2 Zhou Yuan realm protectors appeared vigilant, indicating that a strong adversary was indeed tracking him. He paid it little mind as he made his way back to Tianyu Shenzong under the guardianship of the 2 protectors. That brat escaped, a middle-aged cultivator growled from atop a rooftop. Now that he has returned, we must let it go. We are not the madmen from Qinliang Sha. We cannot simply storm into Tianyu Shenzong. Consequently, these cultivators dispersed. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Yu City, Lao Lu knelt on the ground, a bloody wound on his chest, exclaiming, Yuan Wen, you actually burned the bridge after crossing it. Standing beside Yuan Wen were 2 elderly figures, both powerful Zhou Yuan realm cultivators. Yuan Wen snorted coldly, you are useless, allowing a mere mixed blood to expose the deception. What purpose do you serve? The Mo Yuan Tianzhu's forgery originated from Lao Lu's hands. You shall not die a good death. Lao Lu's face was filled with resentment. This was supposed to be his opportunity for advancement, yet it had culminated in such a fate. Yuan Wen did not spare him a glance. And one of the elderly figures spoke, young master, it is time to return. In a rush, Yuan Wen said, his expression shifting between anger and calm, I intend to kill that mixed blood Fang Chun before returning. He then commanded, go, raise the bounty with Qinliang Sha to 30,000 for Fang Chun's head. Understood. The elder respectfully acknowledged and departed. Fang Chun. Yuan Wen ground his teeth, stepping on Lao Lu's corpse as he seethed. I will surely kill you. Under the protection of the 2 powerful cultivators, Fang Chun returned safely to the sect. After expressing his gratitude to the 2 protectors, he made his way back to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall. Brother Fang, you have finally returned, Steel Tiger exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Fang Chun safe. Fang Chun nodded and retrieved 5 bottles of spirit-enhancing pills, handing them to Steel Tiger. Take these 5 bottles for your cultivation. The 7th peak lacked spiritual energy. Without spirit stones or pills, cultivation was nearly impossible. Steel Tiger was taken aback, opening one of the bottles to reveal a spirit-enhancing pill that radiated golden light. This is an exquisite second-tier top-grade pill. It is incredibly valuable. He opened the other bottles, finding them all of similar quality, which brought tears to his eyes. Brother Fang, this is too precious. Fang Chun looked at him, bemused. While he said this, his eyes remained fixated on the pill bottles. Take them. I have enough, and I cannot let you leave with nothing while you accompany me. Steel Tiger was deeply moved and earnestly declared, Brother Fang, rest assured, I will never betray the seventh peak. He then added, however, it is quite strange. The seventh peak used to have abundant spiritual energy, yet suddenly it has vanished. Previously, the seventh peak was comparable to the first peak, a sacred place for cultivation. However, after the demise of Feng Chen's master, Tianyangzi, the spiritual energy began to dwindle, and now there was not a trace left. The powerful figures within the sect had previously investigated but found nothing. Perhaps it has something to do with the back mountain, an old man who had approached them interjected. The back mountain? Feng Chen inquired, looking at the elder. Why do you say that? The elder responded. I used to reside in the back mountain, as it was suitable for farming without harming the image of the seven peaks, so I spent much time there. After a while, I noticed that the back mountain was often shrouded in white mist, which was quite eerie. I contemplated entering to investigate, but upon stepping in, I would unknowingly emerge again, so I never ventured back in the back mountain. Feng Chen pondered, considering that it might hold secrets, possibly even the reason for the disappearance of the spiritual energy. I shall go and take a look, he declared. Steel Tiger suggested, I will accompany you. Feng Chen nodded, and the two set off together toward the back mountain. The back mountain of the seven peaks was not particularly large. Aside from a grove of trees, it was comprised of a series of small hills. At this moment, deep within the forest, a veil of white mist swirled gently, occasionally disturbed by the flight of birds that emerged. Leaving behind melodic chirps, Feng Chen unfurled his soul heaven demon eye, penetrating the entirety of the woodland with his gaze. With the formidable strength of his soul heaven demon eye, the entire forest lay before him in a single glance. However, a frown creased Feng Chen's brow as he realized that even this extraordinary ability could not reveal any anomalies. Naturally, Steel Tiger discerned nothing amiss either. Scratching his head, he remarked, I don't see any issues here. It appears quite ordinary. Let us venture deeper, Feng Chen suggested. Steel Tiger had no objections, and the two delved into the thicket, advancing further. The forest was home to wild beasts, yet they were merely low-tier creatures. Posing no threat to the duo as they pressed on, the mist thickened around them, blurring their vision. Observing this, Steel Tiger scoffed, Brother Feng, do they think this mere fog can bewilder us? Such a notion is utterly laughable. Yet, when he turned to where Feng Chen had just been, he found him missing. Brother Feng, where are you? Panic surged within Steel Tiger as he called out repeatedly. At that moment, Feng Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Just as he had ventured deeper into the misty area, he felt the surrounding space distort. Although the scenery remained unchanged, he sensed he was no longer in the same place, and Steel Tiger had seemingly vanished. Indeed, there is something amiss in this rear mountain. But have I entered a secret realm? Could it be this uncomplicated? Feng Chen pondered, perplexed. If this was indeed a secret realm, it seemed far too easy to access. Moreover, why had only he entered while Steel Tiger remained outside? At that instant, Feng Chen sensed a faint response from the small tower within him, emanating a gentle glow. Upon placing his hand on his chest, he understood that it seems it is due to the small tower that I have been allowed entry here. Concurrently, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, revealing a mansion ahead. Gazing at the mansion, Feng Chen thought to himself, if I am not mistaken, this must be the opportunity left for me by my master. He then approached the faade of the mansion, which exuded an ancient aura, its architecture marked with the scars of time. Placing his hands against the grand entrance, he gently pushed, and the door slowly creaked open. Before him lay a spacious courtyard, yet what astonished Feng Chen was the statue positioned at the center, a statue of an ancient sword demon. The sword demon held a sword in one hand and cradled a tower in the other, resembling the small tower within him. Indeed, the small tower must have some connection to the ancient sword demon. Feng Chen mused. He had previously suspected that each level of the small tower contained the blood of the sword demon, indicating a profound relationship with the ancient sword demon. Now, witnessing this statue, he could affirm his suspicions. He stepped into the mansion, and immediately a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The density of this spiritual energy was not inferior to that found within spirit stones. This meant that every cubic inch of space within the mansion was equivalent to a spirit stone. The courtyard alone was worth millions of spirit stones, and it replenished itself rapidly, almost inexhaustibly. If I could cultivate here, a single day's practice would equal 10 days of others' efforts. Feng Chen's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed a sanctuary for cultivation. That moment, Feng Qian noticed inscriptions on the statue. Obscured by dust and difficult to discern, he brushed his hand across the surface, revealing the words, "If one can enter this place, it signifies a connection with the true essence. I bestow upon you a method, hoping that in the future, you may elevate it to greatness and not tarnish the name of my sword demon." As Feng Qian read these words, they glowed with a radiant light, and suddenly a fragment of a text appeared before him. Feng Qian grasped the fragment and focused his gaze. The remnants of divine and demon, first layer. This technique is of no rank. The stronger one becomes, the more potent the technique grows. Cultivating throughout one's life awakens the true potential of the sword demon's body. Feng Qian was taken aback. Could it be that the sword demon transformation is not the true strength of the sword demon body? He flipped open the remnants of divine and demon and began reading the introduction to the first layer. Upon completion, he gasped in astonishment. So that is how it is. The reason the sword demon is called a sword demon is not because it requires a sword. Its very body embodies the sword, capable of becoming a sword from any part. Any part, indeed? Feng Qian mused as a peculiar image formed in his mind. Chapter 72. Meng Yao's engagement. Quickly, he shook off the inexplicable thoughts that had surfaced in his mind and continued reading. After perusing the introduction to the first layer, Feng Qian gasped once more, realizing just how little he understood of the sword demon. Indeed, he had squandered the potential of the sword demon body. No wonder the ancient sword demon was so formidable. If I could cultivate the first layer, I would exponentially enhance my combat power and easily engage in battles beyond my level. Upon returning, I must thoroughly study and practice this technique. He tucked the method away and then turned his attention to the true entrance leading deeper into the mansion. This was merely the outermost layer. Surely, there were other treasures within. Moreover, the sudden disappearance of spiritual energy from the seventh peak was undoubtedly linked to this place. He approached the grand door and pushed against it. However, at that moment, a flash of crimson light erupted from the door. Feng Qian was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. He let out a groan, gazing at the door that radiated red light with a wry smile. It seems I am not yet worthy to enter. To gain access, I must reach a certain level of strength, which is somewhat reminiscent of the small tower. Feng Qian remained unperturbed. Even if he could enter, seizing opportunities with an unequal strength would not be as simple as it seemed. Having obtained the remnants of divine and demon, Feng Qian felt quite satisfied. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense and ideal for cultivation. I shall reunite with Steel Tiger outside and return to cultivate here another day, Feng Qian resolved. If he began to cultivate now, Steel Tiger might rush back to inform the master, causing unnecessary worry. Thus, Feng Qian made his way back. As he reached the forest's edge, the white mist thickened once more. Accompanied by a twist in space, Feng Qian successfully exited that realm. Steel Tiger sensed Feng Qian's presence immediately upon his reappearance. "Brother Feng, where did you vanish to? Why did you suddenly disappear?" Seeing Feng Qian return, Steel Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Qian shook his head. "I do not know. I too suddenly lost sight of you." He had no intention of disclosing the forest mansion to Steel Tiger, for it pertained to his secrets. After the incident with Su Wanner, Feng Qian was exceedingly reluctant to risk revealing his secrets, even to those he trusted most. Upon hearing this, Steel Tiger felt an eerie chill in the air. "Brother Feng, let us hasten our departure from here. This place is quite sinister," he urged. "Agreed," Feng Qian responded without objection. Deep within the shadowy forest, beneath the ground, lay a dimly lit underworld. The underworld was heavily guarded, teeming with powerful individuals. Here was the headquarters of the 1,000-mile Shadow Killers. Within the mansion tavern, several cultivators pointed at a bounty board. Numerous images adorned the top, accompanied by basic information and cultivation levels. Among them was Feng Qian, standing out conspicuously. The bounty for him, a fifth-layer cultivator, was an astonishing 300,000. What had this fellow done to earn such ire? Only silver-tier assassins could be dispatched against him. The assassins discussed among themselves, their curiosity piqued about Feng Qian. Just then, a figure entered the tavern, pushing past several assassins gathered around the bounty board. "You?" The assassins, initially angered by the interruption, paled and quickly retreated upon recognizing the newcomer. The figure was a young man named Tian Chong, with darker skin, a red scarf atop his head, and a scarred face. Perpetually wearing a grin, a silver badge adorned his chest. identifying him as a silver-tier assassin. Tian Chong cast a quick glance at the bounty board, his gaze landing on Fang Chen's bounty point 300,000. A fifth-layer cultivator. Interesting. He peeled off Fang Chen's bounty notice, a smirk forming on his lips. You shall be my target. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of demonic energy radiated from him, causing the sword strapped to his back to tremble slightly, not in fear, but in anticipation of the blood it would soon taste. No need to rush. Soon enough, you will be able to drink the blood of a genius. He reassured his sword, then departed with the bounty notice in hand. The remaining assassins, witnessing his departure, finally exhaled in relief. That madman has shown up as well. I thought he had completely succumbed to madness. With his involvement, Fang Chen's demise seemed all but certain. Yet, this could also invite considerable trouble for our organization. What does it matter? His brother is a high-ranking member of the organization. That explains his arrogance. No one dares lay a hand on him. The assassins continued their discussions, albeit cautiously, before returning to their tables to drink. As for Fang Chen's predicament, they paid little heed. Such occurrences were commonplace. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, he had once again caught the attention of the Thousand-Mile Shadow Killers. The following period was relatively tranquil. Occasionally, challengers approached Fang Chen, but he paid them no mind. Elders from other peaks also sought to recruit Fang Chen as a disciple, given his extraordinary talent. However, he ultimately declined, citing his commitment to restoring the seventh peak. Gradually, fewer individuals visited the seventh peak. During this time, Fang Chen continued to guide Steel Tiger in comprehending the principles of the combat character. Although Steel Tiger had yet to awaken, he gained significant insights and made considerable progress. Breaking through to the third layer of the postnatal realm point one day, upon returning from the character peak, Steel Tiger was particularly excited. Brother Fang, I have uncovered a significant piece of news. Fang Chen paused his cultivation and inquired. What is it? The Steel Tiger exclaimed with excitement. I have just received definitive news. In the fastest case, within 6 months, our sect will hold a Sky Challenge. The Sky Challenge? What is that? Fang Chen inquired. You still do not know? The Sky Challenge allows the top 10 victors to represent our sect and journey to the central region of the Divine Sky Continent, the Luo Tian Domain. To participate in the Divine Continent Conference, the Divine Sky Continent comprises 9 major domains, among which the Luo Tian Domain and the Shandong Domain, where Fang Chen resides, are included. The Luo Tian Domain is the central area of the Divine Sky Continent, renowned for its prosperity and strength, a place yearned for by countless individuals. However, he then spoke with a hint of despondency, but those core disciples will also participate. They are all innate realm practitioners. The proud sons of heaven who have awakened at least one Tao text. Competing against them is beyond my current capability. 6 months is too short. He turned to Fang Chen, his eyes lighting up. Brother Fang, perhaps you have a chance. With your talent, it is very likely that you could break through to the innate realm within 6 months, and at that time, you could contend for a spot. Fang Chen was naturally aware of the Luo Tian Domain, situated on the eastern edge of the Shandong Domain. A massive cliff separates the two domains, with the Luo Tian Domain perched atop the cliff. Towering 500 zhong, higher than the entire Shandong Domain. It is rumored that the spiritual energy in the Luo Tian Domain is several times more abundant than in the Shandong Domain. With strong practitioners aplenty and opportunities abounding, it is indeed a sacred land for cultivation, a place aspired to by many. The two domains are akin to contrasting terrains, one a heaven and the other a land. With a vast disparity, the Shandong Domain can only look up to the Luo Tian Domain. Yet, entering the Luo Tian Domain is not something just anyone can do. Without a guide and lacking sufficient strength, one is not qualified to set foot on that land. It is a place that Fang Chen longs for people naturally strive for higher grounds, and he yearns to witness a broader world. Moreover, it is a place his master has visited, and Fang Chen also wishes to see it. 6 months. That is ample time. Fang Chen silently vowed to secure a place among the top 10 in the Sky Challenge. At that moment, a voice resonated outside the Seven Peaks Holy Hall. Fang Chen, I wish to see you. Fang Chen was taken aback, recognizing the voice as Lin Xueyan's. What could she want? Confused, he proceeded towards the hall's exit, with the Steel Tiger following, sensing familiarity in the voice. Upon stepping outside, they found Lin Xueyan standing alone, garbed in a blue and white long dress that showcased her slender figure. Yet, at that moment, Lin Shuiyin appeared rather cold. Upon seeing Fang Chun, she stated directly, "I am here to inform you that Meng Yao is engaged." Upon hearing this, Fang Chun felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling slightly. "Engaged? What are you saying?" Fang Chen's expression gradually turned icy. Lin Shuiyin replied frostily, "Indeed, she is engaged to the Yu family, and the groom is Yu Yuanwan." This revelation instantly reminded Fang Chun of Yu Yuanwan's words at the Wanqing auction house. He never imagined that the fellow would speak the truth. Meng Yao would never agree to marry Yu Yuanwan. Fang Chen's brow furrowed. Lin Shuiyin nodded affirmatively, saying, "That is correct, but there is no alternative. The ancestor of the Meng family has perished in battle, and Meng Yao's grandfather is gravely ill. They are the backbone of the Meng family. Should they fall, the family will inevitably be gradually consumed by others. Thus, the Meng family intends to ally with the Yu family to weather this crisis." "So, Meng Yao has become a sacrificial pawn?" Fang Chen's expression grew even colder. Lin Shuiyin nodded. Fang Chun remained silent for a moment before asking, "When is the engagement to take place?" Lin Shuiyin shook her head. "I do not know, but it is likely within these 6 months." Fang Chun nodded. "Understood. Thank you for informing me, senior sister Lin." Lin Shuiyin gazed deeply at Fang Chun and asked, "Do you intend to go to the Meng family?" Fang Chun did not deny it. He nodded. "I tell you this news to urge you to give up, and this is also Meng Yao's wish. Neither the Yu family nor the Meng family is someone you can afford to offend, nor can you deal with them." Lin Shuiyin continued, "Let us set aside the Meng family for now. The Yu family is simply not someone you can provoke. The ancestor of the Yu family has returned, possessing strength that surpasses the inquiry realm, and the other strong practitioners are countless. There are numerous innate realm practitioners. What do you have to bring back Meng Yao? Had this situation not arisen, perhaps the Meng family would not have obstructed your union due to your talent. But now, the circumstances have changed. You must accept it, whether you wish to or not." Fang Chun said little, yet his expression remained resolute. Seeing this, Lin Shuiyin understood that she could not sway him. "I came here to convey Meng Yao's words. As for how you decide afterward, I will not interfere. However, I can tell you with certainty that even if you go, it will not change anything." At this, she regarded Fang Chun with a gaze full of indifference, reminiscent of their first meeting, devoid of warmth and laced with disdain. What does it matter if one possesses talent? In this world, talent alone cannot alter everything. A genius remains merely a genius, not a strong practitioner. "This is fate," she declared. "That I do not believe in fate. I believe in myself," Fang Chun replied firmly. With that, he turned and headed back towards the Seven Peaks Holy Hall, determined to prepare for his journey to the Ming family. "You will die, Yu Yuanwen, Luo Tianxiao, and the Luo family have all set their sights on you. Once you leave the Tianyu divine sect, you will undoubtedly be hunted down by them," Lin Shuiyin warned. Fang Qin did not halt his steps. "Then let them come. Those who obstruct me shall perish." Throughout this journey, Meng Yao had assisted him numerous times without seeking anything in return. How could Fang Chun abandon her in her hour of need? Truth be told, he feared that his efforts would yield results akin to those of Su Wan'er. Yet, he feared even more the thought of being powerless. Even knowing the dangers that lay ahead, he felt compelled to go. Lin Shuiyin observed Fang Chun, hoping to detect even a hint of hesitation from his background. Yet, Fang Chen's figure remained unwavering, his steps resolute. In that moment, Lin Shuiyin's heart, once frozen, was filled with conflicting emotions, leaving her at a loss for words. Upon returning to the Seven Peaks Holy Hall, Jingyi appeared, having overheard the recent conversation. "I will accompany you," Jingyi declared. Fang Chun shook his head. "Elder Jing, the Seven Peaks still require your protection. This time, I can go alone." Although Jingyi's cultivation at the Zhou Yuan realm could offer him some assistance, it was not substantial. However, Jingyi appeared to have more to say. Fang Chun reassured her, "Do not worry, Elder. When I head to the Ming family, I will not be going alone." "Then who do you intend to bring?" Jingyi asked, puzzled. Fang Chun smiled, "You will know soon enough." However, he needed to continue his seclusion in order to strive for a breakthrough to the 6th level. He understood that this matter could not be rushed. Even if the two families were to ally, it could not be accomplished in a mere month or two. What he needed to do now was to enhance his strength, ensuring he at least had the means to protect himself. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiao crushed the communication talisman in his hand. "Bastard! This time, I will see where you can escape." A sinister smile crept across his face. This time, he had suffered greatly, not only losing Luo Yun but also sustaining an injury to one of his hands. resulting in his demotion to an inner sect elder and facing punishment. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall, reporting, "Elder, the Luo family has sent someone." Luo Tianxiao was not surprised. Luo Yun's death had enraged the entire Luo family, and the family head had issued a death order to kill Fang Qin. It was entirely reasonable for them to send someone. "Let them in," he instructed. Soon, the disciple led the visitors into the grand hall. Initially, Luo Tianxiao appeared calm, but upon seeing the leader, his expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. The leader was a middle-aged man, adorned with heavy makeup, exuding an air of elegance mingled with a hint of softness. "Elder, I did not expect the family head to send you this time," he said. The visitor was the Luo family's grand elder, Luo Xiaoshan, a formidable presence at the third level of the inquiry realm. Luo Xiaoshan coldly remarked, "Luo Ao is dead, and Luo Yun is also dead. Are you merely eating your fill at the Tianyu Divine Sect?" Luo Tianxiao immediately knelt. "Grand Elder, this truly cannot be blamed on me. I never anticipated that the bastard would be so monstrous, capable of slaying a 9th-level practitioner like Luo Yun with his 5th-level cultivation. As for Luo Ao, I was at the Luo family at that time." Luo Xiaoshan snorted coldly, "Once we kill that bastard, you shall receive your punishment." "Yes," Luo Tianxiao responded respectfully, not daring to offer further explanations. "Where is that bastard now?" Luo Xiaoshan inquired. "He is at the Seven Peaks. But I suggest we wait a little longer." "Wait longer?" "Indeed, I have received word from the Yu family. That kid will soon leave the Tianyu Divine Sect for the Meng family. At that time, it will be the best opportunity to strike him down," Luo Tianxiao explained. "Is the news accurate?" Luo Xiaoshan questioned. "Absolutely accurate," Luo Tianxiao nodded earnestly. "The Meng family is about to ally with the Yu family, and Meng Yao has become a sacrificial pawn in this union. That bastard has some connection with Meng Yao. He will definitely not stand idly by and watch her become a victim." Luo Xiaoshan nodded slowly. "In that case, let him live a little longer. This time, I will take action personally. Those who dare to harm my Luo family shall pay a painful price." In addition to Luo Xiaoshan, over a dozen others from the Luo family had also come. All of them innate realm experts. It was evident that the Luo family was taking significant measures to eliminate Fang Qin. Outside the Tianyu Divine Sect, Luo Tianxiao stood with his hands behind his back, flanked by 2 Zhou Yuan realm practitioners and more than a dozen innate realm experts. These were individuals he had summoned from the family, and their purpose was simple: to target Fang Qin. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided that witnessing Fang Qin's demise with his own eyes would be far more gratifying. "Bastard, this time, I will see how you can escape. You can either cower for the rest of your life within the sect or come out and meet your death, allowing me to inform Meng Yao and let her give up hope." Chapter 74. The Soul Heaven Demon Eye Advancement. Fang Qin remained oblivious to the fact that the outside world had already become a perilous trap for him. At this moment, he sat cross-legged in the woodland estate, with 3 ornate boxes before him, containing the opening vein heavenly elixir. By first opening a vein, he could more swiftly break through to the 6th level of the postnatal realm. Moreover, by utilizing 3 drops of sword demon blood to enhance the soul heavenly demon eye, he hoped to survive the multitude of dangers that lay ahead, relying heavily on this mystical eye. He also aimed to fortify the heavenly Dao demon bone, attempting to cultivate the fragmented divine demon scripture to its first layer. The mere thought of the divine demon scripture caused Fang Qin to sigh deeply. He was aware of its formidable difficulty but had not anticipated such a daunting challenge. Despite his relentless practice over this period, his progress had been excruciatingly slow, and he had yet to reach even the threshold of the first layer. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside the cultivation of this scripture and focus on breaking through his current realm. With a determined mind, Fang Qin commenced his training. This time, he sought to activate the Zuoling Meridian, which lay opposite the Yuling Meridian. Although they were counterparts, the difficulty of activation was several-fold greater than before. The deeper one ventured into the meridian pathways, the more they required connections to previously activated pathways. However, establishing these connections was no simple task, as the pathways were initially disconnected, necessitating a substantial expenditure of energy to harmonize them. This energy consumption would draw not only from Fang Qin himself, but also from the opening vein elixirs, which explained why the activation of additional pathways became increasingly arduous. He swallowed one opening vein heavenly elixir and, leveraging his formidable sword demon physique, began to absorb its medicinal potency. Yet, after completely assimilating the elixir's effects, he found to his dismay that only a quarter of the meridian had been activated. While he was not surprised by the incomplete activation, he was taken aback by the minuscule extent of his progress. It was well within his capability to fully absorb the elixir, and he had expected more significant results despite the increasing difficulty of activation with each subsequent pathway. Fang Chun furrowed his brow, casting a resigned glance at his own being. It seems this is somewhat related to my sword demon physique, akin to my own cultivation struggles. He sighed once more, recognizing that his sword demon physique was both a bane and a boon. The endeavor to fully activate all 36 meridians was as challenging as scaling the heavens. Subsequently, he consumed a second opening vein heavenly elixir and continued his training. By the third day, with all the available opening vein elixirs at his disposal, Fang Chun finally succeeded in activating the fourth meridian, the Zuoling meridian. Instantly, he felt a marked improvement in the flow of his spiritual energy, which became swifter and more powerful. The energy he could unleash was significantly amplified, and his absorption rate improved. Both his Sea of Consciousness and Dantian felt increasingly robust, solidifying his foundations. Quite impressive. My meridians are likely larger and broader compared to others, he mused. The challenges he faced in activation ultimately conferred certain advantages, as the continuous influx of energy caused his meridians to develop thicker than those of his peers. He then retrieved several vials of spirit-enhancing elixirs. It was time to break through his current realm. Without hesitation, he poured an entire vial into his mouth. Should anyone witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished, deeming Fang Chun mad. Such consumption was tantamount to courting death, as the terrifying energy of a full vial could easily overwhelm and rupture an ordinary body. However, Fang Chun was no ordinary individual. His physical body had already ascended to the bone refinement realm, and the might of his sword demon physique was unparalleled, coupled with the fact that he had activated 4 meridians. He felt no trepidation. Soon, he executed the fierce demon sword technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of the woodland estate, rapidly refining the 10 spirit-enhancing elixirs. Yet, even at the pinnacle of the 5th level, a single vial was insufficient to breach his bottleneck. Seeing this, Fang Chun did not hesitate to swallow another vial, yet still found himself hindered. He continued to consume elixirs, confident that his sword demon physique could absorb all the medicinal power and expel any toxins without adverse effects. Thus, he consumed the 3rd, 4th, and 7th vials, until finally, with the 12th vial, his aura surged dramatically. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. He had at last broken through to the 6th level of the postnatal realm. Fang Chun exhaled a heavy breath, a bitter smile etched upon his face. The amount of energy expended to surmount this single bottleneck equated to what others would use to elevate 2 minor realms. Yet, the sole silver lining was that he emerged from this breakthrough far stronger than the average practitioner at the 6th level, even capable of rivaling the weakest cultivators at the 9th level. Should he unleash his full might, facing a 1st-level innate realm practitioner would pose no problem. With his realm successfully elevated, he turned his attention to strengthening the soul heavenly demon eye. He extracted 3 drops of sword demon blood from his Dantian, allowing the soul heavenly demon eye to absorb the first drop. Instantly, a searing sensation engulfed him. This absorption was considerably more painful than before. What was happening? Fang Chun furrowed his brow as the intense agony caused cold sweat to pour from his brow, his body trembling uncontrollably. The soul heavenly demon eye, akin to a black hole, seemed insatiable after consuming the first drop of sword demon blood. In a moment of urgency, Fang Chun hastily poured in the 2nd and 3rd drops. The eye rapidly absorbed them, unleashing a terrifying energy from his gaze. The expansive training chamber was soon filled with a torrent of demonic energy. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain radiated from his eyes throughout his entire being, as if countless whips lashed at every inch of his skin. Fortunately, Fang Chun's will was unyielding, bolstered by his indomitable Sea of Consciousness, allowing him to grit his teeth and endure. Was the soul heavenly demon eye about to ascend? This eye was ultimately a part of Fang Chun, and he could sense its impending transformation. You wish to consume sword demon blood? Then I shall grant you your desire. Fang Chun gritted his teeth and produced 2 more drops of sword demon blood, feeding them to the soul heavenly demon eye. Yet even after absorbing these 2 drops, The eye seemed still unsatisfied. Still not enough? Then you shall have the final two. Fang Chun resolutely surrendered the last 2 drops of sword demon blood to the eye. Fortunately, this final infusion allowed the soul heavenly demon eye to reach a state of saturation and begin its ascension. Fang Chun felt an intense heat surging through his eyes, akin to an impending explosion. Simultaneously, a formidable energy began to coalesce at the center of his spiritual eye. Boom! In the next instant, Fang Chun's aura skyrocketed. His cultivation steadily rose, directly reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level. When he opened his eyes, a crimson light shot forth, crashing into the walls of the training chamber. This chamber had been constructed from exceptionally resilient ore by Tianyangzi, making it difficult even for practitioners of the Yuan realm to damage it. Yet, the red light emitted by Fang Chun left a profound crack in the stone wall. As the crimson light dissipated, it revealed a pair of blood-red eyes. However, unlike before, a white halo shimmered within those blood-red pupils. Simultaneously, the aura of the Tao coalesced behind Fang Chun, forming the character Eye, representing the Taoist script. At the moment of the soul, heavenly demon eye's ascension, Fang Chun simultaneously comprehended the Eye character's Taoist script. After a considerable time, Fang Chun finally emerged from his recent agony. How formidable had the soul heavenly demon eye become post-ascension? He activated the soul heavenly demon eye, directing it toward the stone wall. Instantly, 2 feet of solid stone was pierced as if it were mere air. Ecstatic, Fang Chun realized this was the kind of divine ability that countless men dreamt of. Moreover, after penetrating, he could extend his perception to a radius of 10 miles. This was the effective range of perception for late-stage innate realm practitioners. Furthermore, should he encounter any living beings, they would find no concealment from his gaze, regardless of their hiding place. This capability far surpassed that of mere spiritual perception, as even innate realm practitioners would find it exceedingly challenging to accurately locate a target within 10 miles. In addition, with the comprehension of the Eye character's Taoist script, the soul heavenly demon eye could grow even stronger. With this eye in his possession, as long as he did not encounter a Yuan realm practitioner, his safety would be assured. Fang Chun smiled faintly. Although he had exhausted all his sword demon blood, he was immensely satisfied with the power of the soul heavenly demon eye. Regrettably, he had been unable to enhance the heavenly Tao demon bone. However, Fang Chun was not anxious. He believed that upon breaking through to the 7th level of the postnatal realm, he would be able to re-enter the small tower. With everything in place, he was ready to embark on his journey. Slowly rising to his feet, he prepared to visit the Ming family. Chapter 75. The journey to the Ming family. Upon returning to the 7 Peaks Sacred Hall, Fang Chun entered the hall to find his master, Qiu Mei. She was already aware of Fang Chun's impending departure and the perilous nature of his journey. However, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she offered a gentle smile and patted the neatly folded new garments on the table. "You've been growing lately, so I knitted these for you. Take them with you on your journey," she said softly. After arriving at the 7th peak, she continued her usual routine of tending to flowers and weaving clothes. Previously, she had woven for Tianyangzi, but now it was for Fang Chun, and of course, occasionally, Gang Hu and the old man would also benefit from her kindness. When Gang Hu received his first piece of clothing, he was deeply moved, as it was the first gift he had ever received since reaching adulthood. "Thank you," Fang Chun replied, placing the garments into his storage bag. "Master, when I return, I will bring a daughter-in-law back for you." Qiu Mei smiled gently. "Very well, I shall await the return of my daughter-in-law." After a brief conversation, Fang Chun took his leave. However, upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that Gang Hu and the old man had been waiting at the door for some time. "Gang brother, you can rest assured," Gang Hu said. "As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to disturb the 7 Peaks." Fang Chun replied with a smile. "Brother, make sure to cultivate diligently. When I return, I hope to see you have awakened the Taoist script as well." "Absolutely," Gang Hu replied confidently, patting his chest. Fang Chun nodded and then turned to the old man. "Grandfather, I leave my master in your care." "Young master need not worry," the old man said, his concern for Fang Chun evident. "Young master, you must return safely. The young lady is no longer here. We cannot afford to lose you as well." Fang Chun smiled reassuringly. "Grandfather, you can rest easy. It will not be so easy for them to take my life." The old man remained engulfed in worry, yet he comprehended the futility of his efforts, and could only utter, "The old man will continuously pray for the young master." Fang Qian nodded with a smile, and then called out to the void, "Elder Jing, I beseech you." "Rest assured," came the voice of Aunt Jing from the ether. Upon hearing this, Fang Qian felt unburdened and departed the Seven Peaks Sacred Hall, hastening away from the sect. However, before the Tianyu Divine Sect, Fang Qian retrieved a communication talisman. After murmuring a few words, he cast the talisman into the air, which instantly transformed into a streak of escape light, darting deep into the sect. Observing this, Fang Qian finally left the Tianyu Divine Sect. The moment he stepped out, he was immediately detected by Luo Tianxiao. "He has finally emerged. Let us take action," Luo Xiaoshan said with a grim expression. "In a rush," Luo Tianxiao replied. "This is still within the Tianyu Divine Sect's sphere of influence. If we were to slay that bastard here, it would surely attract the attention of the powerful within the sect. This wretch has displayed formidable talent. Killing him here could provoke their ire, and our Luo family would face grave troubles." Luo Xiaoshan, upon hearing this, found some merit in the reasoning. "Then when shall we strike? Since he has come out, he will undoubtedly head to the Chu family. We shall wait until he has gone a fair distance before we act," Luo Tianxiao declared. "Let this brat live for a few more hours," Luo Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. After leaving the Tianyu Divine Sect, Fang Qian paused briefly before heading towards Yuqing, ultimately entering the Wanqing auction house. Luo Xiaoshan furrowed his brow. What does he seek at Wanqing? He must be looking to procure some treasures for protection. Luo Tianxiao sneered, "But no matter what he buys, his death is inevitable." Luo Xiaoshan nodded in agreement, dismissively saying, "In the face of absolute power, all means are but child's play. True strength lies in one's own might." Fang Qian lingered in the Wanqing auction house for a considerable duration. However, upon his exit, Luo Tianxiao's expression froze. To his astonishment, two figures clad in the elder's garb of the Wanqing auction house, a man and a woman, followed Fang Qian, both at the 9th layer of the Zhouyuan realm. This bastard. He actually sought bodyguards. Luo Tianxiao's countenance darkened. Since Fang Qian lacked a background, they had underestimated his ability to enlist strong protectors. Yet now it appeared that they had underestimated him, for he evidently possessed the financial means for such arrangements. This only intensified Luo Tianxiao's murderous intent. This child must be eradicated, for otherwise he would pose endless troubles. Luo Xiaoshan, however, remained unconcerned. Just two mere 9th layer Zhouyuan. Do they truly believe they can ensure his safety? What a delusion. Luo Tianxiao complimented, indeed, with the Grand Elder present, no matter how many Zhouyuan realm practitioners he has beside him. He is doomed. We shall strike once he has traveled 30 miles from Yuqing. Do not grant him any further opportunities, Luo Xiaoshan stated. Understood. Luo Tianxiao nodded emphatically. Fang Qian, seemingly oblivious to the pursuit, soon departed Yuqing under the protection of the two Zhouyuan realm guardians. And indeed, his direction was toward the Chu family. Luo Tianxiao and his group followed at a measured pace, for with Luo Xiaoshan present, even the two-peak Zhouyuan realm practitioners failed to detect their presence. Thus, Fang Qian and his companions traversed the skies. 30 miles were swiftly covered. Upon reaching a hilltop, the Zhouyuan realm man furrowed his brow and immediately halted Fang Qian and the others, saying, "Stop, there's a situation." The man, named Long Qi, was a second-rank elder of the Wanqing auction house, possessing formidable strength and having safeguarded the Wanqing auction house in Yuqing for over 20 years. "What's the matter?" Fang Qian inquired. "Your troubles have arrived," the woman slowly replied. Her name was Lan Bingxin, also a second-rank elder of the Wanqing auction house, her standing no less than Long Qi's. Upon hearing this, Fang Qian remained unfazed. Responding calmly, "Since they have arrived, why hide? Bastard. This time I'll see you dead for sure," came the sinister laughter of Luo Tianxiao even before any figures appeared. In the next moment, dozens of silhouettes rapidly emerged, encircling Fang Qian and his companions. Indeed, it was Luo Tianxiao and over 10 others. However, Fang Qian disregarded him entirely, continuing, "Are there not other friends who wish to reveal themselves?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tianxiao and his group were momentarily taken aback. Besides them, there were others. In the next instant, a chilling laughter echoed. "Bastard, it seems you are quite prepared to meet your demise." Yu Yuanwen appeared, accompanied by over a dozen others, and by his side stood a formidable figure from the Wenda realm, one who was 2 realms higher than Luo Xiaoshan. A 5th-layer Wenda expert. Their sudden appearance caused even Luo Xiaoshan to change countenance, for they had been completely unaware of their presence. Truly, the Yu family was filled with hidden talents, Luo Xiaoshan mused. Growing increasingly vigilant, Yu Yuanwen, sensing Luo Xiaoshan's wariness, smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Grand Elder Luo, there is no need for concern. I mean no harm, I have come with the same intention as you. To eliminate this bastard. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoshan let out a sigh of relief and returned the gesture, oh, it is young Master Yu. He then turned to the fifth-layer Winda expert. Recognizing him, you must be the third elder of the Yu family, Yu Huaqing, correct? Indeed. Yu Huaqing inclined his head slightly. Since we all seek the same objective in dealing with this bastard, why not join forces to slay him? Luo Xiaoshan proposed. Yu Yuanwen nodded with a smile. That is precisely my intention. At this, Long Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he conveyed to Fang Chun, there are two Winda experts here, one at the third layer and the other at the fifth layer. This may be somewhat troublesome, Fang Chun replied. Have no fear, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen? Bastard, you'll soon be dead, and you think it one team matter? Yu Yuanwen sneered. Once you perish, I shall inform Ming Yao of your demise. I believe she will be quite pleased to hear the news. Fang Chun gazed at him, calmly stating, Ming Yao will never marry you. Ha ha ha, Yu Yuanwen laughed maniacally, never marry me? Once I return, Ming Yao will be mine to command as I please. And you? You will only meet a fate of being buried without a grave. Once you die, I shall sever your head and let you witness how I claim Ming Yao for myself. Chapter 76. Let the games begin. Fang Chen's expression turned frigid in an instant, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, as demonic energy surged forth. Yu Yuanwen remained disdainful, continuing to mock. I truly do not understand where you, bastard, derive your courage. Though you genuinely believe that arriving at the Ming family can change anything, you should consider your own worth. To kill you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Fang Chen remained silent, his demeanor still icy. Seeing Fang Chen's continued silence, Yu Yuanwen, thinking he had frightened him, grew even more smug. Just like now, you are undoubtedly doomed, unable even to reach the Ming family. All you can do is become a wandering soul. Fang Chen regarded him, calmly saying, do you truly believe you can leave me here so easily? Yu Yuanwen, hearing this, erupted in laughter, as did those around him, their scornful derision echoing through the air. After a prolonged period, the cacophony of laughter finally subsided. Yu Yuanwen, looking down at Fang Chen with contempt, said, do you genuinely believe that two Zhouyuan realm practitioners can safeguard you? Standing beside me is my family's esteemed elder, and by Luo's side is the grand elder of the Luo family. Both being formidable Winda experts, along with three Zhouyuan practitioners, what do you have to defend yourself? Fang Chen's expression remained tranquil as he replied, you may give it a try. What a fool seeking his own demise. Ignorant of his impending end, Yu Yuanwen scoffed. He turned to Long Qi and the others, saying, as for you two, if you return to the Wanqing auction house now, there will be no repercussions. Long Qi's expression grew grave. Yet he resolutely shook his head. Manager Yin has issued a death order to protect Elder Fang at all costs. Though Lan Bingxin remained silent, her resolve was unmistakable. Fang Chun was quite astonished by their loyalty, as he had only met them briefly. However, this was a special arrangement made by Yin Xiaolin, who must have known of their unwavering loyalty, which is why she had assigned them to protect him. Gratefulness surged within Fang Chun towards Yin Xiaolin. Yu Yuanwen, however, sighed, his tone growing frigid. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. He turned to Yu Huaqing, saying, Third Elder, dispose of them. Understood, Yu Huaqing nodded. Looking at Luo Xiaoshan, Grand Elder Luo, let us swiftly deal with one each. Very well, Luo Xiaoshan had no objections. As the two advanced, Long Qi's expression grew serious. If a fight breaks out, Bingxin, you take Fang Kaching and flee immediately. I will cover your escape. Brother Long, we fight together, Lan Bingxin insisted. Having worked together for over 20 years, they had developed a deep bond. This is an order, Long Qi commanded. Yet, Lan Bingxin was unwilling, fully aware that this was the only opportunity for someone to survive. Gentlemen, Fang Chen interjected, there is no need for such measures. Someone will come to our aid. Aid, bastard, are you still dreaming? Yu Yuanwen derided. Just accept your fate. This is the consequence of offending my Luo family. Luo Tianxiao sneered coldly. As the two Winda experts drew closer, Long Qi and Lan Bingxin's expressions grew increasingly intense. Just then, Luo Xiaoshan and Yu Huaqing's faces shifted as they gazed toward a certain point. Why Yu Yuanwen? Taken aback, urged, Third Elder, kill him, yet Yu Huaqing paid him no mind, his demeanor growing even more serious. Yu Yuanwen and his companions sensed something amiss and turned to look. Suddenly, an elegant figure hovered in midair, gazing coldly at them. Kill? Who do you intend to kill? Xiaoying coldly inquired. Upon seeing this person, Yu Yuanwen's expression drastically changed. The master of the second peak? The visitor was indeed the master of the second peak, Ying Qingxiang. Clad in a gracefully simple long dress, Ying Qingxiang maintained her characteristic air of indifference. Yu Yuanwen's face turned pale. With Ying Qingxiang present, any attempt to eliminate Fang Chun would become exceedingly arduous. This realization darkened his expression instantly. Despite having two individuals at the Enlightenment realm, they were undoubtedly no match for Ying Qingxiang alone. To become a peak master in the Tianyu divine sect, one must possess the extraordinary ability to fight beyond their rank. Moreover, Ying Qingxiang's cultivation was several minor realms above that of Luo Xiaoshan and the others. Simultaneously, he recognized that Fang Chen's calm demeanor must stem from his awareness of Ying Qingxiang's proximity. He had not only invited the two elders from the Wanqing auction house, but had also summoned Ying Qingxiang. Indeed, upon seeing Ying Qingxiang, Fang Chun respectfully bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Peak Master, for intervening on my behalf. The person Fang Chun had communicated with via a sound transmission talisman was none other than Ying Qingxiang. Of course, he had not placed all his hopes solely on her. Had she not arrived, he would have utilized a teleportation talisman to escape. Even an Enlightenment realm expert would find it impossible to lock onto his location after he executed 3 consecutive teleports. Ying Qingxiang's gaze towards Fang Chun softened slightly, but only marginally. She communicated, I can only protect you for a short distance. I cannot ensure your safety all the way to the Ming family. You must devise your own means. Naturally, Fang Chun was not surprised by this. Although he was unaware of her indifference towards the Mingyao matter, he was already profoundly grateful for her assistance. At this moment, Yu Yuanwen interjected, Master of the Second Peak, this is outside the sect. Fang Chun and I have a personal vendetta. I kindly ask that you refrain from intervening. Besides, your beloved disciple will soon become my wife. We are to be family, however. Ying Qingxiang retorted sharply, I will not allow murder in my presence. Instantly, Yu Yuanwen's expression darkened considerably. He fixed a cold stare on Fang Chen and spat, Bastard, can you do nothing but hide behind others? Fang Chen scoffed in response, 2 Enlightenment realm experts, 3 Zhou Yuan realm cultivators, and over 20 innate realm fighters, all for the sake of eliminating a mere postnatal realm individual. Why Yu Yuanwen? How shameless must you be to utter such words? He continued, What? Do you intend to linger here indefinitely? You are not considering going to the Ming family, are you? He smirked coldly, doubting that Fang Chun would remain here for long. With a long sigh, Fang Chen replied, Alas, I have no choice. Since I know that advancing forward leads to certain death, I might as well embrace despair. Why Yu Yuanwen's smile abruptly vanished, and Ying Qingxiang looked at Fang Chun in astonishment. Are you truly willing to abandon Mingyao? If you do not go, Mingyao will become mine. He could hardly believe it. Fang Chen asserted, I trust Mingyao will understand my position, even if you win her over. Her heart will always belong to me. This proclamation. The venue fell into a profound silence. What nonsense is this? Fang Chun revealed a smile, saying, Just think about it. Your bride gazing longingly out the window, pining for someone who is not her husband. But me I ask that not amusing. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanwen's veins bulged with rage, wishing to tear Fang Chun apart. This was precisely why he sought to eliminate Fang Chun swiftly. Once Fang Chen was dead, Mingyao would surely give up. If Fang Chen truly relinquished his claim, it would become extremely difficult to kill him. Moreover, given Fang Chen's potential, allowing him to grow unchecked would inevitably pose a significant threat. Observing Yu Yuanwen's furious demeanor, Fang Chen smiled faintly and proposed, How about this? Do not say I did not offer you an opportunity. Let us play a game. The crowd paused, puzzled by Fang Chen's intentions. Fang Chen gazed at the innate realm fighters behind Yu Yuanwen and declared, You practitioners below the Zhou Yuan realm may pursue me. Those of higher ranks are prohibited from intervening. Let us engage in a chase. A chase game? Yu Yuanwen and the others were momentarily stunned, unsure of Fang Chen's strategy. He was merely at the postnatal realm. Even if the innate realm fighters were to act, he would undoubtedly perish. Furthermore, They had over 20 innate realm experts, 5 or 6 of whom were at the pinnacle of their realm. Fang Chun, calm and even smiling, taunted. What? Afraid? What is there to fear? Yu Wenwen pondered, realizing this might be the best opportunity to kill Fang Chun. An innate realm chasing a postnatal one. He could not believe Fang Chun could truly evade them. Very well. He then respectfully addressed Ying Qingxiang. I request that the Peak Master adjudicate. Ying Qingxiang regarded Fang Chun thoughtfully, not immediately responding. Instead, she communicated, Do you have confidence? Chapter 77. The game. Fang Chun inwardly exclaimed, You will not escort me to the Ming family. What options do I have? The proposal of this game was, in fact, a last resort. He could neither truly refuse to go nor engage Yu Wenwen indefinitely. Thus, he sought to minimize the risk while devising a means to evade their pursuit. If all else failed, he would resort to the teleportation talisman to escape. However, that was his trump card, one he would not use unless absolutely necessary. Despite his internal turmoil, he displayed a confident smile, responding, Of course. Seeing this, Ying Qingxiang did not press further and nodded. Very well. Should anyone violate the rules, they shall be killed. We will remain vigilant, Long Qi added. Thank you. Fang Chun expressed his gratitude. He then turned to Yu Wenwen, saying, I shall have half a stick of incense to escape. Is that acceptable? What of giving you half a stick of incense? Yu Wenwen scoffed. Fang Chun smiled slightly. If that is the case, let the game begin. In the next moment, Fang Chun produced a burrowing talisman and affixed it to his calf. He then burrowed underground, heading in a specific direction. This direction was not towards the Ming family. Luo Tianxiao noticed the anomaly. It is the Wanjing Forest. It appears he intends to use the treacherous terrain to shake off his pursuers. Luo Xiaoshan remarked, It matters not. Yu Wenwen dismissed. No matter where he escapes, he will surely perish. He turned to a Peak innate realm expert beside him. The innate realm expert nodded and produced a jade mirror to activate it. Instantly, the mirror displayed Fang Chun's fading silhouette as he departed. We have locked onto him. Excellent. Yu Wenwen nodded in satisfaction. Soon, half a stick of incense's time elapsed. Pursue, Yu Wenwen commanded. Over 20 innate realm experts transformed into streaks of light, chasing after Fang Chun's escape route. Luo Xiaoshan observed this and suggested, Shall we follow as well? A game of cat and mouse is quite a rarity. He then turned to Ying Qingxiang. Are you going? Daoisting? I will go. Ying Qingxiang understood the necessity of her presence to deter Luo Xiaoshan and the others. Moreover, she was curious to see how Fang Chun would evade capture. Long Qi and Han Bingxin naturally followed suit to prevent Luo Tianxiao and others from suddenly targeting Fang Chun. Fang Chun fled swiftly and soon arrived at the fabled perilous terrain, the Wanjing Forest. The Wanjing Forest was immense, seemingly without end. The trees within towered into the clouds, the shortest over 20 zhang tall, with some reaching heights of over 100 zhang, resembling a forest of giants. Without hesitation, Fang Chun burrowed directly into the depths of the forest. At the same time, he produced a map. This was a detailed map centered around the Tianyu divine sect, with the Wanjing Forest prominently featured within it. Fang Chun had acquired this map from Yin Xiaolin at the Wanqing auction house, knowing that he might find himself pursued one day. He quickly scanned the map. Indeed, the Wanjing Forest was fraught with peril, containing several areas where entry was tantamount to certain death. These places were shunned by others, and Fang Chun intended to head for one of these deadly spots. He understood that without taking some risks, evading these pursuers was utterly impossible. Even without the involvement of Zhou Yuan realm experts, the disparity in strength remained vast. After thoroughly reviewing the treacherous areas within the Wanjing Forest, he soon identified one such deadly location. The Demon Abyss. It was said that the abyss was filled with demonic energy, a result of a powerful demonic cultivator's strike that had transformed into this chasm over countless years. No one who entered had ever returned alive. Demonic energy and deadly terrain were perfectly suited for Fang Chun. This was the place. Resolute, he made his way toward it. They've caught up. So soon. Just after entering the Wanjing Forest, Fang Chun's soul heaven demon eye detected that Yu Wenwen and the others were already within 10 miles, quickly closing in, their speed surpassing his own significantly. What is happening? Fang Chun was slightly taken aback. His speed, coupled with the burrowing talisman, should not be inferior to that of an ordinary innate realm expert. Even those at the later stages should not be able to catch up so swiftly. However, as Fang Chun caught sight of the talismans they each carried, he suddenly understood. The burrowing talismans. To hunt me down, They truly spare no expense. Fang Chen's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. No, at their speed. They would catch up before he reached the demon abyss. Suddenly, a creature resembling a wolf or a rat surged up from the ground. Its sharp claws aimed toward Fang Chen's throat. Startled, Fang Chen realized he had been so focused on Yu Wanwen and the others that he had forgotten he was now deep within the Wanjing forest. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, and the creature was only a second-tier beast. He transformed his hand into a sword and swiftly cleaved the beast in two. That's right. I had almost forgotten about that technique. Fang Chen gazed at the beast's carcass, inspiration striking him. Last time, he had leveraged a third-tier beast to severely injure Luo Xiao and the others. Here in the Wanjing forest, where powerful beasts were abundant, why not employ the same tactic? With that thought, his soul heaven demon eye quickly scanned the depths of the Wanjing forest. Found it. Before long, he spotted a fourth-tier iron demon bull devouring its meal. This one would do. The fourth-level magic iron bull possesses formidable combat prowess, yet its reactions are rather sluggish, making it an apt adversary. Consequently, Fang Chen swiftly altered his direction and, forgoing further subterranean evasion, ascended to the surface to employ the shadow step technique for his escape. However, this choice slightly diminished his speed, for the shadow step was not solely designed for flight. As his pace slowed, Yu Wanwen and his companions quickly closed the distance, soon catching a clear glimpse of Fang Chen darting through the forest. I see him, Yu Wanwen exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, only to morph into a menacing snarl. Kill him, he bellowed, prompting everyone to prepare for an assault. Simultaneously, Fang Chen arrived near the magic iron beast. At that moment, the magic iron bull was blissfully indulging in its meal, entirely unaware of the approaching presence. Fang Chen executed the shadow step, reaching the bull's side in an instant. Upon encountering this sudden figure, the magic iron bull appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Fang Chen unleashed a powerful kick. The immense strength of his formidable body erupting at that moment, combined with the sword demon physique, he sent the massive magic iron bull hurtling through the air, directly towards Yu Wanwen and his companions. Yu Wanwen and his group, having almost caught up, were taken aback by the sight of the colossal creature flying towards them, their expressions shifting dramatically as they scrambled to evade. Upon recognizing the incoming beast, their faces paled further. It was the magic iron bull. Renowned for its single-mindedness, once it identified its foe, it would relentlessly pursue until either it or its enemy lay dead. Although Fang Chen's kick was powerful, it inflicted no harm upon the bull. Rather, it incited its wrath. Once the bull regained its footing, it saw that Yu Wanwen and the being that had struck it bore an uncanny resemblance. And with a thunderous roar, it charged forward in a furious rampage. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already utilized the shadow step to make his escape. Kill that beast. Continue the pursuit, Yu Wanwen shouted, witnessing the disruption in their formation. If we do not eliminate this bull, we may find ourselves in peril. With over 20 innate realm cultivators joining forces, they easily dispatched the magic iron bull. However, they simultaneously lost track of Fang Chen. Observing this, a cultivator wielding a jade mirror stepped forward to activate the artifact. Instantly, Fang Chen's residual image materialized in the direction he had just fled. Pursue him, Yu Wanwen roared, and they resumed their relentless chase. In the skies above, several cultivators from the Zhou Yuan and Wendao realms trailed leisurely behind. The speed of those below the Zhou Yuan realm felt excruciatingly slow to them, witnessing Fang Chen leveraging the magical beast to create distance. Ying Qingxiang remarked appreciatively, not bad. He has not succumbed to chaos despite being pursued. However, Luo Tianxiao wore a grim expression, having not anticipated Fang Chen's cunning. Luo Xiao and the others must have been ensnared by that scoundrel. He gritted his teeth, recalling how his disciples had perished at Fang Chen's hands, wishing he could tear him to shreds. Suddenly, they sensed something amiss and turned their gaze towards a particular direction. From another side, a shadow darted silently through the dense forest, swiftly approaching Fang Chen. Qinliang Sha, a silver-tier assassin. Long Qi instantly recognized the identity of the approaching figure. Why is a member of Qinliang Sha involved in this? Could it be? Long Qi's face contorted with anxiety. That assassin was hired by my young master at great expense. It is not against the rules for those below Zhou Yuan realm. You are gathering over 20 innate realm cultivators and enlisting Qinliang Sha's assassins to hunt down a postnatal being. Is that not exceedingly shameless? Han Bingxin rebuked. Luo Tianxiao sneered. He can hire them too. We never said he couldn't keep that scoundrel. Who does he think he is to offend us without the strength to back it up? You? Han Bingxin fumed, yet Ying Qingxiang remained silent. Their words bore no weight. Meanwhile, Fang Chun, utilizing the Soul Heaven Demon Eye, continually manipulated the magical beasts to hinder Yu Yuanwen and his allies, forcing them to pause and react. However, this tactic came at a cost, leaving him with injuries as he narrowly escaped death at the hands of the beasts. Fortunately, his quick reflexes and robust physique allowed him to evade peril time and again. Drawing ever closer to the abyss of demons, only 100 feet away, Fang Chun swallowed a healing pill and continued employing the shadow step. Just then, a shadow burst forth from the thicket at his side. Wielding a medium-length red sword, aimed directly at him, it was Tian Chong, the silver-tier assassin from Qinliang Sha. Ha ha ha, to die at my hands is an honor you shall cherish for life. Tian Chong brandished his demonic sword, swinging it towards Fang Chen's neck. Fang Chen's expression shifted slightly, but he reacted swiftly, summoning the Shama shield to protect himself. Bang! The two magical artifacts collided, each releasing a devouring force that absorbed the other's demonic energy. However, due to the hastiness of his defense, Fang Chun was ultimately sent flying by the sword strike, spewing several mouthfuls of blood midair. Impressive reflexes, Tian Chong remarked, somewhat surprised. From a distance, Yu Yuanwen, who had just slain a 4th-level magical beast, witnessed this scene and was overjoyed. Well done! They quickly closed in, intent on eliminating Fang Chun right there. Fang Chun had not anticipated an assailant appearing mid-escape, yet he dared not delay. As soon as he steadied himself, he executed the shadow step to its utmost, racing towards the abyss of demons. Nevertheless, his speed was still impeded, allowing Yu Yuanwen and his companions to mount an attack. Scoundrel, are you not adept at provoking magical beasts? Keep it up, Yu Yuanwen taunted, eyeing Fang Chun as he fled in disarray ahead. Fang Chen's expression remained cold and unresponsive, focusing entirely on maximizing his use of the shadow step, pushing his potential to its limits. Still clinging to the hope of escape at death's door, Yu Yuanwen sneered, then ceased his banter. Kill him. All the innate realm cultivators unleashed their powers, their abilities soaring like fireworks towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun threw out several talismans and positioned the Shama shield behind him. Bang boom. Crash. The area around Fang Chun was instantly transformed into a series of immense craters amidst the cacophony of explosions. Trees around him collapsed or were obliterated into dust, in a heartbeat. The residual waves of power filled the sky, thick smoke billowing and shrouding the entire vicinity. Yet, the next moment, Fang Chun emerged from the haze. His garments were tattered, his body marred with gruesome wounds, blood pouring from his mouth, and the Shama shield bore several cracks, clearly having absorbed a considerable amount of damage on his behalf. He is still alive? Yu Yuanwen expressed his astonishment, having believed Fang Chun was doomed. High above, Han Bingxin and Long Qi watched in trepidation. Although Fang Chun had survived this onslaught, he was gravely injured. Should Yu Yuanwen strike again, Fang Chun would undoubtedly perish. Senior, will you not intervene? Long Qi transmitted to Ying Qingxiang, hoping she might step in to save Fang Chun. Yet, Ying Qingxiang remained unmoved. Fate has been sealed. I have aided him once and cannot do so again. Hearing this, Long Qi and Han Bingxin were filled with despair. If Ying Qingxiang did not act, they were powerless to rescue Fang Chun. Why Yu Yuanwen mockingly observed Fang Chun's desperate flight, taunting, aren't you quite confident? Did you not claim to enjoy this game? What now? Do you wish to forfeit? Those around him also jeered at Fang Chun. With his demise all but assured, they relished the thought of prolonging his suffering. Ah, little mouse, do continue your escape. Indeed, daring to vie for a woman with our young master, you are truly courting death, a mere ant, lacking power or connections. What do you have to compare, if you kneel now? Perhaps our young master might show mercy and spare your life. The derision from behind fell on deaf ears as Fang Chun pressed onward. Yet soon, a faint, demonic aura enveloped the surroundings. He had arrived at the abyss of demons. Here, the air was thick with raging demonic energy, barren and dark, a desolate land devoid of life. The deep, blood-red abyss seemed capable of devouring the very souls of all who approached. Fang Chun stood at the precipice, bloodied yet resolute, his gaze unwavering and fierce. What a pitiful fool, Yu Yuanwen derided. This scoundrel cannot even watch his step while fleeing and has run himself into a corner. As these words left his lips, laughter erupted among his companions, filled with scorn and contempt. I wager he is quaking in terror. Scoundrel, if you kneel before young Master Yu, you might still have a sliver of hope. Quickly, kneel and kowtow. If you can offer 100 respectful bows, perhaps young Master Yu will let you off lightly. They all mocked him, toying with him as one would with an insect. Yu Yuanwen gazed at Fang Qian with a smirk, casually stating, "Did you hear that? Scoundrel, kneel and kowtow. Perhaps I can grant you a swift end." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fang Chun revealed a smile. He looked at Yu Yuanwen and calmly replied, "What? Do you truly believe you have one?" Yu Yuanwen scoffed. "Do you still think you have a chance?" Fang Chun exhaled heavily, his tone steady. Perhaps he cast his eyes over the gathered crowd, the smile still present, and took another step back, now merely an inch from the abyss of demons. Everyone paused, wondering if Fang Qian intended to leap into the abyss and embrace death. He gazed up at the hellish void. Speaking softly, "They say that those who enter the abyss descend into hell, their very souls consumed." At this, he flashed a carefree smile and declared, "But I, Fang Chun, do not believe this. I can transform from genius to waste. And from waste to genius. I refuse to accept that I cannot conquer this mere abyss." Turning to Yu Yuanwen, he smiled with nonchalance. "Fool, this game has only just begun. If I could emerge from the abyss of demons, it would be you who perishes." With that, Fang Qian unhesitatingly leaped into the infernal chasm. This madman. Yu Yuanwen and the others were astonished. They never expected Fang Qian would truly dare to jump. They hurried forward, just in time to see Fang Qian's figure vanish into the crimson mist, completely disappearing from view. Is it truly over? This was their first encounter with such a fearless individual. Even with Ying Qingxiang still above, he still had a slim chance of survival. One could only conclude that he was a fool, yet also a madman. The words Fang Qian uttered sent a chill down Yu Yuanwen's spine. If he truly emerges, would it not be himself who meets his demise? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He sneered, saying, "That bastard actually believes himself to be the destined one. Even if he were the chosen one, entering the abyss of demons would guarantee death. With no possibility of survival." Fang Kuching. High above, Long Qi watched as Fang Qian truly jumped into the abyss of demons, feeling anxious yet powerless. Luo Xiaoshan and Yu Huaqing fixed their gazes upon them. Unless Ying Qingxiang intervened, there was no glimmer of hope. Ying Qingxiang, observing Fang Qian leap into the abyss, appeared remarkably calm, showing no signs of agitation. This must be fate. She sighed softly, then chose not to linger any longer. Turning to leave, upon witnessing this, Long Qi and Han Bingxin understood that Fang Qian was beyond salvation. "Let us depart." Long Qi sighed heavily. Han Bingxin, feeling equally helpless, could only follow suit, and no one who entered the abyss of demons had ever returned alive. Fang Qian was likely no exception. Due to their shared path, Ying Qingxiang traveled alongside the three. However, just as they covered 100 miles in flight,